Chapter 1. Just turn 1, and the counterattack system arrives? In the grand realm of Deqian, in the city of Shuzhou, winter descends. Is ear all right? He has caught a slight chill, but it is nothing serious. The doctor said a couple of days of medicine will suffice. That is a relief. Li Yi gazed at his caring parents before him. As a time traveler, he found himself in a rather helpless situation, having been reincarnated as a newborn baby, now just 1 year old. The infant's body was frail, and coincidentally, it was the onset of winter. The temperature had plummeted, and without due care, he caught a cold, nearly facing demise. The Li family, to which Li Yi belonged, was a prominent aristocratic clan in Deqian, wielding considerable influence. His father, Li Yintian, was the current head of the family, a formidable figure at the martial emperor level, recognized as one of the strong men of Deqian. His mother, Xiao Qingya, hailed from a scholarly lineage, embodying the grace of a noblewoman. His elder brother, Li Xian, had been a prodigy in cultivation since childhood, possessing extraordinary talent, and was granted direct entry into the Royal Academy without the need for examinations. His sister, Li Shui'er, had joined the Taiqing sect for her studies, becoming a saintess at a young age and destined to be the future leader of the sect. From the perspective of lineage and background, he was hardly at a disadvantage. Moreover, as a fellow time traveler, the future held promise. With such a fate, who would bother using stairs? One might as well leap down. Just as Li Yi was preparing to drift into a deep slumber, a panel suddenly materialized before him. Is the system here? Your performance at the first birthday celebration was abysmal, leaving your father utterly disappointed. From the onset of your cultivation, your progress has been sluggish, earning the label of a cultivation waste. Consequently, your status within the Li family has plummeted, leading to your father's neglect and your siblings' bullying. At 8, you aspired to gain scholarly recognition, yet illness plagued you, and reading would send you to sleep. At 10, your only doting mother passed away, leaving you bereft of parental love. On your 20th birthday, your fiancée arrived to call off your engagement, leading to a loss of face. In a fit of rage, you established a 3-year agreement with her. The system has detected that the host meets the conditions for a counterattack life, activating the counterattack life system. Li Yi, is this the lamentable tale of my early life? Could this be a life simulation system? Is this a preview of the events to transpire in my first 2 decades? The plot felt oddly familiar, akin to a novel he had perused. Contrary to the trajectory Li Yi had envisioned, he found himself scorned from childhood, rejected in engagement, and bound by a 3-year agreement-typical beginning for a cultivation waste narrative. According to this life simulation by the system, I'm to be deemed a waste for 19 years before I can activate the counterattack life system? Li Yi had not traversed realms merely to be a failure. He was here to revel in life. This narrative was unacceptable, and he resolutely commanded the system to resimulate. He silently focused on the system for quite some time, yet there was no response. Suddenly, another panel appeared. Host Li Yi, age 20, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Please commence your counterattack life. Counterattack mission issued. Regain the attention of your long-neglected father, making him recognize you anew and realize that his prior neglect was a grave error. Li Yi. A large question mark flashed above his head as he stared blankly at his panel and the mission issued by the system. I am 20 years old, but I have only just turned 1. Moreover, what in the world is this counterattack mission? How am I supposed to counterattack? Surely, this system has arrived prematurely? Li began to comprehend that what he had activated was not a life simulation system at all. It was, in fact, a counterattack life system from the very beginning. However, the counterattack system had come a tad too early, arriving when he was merely 1 year old, and it had divulged the entire plot of his life prior to turning 20. Now, there remained a pressing issue. The system's premature arrival meant that the mission had also come too early. How was he to accomplish such a task? Fortunately, there appeared to be no time constraints on the mission, otherwise, he would have truly been at a loss. Perhaps he could proceed gradually, following the narrative until he reached the age of 20, then complete the mission, one step at a time. It seemed having a system was a boon, though it had arrived prematurely. it was still better than having none at all. In summary, the future held promise. Ear's illness in this state makes one wonder whether the birthday celebration will be affected. In the Lee family, every child undergoes a birthday celebration upon turning 1, where tests are conducted to evaluate one's cultivation talent and constitution. Thus, the birthday celebration was particularly significant for the Lee family's children. A commendable performance could lead to preferential resources and a bright future. Conversely, a lackluster performance would imply a life of mediocrity. Perhaps, Li Yuntian suddenly conceived a plan. Xiao Qingya, sensing her husband's intentions, immediately shook her head. No, Ear is still an infant. Your aura is too overwhelming. He may not withstand it. Very well, Li Yuntian sighed, conceding to her concerns. Li Yi, with his large, innocent eyes, gazed at his parents. Today marked the day he turned 1, coinciding with the birthday celebration. Only a few hours remained until the celebration commenced. A maid approached, bringing a bowl of medicine. Ear, come, drink your medicine, Xiao Qingya said gently, carefully feeding Li Yi. As the bitter liquid coursed down, he felt considerably better, though the taste was quite unpleasant. After the medicine was administered, the effects soon took hold, and Li Yi felt drowsy, struggling to keep his weary eyes open. Why hasn't his condition improved after taking the medicine? Li Yuntian frowned. Worry and concern etched across his face as he observed his son. It's only the first dose. It cannot work so quickly. Xiao Qingya reassured him, gently patting Li Yi's back to lull him to sleep. Let me take a look at the child. Li Yuntian gazed at the placid Li Yi, nestled in Xiao Qingya's arms, who was quiet and obedient, unable to resist the urge to tease him. As the head of the Li family, Li Yuntian had several children, yet none were as well-behaved as Li Yi, who resembled a porcelain doll and was destined to grow into a handsome young man. This naturally endeared him to Li Yuntian. Ear has just taken his medicine. I am in the midst of soothing him to sleep, Xiao Qingya explained. Li Yuntian dismissed her concerns. Ear is so well-behaved he won't cry. With a resigned expression, Xiao Qingya handed Li Yi over to Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian carefully cradled Li Yi, gently patting his back as he rocked him. This was a fantastical world, where cultivation levels were categorized as follows: Martial Apprentice, Martial Master, Great Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Sovereign, Martial Saint, and Martial Emperor. Li Yi, with his wide eyes, gazed up at his father, who stood at the Martial Emperor level. Something about the script felt awry. Ear is truly precious. Looking so delightful, you will surely be as handsome as I when you grow up, Li Yuntian boisterously declared, praising Li Yi while subtly boasting of himself. Xiao Qingya rolled her eyes at Li Yuntian, finding his self-aggrandizement amusing. Ear has taken his medicine and requires rest. Please do not create too much commotion, Xiao Qingya advised. I understand I have more experience in caring for children than you, Li Yuntian replied, as he was not merely a husband to Xiao Qingya, but also had 2 other wives. Including Xiao Qingya, Li Yuntian had 3 consorts, with Xiao Qingya being the 3rd. There were, of course, more children than just Li Yi, but he was Xiao Qingya's first. As Li Yuntian gazed at the obedient Li Yi, his affection only grew. Come, Ear, let father give you a kiss. His scruffy face leaned toward Li Yi. In response, Li Yi promptly raised his hand, blocking Li Yuntian's face, displaying clear disdain. Li Yuntian stared at his son's rejection, the look of disgust on his face rendering him quite embarrassed. How could I be shunned by my own son? What a humiliation. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully attracting your father's attention, causing him to cease neglecting you, and instead showering you with affection, while you resolutely rejected his kindness, determined to rely on yourself. Reward obtained, ancient sacred body. Li Yi. A flurry of question marks whirled through his mind. What has happened? Did I complete a mission? How did that occur? Li Yi was bewildered. He had done nothing, and yet the mission had inexplicably been accomplished. Could it be that by rejecting Li Yuntian's affection, I inadvertently caught his attention, prompting him to cease neglecting me? This melodramatic plot sounds reminiscent of a domineering CEO romance novel. He shook his head decisively. That couldn't be the case. The narrative of being a waste had yet to unfold. The notion of neglect simply did not exist. Affection was a given. It appeared, then, that the system's recognition had indeed malfunctioned. Ancient sacred body, an unparalleled sacred body of ancient origin, possessing invulnerability to myriad evils, the ability to counteract anomalies, invincibility against equals, physical supremacy, and the capacity to challenge emperors. That said, one must acknowledge that the system's rewards were indeed substantial. How delightful! To receive such rewards without cost was an opportunity Li Yi had no reason to decline. Starting with the ancient sacred body, a waste? Such a notion is simply non-existent. There is no need for a counterattack when one begins at the pinnacle. With the acquisition of the ancient sacred body, his minor cold was no longer a concern in an instant. It vanished, and the drowsiness that had once enveloped him now transformed into vibrant energy, restoring him to his former state. Li Yuntian observed Li Yi's renewed vigor, his brow furrowing in confusion. He reached out to feel Li Yi's forehead. His forehead isn't warm. Has Yi recovered from his fever? Is it truly that quick? The doctor said to wait 2 days and see. Xiao Qingya remained skeptical. Feel Yi's forehead, Li Yuntian insisted. Xiao Qingya stepped forward and touched Li Yi's forehead, discovering it genuinely was no longer warm. Li Yuntian remarked, perhaps Yi's illness was never severe, allowing for a swift recovery. Even so, he still requires some time to recuperate. As this was Xiao Qingjia's first child, she was determined not to let anything happen to Li Yi. Master, the elder has sent me to inform you that the birthday celebration is about to commence. Please prepare to attend, a servant hurriedly reported. Very well, Li Yuntian nodded, taking Xiao Qingya and their child as they proceeded to the venue of the birthday celebration. Escaping from Li Yunqian's embrace and finding solace in the gentle arms of Xiao Qingya felt akin to enveloping oneself in 2 soft clouds, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that was simply divine. How comforting this sensation was! Could this be the essence of maternal love? Nestled contentedly in Xiao Qingjia's embrace, the child remained tranquil, refraining from any cries or tantrums. This child is so clingy, Xiao Qingya remarked, her face illuminated by a tender and indulgent maternal smile. Li Yuntian observed Li Yi, still cradled in Xiao Qingjia's arms, and let out a heavy sigh, uncertain of Li Yi's capabilities. While other children at the age of 1 could run and jump, Li Yi clung to Xiao Qingya, unable to walk or speak, as if he had not been born at all. This left Li Yuntian deeply concerned about Li Yi's potential. In this fantastical realm, children typically developed at an accelerated pace. It was standard for a 1-year-old to be running, jumping, and speaking. The fact that Li Yi could not, coupled with his frail constitution, made it unsurprising that he would become labeled a waste according to the original narrative. They arrived at the square where the first birthday celebration was to take place. The celebration was a grand affair for the Li family, especially with the presence of the patriarch, Li Yuntian, surrounded by numerous relatives. Li Yuntian produced a medicinal pill and administered it to Li Yi. This pill was known for its ability to awaken one's latent potential and refine the foundational skills, possessing a gentle potency. Prior to the celebration, each child would consume one to ensure their optimal condition. There were 5 children participating in the ceremony, all poised and ready in the square. An elder stood before them, reading out the necessary precautions and informing them of the tasks ahead. The assessment consisted of 2 stages. The first stage involved the talent stone, which would test their aptitude for cultivation. Only those deemed suitably gifted would advance to the second stage, the Joie Zhou ceremony, where the items they grasped would dictate their tailored paths of training, with specialized guidance an essential determinant of their futures. Chapter 2. Has the talent stone cracked? As I observe the upcoming celebration, it appears that Li Ontsai possesses remarkable talent. I have heard he is capable of lifting a stone weighing 20 pounds, suggesting his innate potential exceeds 6 feet. Indeed, he is the one I hold in highest regard this time. This young man is naturally strong and a born genius in cultivation, with an unlimited future ahead of him. That child must be Li Yi, the patriarch's son, right? The members of the clan fixate on the children in the arena, engaging in discussions about each one. The elders, their faces aglow, stroke their beards, and adopt a demeanor of authority. Gazing upon the future hopes of the Lee family, it is he, just turned 1 year old. He is certainly a highlight of the celebration. I have heard that Lee cannot yet speak. He has just learned to walk, which suggests his talent might not be exceptional. The patriarch's eldest son, Li Xian, is a transcendent genius, and the young lady, Li Shuer, is destined to become the future leader of the Taiqing sect. With these two children, the family has ample reason to be proud. The elders nod in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment that in this world of cultivation, it is typical for children to begin speaking and walking around 6 months old. While Li has only just learned to walk at 1 year, and he still cannot speak. From these two observations, one can reasonably conclude that Li possesses a naturally weak physique, and his potential for cultivation is likely mediocre, leaving little room for expectation. As the son of the patriarch, he pales in comparison to Li Xian and Li Shuer, starkly contrasting their brilliance. It seems the luck of the previous two births has been exhausted, leaving Li with scant fortune. However, having Li Xian and Li Shuer is already enough to uphold the family's honor. Yintan casts a sidelong glance at the elders, who, upon noticing his gaze, cease their discussions. Yintan's expectations for Li are not particularly high. The facts speak for themselves, as Li's innate abilities are indeed lacking. Yet, even in the face of this reality, he does not wish to hear others discussing it, as it would bring him embarrassment. He still hopes for Li to exhibit a decent performance, at the very least, to avoid causing his father any shame. Xiao Qing silently sighs. As a delicate woman from scholarly lineage, she recognizes that her bloodline is not particularly strong, and perhaps Li has been influenced by her. She does not aspire for Li's talent to be extraordinary or for him to achieve great heights. As a mother, she merely wishes for him to live a life of peace and safety. The celebration begins. The first challenge is the talent stone test. 5 children, according to their ages, take turns to test their talents, with Liansai being the first to step forward, a genius upon whom the elders have placed their hopes. Liansai walks steadily, stands before the talent stone, extends his palm, and places it upon the stone. In the next moment, the talent stone radiates a brilliant glow. The light from the talent stone reaches a total of 9 feet. Children with average talent typically measure around 3 to 4 feet. While 5 feet is acceptable, 6 feet indicates decent talent, and 7 feet is considered genius level. 8 feet signifies exceptional talent. Li Yintian himself was 8 feet as for 9 feet throughout the entire history of the Li family. There have been no more than 10 individuals who achieved such a feat. Li's siblings, Li Xian and Li Shuer, are both 9 feet tall, marking the first time the Li family boasts 2 geniuses of such caliber in the same generation. It is said that this heralds a new era of prosperity for the Li family, underscoring the significance of their positions. In stark contrast, Li appears utterly unremarkable, even inferior to mediocrity, before his birth. There were hopes that he might be another unparalleled genius. One can only say that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, as his physique is ordinary and his potential readily apparent. The meter rises to 5 feet, and it continues to climb. 6 feet, just as I predicted. It must be at least 6 feet. Hasn't stopped yet. I estimate it may even reach 7 feet. The elders of the clan watch this scene with excitement, their faces flushed, and they stroke their beards, nodding in satisfaction. The younger generation of the Li family demonstrates impressive talent, and their prospects are increasingly bright for the future. 7 feet. All eyes are now fixed on Liansai. The light from the talent stone has surpassed 7 feet, confirming that he is indeed a rare genius in cultivation. This child reaching 7 feet indicates formidable talent. Soon, the Li family will gain yet another formidable expert. Indeed, patriarch. Aunt Sai's talent reaching 7 feet warrants opening the treasure vault to select a suitable cultivation method for him. The methods within the vault are reserved for those who have made significant contributions to the Li family or for exceptionally talented members of the clan. Li Yintian smiles, albeit with a hint of insincerity, and remarks, "That is only fitting." He glances at Liansai, then at Li, who is still struggling to walk, and lets out a sigh. Well, without expectations, there can be no disappointment. With Li Xian and Li Shuer as a pair of children, he feels satisfied. As for Li Yi, he hopes to nurture him into a good child and maintain a peaceful mindset. The light on the talent stone ultimately stabilizes at 7 feet, prompting a chorus of admiration from the crowd. They cheer for Li Ontsai while simultaneously congratulating his parents, who have already prepared several tables for the celebratory feast. Li sits on the ground, bored, watching the ceremony, unaware of how many feet he might achieve. Originally, in the storyline, Li was only 1 foot tall, shocking everyone and setting a new low. Now, possessing the ancient sacred body, he has defied fate. Could a mere talent stone test yield extraordinary results? Noticing a gaze upon him, he turns to look at his father, Li Yuntian, sensing disappointment emanating from his eyes. Li. The remaining children take their turns. And in comparison to Li Ontsai, their performances appear unremarkable, with the highest measuring only 5 feet. The atmosphere gradually cools, with fewer praises and more casual conversations. When it is Li Yi's turn to take the stage, the main character always arrives last. All eyes are on Li Yi. The elders sneak a glance at Li Yuntian's expression, mentally preparing to say something kind, as he is the patriarch's son, and they cannot remain silent. Nor can they afford to make sarcastic remarks. Li approaches the talent stone under the watchful gaze of the crowd, placing his palm upon it. An reaction. Could it be that his talent is so poor that he measures under 1 foot? Surely not. Silence envelopes the scene. A palpable stillness hangs in the air. The elder who usually speaks the most is now at a loss. How can one offer praise? It would be absurd to comment on the young master's hairstyle today. Perhaps it's best to remain silent. Yintian takes a deep breath. He had anticipated Li Yi might have poor talent, but he never imagined it would be to such an extent that the talent stone would not respond at all. Not even registering 1 foot? The elder in charge of the proceedings stands frozen, unsure whether to make an announcement. Li remains unfazed, confident that his overwhelming talent will eventually elicit a response. In the next moment, the talent stone bursts forth with dazzling light. The crowd instinctively shields their eyes, nearly blinded by the brilliance. This radiance could outshine even titanium alloy. 9 feet. My heavens, it truly is 9 feet. Yet something feels amiss. Why does the young master's 9 feet differ from the others? They have witnessed 9 feet before, but Li Yi's light is far more intense, almost blinding. Just as the crowd is taken aback, the radiance abruptly vanishes. Their expressions transform into confusion as they ponder what just transpired. Could it have been an illusion? The prickling pain in their eyes indicates otherwise. What just happened? Why did the lights suddenly disappear? Bewilderment reigns, with no one able to comprehend the situation. With a crisp crack, a sound emerges from the talent stone, drawing everyone's gaze toward it. It is indeed the talent stone making the sound. With another crack, the sound reverberates through the air. Suddenly, the talent stone fractures, a web-like crack spreading across its surface. The fissures quickly encompass the entire stone, and soon it shatters into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The crowd gasps in shock. The talent stone has shattered? What has transpired? How could the perfectly fine talent stone have broken? They stare in astonishment at the debris strewn about, then glance at Li Yi beside the stone. An elder, who had been stroking his beard, grabs hold of it in shock, inadvertently tearing out several strands as he rises from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. After centuries of use, the talent stone has shattered so effortlessly. This is a first in the annals of the Li family's history. They are left speechless, unsure of how to articulate their astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Li Yuntian is equally stunned, failing to grasp the situation. Could it be that young Master Li Yi is exceptionally gifted to the extent of shattering the talent stone? Such a phenomenon is unprecedented. The brilliance they just witnessed. 9 feet, perhaps? Li Yuntian rises, excitement propelling him forward as he slams his palm against the railing twice. Could it be that Li Yi is truly a genius? Have I consistently underestimated him? Could it be that he simply has yet to awaken, having always believed Li Yi's talent to be average? His current display has genuinely startled everyone, leaving them at a loss for words. The elder responsible for the ceremony approaches to inspect the talent stone. It appears intact, leaving him to wonder if Li Yi's talent is indeed so formidable that it shattered the stone. What level of talent would be required to achieve such a feat? It is unfathomable to even consider the existence of such talent. 9 feet is already the pinnacle of genius. What then could be said about this? Li Yunqian's face suddenly broke into a smile, a mix of shock and delight washing over him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pride. With his hands clasped behind his back, he declared with an air of superiority, "Who dares to say my son lacks talent? My son, Li Yunqian's offspring, could never be a failure. He is destined to be a genius." At first, the crowd appeared awkward, but soon they joined in laughter, fawning over Li Yunqian. From the moment of his birth, Li's constitution had been mediocre, and his growth seemed equally unremarkable, clearly heading down the path of a waste. Little did anyone know that beneath that seemingly inadequate exterior lay an astonishing gift. Not only the crowd, but even Li Yunqian himself had initially believed Li Yi to be of average talent. The corners of Li Yunqian's mouth could not help but lift, resembling a crooked grin of a dragon king. Everyone his children was a prodigious talent. It was hard not to smile. Noticing the elders on the scene still in a daze, he urged, "What are you waiting for? Continue." Oh, the elders snapped back to reality, instructing the attendants to prepare the venue for the second stage of the first birthday celebration. Chapter 3. These two children must have had a grudge in their past lives. Li Yi stood to one side, awaiting the second stage. He had not anticipated the shattering of the talent stone. A mere display had already reached the stone's limits. 3 children were set to enter this next phase, and naturally, Li Yi was among them. He cast a glance at Liancai, his cousin beside him. Mission issued. Confront your cousin who once humiliated you. The Grand Martial Master Liancai, you have resolved to avenge your past grievances. Please defeat the formidable Grand Martial Master Liancai. Li Yi. Gazing at the small child before him, who appeared rather dim-witted, he pondered how this boy could possibly be a Grand Martial Master. Was this task a joke? Li Yi chuckled wryly. He was uncertain if he could best the Grand Martial Master Liancai. But one thing was clear. At this moment, he could effortlessly toy with him. Clenching his tiny fist, he thought, "So, it's the Grand Martial Master Liancai, is it? Please, call me the one who feasts upon children." Suddenly, Liancai felt a chill creep up his spine, as if a pair of malicious eyes were fixed upon him, sending a shiver down his back. The second stage, known as the Zhuazhou, did not involve any tests. It was simply a matter of instinctively selecting a weapon. The attendants brought forth a rack filled with an array of weapons, a dazzling display of variety, alongside items such as pens, ink, and abacuses. The Zhuazhou was conducted simultaneously for 3 children who entered together to make their selections. Li pondered, thinking that this was the perfect opportunity to assess the strength of the Grand Martial Master Liancai. Liancai stared blankly at Li Yi, sensing something amiss in his cousin's gaze, which was laden with palpable malice. Being a child, he simply assumed his cousin was smiling at him. After some words of instruction from the supervising elder, the 2 boys were allowed to enter. The onlookers fell silent, observing quietly so as not to disrupt the Zhuazhou. Driven by curiosity, another child dashed inside, placing a hand to his mouth, babbling as he gazed at the weapons. Appearing quite dim-witted, that it seemed he would prefer food over these weapons. Had there been a platter of roasted chicken, he would have rushed towards it without hesitation. Liancai reached out his little hand, unsure of which weapon to choose, glancing left and right, finding nothing to his liking. This scene caused great anxiety for his parents, who were nearly at a loss for words. Li's focus was not on the weapons, but rather on Liancai. His gaze fixed on him as he calculated how best to defeat this Grand Martial Master. What is Yi doing? Li Yunqian clenched his fists. Although he had held the position of family head for many years and had developed a calm demeanor, seeing Li Yi remain motionless made him feel a twinge of panic that he longed to rush in and help Li Yi select a weapon, but he could not intervene, due to Li Yi's performance in the first stage. All eyes in the venue were now on him. Don't be anxious. Yi is simply taking his time, Xiao Qingyao remarked, noting Li Yunqian's unease. I'm not anxious at all. Li Yunqian feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. I have faith that with Yi's talent, He will not disappoint me. Xiao Qingyao smiled but said nothing, silently observing Li Yi. Finally, Li Ansai settled on a target and took small steps towards a long spear, extending his hand to grasp it. Upon seeing Li Ansai's decision, Li Yi sprang into action, racing towards him with his little legs. What is Yi up to? Li Yuntian wondered, puzzled by the boy's posture. Fearing he might be attempting to carry Li Ansai away, as if to use his cousin as a weapon. Fixating on the cousin who had once humiliated him, Li Yi thought, though the moment had yet to materialize. How dare you insult me? You shall soon learn what cruelty entails. Possessing an ancient physique, Li Yi's constitution far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to run swiftly and steadily, catching up to Li Ansai in just a few strides. Just as Li Ansai was about to seize the spear, Li Yi kicked him squarely in the back, sending him tumbling to the ground. Go play in the mud. Having been kicked, Li Ansai lost his balance and fell forward, rolling like a ball before landing on his backside. Li Ansai. He blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered, as if his mind had not yet processed what had just transpired. Did I just get kicked? After a moment of dazed realization, the pain registered, and he began to wail, forgetting all about the joie Zhou. This unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise. They had assumed Li Yi was simply going to play with Li Ansai, only to witness him deliver a swift kick that sent his cousin sprawling. It seemed these two children must have harbored a grudge in a past life. Li Ansai's parents exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly unprepared for the spectacle, their astonishment rivaling that of Li Anka. Lie, being the son of Li Yuntian, dared not say much. Li Yuntian forced a chuckle, bemused by his son's antics. This rascal had kicked another child and disrupted the joie Zhou. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You are no longer the same person you once were. The Grand Martial Master Li Ansai is no match for you, having been defeated by your single kick. Under your humiliation, he now cries out in regret for his past transgressions. Rewards obtained. Sword Dao Root Bone. Sword Dao Root Bone. A natural mastery of the sword, allowing for rapid proficiency and an innate understanding of swordplay, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Li Yi exclaimed in delight, having indeed completed the mission, defeating the Grand Martial Master Li Ansai, while he wept under the weight of humiliation. This little brat. And you call him a Grand Martial Master? He hasn't even graduated to a proper class. With the Sword Dao Root Bone, he thought, not bad. Not BAD.my goal is clear. I'll choose the sword. Scanning the array before him, he spotted a sword of fine quality. With the Sword Dao Root Bone enhancing his perception, he could easily discern which sword was superior. Approaching the selected sword, he grasped it firmly, swinging it once to test its balance. Finding it quite satisfactory, the Sword Dao Root Bone granted him an immediate affinity and familiarity with the weapon. Seeing Li Yi choose his sword, Li Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, despite the convoluted process. The outcome was ultimately favorable. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. Li Yuntian clapped his thighs, exclaiming in delight, his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an air of grandeur as if his chest could nearly touch the heavens. This display was markedly more arrogant and brazen than before. It was only natural. Each child born was a prodigy, and infuriatingly, each one seemed to excel beyond the last. Had he been in their shoes, they might have been even more boastful than Li Yuntian himself. Li Yuntian's fondness for Li Yi was evident. Unlike the previous two children, who had been born with weak constitutions and faced near-fatal challenges, Li Yi had emerged as the most astonishing of them all, bringing unparalleled pride to his family. Yi has chosen the sword. He is destined to become a genius of the Sword Dao. Li Yuntian proclaimed, his earlier concerns dissipating that if he were to have two more prodigies in the future, Li Yuntian might just become the most ostentatious figure in history, basking in the glory of his children. Chapter 4. Li Yi. I am no longer pure. Li Yi, gifted beyond measure, with a family head who was also a master swordsman, would surely be nurtured into a top-tier swordsmanship expert. Yuntian nodded, relishing the praise. Now you all recognize the truth. Who was it before that doubted ear? My son is incapable of failure. This moment truly allowed Li Yuntian to revel in his own status. Indeed, Li Yi's talent had taken everyone by surprise, even leading them to believe it was impossible. None had anticipated such a turn of events. Yet Li Yi had defied all expectations. The head of the family speaks wisely. We have indeed been short-sighted, they conceded. Young Master Li Yi's potential is truly a revelation to us all. He is destined to elevate the Li family to new heights. Li Yi's performance was exceptional. He effortlessly showered flattering words that flowed from his lips with remarkable ease. The compliments he bestowed upon Li Yuntian brought forth a joyous smile, one so wide it seemed his mouth might split open from sheer delight. And he remained in that blissful state, as for any semblance of the family's authority that was long forgotten. What mattered now was the joy of the moment. Immersed in the accolades of the crowd, Li Yuntian reveled in the admiration as if it were directed solely at him. And one is devoid of the desire to show off. Such pretensions bring me joy on the stage, having acquired a sword. Li Yi basked in the attention of the onlookers, contrasting sharply with the bewildered Li Sai, who had just been inexplicably kicked, tumbling to the ground in disarray and bursting into tears. His parents, in a state of panic, urged him to stop crying and get up, lest a moment slip away. Li, irritated by the noise, approached the long spear that Li Sai had initially favored and lifted it with one hand. Standing before the still sobbing Li Sai, who was oblivious to the culprit before him, Li Yi, with a swift motion, slapped him across the face, silencing his cries in an instant, much to the astonishment of the gathered spectators. They were left to ponder the apparent animosity between the two children, as Li Yi flaunted the weapon that Li Sai had desired, even delivering a resounding slap, a clear indication of deep-seated grievances. Li Yuntian, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, awkwardly apologized to Li Sai's parents, explaining that children often play and fight without malice. Whether it was intentional or accidental remained a mystery. But it was evident that personal grudges were at play. Li Sai, feeling the sting of the slap, was on the verge of tears once more. One could only imagine the psychological impact such a blow would have on a child of merely 1 year. Li Yi raised his hand threateningly, startling Li Sai into submission, who, at an age where controlling bodily functions was still a challenge, learned to stifle his cries, seeing that Li Sai had ceased his weeping. Li Yi tossed the spear to him. Caught off guard, Li Sai nearly toppled backward, struggling to sit up under the weight of the spear that seemed to choke his very fate. That moment, all Li Sai could think was, "Mother, I want to go home. The world is too cruel." Li Sai's parents breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that, despite the bizarre circumstances, their son had ultimately received the weapon with Li Yi's assistance. Li Yi then turned his gaze to another child nearby. This child, sensing Li Yi's attention, trembled in fear, recalling the recent events. Without needing any provocation from Li Yi, he instinctively fell to the ground, rolling over and playing dead. Such perceptiveness at such a tender age surely foretells a bright future for him. The moniker of infant slayer was indeed well-deserved for Li Yi. With the completion of the celebration, the usual congratulations and festivities were replaced with a stunned silence as everyone absorbed the extraordinary events that had unfolded. The occurrences during this year's celebration shattered their worldviews, as they had never witnessed anything like it before. Whether it was Li Yi's astonishing talent, which had literally caused the talent stone to crack, or his performance during the ceremony, it was all too difficult to comprehend. "Ah, my dear son, come here, let your father hold you." If anyone were to claim the height of joy at that moment, it would undoubtedly be Li Yuntian, whose face radiated excitement and pride beyond measure. Striding forward, he scooped Li Yi into his arms, lifting him high as if to showcase him to the world, declaring, "This is my son, my wonderful son, come, let me give you a kiss." With a kiss planted on Li Yi's cheek, Li Yi instinctively wished to refuse, but he could not withstand Li Yuntian's exuberance. The prickly sensation of his father's beard against his face made Li Yi feel somewhat defeated. He hadn't harbored lofty expectations for Li Yi, but who could have predicted that Li Yi would be the most astonishing of them all? This overwhelming excitement surpassed any previous moments of joy, infused with Li Yuntian's pride. After all, a father is exalted by the accomplishments of his son. In the audience, Xiao Qia exhaled a breath of relief. Genuinely delighted for her child, Li Yi. From the moment of his birth, Li Yi had been frail and frequently ill. She knew his health better than anyone, and the constant need for medication had filled her with concern. However, It appeared her worries were unfounded. Her child was perfectly fine. Not only was he well, but he was also a genius. An elder responsible for the celebration approached Li Yuntian. Ahem, patriarch, both Master Li Yi and Liancai have talents exceeding 7 feet. You have yet to announce this. The elder gently reminded him that it was only then that Li Yuntian recalled. In his exuberance and joy, he had neglected this important detail. Reigning in his delight, he assumed the authoritative demeanor befitting a head of the family. Though his lips still betrayed him, curling upwards at Lie and Liancai have talents surpassing 7 feet. Tomorrow, we shall open the treasure vault for these 2 children, allowing them to seek their fortunes within. With that, the anniversary celebration concluded, and Li Yi basked in the limelight, his father riding the coattails of his success, resulting in a moment of unparalleled glory. A new mission emerged after receiving rewards. Your cultivation will advance rapidly. Please showcase your prowess and astonish your father with your progress. Here it comes again, this absurd task. How am I to shock my father? Perhaps by splattering him with something? The system had arrived early, rendering the specifics of the task inconsequential. What truly mattered was the method of completion, achieving the desired outcome by any means necessary. Abba, Li Yi babbled, his words incoherent. Due to his previously frail constitution, he had struggled to develop normally, unable to walk steadily, while others' age ran and jumped. Now, transformed into the ancient sacred body, his physique had drastically improved, and his development was rapid. Xiao Qingya cradled Li Yi, playfully poking his chubby cheeks, her face aglow with maternal tenderness that in her warm embrace. It felt like a sanctuary, so comforting that Li Yi yearned to simply recline and abandon all thoughts of striving. He wriggled slightly, seeking a more comfortable position against her, reveling in the bliss of being an infant. Chapter 5. Li Yuntian calls Li Yi father. The reversal of fate. What troubles you? It seems the young master is hungry and desires milk. A maid suggested nearby. That must be it, Xiao Qingya realized, having forgotten to feed Li Yi. She lifted her garment to nurse him. Li instinctively resisted, raising his hands in protest. A dignified, ancient sacred body. Need milk? Such an affront to my status. What a mischievous child. Xiao Qingya chuckled, gently tapping Li Yi's nose before continuing to feed him. A few minutes later. This is truly delightful. Li Yi savored the milk with an insatiable appetite, as if he could never have enough. Who was it that claimed he would never drink a drop of milk? Certainly not me. Xiao Qingya watched Li Yi with a mixture of amazement and amusement. While other children typically weaned at 1 year, Li Yi seemed to relish the milk wholeheartedly, showing no signs of wanting to stop. I never intended to drink milk, but it truly is delightful, he slurped eagerly, appearing as if he could drink infinitely. Xiao Qingya marveled at his sudden voracious appetite. The milk was nearly depleted. It was normal for a growing child to require more nourishment, so she thought little of it. What a little glutton, she teased, believing that his hearty appetite signified a bright future. Li was only partially satisfied, as Xiao Qingya's supply was insufficient, leaving him to wait for the next feeding. My lady, you've held him all day. Allow me to take him for a while so you may rest, the maid Wan Ning suggested. Very well, Xiao Qingya agreed, handing Li Yi over to Wan Ning. After holding him for an extended period, her arms had grown weary in Wan Ning's embrace. Li squirmed uncomfortably, feeling the stark contrast between the warmth of Xiao Qingya and the more austere hold of Wan Ning. Akin to lying on a wooden plank, he worried about Wan Ning's future children, as her provisions seemed rather meager. Observing Wan Ning's sparse diet, Li Yi realized she was only 15 or 16 years old, and he resolved to remind her to improve her meals once he was able to speak. Having experienced infancy, Li Yi understood one fundamental truth. No one should endure hardship on behalf of a child. With this thought, he swallowed hard, feeling hunger pangs anew as he glanced at Wan Ning's meager offerings, an expression of resignation crossing his face. At that moment, a robust voice echoed from outside the door. Even before his appearance, one could discern it was Li Yuntian. Let me see my ear. He strode into the room, and since the anniversary celebration the previous day, Li Yuntian had been particularly affectionate toward Li Yi, harboring high hopes for him. Were it not for his responsibilities as the family head, he would have wished to remain by Li Yi's side all day. Nurturing his growth, he scooped Li Yi into his arms, scrutinizing his beloved son, his fondness growing with each glance. In that instant, Li Yi realized his earlier mistake. Perhaps it was better to let Wan Ning hold him after all, while her embrace was less tender. At least it was less prickly. Li Yuntian, noticing, gazing into Li Yitian's disdainful eyes, Li Yuntian wore a perplexed expression, seemingly unfazed. Call me father and let me hear it, he urged. But cannot speak yet. Xiao Qingya chuckled in response. Li Yuntian dismissed her comment, stating, You do not understand. This is called being influenced by one's surroundings. This hears it often. When he finally speaks, he will naturally know to call me father upon seeing me for the first time. Xiao Qingya smiled as she observed the joyful interaction between father and son. Come and call your father. Li Yuntian playfully encouraged. Li attempted to open his mouth, seemingly on the verge of speech. He uttered, his voice muffled. Li Yuntian was taken aback. Did just him? Or did I mishear him? Can actually speak now? He attempted to teach. Come, repeat after me. Father. Without hesitation, Li responded with a clear This sound was crisper and more distinct than the previous one, confirming that he indeed could speak. Heavens, can talk. Xiao Qingya exclaimed in astonishment, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Li Li Yuntian laughed heartily. What did I just say? I was right, wasn't I? Upon reflection, he found something amiss. When he called out father, had Li responded with him? Had he inadvertently called his son father? Had he been outsmarted by his own child? Pondering whether had only just learned to speak and could only utter he decided to test his theory again. Calling out, Father, Li replied with a pronounced his astonishment. Li Yuntian confirmed that indeed, had yet to master speech, only capable of uttering Xiao Qingya looked on in disbelief, questioning how the lesson had turned into Li Yuntian calling Li father. Li thought, if he calls me that, I shall respond, for I lose nothing in doing so. Thus, he completed the reversal task. His remarkable ability not only astounded Li Yuntian, but also left him flustered, calling father, perfectly accomplishing the reversal task. Reward, innate sword chi. Innate sword chi, the essence of sword energy, useful for nurturing sword intent and enhancing swordsmanship. Li mused, so, getting Li Yuntian to call me father twice completes the task. This is far easier than I imagined. With the innate sword chi combined with my sword foundation, mastering the sword will be effortless. The efficacy of the innate sword chi far surpassed the system panel's description. It appeared that the sword foundation also benefited from the nurturing of the innate sword chi. He began to involuntarily absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, both elements complementing each other and growing stronger. Without needing to practice swordplay, when a moment came to wield a sword, he would unleash sword energy across 30,000 miles. A single strike chilling 19 provinces. With such rewards bestowed, what further need was there for a reversal? Satisfaction was all that mattered. Yuntian gazed at Li amused that his own son had outsmarted him. Learning to take advantage at such a young age, truly, he was his son, head of the family. The treasure vault is about to open. Please proceed to preside over the matters. A servant rushed to inform him. Understood. I shall be there shortly, Li Yuntian replied, cradling Li as they made their way to the treasure vault. Let us go select some treasures that I'll carry. Xiao Qingya offered. Li Yuntian firmly declined. My son, of course, I shall carry him. Xiao Qingya smiled with a hint of resignation, as if Li were not her child. Silently lamented. I have no words for my plight. Upon arriving at the treasure vault, many clan members had already gathered, eager to witness whether Li who had shone brightly during the recent celebration, truly possessed the rumored extraordinary talent. Seeing Li Yuntian enter with Li they hurried to shower him with compliments. Young Master Li is truly remarkable. He is destined for greatness. I knew young Master Li was a genius. Indeed, he has made an astonishing debut. Yuntian stood tall, pride swelling within him, as though the accolades were directed at him. You flatter me, he chuckled, responding as they approached the treasure vault. Li Ansai's parents have been waiting for some time, eager to enter the vault and select treasures. Upon spotting Li, they quickly shielded Li behind them, fearful that Li might treat him as he had done the previous day. Li, cowering behind his parents, recognized Li and felt an instinctual fear, yet dared not let Li notice. Li regarded his cousin, the Grand Martial Master, with a warm smile, devoid of malice. Look at my smile. I am harmless, he thought. The previous day's actions had merely been to fulfill a system task. Ordinarily, Li valued brotherhood and goodwill. Perhaps that slap had left a psychological scar on Fiancée. Chapter 6. The Remnant of Destiny Creek. At that moment, the door to the treasure vault swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in simple attire. He was Elderly Yin, the custodian of the treasure vault. Typically, those who guard treasure vaults are not ordinary, and Elderly Yin was no exception. In terms of lineage, he was of a Yuntian's grandfather's generation, boasting strength at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Yin had long tended to the vault, detached from worldly affairs and immersed in cultivation. He could usually only be seen during the vault's opening. Yin yawned lazily, casting a glance at Li Yuntian. Though Li Yuntian was the clan leader, the elder's status and strength commanded respect, and Li Yuntian treated him with utmost deference. These two children are the ones from the recent celebration, possessing talents exceeding 7 feet. They may enter the treasure vault, Li Yuntian announced while presenting Li and Li Onsai. Li Yin glanced at the two boys, responding with a disinterested, seemingly impatient. It appeared that the vault's opening had interrupted his rest, wasting his time to for the children's talents. He showed no concern, only wishing to finish quickly and return to his slumber. Come in quickly, choose your items, and do not disturb my dreams, he said, yawning again before leading Li Onsai and Li into the vault, shutting the door behind them. Inside the treasure vault, items were categorized: arrays, weapons, techniques, elixirs. Do not mess with my organization, Li Yin declared, his hands clasped behind him, his tone a blend of reminder and warning that I do not care what your talents are. This vault is under my management. Abide by my rules, or else do not expect to select techniques. If you do not comply, consider yourselves fortunate if I do not punish you. You may access the first and second floors, but the third is off limits. Young prodigies? I am one as well, and I was once among the best. Now, at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, my pride emanates from my very essence. Other prodigies are merely insignificant in my eyes. Do you understand? Li Yin suddenly barked. Li Onsai flinched, nodding timidly, shrinking back in fear as he followed Li and maintained an unperturbed expression, curiously observing his surroundings. The vault appeared small from the outside, yet within it lay a vast expanse, likely due to some special array enhancing the spatial discrepancy. Countless treasures accumulated over years filled the vault, representing the Li family's profound heritage. I's demeanor caught Li Yan's attention, prompting him to steal another glance, though that was all. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Yan's face as he scrutinized Li. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to sense a sharp sword energy emanating from Li. Fleeting yet potent, this struck Li Yan as peculiar. The child had just turned 1. How could he possess sword energy? Surely he must have misinterpreted. Li Yan himself had practiced sword techniques and achieved considerable success. To cultivate sword energy is exceedingly difficult. Could this little boy truly possess it? It must have been a figment of his imagination. If it were true, he would willingly consume that bookshelf right then and there. Shortly, you will stand within the array, and I shall activate the inheritance formation, granting you access to the technique best suited to you. After receiving the technique inheritance, you may select one treasure from the vault. But remember, the item will not simply follow you. It depends on your own capabilities. With that, Li Yin gestured for them to step into the array. Who will go first? I will. Li Onsai timidly raised his hand, wishing to escape this place as quickly as possible, flanked by the slapping Li and the intimidating Li Yin. Stepping into the array, he stood at its center. Yin activated the formation, causing the array patterns to illuminate as it began to operate. The array would assess their qualifications and match them with the most suitable cultivation techniques, allowing for efficient progress. Soon, a beam of light surged into Li Onsai's body, Discovering the appropriate technique, inheritance, Onsai clutched his throbbing head, overwhelmed by the influx of knowledge, requiring time to process it all. Next, it was Li Yir's turn. He stood at the center of the array, awaiting its activation. Given his qualifications, acquiring a commendable technique should pose no challenge. He was curious about what the Li family's heritage contained that would suit him. Yin proceeded to activate the array once more. Within the formation, the world spun around Li Yir, enveloping him in a sea of techniques, with numerous options surrounding him as he sifted through, searching for the most fitting technique. However, as time passed, he found no suitable technique. Still sifting through the myriad options. What is going on? Is there truly no technique suitable for this child? Li Yin felt a sense of bewilderment. It was hard to believe that after such a long time, he had yet to find a suitable cultivation technique. The Li family had a rich heritage of martial arts, encompassing a vast array of practices. Everyone should be able to find a technique that suited them. There was simply no notion of being unable to find one. This situation with Li Yi was the first of its kind that Li Yin had encountered. Not willing to accept this, he decided to intensify the power and enhance the efficacy of the formation selection process. After a considerable amount of time had passed, a beam of light surged into Li Yi's body, finally leading him to an appropriate cultivation technique. He felt a new presence in his mind, an ancient text that resonated with him. The technique was named Tian Yuan Kinpian, which, judging by the title, seemed promising. Regrettably, it was a fragmented scroll containing only the first 3 volumes. Why conventional logic? Such incomplete texts were often remnants of the world's pinnacle techniques. A technique suitable for his innate talent could hardly be lacking. Yin withdrew his hand, concluding the formation. With the appropriate technique in hand, he encouraged Li Yi to diligently cultivate and not to squander the legacy. He then added that they could each select a treasure, provided they could carry it away, and instructed them to return for registration. After finishing his statement, Li Yin yawned and ambled off to the side for a brief rest, leaving Li Yi and Lin Kai to choose their treasures. Yi flashed an innocuous smile at Lin Kai, who shuddered in response. Valuing his life, he distanced himself from Li Yi and set about selecting a technique instead. Meanwhile, Li Yi searched the treasure pavilion for a coveted item. After a lengthy search, he found nothing suitable. If he was to choose, it must be the finest. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, and Li turned to see Lin Kai. He had set his sights on a treasure, but alas, his aptitude fell short of the requirements. Attempting to forcibly seize it, he suffered a backlash. As if struck by lightning, He clicked his tongue in sympathy. It was indeed tragic. Continuing his search in the pavilion, he still found nothing that captured his interest. His gaze shifted to the second floor. The treasure pavilion boasted 3 levels, the second housing treasures of superior quality compared to the first. However, obtaining them required even greater aptitude. Otherwise, one would face repercussions, just as Lin Kai had learned the hard way. Li Yin opened his eyes, sensing that Li Yi had ascended to the second floor, and shook his head. Acquiring treasures from the second floor was no simple feat. It demanded not only talent, but also strength. It had taken Li Yin immense effort to claim a treasure from the second floor. Perhaps in the future, they might have the chance to acquire treasures from there, but for now, it was utterly impossible. He chose not to monitor Li Yi further, believing that Li Yi would soon learn his lesson after facing disappointment. Chapter 7. The Obsequious Ancient Sword. As Li Yin lost his composure, Li Yi wandered around the second floor, still failing to discover a treasure that appealed to him. Just as he was about to settle for any item, he suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from the third floor, eliciting a reaction from the innate sword energy within him. There must be something extraordinary on the third floor. The third floor, the pinnacle of the treasure pavilion, housed the most valuable artifacts of the Li family, rare and precious, since it had stirred his innate sword energy. This treasure was not to be overlooked. Ignoring Li Yan's warning, he boldly stepped onto the third floor. Upon arrival, he scanned the area for the source of the reaction from his sword energy. After a thorough inspection, his gaze settled upon an ancient sword hanging in the center of the third floor. This sword exuded an aura of antiquity, clearly indicating its long history and exceptional nature. It could very well be a legendary weapon. The disturbance he felt originated from it. Upon beholding the ancient sword, his innate sword energy reacted vigorously, as if resonating with the blade. Surrounding the sword was a protective barrier, and upon Li Yi's arrival, the sword trembled slightly, as if preparing to take flight. How did this boy make it to the third floor? Li Yin, keenly aware of the disturbance, opened his eyes from his brief respite. Sitting up with a look of fury, he had warned Li Yi against entering the third floor. If he continued to disobey, Li Yin would not hesitate to discipline him. As Li Yin contemplated punishing Li Yi, he noticed the unusual movement of the ancient sword, and his brows furrowed in disbelief. The sword was reacting. This ancient sword held great significance. It was once wielded by the founding patriarch of the Li family, said to have been acquired from an ancient tomb. Its immense power was the cornerstone upon which the Li family was built. Regrettably, since the time of the founding patriarch, no one had ever regained the sword's favor. Otherwise, the family's influence would undoubtedly have grown even stronger. Li Yin had longed to possess this sword, and had once endeavored to gain its acknowledgement, but the sword had shown him no regard, repelling him before he could even approach. Not only was ownership unattainable, but even contact was a distant dream. After years of guarding the treasure pavilion, this was the first time Li Yin had witnessed the sword displaying any reaction, and it was remarkably intense. Could it be due to this boy? Could the sword truly recognize his aptitude? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have not been acknowledged by the sword. What right does this boy have to earn its favor? This must be a mere coincidence. Li Yin forced himself to accept this reality, feeling a pang of jealousy akin to the sour grapes of someone who could not reach the fruit. Just as Li Yin contemplated pulling Li Yi down from the third floor, the ancient sword took flight. It soared from its pedestal and pointed directly at Li Yi, gliding toward him, rather than rejecting Li Yi. It hovered before him, emanating gentle waves, as if to express goodwill. This cannot be. Li Yin was left speechless, astonished by the sight before him. Could it be that the ancient sword had genuinely chosen this boy? How could he possibly deserve such an honor? In an instant, Li Yin found it difficult to accept this reality. Alternatively, could it be that this boy was a prodigy among prodigies, one in a million? He recalled the fleeting sword energy he had sensed from Li Yi earlier. Suddenly, Li Yin clutched his beard, his expression filled with shock as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Li Yi possessed a legendary special constitution, inherently imbued with sword energy? Such individuals are often swordsmanship geniuses, with insights into the way of the sword that far surpass ordinary people. Even sentient swords would recognize them as their masters. For only such individuals are worthy of unlocking their full potential. If this were true, it would make sense. With this realization, Li Yin inhaled sharply, nearly pulling out his beard in disbelief. He had previously overlooked this boy, only to discover that he was this remarkable genius. Over the years, Li Yin had only heard of such individuals in tales. This was his first encounter with one alive. Upon further reflection, this boy's exceptional talent suggested he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. If he could take this boy as his disciple and nurture him carefully, it would surely be a source of pride and honor. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. His gaze toward Li Yi grew increasingly fervent. Dispelling the nonchalance he had exhibited when first entering the treasure pavilion down on the third floor, Li Yi examined the ancient sword that hovered before him. The sword's blade appeared slender and delicate, seeming almost weightless, yet the cold light it emitted was as sharp as a blade, making it difficult to gaze upon directly. He felt a refreshing chill emanating from the sword. The intricate patterns carved upon the blade resembled drifting snowflakes, conjuring an image of a snow-laden landscape, vividly alive. Beneath this serene exterior lurked a menacing intent to kill, instilling dread. Within the sword's essence, snow fell in torrents, corpses piled high, rivers ran red with blood, and the sky above blazed crimson, as even the falling snow transformed into blossoms of blood. It was evident that this sword was imbued with a chilling aura and was a weapon of slaughter. Having claimed many lives, such a sword was not meant for the unworthy. Mishandling it could lead to a backlash, spiraling into madness and becoming a mindless killer. Yet before Li Yi, the ancient sword did not exude a fierce killing intent. Rather, it was exceptionally gentle, actively seeking to ingratiate itself with him. Noticing that Li Yi remained still, the sword glided around him, performing graceful maneuvers in the air, seemingly eager to showcase its capabilities, imploring Li Yi to choose it. Were it not for the absence of hands and legs, one might think the sword would kneel and clasp Li Yi's legs, begging for his selection. What? Li Yin could no longer maintain his composure. This scene left him utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly the ancient sword he had known? How could it so shamelessly court a mere child, begging for the child's favor? The sword's current demeanor reminded Li Yin of his own desperate attempts to win its recognition. What a twist of fate! History often repeats itself in surprising ways. The ancient sword, which had once required his earnest supplication, was now shamelessly courting a mere youth, a descendant no less. This left him feeling utterly humiliated. It was as if something he had cherished and guarded had been callously trampled upon and misused by another. And it was doing so willingly. Li Yin could not bear this. Was the gap in aptitude between individuals truly so vast? Even if Li Yi was indeed a prodigy, the ancient sword was once a revered weapon. Could it not retain a shred of dignity? Could it not show him some respect? This made him feel as if his past efforts had been rendered a mere joke. Yet the ancient sword did not relent. It continued to display its eagerness to please Li Yi, coming dangerously close to becoming a sycophant. Li Yin exclaimed in frustration that this sword must be a counterfeit, a mere imitation. Such a fawning sword hardly deserved to be called a legendary blade. He felt no envy at all. Truly, none. Li Yan's eyes turned crimson, jealousy consuming him. He waited patiently. And indeed, the ancient sword transformed into a sycophant, rubbing against him and continually seeking his approval. The sword's aloofness? What was that even? Chapter 8. Li Yi, who only wants to drink milk, the most formidable treasure within the entire treasure house was this ancient sword, which had presented itself willingly to Li Yi. Naturally, he could not let such an opportunity slip away. The overly eager sword, akin to a devoted admirer, was accepted by Li Yi with some reluctance. As he extended his hand, the sword soared into his grasp, establishing a connection with him. This ancient sword possessed sentience and chose its master. It was not an instrument that could be wielded by just anyone. Only its acknowledged master could forge a bond with it and unleash its true power. It had indeed recognized him as its master. Li Yin gazed at Li Yi in disbelief, astonished that the sword had truly accepted him. A tumult of emotions surged within him, and he felt an urge to curse Li that moment. It was as if he was witnessing the first step taken by a legendary powerhouse of the future. The sword's recognition of its master was fortuitous for the Li family. With the sword's support, they were bound to achieve new heights of glory. Suddenly, Li Yin sensed something amiss. This was subservience to a master. His jaw nearly dropped in shock. An unprecedented display of discomposure. Subservience to a master differed significantly from mere recognition. Recognition granted the right to use the sword, while subservience entailed complete loyalty to the wielder, allowing the sword to channel its own power back to its master. Such subservience was unchangeable and unassailable, maximizing the sword's potential. If the wielder were to perish, the sword itself would suffer grievous harm, possibly even losing its sentience and becoming mere scrap metal. Only absolute acknowledgement could lead a sentient weapon to choose subservience. Li Yin had never before encountered a weapon willing to submit in such a manner. The ancient sword clearly intended to bind itself to Li Yi. Today was an eye-opener, shattering his previous understanding of the world. In other scenarios, it was often the case that a wielder earned a weapon's recognition, prompting it to submit. However, this ancient sword was blatantly eager to establish this relationship. The chasm between these circumstances was not insignificant. Li Yin pondered the terrifying talent that Li Yi must possess to elicit such behavior from a sword. This child was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Yi was still young and easily swayed, he resolved to take him as his disciple, certain that he would one day bask in the glory of having nurtured a remarkable talent. The mere thought filled him with excitement. With a bond of subservience established, Li Yi felt an overwhelming affinity for the sword in his hand, as if he and the sword were one. Connected at the very depths of his soul, upon accepting the sword's subservience, Li Yi sensed a boost in his physical prowess. Even without wielding the sword, he could channel its essence. This was the advantage of subservience. The sword was loyal to Li Yi, alleviating any concerns of potential backlash. Even if such a backlash occurred, Li Yi's innate talent would allow him to suppress it without fear. The ancient holy body was not merely for show. Due to the bond of subservience, the sword felt weightless in Li Yi's grasp, as if it were an extension of himself, allowing for effortless maneuverability. However, with a mere one-year-old body holding a sword longer than his height, the sight was undeniably comical. Innate sword energy coiled around the ancient sword, nurturing it and gradually restoring its former glory. Meanwhile, Li Yin had been waiting downstairs for quite some time, his incredulous gaze flitting between Li Yi and the sword in his hand. Utterly speechless, It felt as though he were in a dream. His attitude towards Li Yi transformed entirely. Gone was the indifference, replaced instead by a warm smile. You have truly gained the recognition of the ancient sword. I never anticipated this, he remarked, suppressing his astonishment. One hand clasped behind his back while the other stroked his beard, adopting an air of ethereal wisdom. Li, in his youthful innocence, replied, "It sought me out." Li Yin, the sound of a heart shattering echoed in the silence. Understood. No need to elaborate further, Yin explained. This sword is named Feishua, a treasured weapon of our ancestors. It has laid a solid foundation for the Li family. Since Feishua acknowledges you, you must diligently cultivate your skills and achieve great things that I understand. Senior, Li Yi nodded, exuding a maturity that belied his years, impressing Li Yin, who found him to be wise beyond his age. Li Yin encouraged, you must delve deeply into the sword path. Do not squander your talent or allow Feishua to languish. You need a strong teacher in this discipline, and I happen to have some knowledge of the sword path. He subtly hinted at Li Yi becoming his disciple, eagerly awaiting the child's acquiescence. Thank you for your guidance. Senior, I will surely train diligently upon my return, Li Yi declared, preparing to exit the treasure house. Do you need me to teach you? Besides, having multiple mentors pointing out every flaw during your training is burdensome. It would be far more pleasant to lie in my mother's embrace and drink milk. I have yet to fully embrace a laid-back lifestyle. The prospect of a 9-to-5 existence is utterly inconceivable. Yin stared in astonishment at Li Yi. Countless individuals within the clan yearned to become his disciple. Yet here he was, disregarded by a mere child, an affront to his dignity. Rather than becoming enraged, Li Yin followed Li Yi, continuing his gentle persuasion. Young one, my swordsmanship is unparalleled within the Li family. With your talent, I alone am worthy to be your teacher. If you become my disciple, I assure you, you will become a sword master, standing proud among the masses. He thought surely Li Yi would be tempted by the opportunity to become a sword master. No child could resist such an allure. Thank you, but I wish to return home to drink milk, Li Yi replied, his innocence shining through. What was wrong with a child wanting to drink milk? Li Yin nearly choked in disbelief. Drink milk? The chance to become a sword master is overshadowed by your desire for milk? What a farcical notion! The utter absurdity of Li Yi's words nearly left him speechless. At 1 year old, he was still not weaned. Li Yin, with great effort, implored, trust me, young one, milk is but a fleeting indulgence. You will eventually outgrow it. Only strength is enduring, Li, with utmost seriousness, countered, but I still want to drink milk. Li Yin, he could not help but think, what on earth? He felt an overwhelming urge to smash Li Yi's milk bottle. How were his parents allowing such a child to remain unweaned at this age? Li Yi, with an endearing innocence, said, Senior, if there is nothing else, I shall return home to drink milk. With that, he made to leave. Yin was on the verge of a breakdown. It was the first time he had lowered himself to plead for someone to be his disciple, only to be coldly rejected for the sake of milk. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming, and he wished he could transform into a woman to feed Li Yi himself, ensuring he would willingly become his disciple. This child was proving to be no easy target. He would need to find another approach and speak with Li Yi's parents, who would surely understand. With Li Yi in tow, he hastily sought out the child's parents, eager to discuss matters with them. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had forgotten something important. However, he dismissed it from his mind, for nothing was more pressing than securing Li Yi as his disciple. At that moment, in a forgotten corner of the first floor, Lian was left behind. "Where is everyone?" Lian mused, as Li Yin led Li Yi out of the treasure house. Creak. The door of the treasure house swung open, revealing a throng of anxious onlookers outside. Finally, they have emerged. I wonder what treasures were chosen and what techniques were acquired. Given young Master Li Yi's talent, he must have obtained our Li family's most exceptional techniques. The crowd buzzed with curiosity, eager to learn what Li Yi had acquired, completely oblivious to the fact that only Li Yi and Li Yin had exited, neglecting the presence of Li Yun. It appeared that young Master Li Yi was holding what seemed to be a sword. As the onlookers noticed the ancient sword in Li Yi's hand, the elder generation gasped in disbelief, hastily rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not mistaken. Their eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the sword, unable to comprehend the sight before them. "This is the ancient sword Fei Xue. My heavens, it is truly the ancient sword Fei Xue? To think they could witness it choose its master in their lifetime." Given young Master Li Yi's aptitude, it made sense. Hiss, Fei Xue has chosen its master again. Truly, the heavens have favored our Li family. We shall surely achieve greatness once more. After the initial shock, an unprecedented wave of excitement swept through the crowd, their bodies trembling with anticipation. It seemed they were on the verge of kneeling in worship. Only they could comprehend the true value of the ancient sword Fei Xue. Had they known it had sought Li Yi out, their worldview would likely shatter, just as Li Yan's had done as Li Yi's father. Li Yuntian felt equally incredulous. His son had obtained Fei Xue. He stood frozen, dumbfounded. For years, Fei Xue had acknowledged no one but the first family head. Li Yuntian had once attempted to wield it, but the sword had refused to heed him. He had hoped that either Li Xian or Li Shuer would be able to master it. Yet Fei Xue had shown no response to either of them. That Li Yi had succeeded where they had failed was utterly unforeseen. In that moment, Li Yuntian's face broke into a beaming smile. His son was indeed remarkable, having gained the recognition of Fei Xue. He was destined for greatness. "Husband, what is this sword?" Xiao Qingya, not being a member of the Li family, was unaware of Fei Xue's significance. Yuntian took the time to explain the sword's importance to the family, and only then did Xiao Qingya grasp the magnitude of Li Yi's extraordinary achievement. "Mother," Li Yi had intended to leap into his mother's warm embrace, only to be intercepted by Li Yuntian. "My dear son, let me embrace you. This father is unnecessary. He is your son?" At that moment, Li Yin realized that Li Yi was indeed the offspring of Li Yuntian. Such a gifted child. "Naturally, he is my son." Li Yuntian was brimming with pride, almost looking down on others through his nostrils, exuding an air reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the skies. "You certainly know how to bear children." Yin couldn't help but scoff, noting that all three of Li Yuntian's children were prodigies, particularly Li Yi, who even made Fei Xue bow in submission to him. Was it possible that he had made a mistake? Perhaps he should have married earlier and had a couple more children, instead of dedicating himself to cultivation, ending up at this age, nearing the grave, still single as ever. Yuntian chuckled modestly. "I must trouble you, senior." Having selected his treasures, there was no need for further delay. Just as Li Yuntian intended to leave with Li Yi in his arms, Li Yin intercepted him. "Wait. There's something else, senior?" Li Yuntian inquired. Yin cleared his throat and said, "Well, I observe that this child possesses remarkable talent and has gained Fei Xue's recognition. It would be a shame to squander his swordsmanship potential. Why not take me as your master, allowing me to guide you?" This, Li Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Yin to wish to take Li Yi as his disciple. Indeed, Li Yin was one of the most formidable figures in the Li family, with many aspiring to be his student, yet he had always been too proud to accept anyone, deeming them unworthy. Now he was taking the initiative to accept Li Yi as a disciple. Quite a rarity. Yuntian glanced at Li Yi, intending to ask for his opinion, but before he could speak, Li Yi decisively shook his head, a look of disdain and rejection on his face. "What master? Just a nuisance interrupting my milk time." Yin found himself at a loss for words. "Here I am, a top-tier powerhouse of the Li family, with countless individuals begging to be my disciple, and yet I am spurned by a little brat whose teeth are barely in place. Senior, you see how this child. Li Yuntian began, contemplating the situation, but with Li Yi having already refused, he thought it best to wait until Li Yi was a bit older, not to rush things. Very well, Li Yin sighed, resigned to his fate. My age. Is it so easy to take on a disciple? Li Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, able to indulge in his milk without worry. After acquiring the ancient sacred body, he was growing rapidly, and with that came an increased appetite, necessitating more sustenance to replenish his energy. Despite having just eaten, Li was already feeling hungry again. Senior, where's my son? Li Ansai's parents approached, recalling Li Ansai. Yet after searching for a while, they found no sign of him. It was at this moment that everyone remembered Li Ansai had also entered. Ayin suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about the boy, and hurriedly retrieved Li Ansai. Thus, the treasure selection at the vault came to a close. Chapter 9. Embrace from Ani. Li Yi climbed next to Xiao Qingya, his big, innocent eyes fixed on her. He opened his mouth, chewing on his fingers, mimicking the act of eating. Xiao Qingya sighed in despair. Was it time for more milk? It wasn't that she was unwilling to feed Li Yi, but rather that her milk supply was insufficient to satisfy his growing appetite. He was nearly draining her dry. Yi's appetite is ever increasing, Xiao Qingya lamented, her brows furrowed in worry as she cradled Li Yi, preparing to nurse him. Watching the little one eagerly suckling in her arms, she thought to herself, when would he ever wean? Other children weaned after just a few months, yet here was Yi, already a year old and still nursing, with an appetite that seemed to grow insatiably, like a bottomless pit, never to be filled. Xiao Qingya had even improved her diet, trying to increase her milk supply, but it remained inadequate. She truly had no idea when this would come to an end. She reached out, affectionately poking Li Yi's cheek. Little rascal, you're exhausting me. Li Yi, however, felt no such exhaustion. He was simply reveling in the comfort of his mother's soft embrace, enjoying the milk. The blissful life of idleness was simply too wonderful. Aspiring for turnaround? Let others pursue that. As for him, he only wished to lounge and drink milk. Finally, he understood why the Emperor of the Wild adored drinking beast milk. Milk was indeed a form of enjoyment. The only grievance was that there wasn't enough to fill him up. That a strong protest. Xiao Qingya tapped Li Yi's forehead. You little rascal, you're making me go through all this trouble, yet you seem so at ease. Madam, should we find a wet nurse for young master? Wan Ning suggested. Xiao Qingya found this idea reasonable. With Li Yi's voracious appetite, it was clear that she couldn't manage to feed him alone, making it necessary to employ a wet nurse. I nodded in agreement. A wet nurse sounded splendid. The bigger the better, as they would be more comfortable to hold and would ensure he was well fed. Has young master understood what we are discussing? Wan Ning chuckled as she looked at Li Yi. A child as well-behaved and adorable as Li Yi was exceedingly endearing, particularly to the ladies. Yi can speak now. Of course he understands, Xiao Qingya remarked, puzzled as to why, despite Li Yi's ability to walk, jump, and converse, being so aware and sensible, he still refused to wean, preferring to lie in her arms like a babe. Li Yi, too, pondered this. His body was growing rapidly with great energy expenditure, thus requiring more milk. Moreover, it was simply delicious. Madam, allow me to take care of young master for a while. You should rest, all right? Xiao Qingya, feeling somewhat fatigued, handed Li Yi over to Wan Ning. He glanced at Xiao Qingya's ample bosom, and then at Wan Ning's less generous figure. There was simply no comparison to the comfort of his mother's embrace. He wore an expression of disdain and reluctance. Mother was the best. Wan Ning, what does young master's disdainful expression mean? Does he want milk? I have none to offer him. Looking down at her own chest, she suddenly realized what young master meant and felt somewhat offended. He looked up at Wan Ning with wide, innocent eyes, comfortably nestled against her, though it lacked the softness of his mother. It was still fragrant and cozy. What ill intentions could a little child possess? He simply wished to find a comfortable spot to lie down and enjoy his leisure. Sister Qingya. Oh, is it time for a nap? It seems we have arrived in an opportune moment that a few ladies and their maids came to visit Xiao Qingya. Good day, ladies. What brings you here? Please make yourselves comfortable. Wan Ning quickly fetched some tea. Wan Ning carefully set Li Yi down and hurried off to prepare the tea. "We came to see you and Yi," the ladies replied with smiles. Among them were Li Yunqian's first wife, Bai Lian, and his second wife, Gong Wenyue, along with other female relatives of the Li family. They had come to pay a visit, primarily to see Li Yi, who had become the hottest topic within the Li family. Not only was his talent unprecedented, but he also wielded the Feishuo sword. His future was undeniably bright. They all wished to cultivate connections with Li Yi, hoping that once he matured, he might look out for them. Xiao Qingyao was well aware of their intentions, but chose not to address it directly. She cradled Li Yi in her arms, placing him on her lap, and began introductions. This is your eldest aunt, and this is your second aunt, Li Yi. The eternal struggle of remembering names. Apart from uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers, anything more complex was beyond him, but he was unfamiliar with these aunts, but found them all incredibly beautiful, and they seemed quite nurturing, ensuring the child would not suffer. Gurgle. Li Yi swallowed hard, feeling tempted as he caught a whiff of delightful aromas wafting through the air. How appetizing. The scent of food made him hungry. He was nearly drooling. Mission. As one who has achieved cultivation. Facing the relatives who once humiliated you, you resolve to no longer endure it, to take decisive action against your aunt and cousin, returning the accumulated humiliations 100-fold, to ease the resentment in your heart. Li Yi. More humiliation. Apparently, in the original plot, I was either being humiliated or on the brink of humiliation. It seems everyone is here to mock me, that he glanced at one of the aunts. Qi Shui, the wife of Li Yuntian's third brother, holding Li Yi's cousin, Li Mingzi. He needed to contemplate carefully how to repay the humiliation in kind. How could a little child possibly find a way to retaliate against them? Yi is truly adorable. Let Ani hold you. The eldest aunt, Bai Lian, reached out to play with Li Yi, growing fonder of him by the moment. He was utterly charming. With arms outstretched, she beckoned to him. Li Yi, being quite sensible, approached Bai Lian. "Ani, hold me. Such a good boy." Bai Lian scooped him up, captivated by his cuteness, wishing she could have a son just like him. How delightful though be in Li Yi. There was no sign of the so-called unmatched genius. He was simply a little darling. He nestled against Bai Lian, feeling as though he had sunk into a cloud, utterly comfortable as a small child. He only sought a cozy place to lie down, harboring no ill intentions whatsoever. The other ladies gathered around, each vying to tease Li Yi, and soon the room was filled with laughter and joy. "He is much better behaved than my son," one lady remarked. "I returned home and turned my son upside down, yet he still cannot compare to Li Yi's adorableness. Let me hold him," as mothers. Seeing such a well-behaved child filled them with maternal affection, and they all clamored to hold Li Yi. They even showered him with kisses, leaving traces of their makeup on his cheeks. Lie, feeling utterly disheartened, thought, "I'm not clean anymore." Passed back and forth by them. I was completely treated as a mere plaything, and they were even deliberating on what kind of attire to create for Li Yi. Among the suggestions was one to dress Li Yi in a skirt, raising questions of gender orientation that I simply could not tolerate, leading to a protest. Women can indeed be terrifying. After being tormented by them for several hours, they showed no signs of fatigue, but rather grew increasingly spirited. At this rate, I truly feared I would be toyed to death by this group of women. Chapter 10. Reward for Maximum Comprehension. Gurgle. Li Yi's stomach emitted a rumbling sound. Hungry, he had not eaten enough, and after being played with for so long, his hunger had intensified. He gazed at several ants, whose attire could barely contain their ample figures, causing drool to escape uncontrollably. Hungry. One of them quickly discerned Li Yi's plight. Xiao Qingyao lamented, "Do not mention it. Yi's appetite is enormous. Why milk supply is insufficient. He has consumed it all. I was just considering finding a wet nurse for him. Otherwise, I truly cannot satisfy his hunger. Such a hearty eater. To eat is a blessing. It signifies that is in good health. Indeed, children in growth require ample nourishment. It indicates that is developing well, and he must be well fed." Xiao Qingyao's face reflected her frustration. She too wished to satiate Li Yi, yet her milk supply was genuinely lacking. Noticing Xiao Qingyao's distress, another woman offered advice. You must pay attention to your diet. No one should suffer, especially not the child Bialien, as a seasoned mother. Counseled Li in enthusiastic agreement, expressed his approval, while said he had indeed been mindful of his needs. Xiaoqing bore her grievances silently, as they were unaware of the extent of Li Yi's appetite. He opened his mouth, mimicking the act of eating, gazing at the ants with an expression that implored their understanding of his silent plea. "This is not mere suggestion. It is quite explicit," remarked one of them. "Hand ear to me. My child is just weaned, and I have ample milk." Qi Shui volunteered, "I.s. Zayer weaned." Xiaoqing scrutinized the infant in Qi Shui's arms. Li Mingze, at just 8 months, had already been weaned, while Li Yi, at a year, still had not. The disparity was striking. Indeed, Qi Shui responded as she gently transferred Li Mingze to a maid and expertly cradled Li Yi to nurse him. Li Yi thought, what bliss, as he lay in Qi Shui's gentle embrace, relishing the nourishment and comfort. Unbeknownst to them, they were in for a surprise. Li Yi's appetite was indeed astonishing. His small mouth worked incessantly, as if he were an insatiable abyss, never seeming to be filled. "This child is truly quite the eater," Qi Shui affirmed. Sighing, Xiaoqing felt a burden lifted with shared responsibility. It was clear that finding a wet nurse was imperative and urgent. Just as Li Yi was eagerly nursing, he suddenly sensed an unusual gaze upon him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Li Mingze, who stared hungrily at him, unable to bear the sight, as it ignited his own cravings. With a loud wail, he protested, "I want milk too. Why should Li get to drink while I cannot? I want it. Moreover, that is my mother's milk." Li Yi shot a triumphant glance at Li Mingze, his small face radiating smugness, as if to flaunt his privilege. Nestling closer to Qi Shui, he savored the softness and the enticing scent of milk, casting another glance at Li Mingze. "I not only embrace your mother, but I also drink from her. What can you do about it?" This was a moment of pure mockery. Taking my mother, drinking my milk. Who can endure such an affront? "I cannot," Li Mingze cried out, his wails echoing in protest. "What's the matter with Zayer?" The onlookers were puzzled, wondering why he was suddenly crying. Lie, contentedly nursing, thought, "If anyone dares to humiliate me, I shall seize your milk directly. Let's see how you evade that." Qi Shui, engrossed in feeding Li Yi, paid no heed to Li Mingze's outburst, completing the task. "You have thoroughly humiliated Qi Shui and Li Mingze, making them pay a heavy price under your scorn. Qi Shui's reputation has suffered irreparably, and Li Mingze is in tears. Reward: maximum comprehension, maximum comprehension. Your understanding has been dramatically enhanced, significantly reducing the time required for grasping concepts, while also enabling you to comprehend entirely new ideas." Li Yi thought, what nonsense is this? How can Qi Shui's reputation suffer under my humiliation? It's merely nursing. How could that tarnish her virtue? The system is sullying my noble character with its vile insinuations. Upon reflection, it made sense. According to the system's timeline, I was 20 years old at this point. At AT20, I sought milk from Qi Shui in front of her son, Li Mingze. Just imagining that scenario was quite disconcerting. It was undeniably humiliating, indeed immensely so. Rather than dwell on such matters, it would be abnormal to fixate on them. The task was complete, after all, if drinking milk could accomplish my objectives and bring rewards. Then life was indeed pleasant. Let the indulgence continue. His ear still not full. After quite some time, Li was still nursing. Qi Shui felt her scalp tingle. She was close to being drained completely, down to the last drop. She exclaimed, "Li Yi eats too much." The other ladies were astonished. Having cared for children themselves, some even more than one, they had never encountered a child with such an appetite as Li Yi. Only now did they grasp the true extent of Li Yi's voraciousness. He had no intention of stopping. Having finally sufficient milk, he was determined to eat his fill, wasting nothing, especially since Li Mingze had been weaned. A good child must practice frugality. "Ear eats too much. I fear my milk will not suffice." Qi Shui expressed her surprise. The others, rendered speechless by their astonishment, pondered for a long while before uttering, "To eat is a blessing that I will take over." With Qi Shui at her limit, another lady stepped in, eager to witness just how much Li Yi could consume. Skeptical that two could not satiate him, they were ready to test their theory. Li Yi naturally did not decline. He welcomed the offer, eager to receive more, embracing the role of an insatiable nursing machine. After approximately half an hour, with two ladies taking turns to feed him, Li finally experienced a true feast for the first time in days. The sensation of being full was delightful. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he comfortably lay in Xiao Qingya's arms, drifting off to sleep. At last, they managed to satisfy this little one. The ladies breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yi's appetite was astonishing. What child consumed milk like him? Now they truly understood Li Yi's capacity for food. Qingya, my dear sister, you should consider finding a wet nurse, one suggested. This situation cannot be remedied merely by improving the diet. Without two wet nurses to alternate feeding Li Yi, we truly cannot satiate this little one. Yes, tomorrow. No, Wan Ning, go find a wet nurse immediately. We must seek those with abundant milk, preferably two. I understand, my lady. Wan Ning departed to find a wet nurse. Glancing down at her own chest, she felt disheartened. Otherwise, she would have liked to be the young master's wet nurse. Caring for both the lady and the young master was her duty. As the hour grew late, they prepared to take their leave. Xiao Qingya stood to bid farewell to the ladies. We are all family. There is no need for formality. I am delighted that you came see me. In the ensuing period, Wan Ning found two wet nurses who were not only young and beautiful, but also abundant in milk. Otherwise, how could they serve as wet nurses? Li Yi finally experienced a life of true abundance. Free from worries about food, his days consisted solely of eating and sleeping, living in blissful contentment. To traverse time is to enjoy life rather than endure suffering. Who among us would arrive in such a world only to lament? As for any notion of revenge, the system should willingly switch to a mode of indulgence system. Chapter 11. There will always be old enemies seeking my downfall one day. Xiao Qingya cradled Li Yi in the courtyard while reading. Li Yi was now capable of running and jumping, and he could articulate his thoughts eloquently, possessing the capabilities of a normal child, even exhibiting intellect surpassing that of his peers. However, Li Yi still preferred to nestle in his mother's embrace, relishing the comfort of nursing, which he found difficult to relinquish, though aware that, as a time traveler, possessing the intellect of an adult while still enjoying the embrace of his mother and nursing was somewhat embarrassing. He could not refuse such a comforting indulgence. While he was still young, he might as well enjoy it. Such moments would be fleeting as he grew older. After all, what malice could a child possibly harbor? Li Yi perused the books before him, which included not only texts on music, chess, literature, and art, but also insights on cultivation. The intent was for Li Yi to be influenced from a young age, allowing his cultivation to progress smoothly. Clearly, their concerns were unfounded. For one with maximum comprehension like Li Yi, this was merely a matter of glancing at the pages to grasp the content in a single sweep. Li Yi not only understood the material, but also retained it perfectly, able to recite it from memory without needing a second look. Maximum comprehension is indeed formidable. With such a gift, there would be no need to waste time on understanding techniques, allowing for rapid advancement in cultivation. Mother, turn the page. I have finished reading. Li Yi tugged at Xiao Qingya's sleeve, requesting her to turn the page. Already? You understood it so quickly. Xiao Qingya smiled as she gently patted Li Yi's head. Having just turned to this page and barely glanced at it, Li Yi requested to turn the page again. It was not merely a matter of comprehension. Even finishing the first line would be considered swift. Li Yi was still just a child, and Xiao Qingya couldn't help but question whether he truly understood it, wondering if he was merely jesting. Naturally, he had grasped it. Xiao Qingya found it hard to believe Li Yi's words, convinced that he could not possibly comprehend it in such a short span of time, especially since she had only just finished the first line herself. Reading required a careful and thoughtful approach. The essence lay in understanding the content, not merely skimming through it. Coming from a scholarly family, Xiao Qingya had her own standards when it came to reading. Noticing her skepticism, Li Yi decided to demonstrate his prowess. Reciting the entire content of the page while also sharing his thoughts and insights, leaving Xiao Qingya utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This truly finished it. Not only did he complete it, but he also comprehended it. This level of understanding and photographic memory left Xiao Qingya feeling inadequate, struggling to believe such feats could be achieved by a mere one-year-old child. It was simply unfathomable to her. A prodigy in reading. Could he possibly be a reincarnation of the celestial star of literature? Li Yi admitted that if it weren't for the system granting him maximum comprehension talent, given his reading skills, he would spend 1 minute reading and 5 hours sleeping. Truly, he was my son. Xiao Qingya felt a swell of pride, sensing the legacy of her scholarly lineage through Li Wai in that moment. She resolved to nurture him into a genius proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not only must martial arts be cultivated, but cultural pursuits should not be neglected either. Her mind was already busy devising a curriculum for Li Yi. Aside from nursing and sleeping, not a second would be wasted. Were Li Yi to learn of Xiao Qingya's meticulous plans, he would undoubtedly praise her as a master of time management. I regard you as my mother. Why would you wish to harm me? Elder Li Yin, this way, please. The voice of Li Yuntian echoed as he led Elder Li Yin into the courtyard. Upon seeing the arrival of the esteemed Elder Li Yin, Li Yi realized that trouble was surely brewing. The likelihood was that he had come to take him as a disciple, but Li Yi had no interest, preferring to enjoy his milk and savor life. Such moments of leisure would only become scarcer. He intended to relish each day fully. Having met Elder Li Yin, Xiao Qingya rose, aware of the elder's esteemed status within the Li family, and bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. I do not concern myself with these trivialities, Elder Li Yin replied, his gaze fixed intently on the child in Xiao Qingya's arms, smiling broadly, more delighted than he would be upon encountering a beautiful woman unclothed, which left Li Yi feeling rather insecure. Li, disinterested in Elder Li Yin, clung to Xiao Qingya's neck, not even bothering to glance at him. Elder Li Yin, feeling embarrassed by Li Yi's attitude, found himself for the first time humbled by a mere toddler. It was a peculiar twist of fate. The heavens truly had a way of balancing the scales. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, for as long as he could take Li Yi as his disciple, nothing else mattered. Li Yi, do you remember this old man? Elder Li Yin inquired with a smile. Li responded with a blank stare, shaking his head decisively in ignorance. Elder Li Yin cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling utterly at a loss before this small child. This is Elder Li Yin.by lineage. You should refer to him as great-grandfather, Li Yuntian explained, casting a significant glance at Li Yi, urging him to comply. Elder Li Yin stroked his beard, beaming with anticipation as he awaited Li Yi's acknowledgement. Today's smile seemed to be concentrated solely in this moment. Oh, charm a child. One could hardly appear fierce or intimidating. As an elderly man, he found it challenging indeed. Li Yuntian, of course, hoped that Li Yi would accept Elder Li Yin as his mentor, given that Elder Li Yin was among the Li family's most formidable experts, undoubtedly qualified to guide Li Yi. Having spent many years guarding the treasure vault, indifferent to worldly affairs, it could be said that as long as the Li family remained intact, he likely would not intervene. This time, however, he had stepped out of the vault solely to take Li Yi as his disciple, and his eagerness was palpable, nearly offering Li Yi tea and treating him as a revered ancestor. Yet, Li Yi remained apathetic, his preference leaning towards milk. Speaking of which, he felt a slight pang of hunger and decided it was time for a feeding. He opened his mouth towards Xiao Qingya, gesturing with his finger to indicate he wished to be fed. Feeling famished, Xiao Qingya sighed in resignation. The feeding ritual had returned, and being a mother was no easy task. When would ever wean off? I sincerely apologize. Is hungry and requires milk, Xiao Qingya expressed with regret, taking Li Yi inside to feed him. No problem. I'll wait, Elder Li Yin replied nonchalantly. This outing had given him ample confidence, and he was determined to secure Li Yi as his disciple. Wan Ning arrived with 3 wet nurses standing at the entrance. Elder Li Yin was taken aback, puzzled by the scene before him. After a moment, 1 wet nurse entered the house, followed by another, and soon, the 3rd took her turn, each attending to Li Yi in succession. Witnessing this spectacle, Elder Li Yin's jaw nearly hit the ground. Stammering in disbelief, What is happening? He was utterly astonished, as even after hundreds of years of life, he had never encountered such an extravagant display of nursing. Point 3 wet nurses lined up at the door to take turns feeding Li Yi. Was this truly necessary? He recalled that during Li Yi's time in the treasure vault, he had mentioned his fondness for milk, but this was simply outrageous. Just when he thought he understood, he was left utterly flabbergasted. It was as if Li Yi was truly nurtured by milk. Licking his dry lips, he inhaled sharply. Indeed, geniuses were unlike ordinary folk. While others were labeled as gluttons, Li could only be described as a milk barrel. Seeing elder Li Yin rendered speechless, Li Yuntian awkwardly clarified. Loves milk. Ever since the birthday celebration, he has been like this. That he used to be physically weak, but it seems the celebration activated his potential, and he is now growing rapidly. It's only natural for him to eat more. Elder Li Yin was left with a head full of question marks. With 3 wet nurses and Xiao Qingya, for individuals attending to feeding, he could hardly consider this simply eating more to grow. Just then, Xiao Qingya emerged with a satisfied Li Yi in her arms. Dear husband, here is still hungry. We need to find 2 more wet nurses for emergencies. Very well, Li Yuntian replied, left with no other choice. Hiss! Elder Li Yin inhaled deeply, utterly aghast. He had never seen a child so infatuated with milk. If Li Yi were to achieve great success in the future, he would undoubtedly earn the title Milk Emperor. What were we discussing? The group resumed their previous conversation. Elder Li Yin stated, I wish to take Li Yi as my sole disciple, to pass down all my knowledge to him. Among the Li family, I believe no one is better suited to be his master than I. Elder Li Yin speaks wisely. Do you wish to accept Elder Li Yin as your mentor? Li Yuntian suggested, casting a significant look at Li Yi, urging him to agree. Having finished his meal, Li yawned nonchalantly and shook his head. Elder Li Yin did not take offense. Instead, he calmly retrieved toys, candies, and candied hawthorns from his sleeve, which seemed to possess a spatial storage capability, for the sake of taking Li Yi as his disciple. Elder Li Yin had come well prepared, believing that a small child would not be able to resist such temptations. Stroking his beard, he mused on his own cleverness. Lie, come take a look at these. If you agree to be my disciple, I will bestow them upon you. Elder Li Yin held up a pinwheel, spinning it before Li Yi. Look how delightful this pinwheel is. Li Yi stared blankly at Elder Li Yin, expressionless, as if he were gazing at a fool. Please, as if I would be deceived by such trifles. I am but 1 year old. Observing Li Yi's disdainful expression, Elder Li Yin covered his face. Feeling utterly defeated, it seemed Li Yi was his nemesis, sent from above to torment him. Sighing, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked skyward, embodying an expression of existential despair. Elder Li Yin, are you all right? Li Yuntian was equally surprised by Li Yi's resolute refusal to accept Elder Li Yin as his mentor. Although disheartened, Elder Li Yin did not relent. I shall return another time. He was determined not to be thwarted by Li Yi, who felt like a mental block to him. Not taking this little fellow as a disciple would leave him bewildered for eternity. Elder Li Yin thoughtfully advised before departing, Li Yi is extraordinarily gifted, a rare talent for cultivation. Although he is still young, it would be wise to lay a solid foundation by exposing him to training grounds and the basics of swordsmanship. He is already 1 year old and should not waste his immense potential. Yuntian wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. While other children at this age began to build their foundations, Li Yi remained attached to Xiao Qingya. It was time for action. Li thought, this elder truly bears a grudge against me, disrupting my leisurely life. After Elder Li Yin departed, Li Yuntian approached, gently patting Li Yi's head and taking him from Xiao Qingya's arms. Today I have some free time. I shall take to the training grounds to observe and inspect the new blood within our Li family. You have worked hard these days. Take some time to rest. Li Yuntian remarked, clearly cherishing Xiao Qingya for giving birth to such a wonderful son. Very well. Xiao Qingya, however, does not perceive any hardship. Being a mother for the first time, she revels in the experience. Watching her child grow, she feels an indescribable joy that emanates from the depths of maternal love. Yuntian carries Li Yi to the training ground, where a group of children are diligently practicing under the guidance of their elders. The mentors here are all professional instructors. While their individual prowess may not be particularly formidable, their teaching skills are undoubtedly commendable. Strength and teaching are entirely distinct matters. Possessing great strength does not necessarily equate to being an effective instructor. Head of the family. Upon seeing Li Yuntian's arrival, they bow respectfully. Noticing Li Yi in Li Yuntian's arms, many recognize him from his first birthday celebration, where he showcased his talents. Young Master Li Yi has arrived. Is the head of the family bringing him to learn basic sword techniques? Li Yuntian nods. Indeed, I believe it is time to teach Yi some fundamentals to establish a solid foundation. You are certainly more suited to instruct him than I am. Rest assured, I will handle it. Young Master Li Yi is exceptionally bright. He will grasp it with ease. Very well, Li Yuntian replies, introducing, this is Uncle Ding, who will be responsible for teaching you sword techniques. Make sure to learn diligently from him. Understood? Ding Hua, a martial arts instructor at the Li family for over a decade, has nurtured numerous prodigies. Among the many instructors, he stands out for his expertise. And Li Yuntian feels entirely at ease in trusting Li Yi to him. Hello, Uncle Ding. Li Yi greets politely. Greetings, young Master Li Yi. Ding Hua responds with a warm smile. Then I shall leave Yi in your capable hands. I will check on matters elsewhere. You can trust me. I will do my utmost to instruct young Master Li Yi, Ding Hua assures, patting his chest confidently. A talent like Li Yi is a dream come true for any teacher who hopes to leave a lasting mark on their career through his education. As Li Yi matures, they could bask in the glory of his achievements. Ding Hua crouches down to look at the adorable, seemingly harmless Li Yi, who appears to be an obedient child. Come, Uncle will take you to choose a weapon. Okay. Ding Hua leads Li Yi to a rack filled with weapons as the training ground caters predominantly to the younger generation of the Li family. Most of the weapons are made of wood and are non-lethal. Ding Hua picks up a small wooden sword and offers it to Li Yi. How about this one? Upon receiving the wooden sword, a plethora of knowledge regarding swordsmanship floods Li Yi's mind. Various techniques and sword intensed. He feels an innate familiarity with the sword, as though he has been acquainted with it for lifetimes. This is the swordsmanship talent bestowed upon him by his innate sword physique, simultaneously infusing the wooden sword with sword energy, transforming it from a mere toy into something of substance. Ding Hua is taken aback. How could he sense sword energy emanating from Li Yi? The child is so young and has barely touched a sword, let alone begun training. This must be an illusion. Young Master Li Yi, I will demonstrate the basic sword techniques of our Li family. Please observe closely. He nods obediently, standing by and attentively watching Ding Hua's demonstration of the sword techniques. The so-called basic sword techniques serve as a foundation. Simple and easy to grasp, primarily aimed at strengthening the body, suitable for children who have yet to begin their training. Having taught these techniques for many years, Ding Hua possesses profound insights into them, executing them fluidly for Li Yi. Moreover, as a master-level expert, Ding Hua brings flair even to basic sword techniques, each swing accompanied by the sharp whoosh of the wooden sword slicing through the air. Li Yi watches Ding Hua intently, absorbing every movement. Initially intending to casually observe, he finds his maximum potential for comprehension activated, triggering a chain reaction with his swordsmanship foundation. Without conscious thought, the various techniques of the basic sword form unfold in his mind. Akin to a slideshow, it is reminiscent of automatic training. No effort is required on Li Yi's part, and he gains immense experience merely by observing. After just one demonstration, under the influence of his innate talent and swordsmanship foundation, the basic sword techniques automatically reach their peak level without any need for Li Yi to practice. With a system in place, who would need to struggle with training, the automatic leveling up is far more convenient. To exert effort is the greatest affront to those who traverse this world with extraordinary gifts. In his mind, a consciousness embodies a little figure mimicking Ding Hua's demonstration of the basic sword techniques. Not only does Li Yi master the basic sword techniques, but he also gains fresh insights into them. The swordsmanship foundation is naturally sensitive to sword techniques. After one round, he identifies the shortcomings in the techniques and modifies them, rendering the basic sword techniques nearly flawless. Simultaneously, his peak-level comprehension endows him with extraordinary insight, allowing him to refine the basic sword techniques with ease in no time. a set of improved basic sword techniques. Nearly devoid of flaws, materializes in Li Yi's mind. Compared to the original, this version is drastically transformed. Not only does it offer superior results, but it can also be utilized as a cultivation method. As for the enhancements made to these basic sword techniques, Li Yi perceives them as the fruits of hard work and sweat. How about it? Do you wish to learn? Ding Hua inquires as he sheaths his sword. I have already learned, Li Yi replies earnestly. Ding Hua stares at Li Yi in silence, disbelief etched on his face. It simply cannot be true. How could someone so young, just beginning, claim to have mastered it? While he might have gleaned something, to assert he can demonstrate it is utterly implausible. Ding Hua patiently elucidates, sword techniques require gradual cultivation and comprehension, one step at a time, rather than merely thinking about them. Therefore, practice is essential to grasp the essence and truly master them. Let me share some insights regarding the practice of the basic sword techniques. As Ding Hua earnestly conveys the intricacies of sword training. Li Yi remains expressionless. Given Li Yi's current understanding of sword techniques, Ding Hua's insights seem rudimentary and insufficient. Were it not for Li Yi's desire to remain low-key and return to his mother's warm embrace for a peaceful nap, he would have eagerly demonstrated what true swordsmanship entails, followed by the remark, "Would you like to learn? I could teach you." After Ding Hua concludes, Li Yi mentally annotates the errors he perceives, making adjustments that offer some assistance to his swordsmanship training, albeit minimal. Did you understand? Ding Hua asks patiently in contrast to other children, where Ding Hua would adopt a strict demeanor. With Li Yi, it is a different story entirely. Li Yi nods obediently. Very well, practice here for now, and ponder on it. I will check on the others and return shortly to see how you are progressing. Ding Hua, satisfied with Li Yi's demeanor, nods approvingly that a child with such talent and obedience is a rare find. Almost like a son he wishes he had. Leaving Li Yi to train alone, Ding Hua goes to supervise the other children. Once Ding Hua departs, Li Yi yawns and tosses the wooden sword aside. Training? Impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Besides, does Li Yi even need to train? Isn't it merely a matter of observation? Sitting back in a chair, he crosses his legs leisurely, wishing for a plate of peanuts and a glass of wine to enhance the experience. Hey, look at that kid. He seems new here to tea this moment. A group of young children huddles together. He is also a student of Mr. Ding. I haven't seen him before. Whose child is he? Ding Hua is a prestigious teacher in the Li family, and students under him are either exceptionally talented or well-connected. Li must be remarkable in some way. Who cares who he is? How dare he act so arrogant and dismissive of our leader? Exactly. He doesn't even recognize whose territory this is. The self-proclaimed leader of the children, exuding an air of authority, gestures for silence. Since he is Mr. Ding's student, he'll be our junior from now on. Let us go find out where he came from. In this child leader's mind, a new junior has emerged as one of Mr. Ding's favored pupils. He naturally assumes the role of leader among this group. Respected and admired as the newcomer, Li Yi warrants a greeting. After all, it's a chance to assert his standing. 3 or 4 children approach Li Yi, encircling him. Li wonders, are they attempting to bully me? Are they serious? A quick glance reveals they are all 3 to 4 years old, taller than him, with small wooden swords at their waists. In his previous world, children of that age would still be playing in the mud. But this is a fantastical realm. I am Li Zimo, the leader here. What is your name? Li Zimo crosses his arms, adopting a serious expression, embodying the persona of a little adult. Lie, he replies. Lie proudly proclaimed his name. Although Li Yi was well known among the elders of the Li family, his reputation did not carry much weight among this group of immature children. They could barely remember what they ate each day, let alone anything else. One child, after some thought, felt that Li Yi's name sounded somewhat familiar. You are Mr. Ding's student, and so am I. This means you are my junior. According to the customs here, you must acknowledge me as your elder brother. From now on, I will look after you, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will teach you. Li Zimo patted his chest, and it was evident that being called Big Brother by this group of children had bolstered his confidence. Li Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, realizing that this little brat was trying to claim him as his subordinate. This child was quite amusing, trying to act tough before he had even fully matured. As a new generation with fresh ideas, Li Yi felt it was his duty to guide them onto the right path. Chapter 13. Stay sharp. Don't lose points. Li Zimo was very confident. After studying under Ding Hua for 2 or 3 years, his talent and skills were more than sufficient to mentor a novice like Li Yi. He couldn't fathom any reason why a child like Li Yi would refuse him. Seeing Li Zimo lost in his own fantasies, Li Yi guessed that he was imagining himself as the leader of this generation. Among these children, Li Zimo was indeed quite formidable, being just over 3 years old and already a 3-star martial apprentice. He could be considered a standout. While Li Zimo had the right to show off in front of the other children, in the presence of Li Yi, he paled in comparison. Are you serious? Li Yi raised an eyebrow, slightly. Of course. According to the rules, you call me big brother, and I will acknowledge you as my junior. If anyone bullies you, you can invoke my name that I can even teach you swordsmanship. My swordsmanship has received praise from Mr. Ding. Li Zimo proudly thumped his chest, exhibiting an air of arrogance. But to Li Yi, he appeared merely ridiculous that he attempted to put on an act, yet lacked the aura of an invincible genius. Li Yi shook his head, indicating that Li Zimo was not up to par. What do you mean? Li Zimo was perplexed by Li Yi's response and inquired further. Li yawned, got off the chair, and stood before Li Zimo. Just 1 year old. Li was not as tall as Li Zimo. Children grow quickly, and Li Zimo towered over him. Li glanced up at Li Zimo, then quietly sat back down and climbed onto the chair, positioning himself to look down at Li Zimo. Li Zimo stared in silence at Li Yi, unable to understand what this child was trying to do. Teach me swordsmanship. Why not just call me big brother, and I will teach you the authentic sword techniques. You can all learn from me. How about that? Although Li Yi's voice was still childlike, he exuded an air of authority, his demeanor commanding respect. His gaze and posture resembled that of an unparalleled master looking down disdainfully upon mere ants, utterly dismissive. The innate dominance of the ancient sacred body radiated from him, an aura of invincibility that could not be feigned. Who dares to claim invincibility? Merely standing there made Li Zimo and the others feel compelled to kneel and worship, as if under a bloodline suppression that rendered them speechless. Li usually suppressed the innate intimidation of the ancient sacred body, but with this group of immature children attempting to assert themselves in front of him, he naturally decided to show them who the true leader was. Having never encountered such a display, the children felt that Li Yi was even more terrifying than a furious teacher. As the self-proclaimed leader of the group, Li Zimo could not lose face and mustered his courage to declare, "Hey, I'm a boss here. According to the rules, I'm the only one who can claim that title. Besides, what do you know about swordsmanship being a newcomer? You should know your own limitations." That Li Zimo crossed his arms, trying to assert his authority, but under Li Yi's pressure, he appeared to lack conviction. After some thought, he nervously added, "According to the rules, you must call me big brother, or else I may not be so polite to you and will teach you a lesson about the power of the elder brother." Who established these rules? Uncle Ding, Li inquired. Li Zimo puffed out his chest proudly. "I am the boss, so I set the rules." Li nodded thoughtfully, unfazed, and instead grew excited. "So, the boss sets the rules. And you intend to be rude to me? Hurry up, don't waste my time." He jumped off the chair, striking a pose as if preparing to fight these children. "Are you sure?" Li Zimo was taken aback. Did Li Yi truly believe he could take on all of them? They were all about 2 years older than him, and given their training experience, they were undoubtedly stronger. Hell, he was just a newcomer on his first day. There was no way he could compete with them, but he could only speculate that perhaps Li Yi had a penchant for being bullied. The idea that Li Yi could surpass them in strength was utterly impossible. "Absolutely. Stop wasting time. Let's get to it." Li Yi twisted his wrist and stretched his limbs. "Am I challenging all of you? Or are you all challenging me?" Who instilled such confidence in Li Yi? Naturally, it was the sweat and effort he had put in. "You are incredibly arrogant." One of the children exclaimed. In my entire life, I've never met anyone as arrogant as you." Li interrupted. "Well, now you have. That person is me." His words successfully provoked them, and they all rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach Li Yi a lesson, making him understand that strength was the true basis for arrogance. If he dared to be so brazen today, he would surely stand above them and flaunt his superiority tomorrow. "I don't think we won't hit you just because you're younger. Li Hao, you go." Li Zimo directed one of the others. Don't say we are bullying you. You brought this upon yourself. How? Teach him a lesson. Stay sharp. Don't lose face. The group of children cheered for Li Hao, urging him to deliver a good lesson to Li Yi and instill some sense in him. Li Hao, brimming with confidence, thought that if he couldn't defeat a 1-year-old, he might as well go back to drinking milk for another 2 years. He drew a small wooden sword from his waist and pointed it at Li Yi. Aren't you going to use a sword? Li Yi shook his head. Tio, deal with you. I don't need a sword. He walked over, plucked a branch from a low shrub, and faced Li Hao. This is my sword. Li Hao was incensed by Li Yi's words, having never encountered someone so audacious. Are you sure? This will suffice for you, Li Yi replied, one hand behind his back while holding the branch in the other. Resembling a swordsmanship master instructing a pupil, that if you think Li Yi is merely showing off, I can only say you have an astute eye for talent. What is the meaning of life? Of course, it is to show off, an endless pursuit of ostentation. What is the point of life without it? How can one enjoy life without a bit of swagger? A life devoid of satisfaction is incomplete. One must revel in the joys of existence, for that is the true essence of life. How was seething with anger. Who did Li Yi think he was? He was determined to make Li Yi pay for his arrogance. Begin, Li Zimo shouted. As the command fell, Li Hao rushed forward, eager to teach Li Yi a lesson. Take this. He swung the wooden sword at Li Yi with considerable force, aiming to punish him. The wooden weapon was blunt, not sharp enough to cause serious harm, which gave Li Hao little hesitation. He was determined to subdue Li Yi in one blow. How executed basic sword techniques, his skill mediocre at best, barely at a beginner's level. However, to Li Yi, it was nothing more than haphazard flailing, and he suggested that Li Hao might as well use an AX. In terms of swordsmanship, Li Yi was undoubtedly the master in this scenario. Li Yi took a small step back, just enough to evade Li Hao's strike. Hao was momentarily stunned that he had missed, but without further thought, he continued his assault. Each of his moves was a basic technique, yet they were executed stiffly and without finesse, revealing numerous openings that Li Yi could easily exploit. Chapter 14. Practice for another 500 years before challenging me. Damn it. Are you a mouse or something? All you do is dodge. Li Hao bellowed in frustration, each attempt just barely missing Li Yi, who seemed to evade him effortlessly. He had him completely under control, and for Li Hao, this was an unbearable humiliation. Li Yi shook his head. Li Hao posed no challenge whatsoever. Initially, he had been intrigued by the prospect of sparring with Li Hao, but now he found himself utterly disinterested. Hao swung his sword wildly, devoid of technique, solely fueled by emotion. Surely, he thought, he would eventually land a hit on Li Yi. Yet against all odds, Li Yi continued to evade him, maintaining a distance that, while seemingly slight, was forever out of Li Hao's reach. Combat is not merely a contest of strength. It also requires a calm mind capable of thoughtful analysis and judgment. Of course, this statement does not apply when absolute strength is involved at this moment. Li Yi had thoroughly unsettled Li Hao's composure, leaving him in disarray. Hao, come on. Have you not eaten? You can't even land a hit on him, shouted one of the onlooking children, unable to contain their impatience as they watched Li Hao's strikes consistently miss their target. They are merely children, devoid of analytical ability, with their eyes fixated solely on the prospect of victory. This moment, their thoughts revolve around the notion that Li Yi is nothing more than a 1-year-old child. Easily defeated, they believe that any attempt to strike will surely succeed. Enraged, Li Hao unleashes a fierce sword strike, having long forgotten the intricacies of technique in his fury, relying solely on brute strength. This time, however, Li Yi does not evade. Instead, he extends his hand, intending to meet the blow head-on. Observing Li Yi's lack of movement, Li Hao's face breaks into a smug grin as he channels all his might into the strike. The sword descends. Has it struck true? Astonishingly, Li Yi catches the wooden sword between 2 fingers. Unarmed, he intercepts the blade. What? The crowd gasps in disbelief. The wooden sword has been effortlessly caught by Li Yi. A newcomer, a mere 1-year-old child, has managed to halt Li Hao's attack with just 2 fingers at Li Hao, having trained in foundational sword techniques for 2 years and standing as a 2-star martial apprentice. is considered among the upper echelons of their generation. It is unfathomable that he should be overpowered by Li Yi. Surely, today Li Hao must not have eaten. Li Hao, muster your strength. Li Hao is indeed trying with all his might. Yet he finds himself utterly unable to gain the upper hand against Li Yi. His strength is rendered ineffective, as Li Yi firmly holds the wooden sword in place. And no matter how hard Li Hao exerts himself, he cannot extricate the sword from Li Yi's grasp. Merely the pressure of those two fingers is already beyond Li Hao's capacity to surpass. At this moment, no one is more astonished than Li Hao. For this was his full-force strike, and only he knows the extent of power behind it. To see it so easily neutralized by Li Yi is beyond comprehension. It appears as though Li Yi exerted no effort at all, making light of Li Hao's assault. Too weak. Li shakes his head in disappointment, uttering the words with a venomous sting, a mockery that belittles Li Hao as if he were inconsequential, despite Li Hao's age and his prior training. The nourishment Li Yi has received in recent days has not been in vain. Li Hao's strength is but a fade of power, while Li Yi's is genuine. How infuriating! Li Hao bellows in a fit of rage. His youthful features contorted by fury, he exerts every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to force Li Yi down, refusing to accept defeat. Yet, under Li Hao's frenzied pressure, Li Yi remains as steady as a mountain, unyielding. How is this possible? Li Yi is but a mere 1-year-old. Could it be that he might actually prevail over me? Li Hao grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down his cheeks. Drenched in perspiration, yet he persists, attempting one final struggle. However, Li Yi has no intention of granting Li Hao any opportunity. With Li Hao's focus entirely on the wooden sword, he leaves himself open, a plethora of vulnerabilities laid bare. Seizing the moment, Li Yi swings a branch, striking Li Hao squarely in the chest. The branch slices through Li Hao's clothing, the slender twigs resembling razor-sharp blades, mercilessly tearing into his tender flesh. Li Hao feels the searing pain of his chest being rent asunder, as though countless steel needles simultaneously pierce his heart. Unable to contain himself, he gasps sharply, grimacing, his features contorted in agony. Looking down, he sees several varying depths of wounds on his chest, all inflicted by the branch, which seemed utterly inconsequential. Yet in Li Yi's hands, it possesses such formidable power. Li Yi is taken aback. He had already tempered his strength, yet did not anticipate delivering such a severe blow. The moment the branch was swung, his innate sword energy surged uncontrollably into it, transforming the seemingly useless branch into a lethal weapon, each twig akin to a sword. Gazing at the wounds on his chest, now stained with blood, Li Hao can no longer suppress the rising tide of fear within him, and he bursts into tears. Woo! After all, Li Hao is merely a 3-year-old child, wholly unaccustomed to such scenes, and he is terrified. Li Yi stands with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of maturity, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Having triumphed, I shall now indulge in a bit of pretense. Perhaps you should train for another 500 years before seeking me out again. By then, you may be worthy of receiving my first strike. Li Yi raises his head with an air of superiority, arrogance radiating from him. The onlookers are left seething with indignation, their teeth clenched in frustration at Li Yi's smugness. How could he be so insufferably pretentious? Does he believe his parents are unaware of his antics? Especially given that he is clearly younger than they are, yet he behaves so condescendingly before them. This is what they find most intolerable. Li Hao, what has happened to you? Li Hao is bleeding. The crowd gasps in shock, realizing that Li Hao's chest is covered in blood, the wounds oozing profusely, leaving them all stunned and at a loss for words. They have never witnessed such a scene before, frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Li Hao has been injured by Li Yi's innate sword energy, and the severity of his wounds far exceeds what appears on the surface. What on earth is going on? What are you all doing? At that moment, Ding Hua approaches, having heard the sounds of crying from afar, initially believing they were engaged in a brawl, and he quickly admonishes them. You rascals, forming cliques and brawling in secret. They are still young, yet their egos swell as they acquire a modicum of skill. He suspects they sought to recruit Li Yi, the newcomer, which led to this conflict. If anything were to happen to Li Yi, it would spell disaster. He had completely forgotten to warn the children in advance. As he approaches, Li Ziemo is about to speak, but Ding Hua interrupts him. Li Ziemo, how many times must I tell you? You are all cousins. You must coexist peacefully, refrain from fighting, and never bully others. Why do you refuse to listen? Li Ziemo, immediately chastised, Li Ziemo has grievances to air. He feels wronged. Though they instigated the trouble, they did not strike first. Rather, they were the ones attacked. Seeing that Li Yi is unharmed, Ding Hua breathes a sigh of relief. As long as Li Yi is safe, his career remains intact. If Li Yi were the one injured, it would have been catastrophic. But if not Li Yi, then who is crying? Chapter 15. The model student Li Yi. Ding Hua turns to see Li Hao weeping, falling into silence. Why is it Li Hao who cries? He had initially assumed it was Li Yi, but it turns out to be Li Hao. He wonders if they had conspired to bully Li Hao instead of Li Yi. Yet how could there be infighting among them? Ding Hua cannot fathom that Li Hao has been injured by Li Yi. He never suspects that Li Yi is capable of such actions. Such an innocent, well-behaved child. How could he possibly harm another, especially Li Hao? It is utterly inconceivable. Upon witnessing the severity of Li Hao's injuries, Ding Hua is even more astonished. Li Hao is gravely wounded. He quickly crouches down, producing a healing pill to administer to Li Hao and staunch the bleeding. With the aid of the pill, Li Hao's condition gradually stabilizes, the blood coagulating at the wound and ceasing to flow. Ding Hua is astonished, pondering what kind of technique could inflict such injuries upon Li Hao. The wounds are so sharp, imbued with a faint sword energy, and do not seem to stem from the means available to them. This exceeds their capabilities. What has transpired during my absence? Who could have injured Li Hao? Ding Hua narrows his gaze at the onlookers, inquiring sharply. Typically, minor scuffles are not a cause for concern. They can foster growth and ignite their competitive spirit. However, this time, the severity of the injuries cannot be overlooked. It was him. Li Ziemo points at Li Hao, delighting in Ding Hua's fury, knowing that such anger will surely result in Li Yi facing dire consequences. Let us see how you continue to act so arrogantly now. Ding Hua initially intends to express his wrath and punish the one responsible. However, upon realizing it is Li Yi, his anger transforms into confusion, his mind swirling with doubt. What kind of absurdity is this? You mean to tell me that the assailant is Li Yi? Are you suggesting that a 1-year-old child, barely able to walk, has inflicted such grievous harm upon a 3-year-old? A 2-star martial apprentice, who has trained in swordplay for 2 years. Furthermore, could such a feat possibly be accomplished by a mere child of 1 year? Ding Hua finds it impossible to believe Li Zimo's preposterous claims. Suspecting he is merely attempting to deceive him, Lizmo, I suspect it was you who did this. Ding Hua casts a skeptical glance at Li Zimo, preferring to believe that he is the culprit over Li Yi. It appears he seeks to frame Li Yi, taking advantage of the fact that he is a newcomer. However, this selection is astonishingly foolish. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not accuse Li Yi. Fully engrossed in the unfolding drama, Li Zimo responds without a second thought. Indeed, it is he. Suddenly realizing his misstep, he hurriedly corrects himself. Mr. Ding, it wasn't me. It was Li Yi. I swear it was Li Yi. Li Zimo cannot comprehend why Ding Hua refuses to believe his account, for it was indeed Li Yi who acted. Ding Hua shakes his head in disappointment. Li Zimo, you have let me down. Not only are you foolish, lacking the wit to choose a suitable scapegoat, but you also lie, and when confronted, you refuse to tell the truth, attempting to tarnish Li Yi's reputation. His disappointment in Li Zimo is profound. Li Zimo, on the verge of tears, struggles to articulate his anguish. Teacher, I assure you it was Li Yi. You can ask him. Ding Hua glances at the seemingly innocent and harmless Li Yi, the epitome of a model student. Then he looks back at Li Zimo, becoming increasingly convinced that it must be Li Zimo who is to blame. He savors the feeling of being trusted by his teacher, an experience that is truly delightful. Indeed, it was I who did it. Ding Hua. Even upon hearing Li Yi's own admission, Ding Hua remains skeptical, questioning Li Yi. Is it truly you? Confessing to the teacher. Is it you who did it? Fear not, for I shall support you, that if you are being threatened, simply blink once. Li replied earnestly. Teacher, it was indeed me. It was the first time he had spoken the truth. And it felt exhausting. How could this be possible? How did you manage it? Ding Hua was bewildered, his mind a chaotic jumble, unable to fathom that this was Li Yi's handiwork. How could a mere child achieve such a feat? I used this to... He lifted the branch in his hand for Ding Hua to see. Ding Hua examined the branch, recalling Li Hao's injury, and surmised from the marks that it did resemble the wound. But how had Li Yi accomplished this? He had personally trained Li Hao. He knew all too well his level of skill that I used the branch as a sword and sparred with him that I didn't anticipate he would be so weak. And I lost control, accidentally injuring him severely. He spoke as if recounting a trivial matter, yet his words detonated in Ding Hua's mind. What did he mean by Li Hao being too weak? By losing control? By accidentally? Was this even human speech? Beside them, Li Hao felt utterly humiliated. Was it not enough to kill him, but also to attack his spirit? Although Ding Hua had come to believe that Li Yi was the culprit, it still seemed inconceivable. He could not comprehend it unless he witnessed it firsthand. Li Zimo. You and Li Yi shall have a match. Li Zimo, who had been watching the spectacle, anticipated that Li Yi would be punished by Ding Hua. But to his surprise, Ding Hua not only refrained from punishing Li Yi, but also commanded Li Zimo to spar with him. Had it been himself who had erred, his backside would have long been punished. What status do I hold? And what status do you hold? Am I someone you can compare yourself to? My father is Li Yun Tian, the head of the Li family. Li Zimo reluctantly agreed to spar with Li Yi. Initially intending to use the branch, they were instead required by Ding Hua to wield small wooden swords. The tool for pretense was confiscated, and now both felt awkward in the battle. That I won't go easy on you. Li Zimo gripped his wooden sword tightly. Hao was his brother. Having been injured by Li Yi, he felt compelled to avenge him. His strength far surpassed Li Hao's, and he was confident that he would not share the same fate. Li Yi remained silent in response to Li Zimo's words. Li Zimo scoffed. Oh, you choose to act like a master, do you? Don't come crying for mercy later. As the two distanced themselves, the spar began. Li Zimo charged towards Li Yi, swinging his sword down fiercely. Compared to Li Hao, Li Zimo was faster, stronger, and wielded a more profound understanding of swordplay. Li, using one hand to grip his sword, positioned it horizontally before him, blocking Li Zimo's strike. Li Zimo was taken aback, astonished that Li Yi had managed to block his attack with a single hand. Li Yi, treating his opponent with utter disdain, unleashed a relentless assault. Yet no matter how fiercely Li Zimo attacked, Li Yi effortlessly deflected each blow, making it apparent that he was barely exerting himself. The strength Li Yi possessed exceeded Li Zimo's wildest imagination. How could he possess such power? This isn't fair. I can't play like this. Li Zimo, unwilling to concede, gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength he had. However, in terms of raw power, Li Zimo could hardly compete with Li Yi. Just like Li Hao, he found himself trapped in frustration amidst Li Yi's arrogance, attacking recklessly. The immaturity of the child was painfully evident. Although Li Yi was also a young boy, he was not a mere toddler. Observing the opportunity, Li Yi sidestepped Li Zimo's strike. Li Zimo overextended, and with a gentle push from Li Yi, he fell to the ground. Ouch! He landed in a position akin to a dog pouncing for food. Tasting the dirt. This fall left Li Zimo in pain. As he struggled to rise, a wooden sword was pressed against his neck. Turning to look, he saw Li Yi wearing a disarmingly innocent smile. Defeated in such a manner by Li Yi filled Li Zimo with humiliation. I refused to accept this. I was careless. Let us go again. Li Zimo protested. Li Yi, eager to oblige, was ready to accommodate him. If he refused to yield, then Li Yi would continue until he did, for Li Yi had always believed in winning hearts through virtue. Li Zimo readied himself for another assault, swinging his sword with renewed seriousness. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, and he found himself defeated even more swiftly this time. Li advanced a step, striking with precision and decisiveness, effortlessly knocking Li Zimo's wooden sword aside and once again pressing his sword against Li Zimo's throat. In a gentle tone, he pronounced Li Zimo's sentence. You have lost again. I refuse to accept this. Again, Li Zimo remained obstinate, unwilling to believe he could be bested by this young child. shouting for yet another round. Determined not to turn back until he hit a wall. He said nothing, silently creating distance and taking a stance, awaiting Li Zimo's attack. This moment, Li Zimo was frantic, akin to a gambler who had lost millions. Banking on the next round to turn the tide in his favor, that he charged forward, intent on overcoming Li Yi. However, regardless of how many times they fought, the result was always the same. Within 3 moves, Li Yi struck Li Zimo again. This time, he did not hold back, ensuring Li Zimo would remember this lesson that, am I someone you can offend? With a powerful thrust, Ding Hua gazed silently at Li Yi, his mouth agape, nearly causing his jaw to drop to the floor. Pray tell, is this even human speech, to grasp it after a single glance, and then find flaws to enhance the swordsmanship? This level of comprehension is utterly absurd. It's absurdity personified. After years of teaching, Ding Hua had never encountered such a phenomenon. This is no mere child. Even the Tianshan, Tong Lao pales in comparison to your prowess. Ding Hua took a deep breath, settling into his chair, needing to calm his racing mind. Li's actions had left his thoughts in disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. Are you saying you have improved the foundational sword technique? Ding Hua still found it hard to believe, fully aware of the challenges involved in refining sword techniques, which required an intimate understanding of their essence, along with an extraordinary talent and insight. He had taught the foundational sword technique for years, convinced that no one was more familiar with it than he was, yet even he could not enhance it further. The fact that Li Yi had managed to do so after just one viewing was simply unfathomable. A repudiation of Ding Hua's past convictions that indeed, he nodded affirmatively. Then demonstrate it for me, Ding Hua urged, eager to witness the transformation of the foundational sword technique through Li Yi's mastery. His heart raced with anticipation and anxiety, as if he were about to witness a miracle. Let me see just how extraordinary Li Yi truly is. With that, Li picked up a small wooden sword and showcased the improved foundational sword technique before Ding Hua. The movements flowed seamlessly, revealing a high level of proficiency. As the innovator, Li Yi was, of course, intimately familiar with this technique. Under his demonstration, the refined foundational sword technique radiated power and vigor. Ding Hua instantly recognized that this version exuded greater presence and effectiveness. It transcended mere physical conditioning, resembling a profound practice method. The expression on Ding Hua's face grew increasingly animated, his eyes nearly bulging from disbelief. What an anomaly! Chapter 17. Humility. Li Yi's motto. Ding Hua inhaled sharply, pinching himself hard enough to feel pain. This was no dream. It was a tangible reality. Li Yi had indeed managed to enhance the foundational sword technique, refining it to a superior level. If this technique were to be employed consistently, the children's physical development would undoubtedly improve, providing a solid foundation for their training. Ding Hua watched Li Yi intently, curious about how he achieved this. Was it purely innate talent? Of course not. It is undoubtedly 99% perspiration and 1% talent. Li Yi replied. Shortly thereafter, having completed the demonstration of the improved foundational sword technique, Ding Hua's mouth hung agape, capable of fitting 2 eggs, rendered speechless by shock. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, "This technique is truly your own refinement?" The sword technique had undergone numerous alterations, enhancing its intricacy and addressing many of its original shortcomings. Some of these deficiencies, which Ding Hua had failed to perceive after years of instruction, became evident only after witnessing Li Yi's improvements. Indeed, one could not comprehend the extent of disparity without a comparison. At times, the gap between individuals could be staggering. Li Yi's prowess made Ding Hua feel as though all his previous teaching had been in vain. That after so long, he was outperformed by a mere child. What a failure! The arrival of Li Yi made him feel as though his existence was a waste of air. What else could it be? Li Yi smiled, countering the sentiment. Gasp! Ding Hua inhaled sharply, feeling as if he might transform into a pufferfish. "You are truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius," he exclaimed, slapping the armrest and unable to contain his admiration. His eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm, as if he wished to cradle Li Yi in his hands, and a smile of uncontainable delight spread across his face, threatening to split his lips. Previously, he had only known of Li Yi's extraordinary talent, but had never imagined it to be to this extent. Put away that Navi demeanor. My exceptional abilities are far beyond mere appearances, Li Yi humbly retorted, scratching his head shyly in response to Ding Hua's praise. After all, humility was Li Yi's guiding principle, and he had always preferred a low profile. The system remarked. Ah, indeed. Li's words nearly left Ding Hua in stitches, his mouth contorting like the Nike logo, unable to express himself properly. Ding Hua cleared his throat, instinctively puffing out his chest that it is your talent that shines. I have taught you little as your teacher. I cannot take credit. Ding Hua remained self-aware, recognizing his own limitations. What Li Yi accomplished was something he might never achieve in his lifetime. Grasping Li Yi's hand, Ding Hua felt his excitement manifest in trembling fingers. Being fortunate enough to be Li Yi's teacher was a lifelong boast, making every moment worthwhile. I will do my utmost to teach you. You must train diligently and never squander your talent. You are destined to become a formidable force in the future. Ding Hua brimmed with anticipation for Li Yi's future. Indeed, Li Yi nodded obediently, embodying the role of the ideal student. Eat well, sleep well, and act confidently. Those are the tenets of a model student. Ding Hua noticed the children watching from the sidelines and sternly admonished, "What are you all doing standing around? Shouldn't you be training?" The children shuddered, startled by Ding Hua's authoritative tone, their innate fear of their teacher prompting them to scurry off to practice. Turning to Li Yi, Ding Hua's gaze softened, brimming with affection. "Come, I shall teach you another sword technique known as the Autumn Wind Sword Technique, a first-tier martial skill. Pay close attention. The levels of martial skills range from 1 to 9, with first tier being the lowest and ninth tier the highest. The foundational sword technique barely qualified as first tier, while Li Yi's improved version barely reached that threshold. This was not merely an upgrade by 1 tier. The difference between tiers was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Ding Hua felt a twinge of inadequacy in his understanding of the foundational sword technique compared to Li Yi's, deeming further practice unnecessary and instead opting to impart skills of a higher caliber. Despite being a mere first-tier technique, the intensity of cultivation was significantly greater, and even Ding Hua had yet to begin teaching it to Li Zimo. Ding Hua was confident that with Li Yi's talent, he would grasp it without extensive instruction. After all, Li Yi had already demonstrated the ability to innovate techniques independently. Ding Hua's role would be primarily that of a demonstrator. After a thorough demonstration, Ding Hua inquired, "How was it?" Li Yi closed his eyes in contemplation, envisioning Ding Hua's execution of the Autumn Wind Sword Technique, aligning his consciousness with Ding Hua's movements. With his exceptional comprehension and innate affinity for swordsmanship, Li Yi's understanding of the Autumn Wind Sword Technique soared, achieving a state of automatic comprehension. Observing Li Yi entering this state, Ding Hua felt satisfied and patiently awaited his insight. Before long, he sensed the emergence of sword qi surrounding Li Yi. Astonished, "Heavens! Li Yi is so young, yet has already manifested the nascent form of sword qi." Ding Hua reflected on his own arduous journey to cultivate sword qi, which had consumed countless days and nights of relentless practice. Not to mention extensive travels in search of opportunities, he could scarcely recall how many years it had taken him, likely decades, to finally achieve sword qi. Yet here was Li Yi, at just 1 year old, already displaying the embryo of sword qi. What a future lay ahead. The stark contrast between them was overwhelming. It was a stark reminder of the chasm that separated them. Ding Hua's heart ached as he considered the seemingly futile years he had spent. Never mind. There's no point in dwelling on such comparisons. Competing against these prodigies is futile. They're beyond human comprehension. If Ding Hua were to realize that this was merely a trace of the innate sword qi emanating from Li Yi, he would likely feel utterly disheartened, contemplating a fresh start. And no matter how hard one strives, one cannot compete with innate talent. Through the lens of his innate affinity for swordsmanship, Li Yi quickly grasped the essence of the Autumn Wind Sword Technique, achieving a commendable level of proficiency. The disparity between first-tier techniques and the foundational sword technique was indeed significant, as evidenced by Li Yi's insights. Li opened his eyes, having completed his understanding. Ding Hua, brimming with excitement, eagerly asked, "How did it go?" He was desperate to know the outcome. Instead of responding, Li picked up the small wooden sword and began to demonstrate the autumn wind sword technique. Although it was Li's first time executing this technique, it flowed as effortlessly as the foundational sword technique, showcasing its essence brilliantly. With fluid motions, the autumn wind sword technique came alive. Ding Hua stroked his beard with satisfaction. Unable to suppress a grin at Li, he had distilled the autumn wind sword technique into a more streamlined form, eliminating unnecessary embellishments while enhancing its practicality. Ding Hua could express nothing but satisfaction. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that this was Li Yi's first attempt at the autumn wind sword technique, rivaling even his own expertise as a teacher. With a sigh, he muttered, "Damn it, I'm starting over tomorrow." Chapter 18. Where the path exists, so does the teacher. Ear, how are you faring with your swordsmanship? At that moment, Li Yuntian approached, having completed his inspection. A smile adorning his face, Ding Hua, however, wore a bittersweet expression as the mention of this matter pierced his heart. "What is it? Has your progress been lacking?" Li Yuntian observed Ding Hua's expression and mistakenly assumed that Li Yi was not performing well. With a deep sigh, Ding Hua explained, "Young Master Li Yi's talent is truly extraordinary, making me feel unworthy to instruct him." Yuntian remained silent, pondering whether Ding Hua was speaking ironically if Li Yi possessed such exceptional talent. Why did Ding Hua appear as though he had just lost a loved one? Little did Li Yuntian know of Ding Hua's profound emotional turmoil, wishing he could start afresh, feeling that life was hardly worth living. "So, what have you taught Ear?" Ding Hua sighed again and replied, "The head of the house may not be aware, but young Master Li Yi's talent is unparalleled in my experience that I merely demonstrated the basic sword technique to him once. And he learned it effortlessly with just a glance." "Oh," Li Yuntian exclaimed, stroking his chin with astonishment as he gazed at Li Yi. "Learn it with just a glance? No wonder he is my son, possessing such remarkable talent." Reflecting on his own experience, he recalled how he had taken several days to grasp the basics, while his children, Li Xian and Li Shuer, both gifted and astute, had mastered the fundamental sword technique in a day. Such talent was already exceedingly rare, yet Li Yi surpassed them both. Having merely glanced at the technique, it seemed that each generation surpassed the last. Perhaps he, as the head of the family, should focus on fathering more children and rely on them in the future. Seeing Li Yuntian's expression, it was evident that he had not fully comprehended the extent of Li Yi's extraordinary talent. Ding Hua added, "Not only did young Master Li Yi learn the basic sword technique, but he also improved upon it, elevating it to the level of a first-tier martial skill." Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, beaming, "Indeed, he is my son, blessed with exceptional talent." "Wait, what did you say?" Instinctively wanting to praise, he suddenly recalled Ding Hua's words. Li Yi had improved the basic sword technique, and it had reached the standard of a first-tier martial skill. Surely he hadn't misheard. Ding Hua did not elaborate further, but instead asked Li Yi, "Young Master Li Yi, would you kindly demonstrate your improved basic sword technique once more?" With a resigned sigh, Li once again performed the enhanced version of the basic sword technique. His movements flowed seamlessly, and despite having witnessed it before, Ding Hua's eyes still betrayed his shock. After teaching swordsmanship for most of his life, he found himself seeking guidance from the one-year-old Li Yi regarding the improved technique. Feeling increasingly regretful for his own wasted years, Yuntian's expression had frozen, his gaze fixed and mouth agape. Utterly transfixed by the sight before him, it was almost unbelievable. Had Ear truly improved the basic sword technique? How could a child of merely 1 year possess such capability? Once he finished demonstrating, Li Yi sheathed his sword. Suddenly, he felt a surge within, breaking through a certain barrier to reach a new realm, his body feeling remarkably light. Have I just had a breakthrough? Li Yi wondered, astonished to realize he had indeed advanced, now officially a first-tier martial apprentice, stepping firmly into the world of cultivation. To Ear, did you create this sword technique all by yourself? Li Yuntian asked incredulously. Ding Hua was quite pleased with Li Yuntian's reaction. It mirrored his own astonishment from earlier. Yes, Li nodded obediently. Ha! Li Yuntian laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the training ground, capturing everyone's attention. Some might have thought him mad. Pointing at Li Yi, he trembled with excitement. exclaiming, "What a remarkable son I have! My child's talent is unmatched." Li Yuntian reveled in his pride. With such a son, why not be a bit boastful? If he himself possessed such talent, he would have been insufferably smug by now. A proud father, he approached Li Yi, arms wide open for an embrace. Upon feeling Li Yi's aura, he exclaimed in surprise, "You've had a breakthrough?" Discovering that Li Yi's strength had indeed reached the level of a first-tier martial apprentice was astonishing. Just moments ago, he had not possessed such power, indicating that Li Yi had just achieved this advancement, that he was merely 1 year old, a first-tier martial apprentice. It was a thought that would have seemed utterly implausible had he not witnessed it himself. Cultivation requires the absorption of the world's energy to strengthen oneself, a process that imposes significant strain on the practitioner's body. If one cannot withstand it, excessive absorption could result in catastrophic failure. This is why early training focuses on strengthening the body. Only then can one meet the requirements for cultivation. Typically, children begin foundational training around the age of 1, and by 2, their physique is usually ready for cultivation. Yet, Li Yi needed no foundation. His innate physical prowess was already sufficient for the requirements. Entering the realm of cultivation earlier than others, Li Yi's talent and enlightenment in training were leagues ahead, creating an ever-widening gap that allowed one to envision his promising future. "Excellent, excellent," Li Yuntian exclaimed repeatedly. Reflecting on Li Yi's earlier frail state at birth, he realized how short-sighted he had been. Li Yi was clearly a late bloomer. His affection for Li Yi reached new heights as he pinched the boy's cheek, feeling immense pride. "Ding, how effective is the improved basic sword technique?" Li Yuntian inquired, recognizing its potential for better training outcomes. If the children practice with this revised version, their physiques will improve significantly, allowing them to reach cultivation standards more rapidly. Li Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, convinced that Li Yi's presence was indeed a blessing from the heavens for the Li family. With this set of foundational techniques, the younger generation of the Li family would undoubtedly gain an edge, becoming pillars of strength for the future. "Ding, how well do you grasp the improved basic sword technique?" When asked this, Ding Hua cleared his throat, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Young Master Li Yi's revisions are far more intricate than the original. I still need to study it carefully to fully comprehend its essence." "How long do you estimate this will take?" Ding Hua hesitated, knowing that not everyone possessed Li Yi's extraordinary talent. "Perhaps 3 to 5 days," he ventured, unsure. "Very well. I will bring it every day for you to study closely. Once you master it and understand its essence, you may then teach the other children." Li Yuntian was eager to implement this new foundational sword technique, recognizing its significance for the entire Li family. "Understood," Ding Hua replied, a bittersweet expression on his face. He was used to teaching children, yet this time he found himself learning from one. Truly, the path of the Tao resides in the master. Though Ding Hua felt a twinge of embarrassment, he did not view it as shameful. He saw in Li the promise of a true genius. Chapter 19. "You are what you eat. Wan Ning, drink your milk." "Mother, I want milk," Li said. Sitting at his desk, his finger in his mouth, drooling from hunger, he gazed intently at Xiao Qingya, pleading for milk. "Not yet. Finish your writing first," Xiao Qingya replied firmly. He felt despair as he lethargically picked up his pen, practicing his characters, completing sheet after sheet. Words cannot express this sorrow, he thought. It was all due to the previous incident when Xiao Qingya, having witnessed his talent, resolved to cultivate him diligently. Not only did he need to be strong in martial skills, but his cultural education was equally important. He must excel in both the arts and martial disciplines. Thus, she arranged a packed schedule for him, insisting he master everything from music to chess, calligraphy, and painting. While Xiao Qingya was usually a kind and gentle mother, when it came to learning, she transformed into a formidable figure, showing no leniency. Li Yi's attempts to act cute or foolish were futile. This experience taught a valuable lesson. One must remain humble in life. Fortunately, with his exceptional comprehension, learning was a breeze for Li Yi. The real challenge lay in his reluctance to study. For him, studying was more torturous than imprisonment, and he suffered from a peculiar ailment. Whenever he studied, he became drowsy, falling asleep in moments, like a lifeless log, utterly defeated by his affliction. After enduring the torment of learning, Li Yi finally completed his tasks and was rewarded with a drink of milk. Understanding her son intimately, Xiao Qingya adeptly leveraged the allure of milk to keep him in line. He had no choice but to comply. "Why do you love milk so much?" Xiao Qingya remarked, playfully poking his nose. This child was truly addicted to milk, unable to break the habit. What would happen if he still craved milk when he grew up? At that moment, Wan Ning entered from outside. "Madam, the master has sent me to take young master to the training ground. He cannot come himself." "Very well. Young master, let me carry you," Wan Ning said, opening her arms for an embrace. Children walked slowly, so carrying him would expedite their journey. As she lifted Li Yi, Wan Ning found him somewhat heavier than before. It had once been effortless, but now it was quite laborious, and she could not hold him for long. "Young master is growing so fast. Before long, I might not be able to carry him at all." With the enhancement of the ancient sacred body, Li Yi had experienced rapid growth over these days, far surpassing typical development for his age. "Wan Ning, perhaps it would be better if you just carried me on your back," Li Yi suggested, noticing Wan Ning's struggle. After all, being carried or riding on her back felt the same to him. There was no distinction between front and back. All right. Wan Ning effortlessly carried Li Yi on her back as she briskly made her way to the training ground. In recent days, Ding Hua had been engrossed in researching an improved version of the basic swordplay. Though he had learned the techniques, he had yet to grasp the essence of the art. Thus, he was not yet equipped to teach others. It was imperative to understand the core principles before imparting knowledge to students. Consequently, it was Li Yi who had taken on the role of instructor, guiding the other children in their training the training ground. Li Yi stood before a group of children slightly older than himself, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority and confidence as he pointedly instructed them. His words were passionate and grand, as he spoke of great ambitions and lofty ideals. "Why are you all just standing there? Practice as I instruct you. After a few years of diligent training, you will undoubtedly reach my current level." The crowd stared at him in silence, their expressions betraying barely concealed irritation at his audacity. "I know you are all dissatisfied," Li Yi continued, "wondering why I, a mere child of 1 year, have the audacity to teach you, who are older than I do. But what can you do? I am simply stronger, and I possess this qualification." Wan Ning, watching the spectacle, could not help but chuckle, finding Li Yi's bravado endearing rather than arrogant. Her, this little rascal, still so innocent, was utterly delightful. However, to the other children, his cuteness was infuriating. They felt compelled to retaliate against his haughty demeanor. But alas, they knew they could not prevail in a confrontation. He turned to Wan Ning, scolding. "What are you laughing at? Can't you see I'm teaching?" "Be serious." "Yes, sir," she replied, a smile still lingering on her face as she observed him instructing the other students. He resumed addressing the group. "What is the matter? Do you find me arrogant and wish to strike me?" A few children nodded in agreement. "Let me see how many of you truly wish to challenge me." Almost every child present nodded, eager to confront him. Li nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. You all stand before me and protect me." After the last encounter, Li Yi had become the leader among them, while Li Zimo had transitioned to the second dash in dash command. Li Zimo could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I really want to hit you. Remember this anger you feel towards me. Channel it into strength, train diligently, and when you have the power to challenge me, then you may silence me and be as arrogant as you wish. But if you cannot defeat me, then endure and continue to train until you grow stronger." With a yawn, Li directed them to begin practicing the improved version of the basic swordplay. "Boss, beast milk!" Li Hao exclaimed, rushing over with a bottle of beast milk to offer Li Yi. "Back to your posts," he added as he returned to the group to continue training. Li took the bottle and began to drink. For beast milk was typically cow's milk. Though it was filling and available in abundance in the market, it was rather unpalatable, merely serving as a substitute. "Young master, drinking milk again?" Wan Ning remarked, unsure of how to respond. Li glanced at her chest, pondered for a moment, and then offered the bottle to her, saying, "Wan Ning, why don't you try some milk too?" "Why should I drink it?" Wan Ning asked, perplexed at 16 years of age. She believed it would be embarrassing to drink milk, and besides, she had no particular fondness for it. Li replied earnestly, "You are what you consume. Give it a try." Wan Ning, taken aback, looked down at her chest, and suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. What kind of words are those? Am I being criticized by a 1-year-old child for my size? She thought, feeling a wave of indignation that I might be ridiculed for my late development. Who needs this? She attempted to mask her discomfort, insisting she was satisfied with herself. She glanced down, her mind racing with thoughts. Does it really work that way? Should I give it a try? But she ultimately decided against drinking it. Meanwhile, Li Yi continued to enjoy the milk, oblivious to her internal struggle. As he drank, he continued to guide the others in their training. Seeing Li Yi still indulging in milk, the other children found it increasingly hard to maintain their composure. "Ah, I've made it!" Ding Hua's triumphant laughter echoed as he approached the training ground, having finally grasped the essence of the swordplay after days of diligent study. Chapter 20. Allow me to defeat Li Yin. The pinnacle of martial sovereignty, Ding Hua announced as he entered the training ground. "I would like to extend my gratitude to young Master Li Yi for his guidance. I shall no longer trouble you in the future," he said with a smile. After all the events that had transpired, Ding Hua now regarded Li Yi not merely as a child. His talent was beyond ordinary comprehension and required a different perspective. "It's nothing," Li Yi waved dismissively. Ding Hua produced several sets of martial techniques from his sleeve and handed them to Li Yi. "These are all profound tier martial techniques. Given your understanding, the yellow tier techniques will not provide much benefit. You should attempt to cultivate the profound tier techniques." "Very well," Li Yi agreed, as he had intended to pursue more advanced martial arts. Ding Hua, displaying his thoughtfulness, had taken the initiative to present Li Yi with profound tier techniques. The disparity between profound tier and yellow tier was immense, both in terms of difficulty and power. While the profound tier techniques demanded a higher level of skill and were challenging to master, for Li Yi, who possessed the ancient sacred body, they were merely a trivial matter that he began to practice with a small wooden sword, focusing on various sword moves. In addition to the profound tier techniques, the materials also contained Ding Hua's insights and training experiences. After reviewing the documents, Li Yi meticulously extracted the essence while discarding the superfluous, resulting in rapid progress in his training. While the profound tier techniques were powerful, they also consumed considerable stamina, given Li Yi's current strength. He was not yet able to unleash their full potential, as he was merely a 1-star martial apprentice. Clearly, he needed to find a suitable cultivation method to complement his training. The distinction between martial techniques and cultivation methods could be likened to a single skill versus an entire system. Most martial techniques functioned as individual skills, while cultivation methods constituted a comprehensive training system that facilitated a practitioner's growth. The finest cultivation methods in the Li family were likely stored in the treasure vault. Li Yi resolved to bring it up with his father, believing it should not be difficult to acquire a method for training. Although he had obtained remnants of the heavenly fate text last time, it was still incomplete, making it significantly more challenging to cultivate compared to a complete method. As he was just beginning, he decided to take his time for further exploration later. Just as Li Yi immersed himself in his training, an elderly figure appeared before him. It was Li Yin. "Oh, this old rogue again. I wonder what mischief he intends this time." Li Yi mused, suspecting that his intentions were likely nefarious. The great-grandfather Li Yin, Li Yi greeted obediently, recognizing the man as one of the strongest members of the Li family, thus extending him the courtesy he deserved. "Good, my dear Yi-er, so obedient," Li Yin replied with a smile, picking up the scroll of martial techniques that Li Yi had been studying. "Profound tier techniques? Do you think you can master them?" he inquired, both curious and astonished. Recently, he had heard of Li Yi's achievement in becoming a 1-star martial apprentice, as well as his improvement of the basic swordplay that had been in the family for nearly a century. Thus, he had come to observe his progress. "That of course I can master them," Li Yi asserted, demonstrating with a swift motion that unleashed a wave of energy, though the force was not particularly strong. It was indeed the result of his cultivation of the profound tier techniques. Yin gasped in astonishment, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Well, since it's you, Yi-er, I shall try to remain calm," he thought, though he found it difficult to suppress his surprise. While other children were still playing in the dirt at 1 year of age, Li Yi had already qualified to cultivate profound tier techniques. "Time waits for no one," he said, shifting his demeanor to one of eager solicitude. "Have you considered my previous proposal to take me as your master?" Li Yi took a sip from the milk bottle. Li Yin frowned. Every time I bring this up, you drink milk. Can we not exhibit some of that genius maturity? He urged. Enough of that milk. I've heard that you have reached one-star martial apprentice status. It is crucial you cultivate a method that, if you agree to become my disciple, I will impart my cultivation method to you. That Li pondered for a moment. Li Yin was a formidable figure in the Li family, and his method would undoubtedly be top-tier. Is your method truly powerful? Li Yi inquired. Indeed, I acquire my method from a relic, and it possesses the caliber of Earth-tier techniques that I owe half of my current achievements to this method. So, what do you say? Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Li Yin asked, stroking his beard, convinced Li Yi would not refuse. After some reflection, Li Yi replied, how about you show me first? I'll assess its merits before making a decision. Li Yin, well, it seems you wish to extract knowledge from me. Although the cultivation technique is the trump card and lifeline of practitioners, in the face of Li Yi, Li Yin did not hesitate to generously impart the technique to him. As for formally accepting Li Yi as a disciple, there is no rush. Haste makes waste. Li Yin pressed his finger against Li Yi's brow, and a vast amount of information flooded into Li Yi's mind. It was indeed Li Yan's technique. The Zishu Ju, just hearing its name suggests its complexity. Upon grasping the essence of the Zishu Ju, Li Yi realized its intricacy. If cultivated diligently, it could accelerate his training speed several-fold, making it an excellent technique. How about it? Are you interested in becoming my disciple? I can teach you this technique, Li Yin confidently proposed. Great-grandfather, do you really wish to be my master? Li Yi replied. With your talent, I reckon few would pass up the opportunity to be your master. Li Yin chuckled. Li, however, was unconvinced. You are already my great-grandfather. Why would you care about being my master? After careful consideration, Li Yin found merit in Li Yi's reasoning. True enough, he said with a smile. Ruffling Li Yi's hair. This boy was indeed to his liking. Gifted, powerful, and audacious, reminiscent of his own youth that a reversal task was issued. After significantly enhancing your cultivation and rising as the strongest genius of the Li family, the proud ancestor Li Yin still looked down upon you. Believing your talent could not compare to his, he proposed to suppress your cultivation level, challenging you to a duel at a lower realm. Faced with Li Yan's arrogant demeanor, you resolved to teach him a lesson. Defeat the ancestor Li Yin. Li Yi stared in bewilderment at this task. Is the system joking? Defeat Li Yin? He is not merely Li Yin. He is a genuine peak martial emperor. How could he possibly win? With a bitter expression, he gazed at the smiling Li Yin. You shouldn't have shown up before me today. He muttered, filled with exasperation. Li Yin, taken aback, wondered about the sudden disdain in Li Yi's gaze. He innocently asked, Great-grandfather, may I touch your face? Chapter 21. Bathing with Sister Li Shuer. Li Yi raised his chubby little face. Fair and adorable, eliciting a gentle smile from Li Yin. Wanting to touch his face meant seeking closeness, and Li Yin, of course, would not oppose this. He crouched down, presenting his face for Li Yi to feel. With a slight smile, Li Yi saw an opportunity and revealed a mischievous grin deep within. Seizing this rare chance, he lifted his palm, silently apologizing to Li Yin. This was all for the sake of completing the task. An unfortunate necessity, he asked for compensation. Perhaps he could offer his favorite milk? With a crisp sound, Li Yi's palm landed squarely on Li Yan's face. Li Yin. The slap was delivered abruptly, catching him entirely off guard. What just happened? Did Li Yi actually strike me? He had assumed Li Yi merely wanted to touch his face, only to find himself deceived. Li Yi, with wide innocent eyes, insisted there was a mosquito on great-grandfather's face. And I helped swat it away. Li Yin. How could I possibly believe that? Yet, seeing Li Yi's earnest expression, he could not help but question its authenticity. Li presented a milk bottle, offering it to Li Yin. Did I hurt you, great-grandfather? I'll let you have my milk. Please don't be angry. Li Yin, charmed by Li Yi's sincerity, chuckled, choosing to believe the child's explanation. Regardless of its truth, he lacked the heart to reprimand such an adorable little one. After all, he had offered him his favorite milk, and that spoke volumes about their bond. With a smile, he patted Li Yi's head. Little one, how could great-grandfather ever be angry? Reversal task completed. You not only publicly defeated Li Yin, but also delivered a heavy slap, forcing him to recognize reality and understand who the true genius was. From this moment on, you would gain fame and fortune. Reward: carefree technique. Carefree technique, a supreme cultivation method, free and unrestrained, following one's desires. The description of the carefree technique is simple yet powerful, emphasizing that true cultivation lies in freedom and spontaneity. Upon comprehending the carefree technique, Li's cultivation broke through, reaching the level of a 2-star martial apprentice. This is quite something. Li rejoiced, for this technique perfectly suited his current state. No rush to cultivate, simply enjoying life, following his whims, which naturally equated to training. With his peak comprehension, Li found he didn't need to struggle for understanding. The carefree technique allowed him to cultivate effortlessly. Lie system, please prepare a baby carriage for me immediately, so I can recline and enjoy life. Mother, I'm back. Wan Ning returned with Li to Xiao Qingya's courtyard. Running into her embrace, Xiao Qingya lifted Li, exclaiming, "Look who has come to visit." Li turned to see an exceptionally young woman, perhaps just over 18, strikingly beautiful with a radiant complexion, reminiscent of a fairy. Although she appeared youthful, her figure was well developed, and this body certainly would not be a burden on the child. An endorsement from the milk-loving Li Wai in Li's memory. He had never encountered this woman, but deduced her identity. Sister, he tentatively called out, as expected. She was indeed his sister. Li Shuer gazed at Li in astonishment. This was their first meeting, and she was surprised that he recognized her. Xiao Qingya smiled, saying, is so clever. Recognizing his sister, Li replied obediently, "Mother said my sister is very beautiful. Seeing her looks, she must surely be my sister, or knows how to flatter." Xiao Qingya praised, marveling at how Li could charm girls with his words. This little rascal sometimes made her question whether he was truly a child. Li Shuer, slightly bashful, bit her lip as she looked at Li, her affection barely concealed. With just a sentence, he had won his sister's heart. Li Shuer gazed at Li's chubby face and could not resist teasing him. She thought, "This is my little brother, and he is quite adorable." That Li Shuer had spent most of her time cultivating at the Tai Ching sect, where she was a revered figure, thus rarely having the chance to visit home. Now that she had some leisure time, she decided to return home after hearing tales of her genius brother. Girls, after all, have a weak spot for cute things, and Li's endearing nature captivated her entirely. "Little call me sister," Li Shuer said affectionately, pinching Li's chubby cheek, soft and bouncy, making her unable to resist. Li obediently called, "Good boy, come here. Let's sister hug." Li Shuer opened her arms, eager to embrace her adorable brother. Who could resist such a charming little brother? She longed to hold him close and pinch his cheeks. Xiao Qingya willingly handed Li over to Li Shuer, allowing the siblings to bond and strengthen their relationship. Previously worried about potential discord, it now seemed those concerns were unfounded. Li Shuer placed Li on her lap, playfully engaging him. Li, understanding the role of a child, played along, showcasing his expertise and adorableness. She pinched his face. The soft, plump flesh was delightful to squeeze. Li caught a whiff of a unique fragrance. It must have been Li Shuer's natural scent. Shuer, how long do you plan to stay this time? Xiao Qingya inquired. I'm not sure. It depends on when my master calls me back, since I finally have some free time. I want to relax for a bit. If they don't summon me, I'll return. Li Shuer replied wearily, preferring to stay home and play with her adorable brother rather than return to the Tai Ching sect. Li Shuer playfully rubbed Li's cheek. "What do you want to eat? Sister will take you to buy tea." At the mention of food, Li's interest piqued. He opened his mouth wide, drooling, and stuck a finger in it, staring intently at Li Shuer. Seeing his eager expression, Li Shuer was perplexed. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look like food?" Xiao Qingya nearly stifled a laugh. Feeling both exasperated and amused by Li Wai as Li's mother, she was well aware of his intentions. She explained to Li Shuer, "You see, has a particular fondness for milk." "Milk?" Li Shuer paused, then glanced down at her own chest, her well-endowed figure, and then at the drooling Li, suddenly comprehending his meaning. She hurriedly covered her chest, a blush creeping across her face. In a way, this, she playfully poked Li Yi's nose. Feigning annoyance, you naughty little brother, wanting to drink from your sister. I have nothing to offer you. They weren't married yet, nor had she borne children, so what milk could she provide? Besides, she was Li Yi's sister. Even if she had some, looking at Li Yi's adorable face, it wasn't entirely off the table. Xiao Qingya interjected, has been training all day and hasn't tea-bathed yet that I will take in a wash-up first. Then you two can play together. I swear, unwilling to let go of Li Yi, expressed her affection. I just returned as well. Let me take little Yi to bathe, given Li Shuer's evident fondness for Li Yi. Xiao Qingya readily agreed. All right, then I shall trouble you. Not at all. It's no trouble, Li Shuer beamed, thrilled at the prospect of bathing with such a charming little brother. She had already envisioned how lovely Li Yi would look in a fresh outfit post-bath. Li Yi mused, there will always be women wanting me to dress as a girl. Xiao Qingya cautioned, listen to your sister and behave, understand? Understood, Li Yi replied in a childlike voice, stretching the syllables. Little Yi is so well-behaved. He certainly won't misbehave. You can rest easy. Aunt Xiao, Li Shuer reassured her. Then off you go, Xiao Qingya said as Li Shuer lifted Li Yi high into the air, spinning him around. Little Yi, let us go bathe with your sister. Are you excited? Excited, Li Yi responded enthusiastically, as if he were a child being coaxed. Li Shuer playfully poked Li Yi's chubby cheeks. Do you like your sister? Like. Satisfied with his answer, Li Shuer took Li Yi to bathe. Meanwhile, Li Yi sighed inwardly. Women were truly hard to please these days. In the original narrative, Li Shuer had looked down on Li Yi, considering him a useless burden and feeling embarrassed to have such a brother. Now, however, the plot had taken a complete turn. If you were to ask Li Yi how he felt, he could only say, as clever as I am, are you still worried about your sister being a tyrant? Come learn from me and effortlessly transform her into a gentle soul. I Shuer's beauty was unmatched, more stunning than their mother and several aunts. She was the most beautiful woman Li Yi had ever encountered. The thought of bathing openly with such a lovely sister was quite exhilarating. It seemed like a scene from some action film he had seen before. Would Li Yi entertain any immature thoughts? He glanced downwards. Even if he did, he had no means to act on them. Although bathing with his sister was a privilege at his young age, children could be troublesome. Women would only hinder my speed with the sword. As a New Age youth, I have no ties with gambling and drugs. Chapter 22. Do you want to go out and play? The reversal task was set. Your sister Li Shuer has returned to the Leaf family. And in her proud eyes, you remain the same useless brother, subject to her scornful words. Despite wanting to overlook her taunts due to her being your sister, Li Shuer continued to press you. Teach Li Shuer a lesson, making her see reality. Li Yi exclaimed, what a surprise! In the original narrative, everyone looked down on him with ridicule. Even the protagonist would have to commend him, looking up at his gentle sister leaning against him. He felt at ease. Life was just this simple. Little one, let us go bathe, Li Shuer said, playfully lifting Li Yi's chin as they bathed. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Li Yi's ear. I didn't expect you to be so young, yet possess the strength of a 2-star martial apprentice, surpassing even your sister's initial prowess. Impressive. Little one. Li Shuer was astonished to discover that Li Yi had achieved the rank of a 2-star martial apprentice at such a young age. Even a genius like her felt amazed. At Li Yi's age, she hadn't even begun her formal training. It seemed Li Yi was indeed extraordinary, a talent even superior to her own. Pleased with her brother's accomplishments, she thought how wonderful it was for their family to be filled with geniuses. Come, let your sister give you a kiss. Li Shuer planted a kiss on Li Yi's cheek, leaving a mark of lipstick. Task completed. Not only did you showcase your talent far exceeding that of Li Shuer, but you also returned her past insults 100-fold, allowing her to experience the sting of humiliation. From now on, in Li Shuer's eyes, you are a prodigious talent and a mischievous little brother. Reward. Mastery of languages. Language mastery. You have become proficient in various languages of the world, capable of deciphering even the most ancient scripts and understanding their original meaning. Li Yi pondered the system's description, still bemused. Why am I labeled a mischievous little brother? It was Li Shuer who kissed me first. Besides, it was her initiative. I was merely passive. While the reward of language mastery seemed somewhat less impressive than previous ones, it still held value that in the future, if he encountered ancient texts or scriptures, he would be able to read them without obstruction and grasp their essence. Little E, how about I go back and tell my master to accept you as a disciple and have you join our Tai Chi sect? With your talent, she will definitely agree. Li Schwerer's master was the powerful head of the Tai Chi sect, a formidable martial artist. The Tai Chi sect primarily consisted of women, with very few male disciples. All of the head's disciples were female, and male disciples were rarely accepted. However, Li Schwerer believed that her master would make an exception for someone as talented as Li Yi. Having someone like Li Yi join would benefit the entire sect, with resources likely being directed towards him, which would also be advantageous for Li. Moreover, having such a charming little brother of the Tai Chi sect would alleviate her boredom. Truly a win-win situation. Li Yi remained silent, contemplating going to the Tai Chi sect. That place was filled with women. The last time he had been overwhelmed by several women, and if he went to that den of temptresses, wouldn't he be at their mercy? He shook his head decisively in refusal. You little rascal, wouldn't it be fun to go to the Tai Chi sect with your sister? You're so adorable. If the senior and junior sisters see you, they will surely adore you. Upon hearing this, Li Yi became even more resolute in his refusal. Out of sight, out of mind, just 1 year old. His mind was singularly focused, system, as if you could do anything right now. Little one, why are you sleeping on your sister's chest again? You're almost flattening it. In the morning, Li Schwerer opened her drowsy eyes, looking somewhat aggrieved as she shifted Li Yi away, rubbing her full bosom. Since Li Schwerer returned, she had been utterly enamored with Li Yi, tending to him day and night, even sleeping with him. This clearly illustrated her affection for her brother. While Li Yi was indeed well-behaved, he had a tendency to fidget during sleep, often ending up sprawled across her chest, motionless each morning. That Li Schwerer found this rather exasperating. Sighing softly, she thought, what can I do? This adorable little rascal is my brother after all. I must indulge him. She couldn't blame Li Yi. After all, it was uncomfortable to sleep in one position all night. So naturally, he would seek a more comfortable spot. Li Schwerer gently patted Li Yi's head. Li Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes, rising from slumber in a dazed manner, looking irresistibly cute, which filled Li Schwerer with joy. She couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. That Li felt his chubby cheeks had grown a bit rounder after being pinched by Li Schwerer for days. They played together in the yard. Li Schwerer thought to herself, if I have children in the future, will they be as adorable as Li Yi? She felt a complex emotion towards him. While they were siblings, there was also a hint of maternal affection, as the age difference made her feel as if she were caring for her own child. After a while, Wan Ning arrived with the wet nurse, signaling the time for Li Yi's regular feeding. Satisfied after his meal, Li Yi felt content. Li Schwerer chuckled. Little rascal, still drinking milk? Will you ever stop? Reflecting on her own weaning at 6 months, she noted that Li Yi, nearly a year and a half old, still hadn't weaned. His development certainly wasn't lacking. Delicious, Li Yi simply replied. You know, if you keep this up, you might scare your bride away when you grow up. Li Schwerer found herself lost in a fantasy, unable to suppress her laughter. When the topic of marriage arose, Li Yi recalled the script's mention of his fiancée. According to the original plot, they were approaching the engagement ceremony. His fiancée, Qiu Lingming, was a young lady from a wealthy family, yet she lacked exceptional talent, which made their union a matter of consideration. However, not long after, Qiu Lingming awakened her innate abilities and was taken under the wing of the master of the Qinshi Island. Soaring to great heights, the prospect of marrying Li Yi then became a blemish on her reputation, making the annulment of their engagement inevitable. As for their feelings after the union, Qiu Lingming went to Qinshi Island. And aside from the engagement, they had no further contact, let alone any emotional connection. Little one, what are you thinking about? Li Schwerer inquired, noticing Li lost in thought as she gently shook him. Nothing much. I was just pondering that I want to find a bride as gentle as an elder sister, one who won't scare me off and will treat me well, Li Yi replied with a childlike giggle. This statement brought joy to Li Schwerer, causing her lips to curl into a smile. That's a wonderful idea. However, A girl as good as me is not easily found. But no matter how exceptional the girl is. Little one, you deserve her, Li nodded in agreement. Miss, your letter. A servant rushed over, holding a missive in hand. It's from the Taiching Palace. Upon hearing this, Li Shuer sighed wearily. She hoped it wasn't a summons to return, as she hadn't had enough fun yet. After opening the letter, she breathed a sigh of relief. It did not urge her to go back. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she glanced at Li Yi, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. I noticed her smile, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. With his innocent, wide eyes, he asked, Sister, what's the matter? Shout, Li, would you like to go out and play? Li Shuer arched an eyebrow at him. With such a demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder if she intended to sell him off that go out and play. Yes, there will be many older brothers and sisters, and lots of delicious food. What do you say, are you interested in going out with me? Li Shuer coaxed. Resembling a child trafficker, her scheme almost written across her face, Li fell silent, contemplating whether to accompany Li Shuer. Having stayed within the estate, it would be nice to go out and see the world. All right, he finally agreed with a nod. I'll go find Aunt Xiao and inform her, she said, picking up Li Yi as they headed to find Xiao Qingya. You plan to take Yi out for a while? What's the occasion? Xiao Qingya asked. Puzzled, Li Shuer explained. It turns out that Baiyun Temple has acquired an ancient scripture scroll, which they've been studying for many years. Not only have they failed to comprehend it, but they can hardly read most of the characters. Without understanding, further research is futile. Thus, Baiyun Temple decided to showcase the scripture scroll and invite talented individuals from around the world to perceive its essence. Hearing of the ancient scripture scroll, various sects, including noble families, grew interested. The scroll might contain awe-inspiring content, and if one could comprehend it, that would be truly remarkable. Driven by the principle of not wanting to miss out, many rushed to Baiyun Temple to observe. Baiyun Temple's actions undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. Although they publicly displayed the ancient scripture scroll, they gained significant fame and popularity, organizing a grand event. Their reputation soared. Benefiting Baiyun Temple's development, that it was a worthwhile exchange, considering they traded an incomprehensible scripture for all this that I see, Xiao Qingya mused, concluding that since Li Shuer was accompanied by one of the top sects, Taiching sect, there should be no safety concerns. She nodded in agreement. Then you may go, but be cautious. Aunt Xiao, don't worry. With me here, nothing will go awry. Li Shuer smiled, and with that, she and Li Yi departed. Xiao, let's go watch a show, Li Shuer exclaimed, carrying him as they set off. Such occasions were primarily for enjoyment and making friends. Baiyun Temple's research on the ancient scripture was a professional endeavor. After years of study, they had achieved little, highlighting the scripture's complexity. Others could hardly expect to discern anything significant in such a short time. Li Shuer took Li Yi to Lingzhouhang, boarding a spiritual vessel to Baiyun Temple. The distance was considerable, and traveling by foot would take too long, so taking the vessel was a more efficient option. Saintess, this way. Two female disciples of Taiching sect greeted Li Shuer. What brings you here? She inquired. The disciples explained. The sect leader sent a letter ahead, fearing you might be delayed, so we were sent to fetch you. Does my master not trust me to get things done? Li Shuer replied nonchalantly. The two disciples exchanged knowing glances, recalling an incident during the Tianjiao conference when Li Shuer had gallivanted off to perform heroic deeds, arriving long after the event had concluded. That time, she nearly caused the sect leader to faint from anger. Li Shuer, as the saintess, was typically diligent in her duties, but in matters beyond her role, she was often quite carefree. Who is this? One disciple asked, noticing Li Yi in Li Shuer's arms. That is your love child? He's quite grown up. Whatever are you thinking? This is my younger brother. Li Shuer realized their misunderstanding immediately. The disciples sighed in relief. Given the age gap, their first assumption had been about an illegitimate child, not a brother. Come on, let's go see the sect leader. I am always punctual, Li Shuer stated confidently. The disciples exchanged skeptical glances. Of course, if I ever fail to be on time, just pretend I never said that, she added, clearing her throat awkwardly. Li thought to himself. This sister gives me an unreliable impression. I hope she doesn't lose me. My new identity can't withstand any rough handling, Li Shuer continued. I'm taking my brother to broaden his horizons that we will be punctual. As the saintess of Tai Ching sect, Li Shuer often felt exhausted, as she had to uphold the sect's image, attending various conferences and competing with other prodigies. She also had to devote time to cultivation that a time management expert would weep at her schedule. These past few days spent playing with Li Yi had been the most relaxed she had experienced in years. Without exception, whenever she reflected on it, Li Shuer would exclaim, "Is it easy being a saintess?" She guessed that this trip to Baiyun Temple was also a way for her master to showcase her presence. Such occasions require the saintess to make an appearance. Let us go. They boarded the exclusive spiritual vessel of Tai Ching sect, speeding towards Baiyun Temple. He wandered around the vessel, exploring like a curious child. "Xiao Yi, don't run around too much. Wait for your sister," Li Shuer called out, trailing behind him. The two female disciples observed the scene and whispered among themselves, "I've never seen a saintess this happy. She's completely different from usual." Li Shuer typically maintained an image of pure grace, appearing serious and aloof, akin to an ice goddess. Now, however, the contrast was stark. This really our saintess. It must be because of that child. "I suspect he is indeed her love child," one remarked. "I think so too," the other agreed. As they indulged in their gossip about Li Shuer, today, the saintess has a love child. Tomorrow, he will be walking. The day after, the saintess has triplets. "What are you two talking about?" Li Shuer interjected, catching them off guard. They quickly covered, "Oh, nothing. This child is simply adorable." I Shuer beamed with pride, "Of course, just look at whose brother he is." Hearing this, the two disciples exchanged amused glances, nodding in agreement. "Saintess, we're almost there," one of the disciples reminded her. "Oh," Li Shuer replied, her attention captured by Li Yi as she playfully teased him. "Ahem, saintess, mind your image." The disciple coughed discreetly. "Understood," Li Shuer replied. Half-heartedly, as a saintess, she naturally had to portray an image of purity, icy aloofness, and ethereal grace. I Shuer adjusted herself, instantly embodying the persona of an ice queen, her demeanor transforming to that of a frosty goddess. Coupled with her tall and regal figure, she radiated an aura of a formidable queen. Li thought to himself, "Just a moment ago, she was my gentle sister, and now she is transformed into my queen sister. Impressive." He gave her a thumbs up, marveling at her seamless transition. I Shuer sighed internally. Having played the role of the aloof saintess for so many years, it was second nature to her. "Xiao Yi, remember to listen to your sister when we arrive." And oh mischief. All right, the character has transformed, and with it, the voice has followed suit, ethereal and elusive. Listening to her voice evokes the image of a proudly independent fairy. Visible from a distance but untouchable, that a sense of distance immediately envelopes the atmosphere. Though she exudes an air of aloofness, the gaze that Li Shuer casts upon Li Yi reveals an undeniable tenderness that she struggles to conceal. Li Shuer retrieves a white veil, obscuring half of her face, adding an aura of mystery that ignites curiosity about the breathtaking visage that lies beneath. With this veil in place, Li Shuer embodies the perfect image of a saintly maiden. Upon arriving at Baiyun Temple, the female disciples of Tai Ching sect have awaited her arrival for quite some time. Li Shuer takes Li Yi's hand and descends from the spiritual vessel. "Welcome, saintess," the disciples of Tai Ching sect exclaim in unison, their voices brimming with reverence. "Who is this? Such a prestigious presence. Brother, are you from the countryside? This is the saintess of Tai Ching sect. How could you not know her? Are you even a man?" In response to the questioning, the young man, feeling defiant, retorts, "Why should I know her?" Another shakes his head. "Just take a look and you'll understand." Unfazed, the young man stares intently at the spiritual vessel, and soon, a figure clad in white, donning a white veil, gracefully descends. Just a glance, and his eyes seem glued to Li Shuer, unable to look away. "So beautiful. Is she a fairy?" The onlookers, regardless of gender, are captivated by Li Shuer's mysterious allure, unable to tear their gazes from her. Indeed, she is the saintess, every bit as beautiful as the rumors suggest. That I long to see the stunning visage behind that veil. The saintess has revealed her face before, and her portrait is available for sale in the market. "Where can I buy it? I want one." Just inquire, and you'll find out that I've heard it's been auctioned for 100,000 gold coins. It must be genuine, as it was circulated by those from Tai Ching's sect. Li Shui's influence is not merely a product of her beauty and grace, but also her esteemed status. It is akin to the distinction between a courtesan and an empress. The feelings evoked are worlds apart, especially if the empress were to be vanquished. Oh, why is there a child beside the saintess? Suddenly, the presence of Li Shui holding a child stirs a wave of commotion. The news of the saintess with a child is sensational, sparking discussions and countless speculations. Some believe the child to be Li Shui, while others propose alternative connections, leading to near altercations. How could you lowly goblins tarnish the image of our goddess? Li Shui remains unfazed by the chatter, calmly holding Li Yi's hand. Saintess, the disciples of Tai Ching sect bow in unison. Li Shui nods slightly. The leader among them is her senior sister, Yuju, although she is a senior. Li Shui, as the saintess, holds a status that naturally surpasses Yuju's within Tai Ching's sect. Has our master arrived? Yes, she has been waiting for the saintess, Yuju replies. Good. Please lead me to her, clearing a path through the crowd. Yuju guides Li Shui into Baiyun Temple. The saintess certainly commands a grand entrance. After the disciples of Tai Ching's sect depart, they finally feel free to discuss amongst themselves. Have you seen the strength of Tai Ching's sect? Among the top sects of Dakian, only the Royal Academy can rival them. When the saintess makes her appearance, it is only natural that she draws attention. As Li Shui enters Baiyun Temple, her presence undeniably becomes a striking focal point. Many talented disciples from various sects are eager to engage with her, yet they are met with polite refusals. Lie, being led by Li Shui, also unwittingly captures attention. People wonder, who is this child? What right does he have to be in the saintess's company? Why not me? I would settle for being a mere pet. Upon reaching the designated area within Baiyun Temple, Yuju finally speaks. Saintess, this child is... Li Shui coolly responds, my younger brother, Li Xiao. This is my senior sister. You should address her as Sister Yuju. Hello, Sister Yuju. Li Yi greets obediently. Hello, little brother. Yuju smiles at Li Yi, feeling an impulse to ruffle his hair. I brought Xiao Yi to see the world. Please arrange for him to accompany me, Li Shui states. This, Yuju contemplates, it may not be appropriate for the saintess to always be accompanied by a child. It could lead to misunderstandings and affect your image. Li Shui remains silent, taking Li Yi to meet their master, indicating that this is not up for discussion. They arrive at the chamber of the sect leader. Master, Shui has come, Li Shui announces, giving Li Yi a meaningful glance. Li mimics her gesture of respect. Li Shui's eyes reveal satisfaction. The little one is quite perceptive. Come in. A calm voice calls from within. As Li Shui enters, she sees a young woman of regal bearing seated in a position of authority. Her attire is dignified and majestic, exuding an air of superiority, adorned with phoenix embroidery, and wearing a phoenix crown. Resembling a phoenix poised for flight, this is the leader of Tai Ching's sect, Xiao Hanyan. Xiao Hanyan also wears a veil, and through the haze, Li Yi perceives that she rivals Li Shui in beauty. Yet their temperaments differ. Xiao Hanyan possesses an air of sophistication and maturity. Despite appearing as youthful as a 20-year-old maiden, she is, in fact, several centuries old. He had assumed that Tai Ching's sect adhered to simplicity. But upon seeing Xiao Hanyan, he realizes he was mistaken. Perhaps this is the grandeur expected of a major sect. Xiao Hanyan rests her chin on her hand, appearing to take a brief respite. After Li Shui enters, she slowly opens her eyes. I have seen my master. You have arrived. Xiao Hanyan lifts her teacup, sipping leisurely. Li Shui responds coolly. Li shivers, feeling as though a sudden chill has swept through the room. The dialogue between the master and disciple is notably frosty. Xiao Hanyan raises her gaze, noticing Li Yi beside Li Shui, who is also observing her intently. In their brief exchange of glances, Li Shui introduces. This is my younger brother, Yi. Xiao Hanyan remains expressionless, scrutinizing Li Yi as though attempting to discern his very essence. She can perceive Li Yi's cultivation and that his physique surpasses that of his peers. Yet beyond that, she cannot discern anything further. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hanyan, Li Yi possesses the ancient sacred body, and she does not see through it. She feels a slight surprise internally, but maintains an impassive exterior, as if nothing could stir her emotions. That Lie, understanding and polite, greetings, esteemed elder. I am Li Yi, and it is an honor to meet you. His soft, childlike voice tugs at Xiao Hanyan's heartstrings, and she feels an inexplicable fondness toward him. The sight of the adorable child ignites an urge to embrace him and pinch his cheeks. However, as the leader of Tai Ching's sect, she must remain composed and aloof, suppressing any emotional impulses, and responds to Li Yi with a faint nod. Chapter 24. The influence of Saintess Li Shuer this time. Baiyun Temple will release a portion of ancient scriptures, specifically those translated by its practitioners that Li Shuer contemplates, believing that Baiyun Temple would release all of them. It seems they are not as generous as she had imagined. After all, these ancient scriptures were hard-won treasures. How could they simply be given away? What tasks do you require of me, master? Xiao Hanyan explains. According to Baiyun Temple's rules, among the scriptures they release, if one can translate them to their standards and receive their approval, they will be invited to view the entirety. Translate ancient scriptures. This is not within my expertise. Li Shuer shakes her head. Xiao Hanyan continues. I know that translation is handled by others. Your role is to represent Tai Ching's sect in the martial arts exchange 3 days hence. Those who place in the top 10 will be granted access to the complete ancient scriptures. She adds, I hope you can secure the top position and memorize the entire collection. Li Shuer pauses, and after a brief silence, she responds, Disciple understands. Xiao Hanyan gazes at Li Shuer with expectations for her future. Li Shuer's physique aligns with the sect's techniques to a degree that surpasses even Xiao Hanyan's. If all proceeds smoothly, her future achievements are destined to surpass those of her master. After outlining Li Shuer's responsibilities, Xiao Hanyan turns her attention to Li Yi, who is curiously observing her. Their eyes meet, and Xiao Hanyan finds herself intrigued by Li Yi, so young yet possessing cultivation and physique that far exceed his peers. It seems that this family of Li Shuer possesses remarkable bloodlines. Seeing Li Yi's cute demeanor stirs a strange feeling within Xiao Hanyan, though she does not dwell on it, since there is nothing pressing. You may go explore the ancient scriptures. Perhaps you will make some discoveries. With that, Xiao Hanyan slowly closes her eyes, entering a state of tranquility. Disciple understands and will not disappoint my master's expectations. Li Shuer clasped her hands and led Li Yi out of the room. After Li Shuer departed, an ethereal bird flew into the chamber, and Xiao Hanyan opened her eyes, her hand reaching out to the bird, which lingered at her fingertips. The apparition transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, entering Xiao Hanyan's sea of consciousness. This was intelligence gathered from various sects, conveyed to Xiao Hanyan in this manner by the responsible parties. As she perused the information within her mind, she discovered that the lord of the Qian sect had taken Mu Qing, the fairy, as his Dao partner, thereby adding a formidable martial emperor to their ranks. Xiao Hanyan, that old woman Mu Qing actually married the lord of the Qian sect? Does that old hag even deserve to find a companion? Surely the Qian sect's leader must have had his wits knocked out by a mule. Truly, he must be starving to settle for anything. Both of these individuals were contemporaries of Xiao Hanyan. Mu Qing had previously suffered defeat at her hands, while the current leader of the Qian sect had once pursued Xiao Hanyan, only to be coldly rebuffed. It was unexpected that they would come together now, clearly neglecting their cultivation, which explained why they had yet to reach the martial sovereign realm. Unlike her, who devoted herself solely to her training, companionship was merely a distraction from cultivation. She continued to sift through the news from various locales. The lord of the Yanyu sect, in an effort to assist his Dao partner in vanquishing her inner demons, was injured by her during her madness. Nonetheless, he succeeded in slaying her inner demons. However, his own cultivation suffered, and the strength of the sect was adversely affected, leaving his partner to accompany him for the remainder of his days. Xiao Hanyan, what nonsense is this? This fool, having been a sect leader for so many years, remains as foolish as ever. Sacrificing himself for a woman is utterly unworthy. The Yanyu sect is likely to fall to a second-rate status henceforth. Xiao Hanyan sighed. Romantic entanglements not only hinder cultivation, but also cloud one's judgment. Fortunately, she had decreed a strict prohibition against such affairs and led by example. which had brought the Tai Ching sect to its current esteemed position. The evidence spoke for itself. Oh, why do my teeth feel a bit sour, as if I had consumed a lemon? She resumed her reading. The ancestor of the Huan sect had developed a new dual cultivation technique that could enhance the efficiency of dual cultivation and allow for 12 continuous hours of practice. Xiao Han Yen, what on earth is all this? Why is the news received today so bizarre? She dismissed these tidings, refusing to read further, feeling increasingly unsettled. Closing her eyes, she took a moment to rest. Li Shuer held Li Yi's hand as they made their way to the Baiyun Temple, where ancient scriptures were being showcased. The displayed scriptures were translations by the Baiyun Temple, which would not reveal their translated content. The temple divided the texts into 10 sections, allowing anyone who could translate a complete section to view the entirety of the ancient scripture. Various sects dispatched experts for translation, and many spectators gathered to observe the spectacle. This location was currently the most bustling within the Baiyun Temple, teeming with people. Make way. Yu Zhu led the way, and upon seeing the Tai Ching sect members approach, the crowd instinctively parted. Compared to the Tai Ching sect, their own sects were insignificant, and they dared not offend the Tai Ching sect. The reputation of the Tai Ching sect remained as formidable as ever that a sect of such magnitude must possess some standing. If I were the sect leader, I would be even more ostentatious than the Daha. If you were the Tai Ching sect leader, you'd probably die in your sleep from anxiety. Ha. Oh, why is the Tai Ching sect Sainus holding a child? And a boy at that. Curious glances turned toward Li Yi, speculating about his identity. Could he possibly be the future holy son? I've never heard of the Tai Ching sect having a holy son. That's wishful thinking. Hearing their discussions, Yu Zhu felt a headache coming on. It was said that Li Shuer should not take a child out, as it tarnished her saintly image. The image of a saintess ought to embody purity. Not maternal authority. I Shuer paid no heed to the gossip, calmly leading Li Yi to a particular scripture. This scripture consisted of 13 lines, all inscribed in ancient characters. The ancient script was diverse and archaic, making translation exceedingly challenging, with most characters requiring conjecture rather than verification. The Baiyun Temple disciple in charge of this area, upon noticing Li Shuer's arrival, hurried forth to greet her with fervent enthusiasm. His eyes brimming with admiration. I have seen the Saintess I Shuer merely inclined her head slightly, refraining from speech, her gaze fixed on the ancient scripture. The Baiyun disciple, undeterred, eagerly explained the scripture to Li Shuer, hoping to win her favor with every detail. As if by doing so, he might catch her eye. Even if just for a moment, he surmised that should Li Shuer request it, they would unhesitatingly share their translations. Translating scriptures is our specialty. If the saintess has any queries or is interested, she may inquire of us. Yet Li Shuer remained silent, silently studying the text. Far from being offended, the Baiyun disciple felt that the saintess ought to be so. Her aloof and pure demeanor was enchanting, and to earn her favor would render his life complete. Li gazed at the scripture, and to his astonishment, the obscure ancient text effortlessly transformed into comprehensible words within his mind. Thanks to his linguistic proficiency, he could understand any script, including the ancient characters. With just a glance, he translated the entire ancient scripture. From the translation, it appeared to be a cultivation technique, but only the complete ancient text would confirm this. Li stroked his chin in contemplation. Such an opportunity to obtain the ancient scripture should not be squandered, especially since he merely needed to take a look that he tugged on Li Shuer's skirt and asked, "Sister, if I translate the scripture, when can we see the entire text?" "Sister, this boy is the saintess's younger brother." Many sighed with relief, realizing his identity. So the saintess indeed had a brother. I don't know. Li Shuer replied, shaking her head as she turned to the Baiyun disciple for clarification. Hearing her voice, the Baiyun disciple was momentarily entranced, lost in delightful fantasies. The saintess is speaking to me? No, she must have an interest in me. Hey, the saintess is asking you a question. The Baiyun disciple wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and hastily responded, "In the coming days, observe the scripture. Submit your translations to us. And after the martial arts exchange meeting, we will announce the results and review all the text together that I see." Contemplated this information. I Shuer noticed Li Yi's keen interest and inquired, "Little E, do you understand it?" Her question was meant in jest, for how could a mere child comprehend ancient scriptures? Such understanding required extensive study and knowledge of ancient texts, none of which Li possessed. MHMLIE nodded confidently, his chubby face radiating assurance. I swear, naturally skeptical, dismissed it as a child's whimsy, yet seeing Li Yi's enthusiasm, she decided to indulge him. If little E is interested, once you finish, I'll help you submit. MHMLE obediently nodded, pointing to other scriptures. Sister, let us go see the others. He had already grasped this passage and saw no need to linger. All right. Elishware affectionately ruffled Li Yi's hair and led him to explore other scriptures. This scene filled onlookers with envy, wishing they were the ones being led by the saintess. Such was the privilege of childhood. They longed to be decades younger, so they could be taken by Li Shuer. As Li Shuer guided Li Yi through each scripture, he merely glanced at each one before eagerly moving on to the next. He was so swift that Li Shuer scarcely had time to examine the text herself before he had finished reading. Li Shuer concluded that Li Yi's interest was simply that of a child's fleeting curiosity, but seeing his enthusiasm, she decided to wander with him, as she had no need to translate the scriptures herself. As long as Li Yi was happy, that sufficed. Before long, Li Yi had perused 10 scriptures, synthesizing the translations and confirming that this was indeed the cultivation technique from ancient times. Mastering the complete method would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to his future cultivation. Li Yi was determined to secure the entire text. I swear, I never expected to see you here. What a stroke of fate! A gentle male voice rang out as a handsome young man in an opulent robe approached. The robe was embroidered with a dragon, indicating his royal lineage. He was surely a prince. His gaze burned intently upon Li Shuer, filled with admiration, unmistakably a suitor. Your Highness, the 14th prince. The crowd bowed in deference to Jiang Haoming, the 14th prince of the Dacian dynasty. Among the princes, Jiang Haoming was known for his intellect and had garnered a measure of fame. He waved dismissively at the crowd's salutations, allowing them to rise. Before stepping forward to stand before Li Shuer, his gaze brimming with affection, the 14th prince, gifted and proud, he believed few women in the world were worthy of him. However, upon a chance encounter with Li Shuer, he was deeply captivated, falling for the aloof saintess and vowing to take her as his imperial consort. Li Shuer had long grown accustomed to such attention. She was not the only one to have been pursued by princes, one of whom once offered a fortune of silver merely to elicit a smile from her, only to be utterly disregarded. I never expected to encounter you here. It truly is fate. The 14th prince smiled warmly. Upon hearing that Li Shuer had arrived, he immediately rushed over, believing in fate. If it does not exist, one must create it. Your Highness, you jest, Li Shuer replied coldly, adding that were it not for his esteemed royal status, she would have little inclination to engage with him. Shuer, I see you have an interest in ancient scriptures. Coincidentally, I have delved into their study as well that if you wish, I would be delighted to share my insights with you. Jiang Haoming offered enthusiastically, fanning himself with a folding fan. Considering himself quite the gentleman, I am not interested, Li Shuer responded icily, preparing to depart, irritated by the incessant chatter around her. Shuer, we are here precisely to discuss the ancient scriptures. Let us sit down and converse, Jiang Haoming insisted, clinging to her like a stubborn plaster. I am not interested, Li Shuer reiterated firmly. Just as Jiang Haoming was about to speak again, an elderly man approached. Miss Shuer, it has been quite some time. Senior son, Li Shuer greeted respectfully. The man before her, Sun Weijia, was a powerful figure at the martial emperor level and a teacher at the Royal Academy, as well as Jiang Haoming's mentor. Sun Weijia waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Li Shuer need not engage in such formalities. Is your master well? Sun Weijia had once been in a position similar to Jiang Haoming's, pursuing Xiao Hanyan, so he encouraged Jiang Haoming to pursue Li Shuer, hoping to rectify his own past regrets. Of course, this regret was one he perceived alone. In Xiao Hanyan's eyes, Sun Weijia was merely a defeated foe. Quite well, Li Shuer replied. That is good to hear, Sun Weijia remarked, stroking his beard. Young people should engage in more discourse. I often discuss matters with your master, and now that you youngsters are gathered, why not share some thoughts? Very well, Jiang Haoming responded with enthusiasm. seizing the opportunity as if it were a well-timed assist from his master, I swear. However, was reluctant to engage in any conversation with him and considered how to decline. At that moment, Li tugged at the hem of Li Shuer's white dress, looking up with innocent eyes. "Sister, I'm hungry. Will you take me to eat something?" Jiang Haoming then noticed Li Yi, pondering where this child had come from. Li Shuer's younger brother. Seeing Li Yi beside her, pulling at her skirt, he felt a surge of displeasure. "I've never been so close to Li Shuer. Why does this little brat think he deserves to be so near?" "Very well," Li Shuer said to Li Yi, her tone softening with warmth and affection. Turning to son Weijia to apologize, "I truly must take my leave. I have matters to attend to." Li glanced at Jiang Haoming with a disapproving expression, irritated by his gaze. In response, Li Yi concocted a clever plan. "Mission activated. You have attracted envious glances from other prodigies. Please showcase your prowess to silence them, so they may recognize the true genius among them. Sister, I'm so hungry I can't walk. Carry me," Li declared, extending his arms for a hug. Refusing to budge unless she complied, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. This little brat, daring to request the saintess to hold him? How outrageous! The purity of the saintess could never stoop to embrace such a child. What a delusion! Li Shuer sighed in exasperated affection. This little rascal had chosen the most inconvenient moment to demand a hug. What could she do but indulge him? She reached out and, to the astonishment of all present, lifted Li Yi into her arms, cradling him close. She truly did it? A stunned silence fell over the crowd, watching enviously as Li Shuer held Li Yi. For the first time, they felt a pang of jealousy toward the child. Jiang Haoming's eyes blazed with fury, fixated on Li Yi, the green-eyed monster consuming him. "No. Come, sister will take you to eat something delicious," Li Shuer said gently. Li Yi nodded obediently, snuggling into her embrace before glancing pointedly at Jiang Haoming. The latter, witnessing this scene, nearly choked with rage. What does this little brat mean? Is he flaunting it in front of me? He stared in disbelief at Li Yi, filled with envy and resentment. Why is it not me? Why does this child have the privilege to be close to her? The girl he could only dream of conversing with was now being held by Li Yi, who even looked at him with that smug expression. It felt akin to seeing someone ride the BMW he cherished while casually asking, "Am I going fast?" This was a heart-wrenching blow. In that moment, Li Yi undoubtedly became the enemy of every man present. The suitors of Li Shuer felt tears welling up. Their vision of the pure saintess had been shattered. Although he was her brother, they could scarcely accept it. The image of their goddess had been tarnished by this little brat, making them feel a deep-seated animosity towards him. Son Weijia, unfazed, remarked, "It's merely a child. Why take it to heart?" With hands clasped behind his back, he seemed to imply that anyone who could be jealous of a child was undoubtedly narrow-minded, advocating for a broader perspective like his own. The disciple understands. Jiang Haoming gritted his teeth in response, the sound of his teeth grinding audible. I Shuer's tender tone with Li Yi contrasted sharply with her usual cold demeanor towards others, only fueling Jiang Haoming's jealousy. Mission accomplished. By virtue of your outstanding performance, you have become the object of jealousy among all prodigies. Reward: unparalleled grace, an irresistible charm emanating from within, making it hard for others to resist and compelling them to submit to your allure, especially the opposite sex. Its impact transcends any boundaries at LIE. I can understand the unique charm towards the opposite sex, but crossing any race seems rather absurd, doesn't it? I hope this charm doesn't cause any trouble. Upon returning to the territory of Taiqing sect, arrangements were made for Li Yi's favorite treats. Li Shuer playfully poked Li Yi's nose. "Little rascal, you've got me into quite a predicament." Li grinned. Sister doesn't like talking to him, so of course I must help you to. Li Shuer didn't reprimand him. Instead, she felt a swell of joy, content with having such a brother. All her efforts in caring for him were worthwhile. He truly was a good brother. Saintess. Yao Zhu sighed, feeling utterly drained as she gazed at Li Shuer, unsure of what to say. After this encounter, the esteemed image of the saintess she had painstakingly constructed lay in ruins. She had intended to voice a few words, but upon glancing at Li Yi, she found herself captivated by his adorableness, unable to resist liking him. She even sensed a hint of genius in him, foreseeing that he would grow into an exceptionally handsome prodigy. Noticing Yao Zhu's gaze, Li looked up, meeting her eyes. That brief moment sent Yao Zhu's heart racing. She instinctively averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing with warmth, lost in daydreams, imagining winning his favor and living happily together. Her face grew hotter, and she covered her flushed cheeks. Realizing what she was thinking, Yao Zhu admonished herself. "What am I doing? He is just a child." Casting aside such absurd thoughts, she pondered why she felt this way. Tai Ching's sect strictly forbade romantic entanglement. As a disciple of the sect, she must hold herself to high standards. For many years, Yao Zhu had never entertained such thoughts, and this was her first time feeling this way toward the child. It felt so wrong. Yet, the sensation lingered in her mind, tantalizing and tempting her to indulge in forbidden fruit. Yao Zhu shook her head, reminding herself to focus on her cultivation. These thoughts were misguided. She had intended to converse with Li Shuer. But upon seeing Li Yi, her thoughts scattered. Her gaze towards Li Yi took on a complex emotion. She longed to embrace him and pinch his chubby cheeks. Li Shuer turned to Yao Zhu. "Sister, what do you think? I sent my brother adorable. Saintus, please be cautious. I understand, there are no outsiders here, and if I keep this serious demeanor, I'll end up with a permanent frown," Li Shuer complained. Yao Zhu glanced around the courtyard, relieved to see no one else present. Spending time beside Li Shuer meant she had to maintain her serious facade, which was exhausting. Seating herself beside Li Shuer on a stone bench, she couldn't help but smile at Li Yi, her lips curling into a motherly grin at Li, happily munching on snacks, since two gazes upon him, which filled him with an ominous premonition. Boys must protect themselves out here. "Such a good boy. May I pinch you?" Yao Zhu asked eagerly. "Of course," Li Yi replied. Yao Zhu excitedly pinched his skin, which was soft and silky, yielding a delightful bounce that made it hard to resist. "Here we go again," Li Yi remarked. I Shuer chimed in. "How about we take little E for a bath and then dress him in a skirt? He'd look even cuter in a skirt." Exasperated, he thought, why do all these beautiful women want me to wear a skirt? Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean I have to dress like a girl. I don't have this inclination. Hastily, he exclaimed, "Sister, I want brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone." "What do you need those for?" "To translate the scriptures," Li Yi said earnestly. I couldn't help but laugh. "You really are something. Wait here, I'll fetch them for you." I do not believe that Li Yi is merely playing around. In Chapter 26, Xiao Hanyan, like dry tinder meeting a raging fire after centuries. Witness Li picking up a brush and writing on paper. Following Xiao Qingya's rigorous lessons, Li Yi's brushwork flowed effortlessly, and his calligraphy was exquisite. "Oh, little E, your handwriting is remarkable," exclaimed Li Shuer in astonishment. Yi's writing surpassed her own, prompting her to question whether such skill could truly belong to a child. A sense of pride swelled within him. Of course, with his unparalleled comprehension, grasping the essence of calligraphy came easily to him. His proficiency rivaled that of Xiao Qingya, perhaps even surpassing it by a hair's breadth. "What have you written? Let me see." "Dear brother," she urged, examining his work closely. Initially, she had thought Li Yi was merely indulging in whimsical scribbles, yet it became evident that he possessed genuine talent for writing. After perusing his compositions, Li Shuer furrowed her brow slightly. Although each piece was but a brief excerpt, the content was anything but ordinary. A terrifying thought crept in her mind. Could it be that he had truly translated ancient scriptures? My heavens, Li Yi has really done it, and he is merely a one-year-old child. This is utterly astonishing. The magnitude of his abilities left Li Shuer in disbelief, causing her to question whether she was dreaming. Her younger brother's genius transcended her understanding of talent. "Is this truly a translation of ancient scriptures you have produced?" Li Shuer inquired, her voice laced with shock. Yu Zhu, puzzled, took hold of the translated scriptures and, moments later, mirrored Li Shuer's astonishment. This, while she desperately wanted to doubt that Li Yi was merely scribbling nonsense, the content was far too coherent to dismiss as such. Of course, Li Yi replied, lifting his head with an air of pride. As if to say, Aren't I impressive? Gasping, the two exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Li Yi as if he were a marvel. How did you manage to translate this? A 1-year-old child with no education, how could you possibly accomplish such a feat? They were utterly perplexed. I merely shook his finger. I glanced at it, and my mind naturally understood. The two were left speechless. Their jaws slightly agape, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. Is it really that simple? A mere glance, and your mind comprehends? Are you jesting? Such claims are difficult to accept. Well, if not, then what? Is it truly that difficult? Li Yi retorted with a shrug, as if he had completed a trivial task. That moment, Li Shuer and Yu Zhu's worldviews crumbled, their minds buzzing. Do you hear yourself? Is this even humanly possible? Do you have any idea how many predecessors have diligently studied ancient texts for decades, even centuries, laboriously translating them, only to produce so little? You translated it in a single glance, and you question whether it is difficult. If those scholars heard you, they would likely faint from rage. More importantly, Li Yi was still just a child. Was the disparity between people truly this vast? Little E, you are an unparalleled genius. Allow your sister to kiss you. Li Shuer exclaimed, lifting Li Yi and planting a kiss on his chubby cheek through her veil. Saintis, the translation of ancient scriptures. Let us present it to our master and submit it in the name of our Tai Ching sect. I am eager to see how the disciples of Baiyun Temple will react upon discovering that it was produced by a 1-year-old child. I Shuer declared, filled with pride and anticipation. Moments later, at Xiao Hanyan's residence, she regarded the ancient scripture translation in her hands, her expression revealing a rare satisfaction. Shuer, you have done exceptionally well to have completed this translation in such a short time. It seems the disciples of Baiyun Temple are nothing but inept. Xiao Hanyan set the paper down, praising Li Shuer, initially believing it to be her work. I Shuer clarified, Master, this was not translated by me, but by my younger brother, Li Yi. Xiao Hanyan's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, you mean your 1-year-old brother? Indeed, Li Shuer affirmed with a nod. Skepticism flickered in Xiao Hanyan's gaze as she contemplated the revelation. Yet Li Shuer understood that such matters were not fabricated. She spoke the truth. The notion was indeed unfathomable, leaving Xiao Hanyan perplexed. Her gaze shifted to the well-behaved Li Yi beside Li Shuer, recognizing him as a prodigy. Yet she had not anticipated such remarkable capability from him. His genius seemed to defy rational expectation. Xiao Hanyan thought, suddenly captivated by the charm exuding from this little fellow, as if he possessed an invisible allure that enchanted her. She found Li Yi to be utterly adorable, envisioning him as a handsome and graceful genius in the future. How delightful it would be to travel the world with such a talent, witnessing the beauty of all that lies beyond. Wait, what am I thinking? Why am I suddenly entertaining such bizarre thoughts? It is sinful to have such feelings for a child. I am the head of the Tai Ching sect, devoted to my cultivation, strictly forbidding any romantic entanglements, dismissing all matters unrelated to my path of enlightenment. For many years, Xiao Hanyan had maintained such a mindset, never allowing herself to develop feelings for anyone. Believing she had severed all attachments and achieved a state of transcendence. No, this cannot be a romantic infatuation with Li Yi. It is merely admiration for his extraordinary talent, which has stirred my affection for gifted individuals. Yes, it must be that. Such a rare gift, if nurtured under the Tai Ching sect, would undoubtedly become a significant pillar for our sect in the future. Master, Li Shuer called, noticing Xiao Hanyan's momentary distraction, snapping back to reality. Xiao Hanyan turned her gaze to Li Yi, still grappling with that lingering sense of inappropriate sentiment. She composed herself, restoring her demeanor. Your brother is indeed a remarkable talent. If those disciples from Baiyun Temple were to discover this, they would likely be infuriated. Xiao Hanyan remarked. I Shuer continued. Little Li wishes to see the complete ancient scriptures. With his abilities, he could surely translate them all. Master, what do you think? Xiao Hanyan understood Li Shuer's implication. Has your brother joined our sect? Not yet. Yu Zhu, take this translation to Baiyun Temple and present it as the work of Li Yi, a disciple of the Tai Ching sect. Yu Zhu paused, questioning, Master, do you intend to accept Li Yi as a disciple? Since he has not yet joined, and given that he is Shuer's brother, let us first submit it in the name of the Taiqing sect. Understood. Yu Zhu promptly set off to fulfill the task. Xiao Hanyan cast a glance at Li Yi. His extraordinary talent indeed stirred her interest, prompting her desire to take him under her wing. Yet, considering the tradition of the Taiqing sect, which has always favored female disciples, she hesitated. It was a hesitation, not a refusal. Li Yi's remarkable gift genuinely captivated her, igniting an inexplicable urge to hug him and caress his chubby little face. Xiao Hanyan felt a wave of frustration, reflecting on how her thoughts had strayed. This infatuation was maddening, like a bundle of dry tinder that had lain dormant for centuries. Encountering a fierce blaze upon meeting Li Yi, her thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. She rubbed her heavy head, wondering if her centuries of composure had dissipated into thin air. Remain calm. She silently recited a calming mantra to soothe her restless heart, attributing her turmoil to the news she had encountered that day. A fleeting spark may easily extinguish, but centuries of dry tinder, ignited by Li Yi's extraordinary charm, would not be so easily subdued, and the effect was far more potent than what an ordinary woman might experience in his presence. The only reason she could maintain her composure was that Li Yi was too young in age, that is. What else could it mean? Chapter 27. Two women compete for attention, leaving Li Yi indifferent. At Baiyun Temple, in a room where translations from various sects have been submitted, the core disciples of Baiyun Temple were reviewing the documents. As we suspected, their translations are utterly nonsensical, devoid of any logic. How could they possibly compare to our decades of effort in such a short time? Look at this individual. Their translation is inferior to what I could concoct with my feet. Even a romance novel would be better than this. Have you seen my pile? Each one is more absurd than the last. After days of reviewing, they were nearing a breaking point. Old Chun, why are you silent? Could it be that you are rendered speechless? Ha ha! Noticing Old Chin's unwavering gaze, they approached him, intrigued by his apparent stupefaction. What's this translation that has you so mesmerized? Allow me to appreciate it. As they leaned in to observe, they were taken aback. Their expressions mirrored Old Chin's shock. What translation could possibly leave you both so dumbfounded? Curiosity getting the better of them, they too examined the document, and soon 3 pairs of eyes were wide with astonishment. Quickly summon the temple master. Before long, Zhang Zuan, the temple master, rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor. What is the matter? Look at this translation. Zhang Zuan, with a perplexed expression, picked up the papers for inspection. Moments later, his brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor grave, and his gaze meticulous as he scrutinized every word and phrase, leaving no detail overlooked. His hands trembled uncontrollably, betraying his palpable excitement. His lips cracked and dry. Each page was examined with utmost seriousness. He flipped through the 10 sheets repeatedly, unaware that he had reviewed them 7 or 8 times before finally withdrawing his gaze. How could this be possible? He exclaimed in shocked disbelief. Could it be that someone has leaked our translation results? A disciple speculated. Zhang Zuan shook his head. This translation is superior to ours. In comparison, our work is riddled with flaws and hardly worthy of mention. He had believed his translation to be flawless. Yet upon seeing this version, he recognized the disparity. This was a translation that approached perfection. Curiously, he inquired, which sect does this disciple belong to? The disciple of Taiqing sect. Li Yuan exhaled deeply. Indeed, the Taiqing sect has been producing remarkable talents in recent years. To have such a prodigy, Li Yi, how have I not heard of him? Is he among the esteemed figures of Taiqing sect? I do not recall him. His name suggests he is male. Perhaps his abilities are not outstanding, or he simply prefers to remain low-key. A person with such talent is exceptional. Perhaps he could translate ancient scriptures in their entirety. Regrettably, he is not a disciple of Baiyun Temple. Zhang Zuan's brow knitted with concern. While translating ancient scriptures is commendable, the troubling aspect is that it is not a member of Baiyun Temple who has achieved this. Would that not mean gifting others a portion of ancient scriptures? That would be a significant loss. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a prodigy? Zhang Zuan pondered, Perhaps this could turn out to be advantageous. As the holder of the ancient scriptures, there must be a way to benefit from it. With this thought, Zhang Zuan revealed a scheming smile that I shall pay a visit to the master of Tai Ching's sect and witness this prodigy for myself. At Tai Ching's sect's residence, Yu Zhu and Li Shuer were in the courtyard playing with Li Yi. While it was said they were entertaining him, in truth, it was Li Yi who was amusing the two of them. Poor Li Yi. It is truly challenging to entertain adults these days, but fortunately, he was well versed in the art of playing the child. Yes, they frolicked. Li's cultivation broke through to that of a 3-star martial disciple. Li Yi, what else is there to say? Let us get started at is being a 3-star martial disciple impressive. It is merely a matter of having hands 1,000 miles away. Li Zimo inexplicably sneezed, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a blade. Shout, Yi, you have broken through? Li Shuer noticed Li Yi's transformation. The commotion of his breakthrough was not insignificant, and she suddenly realized that he had indeed become a 3-star martial disciple. What? Yu Zhu exclaimed in shock. They had been playing with Li Yi. How had he managed to break through? Is it possible to break through while playing? That is simply unreasonable. Li Yi, the power of the carefree technique is beyond your comprehension. Their worldviews shattered once again. Li Yi had been playing, not cultivating, yet he had still managed to achieve a breakthrough. Utterly illogical. Xiao Yi, you truly baffle me. Sister finds it hard to understand you. Li Shuer was at a loss for words. Her heart a tumult of emotions, her face a portrait of bitterness. All along, Li Shuer had prided herself on being a genius, and indeed she was, having displayed her talents from a young age and being designated as a holy maiden. However, her once prized talent paled in comparison to Li Yi's. There was no basis for comparison. Li was a prodigy bestowed by the heavens, making Li Shuer, the so-called genius, realize that even among geniuses, there exists an insurmountable gap. Fortunately, this prodigy was her beloved younger brother. After the initial shock, her lips curved into a smile, genuinely happy for Li Yi's talent. Li, I wish to keep a low profile. But alas, I am a player with a cheat. Being low-key would be an insult to the system. Xiao Yi, you must cultivate diligently. For now, sister will protect you, but in the future, it will be you who protects sister. Understood? Li, such words. Shall I buy 3 more houses and put the mortgages in my name? No new accounts, please. When I grow up, I will protect sister. Whoever bullies sister, I will fight them. I playfully raised his chubby little fist, putting on a fierce expression. This sight melted Yu Zhu's heart. How adorable. I wish I had a younger brother like him. But alas, bringing him home and tying him to a pillar to whip him would not yield such results. Holy maiden, let me hold him. My brother, I haven't hugged him enough. Why, Li Shuer tightly embraced Li Yi, fearing that others would snatch him away, determined to protect her brother. Li. His head was buried in Li Shuer's chest. Soft and fragrant. To describe it in 8 words. Vast as the sea. Embracing all. Though it fell short compared to those wet nurses, Li Shuer was still young, and the future was bright. The softness and fragrance of this embrace made Li Yi feel as though he might need an ambulance. He was on the verge of suffocation. Let me hug you, please. No way. Don't you dare snatch him. He's my brother. Just one hug. I promise it will be just one. This is clearly bandit behavior. Return Xiao Yi to me. Do not kiss my brother. The 2 women engaged in a heated quarrel in the courtyard, tension palpable, with Li Yi caught in the middle, nearly torn asunder. His body was covered in cosmetics, fragrant and alluring, especially his face, adorned with numerous bright red lipstick marks and drool. Li felt utterly disillusioned. There are truly many female ruffians in this day and age. Sometimes, being too popular can be a curse. Chapter 28. Women are terrifying. Even the ancient saint body cannot withstand it. 3 days later, at the martial arts exchange meeting, disciples from various sects gathered. The venue was the Grand Martial Arts Arena of Baiyun Temple, which had been specially expanded to accommodate the influx of talented disciples from various sects for this momentous occasion. Baiyun Temple had indeed underestimated the allure of the ancient scriptures, even after enlarging the venue. It was still overflowing with people. Dozens of sects, totaling several thousand individuals, were present, with many disciples relegated to standing on the sidelines. As the host, Baiyun Temple occupied the main seating area, while other sects arranged themselves on either side according to their influence. The Royal Academy and Taiching sect naturally took their places flanking Baiyun Temple, with the specifics of left and right being inconsequential. Han Yin, long time no see. Please, Sun Weijia looked at Xiao Han Yin with a warm expression, guiding her along to in the Royal Academy. He was a revered teacher, yet before Xiao Hanyin, he was merely a devoted admirer. His infatuated gaze lingered on her, having not seen her in years, although Xiao Hanyin was veiled. Her beauty remained unchanged, her proud and frosty demeanor as captivating as ever. Indeed, it was her. We are not that familiar. Please refer to me as the master of taking sect. Xiao Hanyin's expression was frigid, her tone even colder, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. There was no warmth, only disdain. Even at her age, she still acted petulantly. Once, Xiao Hanyin had also been the holy maiden of Taiching sect, unparalleled in grace and beauty, with countless suitors, among whom Sun Weijia was one. For the single-mindedly cultivating Xiao Hanyin, romantic entanglements were merely distractions on the path to ascendance. Reaching the pinnacle of the Tao was her only reality. In her eyes, these pursuers were but bothersome leeches, defeated foes on her path of cultivation, stepping stones for her advancement. Sun Weijia, addressing her as Han Yin, made it sound as though they shared a close bond. She could hardly be bothered to acknowledge him, nearly forgetting there existed such a person in the world. Were it not for his status, she would have long since slapped him down. Sun Weijia, however, was not angered. Instead, he felt a wave of nostalgia. It was still the same Xiao Hanyin, unchanged, as if time had reverted to the past when she had knocked him off the stage. That single strike had not only defeated him, but had also struck deep into his heart. Irrevocably falling in love with this woman, he could marry no one else. He hoped that one day his sincere feelings would touch Xiao Hanyin, allowing him to embrace the beauty he desired. Clearly, this was merely Sun Weijia's unrequited love. Xiao Hanyin paid him no mind, taking her seat in the designated area for Taiching sect. Sun Weijia, representing the Royal Academy, took his place at the Royal Academy's seating. Jiang Haoming glared intensely at Li Yi, who was being led by Li Shuer, vividly recalling the look in Li Yi's eyes from that day, gnashing his teeth with jealousy. His recently restored teeth, ruined. He is coming for me, Sun Weijia admonished, his expression displeased. You are a prince. You must maintain your image and demeanor. Must I teach you this as well? Jiang Haoming suppressed his jealousy, striving to uphold the noble demeanor expected of a prince. He is merely a child. Besides, he is but the holy maiden's brother. I have observed that the holy maiden shares a good relationship with her brother. If you wish to be with the holy maiden, you must cultivate a good rapport with her younger brother, Sun Weijia analyzed. The student understood. Jiang Haoming replied solemnly. The reasoning is sound, yet I cannot help but feel jealousy. After pursuing Li Shuer for so long, I have never even had the chance to hold her hand, let alone come within a meter of her. Sun Weijia observed Xiao Hanyin, while Jiang Haoming's gaze remained fixed on Li Shuer. The teacher and student mirroring each other perfectly. Zhang Ziyuan quietly inquired of a nearby disciple, "Have you discovered who Li Yi is?" During my last visit to Xiao Hanyin, a preliminary agreement was reached. If Li Yi could indeed translate the entire text, the two sects would share their secrets, with Baiyun Guan also incurring certain costs. Compared to the ancient scriptures, this cost is negligible. I had initially wished to meet the prodigious Li Yi, but Xiao Hanyin declined, stating that he would naturally make an appearance at the martial arts exchange conference. Zhang Ziyuan was already impatient to discover the identity of this remarkable talent, as such a figure was of great significance to Baiyun Guan. I had inquired and found that there were no disciples named Li Yi in the Taiching sect. However, the younger brother of the Sanus is indeed that child, named Li Yi. A child? Zheng Guan gazed at Li Yi, who was being led by Li Shuer. Are you suggesting that this young boy translated the scriptures? I find that hard to believe. The Taiching sect wrote it that way upon submission, and I suspect they are using the child as a decoy to obscure the truth, the disciple speculated. The only issue is that employing a child for such a ruse seems rather dismissive of Baiyun Guan. Zhang Zan stroked his beard, nodding in agreement, pondering Xiao Hanyin's intentions, that he considered whether Xiao Hanyin harbored ulterior motives. perhaps wishing to monopolize the contents of the ancient scriptures and had no intention of sharing. Uncertain of Xiao Hanyan's true plans, one could only proceed cautiously. I Schwerer held Li Yi's hand, seating him beside Xiao Qingyan. Li appeared lethargic, disillusioned, sporting dark circles under his eyes, making it difficult to imagine what he had endured. 3 days. Do you know how I've spent these 3 days? The female disciples of Tai Ching's sect, as if they had never encountered a man, were utterly ravenous, treating Li Yi with an unrestrained affection, pulling him to play. Alone, he was unable to entertain so many female disciples, leading them to frantically queue up, ensuring that each one had their turn with him. There were even several instances of scuffles. Li Yi had lost count of how many times he had been touched, his privacy and sense of security utterly compromised among them. The terror of women was overwhelming, and in that moment, Li Yi grasped the truth. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Tomorrow, he would renounce worldly ties and become a monk, distancing himself from women. Just how terrifying could these ravenous women be, that even Li Yi's ancient sacred body could not withstand their onslaught, leaving him with his current panda eyes. Fortunately, today was the martial arts exchange conference. The Tai Ching sect maintained a cool and aloof public image. It was unlikely they would play with Li Yi in front of everyone. Such thoughts had to be suppressed. After a rare moment of tranquility over the past few days, Li Yi gradually regained his composure, his ancient sacred body proving its worth. Once he adjusted his mental state, he sat upright, adorably beside Li Schwerer. Li Schwerer had intended to embrace Li Yi, but considering the implications, refrained. Yongzhu exclaimed, "Let me hold him. I want to kiss him. This wretched martial arts exchange conference is depriving me of my chance to play with a child." Li Yi comprehended what it meant to have the privileges of youth, as they all took advantage of his status as a child, indulging in their whims with him. Just wait until I grow up. Let us see who dares to call me a child. Chapter 29. Beautiful senior, may I embrace you. The martial arts exchange conference officially commenced under Zhang Ziyuan's guidance. Talented individuals from various sects elaborated on their understanding of martial arts and showcased their skills in friendly competitions. The essence of the exchange was communication, emphasizing multiple techniques. With a focus on showcasing martial arts prowess, everyone's interpretation of martial arts varied, leading to vigorous debates reminiscent of a competitive discourse. The discussions became increasingly intense. Understanding martial arts tested one's innate talent and was crucial for cultivation. It could be said that this was a contest of innate abilities. Talent from major sects took to the stage, some introducing their sect's martial techniques, elaborating on their merits, and engaging in contests against other sect skills. Li Schwerer gazed at the obediently seated Li Yi beside her, a gentle smile gracing her veiled face. She was aware that little Yi was being well-behaved to support her, not wanting to cause her any trouble. He truly was considerate. As the martial arts exchange conference reached a fever pitch, the minor talents had showcased their skills, and the real stars were about to take the stage. Xiao Hanyan cast a glance at Li Schwerer, signaling her to prepare. When I take the stage, you must remain as well-behaved as you are now, Li Schwerer gently instructed. Yes, I will be good. Rest assured, sister. Li Yi nodded obediently. The saintess reassured, I will take good care of little Yi. That moment, Yongzhu stepped forward. Li Schwerer regarded Yongzhu with caution. This individual was far too enthusiastic about little Yi, fearing she might whisk him away. Turning to Xiao Hanyan, she requested, I kindly ask Master to keep an eye on little Yi. Reflecting on the past few days, leaving him with those senior sisters was truly worrisome. Master would be a better guardian. Xiao Hanyan initially intended to refuse, thinking, would the esteemed leader of the Tai Ching sect be reduced to watching over a child? Yet upon seeing Li Yi's large eyes and chubby little face, irresistibly adorable, even her icy heart softened. This little one is simply charming. That wretched feeling has returned. Could it be that this child possesses some sort of charm? Concealed behind her veil, Xiao Hanyan subtly nodded, maintaining her silence. As the martial arts exchange conference escalated, all eyes turned to Li Schwerer, Jiang Haoming, and others. These were the top talents and undoubtedly the focal point of the event. There stood the saintess of Tai Ching's sect. Though veiled, I would wager she is breathtakingly beautiful, and the leader of Tai Ching's sect could not possibly be any less impressive. Surely only extraordinary beauties could lead such a sect, right? Is there even a need for wagers? People have seen her face before that I wonder if there will be opportunity to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Dream on. Dreams encompass everything, and also, keep your hands to yourself. Who is that child? A boy. Li stood out prominently among the many female disciples of Tai Ching sect that it is said he's the saintess's brother, likely another prodigy. Why do I find this child rather handsome? To think one could perceive a child's features as striking. Am I hallucinating? With such beauty as the saintess possesses, how could her brother be lacking? But why am I fixating on the saintess's brother? The exchanges on stage grew fervent, and discussions below were equally animated. Various rumors and gossips spread like wildfire, each person offering a different version, distorting the truth beyond recognition. Sensing the moment was right, Li Shuai stood up to take the stage, lightly springing onto the martial arts arena, drawing the attention of the crowd. The ethereal fairy descended from the heavens. The audience fell silent, the murmurings abruptly ceasing, a mark of respect for Li Shuai. Upon seeing her take the stage, Jiang Haoming could no longer contain himself and joined her. I found little interest in the exchange. For one with maximum comprehension, these discussions resembled a child's play, in terms of martial prowess. They could hardly compare to the results he could achieve with his heightened understanding. Bored, he stifled a yawn when suddenly he noticed the predatory gazes of the female disciples. Turning to see them staring at him with an intensity that seemed to suggest they wished to devour him whole, he was taken aback. Fearful, he edged closer to Xiao Hanyin, knowing only she could intimidate this group of ravenous female disciples. I am but a child. I cannot withstand such turbulent waves. Xiao Hanyin, confused, she glanced at the female disciples, raising an eyebrow slightly. Upon noticing Xiao Hanyin's gaze, the female disciples were startled, flinching as they straightened their postures. Maintaining a facade of serious discourse about martial arts, performing a myriad of small gestures akin to seasoned actors, exhaled in relief. It was indeed Xiao Hanyin's intimidating presence that provided him with a sense of security. Xiao Hanyin, perplexed by the attention on a mere child, wondered why this child possessed such allure. Stealing a glance at Li Yi, she diverted her gaze, thinking to herself, "Let's pretend I did not say that." Noticing Li Yi inching closer, she did not comprehend his intentions, but felt a flicker of excitement and anticipation. How peculiar. Xiao Hanyin chastised herself, pondering what had come over her lately. She had become rather strange. Dismissing such thoughts, she reminded herself that having maintained a serene heart for centuries, her composure should not be so easily swayed. Stay calm. Yet Li Yi still sensed the insatiable gazes fixed upon him. Leaning closer to Xiao Hanyin, he devised a plan. Let us see who would dare to covet me now. More significantly, as the leader of the Tai Ching sect, Xiao Hanyin's formidable mindset rendered her impervious to the influence of her own extraordinary charm. For so long, had she ever reacted like those girls? The answer was no. She remained unaffected, just as she had been upon their first meeting, retaining her cool and aloof demeanor. It was clear that she was indeed a top-tier expert, unyielding even to the unparalleled allure bestowed upon her by the system. This was the mark of a true warrior. In the embrace of such a formidable figure, one feels an undeniable sense of safety. Even when this group of fervent female disciples playfully encircles me like a walnut, it seems I am destined to become thoroughly immersed in their warmth. With a voice as soft as a child's, Li Yi gazes at Xiao Hanyin with innocent admiration, effortlessly revealing a delightful charm. Senior, you are so beautiful. Will my sister also grow to be as lovely as you? Given Xiao Hanyin's usual aloof demeanor, one would not expect her to respond to the musings of a child. Yet, as she gazes upon Li Yi, a long-buried tenderness rises within her, a warmth that begins to thaw her once icy heart. Yes, she replies softly, a single word that belies the profound transformation occurring within her. Though her exterior remains unchanged, her inner world has been irrevocably altered. Can I hug you? Beautiful senior. Li Yi's request catches Xiao Hanyin off guard. She had not anticipated such an inquiry. For a fleeting moment, her instinct is not to dismiss the child. The impulse to refuse is present, but it is not born of disdain or disinterest in Li Yi. Rather, It stems from the awareness of their surroundings and the many eyes upon them. However, when she meets Li Yi's sparkling, star-like eyes, her resolve softens, and she finds herself uttering an unexpected okay. Chapter 30. The world may crumble, but Li Yi must survive. Upon uttering that word, Xiao Hanyin feels a wave of surprise wash over her. Did I truly agree to that? The word slipped from her lips instinctively, reflecting her subconscious acceptance. Yet in that moment, as she observes Li Yi's adorable, doe-like eyes eagerly reaching out for a hug, she finds it difficult to resist. After all, what harm is there in embracing a child? She extends her arms, lifting Li Yi onto her lap. A tender warmth wells up within her as she gazes down at the cherubic figure nestled against her. Unable to contain her affection any longer, she gently pinches Li Yi's chubby cheek. Li Yi, taken aback, exclaims in playful indignation, "There are always mischievous subjects wishing to pinch my face." Xiao Hanyin, the epitome of grace and reserve, knows she must maintain her composure, lest she become akin to the other overzealous disciples, whose fervor could be deemed overwhelming. As she tilts her head back, her view of Xiao Hanyin's face is obscured by her opulent headdress, which from this vantage point appears as monumental as the peaks of a mountain. The sight is breathtaking. One can scarcely comprehend the grandeur of her presence until seated upon her lap. She embodies an austere yet magnificent figure, a leader who exemplifies the virtues of frugality and excellence. Her physique, a testament to her discipline, assures that she need not worry about spilling food, thus embodying the very essence of resourcefulness. What young man could possibly resist such a paragon of virtue? The toil of the harvest, under the relentless sun, is a testament to the labor that sustains you. It tilts her head back, at last catching sight of Xiao Hanyin's veiled visage, still as frigid as a glacier. Her expression inscrutable. A sigh of relief escapes her. Perhaps her earlier concerns were unfounded. This is merely an unexpected turn of events. Xiao Hanyin, after all, is the embodiment of dedication to her craft, a model of propriety in a world where romantic entanglements are strictly forbidden. Could it be that I am mistaken? The leader is actually playing with little... Surely, I must be imagining things, or perhaps I am in a dream. Little E is simply too well-behaved. It stands to reason that the leader would feel fondness for her. But how I yearn for a hug. As Li nestles in Xiao Hanyin's embrace, the surrounding disciples are left in a frenzied state, their envy palpable. Observing their frustrated expressions, Li Yi breathes a sigh of relief. Her cleverness in seeking sanctuary within Xiao Hanyin's arms has spared her from their ire. Xiao Hanyin gently pinches Li Yi's cherubic face, the sensation delightful and irresistibly charming. An unexplainable affection blooms within her heart, a warmth that brings her joy as she gazes at the child. For centuries, Xiao Hanyin's heart has remained frozen, yet now, for the first time, she experiences such a shift. It is difficult to fathom what transpired over the past few days. She had only met this child 3 days prior, and yet such feelings had never before stirred within her. The desire to accompany Li Yi, to quietly witness her growth and development, feels wondrously profound. Could this be maternal love? A frightening notion creeps into Xiao Hanyin's mind as she contemplates the joy of nurturing this child. Setting aside her troubling thoughts, she seeks to calm her restless heart and simply enjoy the moment with the child. She adjusts Li Yi in her lap, allowing the little one to lean against her, her hand resting lazily upon the armrest as she watches the proceedings with serene composure. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy's vantage point, chaos reigns. Why does that little brat have the audacity? Sun Weijin nearly shouts, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watches Li Yi nestled in Xiao Hanyin's embrace. Rising to his feet, he pounds his fists against the railing, his agitation palpable. In this moment, he cannot maintain his composure. All notions of propriety and decorum dissolve as his mind fixates solely on the sight of Li Yi sitting in Xiao Hanyin's lap. How could this be? Xiao Hanyin, the goddess of his dreams, whom he dared only to admire from afar, is now holding a child. In his eyes, Xiao Hanyin is untouchable, sacred. No one is worthy to approach her, not even himself, let alone a mere child. Yet, this little boy has shattered that illusion. His perfect goddess has been sullied by an infant. No, Sun Weijie internally screams, a howl of frustration escaping him as he grapples with the reality of having lost a child. What merit does this child possess? At this moment, familiar music echoes in his mind. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling. Noticing the commotion at the Royal Academy, curious gazes turn toward the source, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Has Sun Weijie's mental state unraveled? Jiang Haoming, observing from the sidelines, glances back at Sun Weijie, pondering the cause of his agitation. Could it be, as he casts a knowing glance toward the Taqing sect's audience? Recognizing Li Yi nestled in Xiao Hanyan's lap, the truth dawns upon him. Sun Weijie is experiencing a parallel to his own turmoil, and empathy floods Jiang Haoming's heart. Yet who is it that spoke of decorum? Who dismissed the notion that a mere child could incite jealousy? Perhaps it is time to counsel the teacher, for Li Yi is the younger sibling of Xiao Hanyan's disciple. It would be prudent to cultivate a relationship. He had expected his instructor to possess a greater sense of composure, only to realize that Sun Weijie is not so different from himself. Nevertheless, the audacity of Li Yi is infuriating, recalling the day Li Yi had dared to meet his gaze with a look that reeked of smugness. He cannot comprehend the allure that draws them. I swear, he understands. After all, Li Yi is her brother. But Xiao Hanyan's infatuation is perplexing, for it contradicts her established persona. Have the goddesses collectively succumbed to this child? Who is this little brat, truly? In an instant, Li becomes the object of envy among all the men present. Should each of them take a turn to stab Li Yi, he would be reduced to mere pulp. In the hearts of all the men, this one-year-old child has become the common enemy. The world may crumble, but Li Yi must perish. Noticing the hostile gazes directed toward him, Li Yi, feigning fear, clings tightly to Xiao Hanyan. Seeking refuge in her embrace, confused by the malevolent stares, he wonders what ill they could harbor against a mere child. Xiao Hanyan ponders, is the child cold? I must ensure he doesn't catch a chill. She tenderly adjusts her hold on Li Yi, enveloping him in warmth and a faint, soothing fragrance. Outwardly composed, Xiao Hanyan's heart swells with an unfamiliar tenderness, as if she is nurturing something akin to maternal love. Witnessing her behavior, many are left in astonishment, particularly Sun Weijie, whose eyes burn with jealousy, mistaking it for a malady that I cannot coexist with this child. Chapter 31. Only 1 year old, still nursing to the exchange conference. With the arrival of Li Shuer and other prodigies, the atmosphere reaches a crescendo. The current speaker is a swordsmanship genius, the young master of the Yushan sword sect, Yu Yangchen. Though the Yushan sword sect does not rival the Taqing sect in the Great Qin dynasty, it stands as a prestigious sect in its own right, with a rich heritage. Yu Yangchen is regarded as the beacon of hope for his generation, having mastered the true essence of Yushan swordplay at a young age. He has not only made a name for himself, but has also begun to forge his own path in swordsmanship. While he is still young and has much to learn, his current achievements place him among the elite of his generation. With few able to rival his talent at this exchange conference, he stands as the only credible threat to Li Shuer's position as the foremost contender. Eagerly, Yu Yangchen anticipates a duel with Li Shuer. Believing that only through facing an equal can true breakthroughs be achieved, Saintis, it has been too long that I have long awaited the opportunity to spar with you. And today, that chance has finally arrived. Yu Yangchen bows respectfully that I too look forward to dueling with the young master of the Yu sect. I Shuer replied softly. Master Yu Shaozong, I have heard that you have combined the Yu mountain sword art and have comprehended a completely new sword technique. At this martial arts exchange conference, why not showcase it for everyone to witness? Jiang Haoming suggested, closing his folding fan. Yu Yangchen responded, I indeed have that intention. I would also like to invite everyone present to offer their insights. Standing in the center of the martial arts arena, Yu Yangchen was given space by the crowd, who eagerly awaited his demonstration of the sword technique. The previously lively discussions from the audience gradually quieted down as they turned their attention to Yu Yangchen. Anticipating the unique swordplay of this prodigy, creating a self-developed sword technique requires an exceptionally high understanding of the sword arts, and talents capable of achieving this are exceedingly rare, especially considering that Yu Yangchen is merely in his early 20s. Although he has built upon the existing Yu mountain sword art to forge his own path, This feat is still extraordinarily commendable, promising a bright future ahead. Yu Yangchun drew his long sword and commenced his demonstration. The onlookers focused intently on his movements, many displaying expressions of astonishment. Indeed, his technique was exquisite. It was no wonder he was hailed as a swordsmanship genius. With such remarkable talent, it seemed that the Yu Mountain sect had a promising successor. While the essence of the Yu Mountain sword art was subtly perceptible, to reach this level was already a rare achievement. The elders of the Yu Mountain sect stroked their beards with satisfaction, their expressions radiating pride. This performance not only showcased Yu Yangchun's abilities, but also represented the entire sect. The members of the Yu Mountain sect felt a renewed sense of honor. After concluding his swordplay, Yu Yangchun sheathed his sword and bowed to the audience, requesting their guidance. Although he claimed to seek advice, a proud demeanor adorned his face, confident that none could unravel his sword technique, at least not among his peers. While he might not guarantee superiority in overall strength, in swordsmanship, he possessed unwavering confidence. He raised his head high, casting a sweeping glance over the gathered talents, silently inviting their critique. I swear, and not being well-versed in the sword arts as she did not wield a sword herself, pondered how to respond to Yu Yangchun's technique that, in terms of raw power, she surpassed him, but the martial arts exchange was not merely about brute strength. It was about the essence of martial arts. Countering one another's moves, faced with an unfamiliar sword technique, she approached cautiously, refraining from making any rash moves. Jiang Haoming also held back. As individuals of stature, neither wished to suffer embarrassment from defeat, preferring to allow others to test the waters first. I shall have a go at you. A sword-wielding prodigy stepped forward, ready to compare techniques with Yu Yangchun. Please, Yu Yangchun gestured graciously, and the two positioned themselves at the center of the arena to begin their duel. With fierce swordplay, their weapons clashed, creating sparks that flew with intensity. From the outset, Yu Yangchun displayed undeniable dominance. Although his opponent wielded a commendable technique, unfamiliarity with Yu's style led to significant disadvantage, compounded by inferior talent, resulting in a swift and decisive defeat within 10 moves. I never anticipated that Yu Yangchun's self-created sword technique would be so formidable. This talent is beyond our reach. The audience murmured in admiration after witnessing the practical application of his swordplay. The younger generation felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison. However, among the older generation of masters, figures like Xiao Hanyan regarded Yu Yangchun as still too inexperienced, easily spotting critical flaws in his technique. Nonetheless, his accomplishments at such a young age were sufficient to demonstrate both his talent and dedication. The older masters refrained from intervening. Their participation in a youth martial arts exchange would be unbecoming, akin to bullying children, unless they wished to forfeit their dignity. The arena fell into a temporary silence, as no one dared to challenge Yu Yangchun again, mindful of the recent demonstration. With wide eyes, looked toward Xiao Hanyan and innocently asked, "Senior, is this sword technique very impressive?" The entire venue fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, amplifying Li Yi's voice, faced with the child's inquiry. The audience scoffed, assuming a child could hardly grasp such complexities. Perhaps he should return home for milk. Xiao Hanyan, typically reserved in speech, often ignoring trivial inquiries, surprisingly responded to Li Yi with patience. To create a sword technique based on the Yu Mountain sword art at this age is indeed a rare talent. Something few can achieve. As for the technique itself, it is passable. This commentary was more than she usually expressed in an entire day. Though her demeanor remained aloof, there was a subtle warmth in her response to Li Yi that contrasted with her usual icy disposition. This seemingly simple remark sent ripples through the crowd. A top-tier powerhouse of the Dacian dynasty, Xiao Hanyan's endorsement carried immense weight, serving as a testament to Yu Yangchun's talent and hard work. Is that so? Li Yi, skeptical, bit his finger in a child's manner, deeply engrossed in thought. After a brief pause, he voiced his opinion. But I find it rather mediocre. I did not perceive its greatness. Yet I did notice many flaws. Fatal flaws. Li's bold assertion drew the attention of the crowd. Met with skeptical and even derisive gazes, a mere child claiming to understand swordplay. What a jest. If this child truly comprehended sword techniques, he would eat his sword right here on the spot. So confident was he. Yu Yangchun raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased at Li Yi's dismissive remarks about his painstakingly crafted technique. Though internally irritated, he maintained decorum, inquiring, "Oh, so you're quite knowledgeable about swordplay? May I ask your age? Are your teeth fully grown yet?" Li Yi huffed, puffing out his chest, and declared in a babyish voice, "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old who knows nothing? I'm 1 year old and still nursing, so my teeth are not fully grown." Laughter erupted. Many could not contain their amusement at the boldness of such a young child, who spoke with such conviction, leaving them momentarily speechless. That it was a rather embarrassing admission, yet he delivered it with such confidence. Why would a little brat understand swordplay? You should return home and drink milk. The crowd chided. Indeed, this is adult business. Children should stay out of it. They echoed. Lie retorted, "You all said it yourselves. Don't blame me for being heartless." He turned to Xiao Hanyan. "Senior, I'm hungry. I want some milk." Xiao Hanyan was taken aback, bewildered by Li Yi's request. Did he mean to ask her for milk? Her mind struggled to comprehend the implication. Did she appear as if she would provide such a thing? Although her figure was ample, she had never been a mother and had no milk to offer Li Yi. Moreover, this request felt exceedingly abrupt. As Xiao Hanyan grappled with her confusion, the onlookers erupted in laughter, realizing the absurdity of Li Yi asking the sect leader for milk. Surely, she could never be his mother. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. In the midst of the commotion, Yu Zhu interjected, "Master, please allow me to take care of little Yi." "I will give him milk." Xiao Hanyan raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "How will you provide milk?" Yu Zhu quickly clarified, "Not in that way," as she produced a bottle containing beast's milk. Understanding dawned on Xiao Hanyan. It was not what she had initially thought. She had nearly misinterpreted Li Yi's innocent request. However, Li Yi noticed the group of female disciples eyeing him like predators, and he knew that if he fell into their clutches, he would undoubtedly face a torment that would leave him with dark circles under his eyes. "I want the beautiful senior to feed me," he boldly proclaimed. "Little Yi, come to your sister. Do not trouble the master." Yu Zhu exclaimed, startled by Li Yi's audacity. Expecting Xiao Hanyan to dismiss the request without a word, everyone was astonished when she extended her hand and said, "Give it to me. I will do it." Everyone was left in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What? Xiao Hanyan was genuinely going to feed Li Yi? This could not be the Xiao Hanyan they knew. No, the real Xiao Hanyan would never do such a thing. No. Sun Weijin nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground as he let out a long howl towards the heavens. Snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, while the northern wind howled mournfully. Xiao Hanyan lazily picked up a milk bottle and fed it to Li Yi. It took the bottle and drank earnestly, making sure to cast a glance at everyone present. Just one look incited a surge of murderous intent among the onlookers. Kill this child. What sort of gaze is this? Is he flaunting something? It seemed as though he had triumphed in their verbal duel. Yet in reality, he had lost the game of life. Yi's maneuver was akin to a dagger piercing their hearts, igniting deep-seated resentment among them. Jealousy painted their eyes a furious red. Beneath her seemingly calm demeanor, Xiao Hanyan felt ripples of emotion stirring within her, her self-proclaimed motherly love overflowing. Behind her veil, her lips curled into a rare, tender smile, a sight seldom seen in hundreds of years. But alas, obscured by the veil, no one witnessed this moment of beauty, not even Xiao Hanyan herself. Li Shuer was taken aback. Her master was being so kind to little Yi, far kinder than to her. Since joining the Taiching sect as a holy maiden in her youth, she had never been held by her master. It seemed her master truly cherished little Yi. Perhaps he might even break the rules and take him as a disciple. That would indeed be a fortunate turn of event. Li claimed to have discerned the flaws in the Yiyang morning sword technique. Recalling a prior encounter at the Li family, she remembered them mentioning that Li Yi had instantly mastered the basic sword technique and improved upon it, indicating his extraordinary talent in the sword arts. Perhaps he had genuinely identified the shortcomings of the Yiyang morning sword technique, sparking a moment of inspiration. Little Yi, you say you've spotted flaws in the sword technique. How did you come to that conclusion? Li Shuer inquired. Yi replied nonchalantly. I just looked at it. Ha ha. What a naive child. Surely the holy maiden doesn't believe that a mere child could discern the flaws in my sword technique. Yang Chun chuckled. I swear, explained to the crowd. You may not realize, but little E is my brother, with talent equal to mine. However, little E excels in the sword arts, surpassing me in that regard. Thus I trust him. Despite her words, the crowd remained skeptical that a child who hasn't even weaned, what does he know of swordsmanship? Little E, since you claim to see the flaws in the sword technique, you must have grasped this sword technique quite well, Li Shuer remarked. Hearing this, Li E understood her intent and nodded in comprehension to, of course. It's that simple. I learned it with just one glance. He raised his chin proudly. Filled with youthful arrogance, that Li Shuer continued. But since they doubt you, why not demonstrate for them? Show them what a true sword genius looks like, shall you? Since my sister has requested it, I shall reluctantly showcase my skills. Li E replied, and the siblings harmoniously played off each other, leaving no room for interruptions from the others. With that, Li Shuer soared into the audience. Master, I will take little E down to perform, she said, and Xiao Hanyin merely nodded slightly, understanding Li Shuer's nature. She would not act without confidence. Although it seemed absurd, Xiao Hanyin trusted Li Shuer, and more importantly, she believed in Li E. This trust came from the heart. Independent of any opinions, Li Shuer carried Li E to the training ground. With his short legs, Li E approached Yang Chun and extended his hand, saying, "Let me use your sword." Yang Chun laughed, seeing the child's naivety. My sword possesses sentience and recognizes me as its master. Others cannot wield it, that if you have the ability, feel free to take it. That was your own statement, Li E replied, twisting his neck. Recognizing a master, that's a concept for you mortals, under the roots of swordsmanship and innate sword energy. There are no such notions as recognizing a master for swords. Yang Chun awaited the spectacle, knowing that a sword that recognizes its master cannot be wielded by another. If forcefully used, it would backlash against the wielder. Li E reached out, placing his hand on Yang Chun's sword, and with a gentle tug, he drew the blade forth. Yang Chun. Chapter 33. Li E. A day without showing off feels unbearable. What? How could you possibly draw my sword? Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock, staring fixedly at Li Yi. He snorted dismissively, not answering, but instead gazing at the sword in his hand. This sword was quite decent, possessing sentience, yet it paled in comparison to the Feishua's sword. It was barely usable. While it was true that swords bound to a master could not be wielded by others, that was contingent upon the individual. Li Yi's innate sword energy intertwined with the blade, causing it to recognize who was more fitting as its master, thus breaking the constraints of recognition, willingly allowing Li Yi to wield it freely. This is impossible, Yang Chun observed in disbelief as his sword complied with Li Yi, incredulous that his sword would cooperate with another. The most humiliating part was that it showed no reluctance at all. Rather, it seemed eager and willing to work with Li Yi. This treatment was something he had never experienced. This sword was one of the renowned blades of the Yu Mountain sect. Even a swordsmanship genius like Yang Chun had not earned its recognition immediately. Instead, it was through prolonged cultivation that he eventually gained its acknowledgement. Yet here was Li Yi, an outsider, wielding it as he pleased, rendering Yang Chen's prior efforts a mere joke that a swordsman like Yang Chun. A sword was akin to a spouse. Having one's wife used by another, and even more harmoniously than with himself, was a slap in the face. It was not just Yang Chun. The onlookers were equally astonished, especially the members of the Yu Mountain sect. They all knew that Yang Chen's sword recognized its master. How could Li Yi use it? What was so extraordinary about this boy? Li Yi felt the sword's enthusiasm. Eager to dance a duet with him, be wielded by Li Yi was its honor. Naturally, Li Yi had no intention of disappointing it, showcasing his skills boldly before its original master. The only issue was that the sword seemed rather disproportionate to the small stature of the child Li Yi. Appearing quite comical, yet it did not hinder Li Yi's demonstration of swordsmanship. Gripping the sword tightly, he began to move. Thanks to the sword's sentience, there was no need for Li Yi to exert effort in lifting it. The sword resonated with his intentions. Executing the techniques flawlessly in the next moment, Li Yi effortlessly performed Yang Chun's self-created sword technique, embodying both form and spirit, flowing like a gentle stream. Remarkably proficient. He even executed it better than Yang Chun himself. With exquisite refinements that rendered the technique even more perfect, he had initially intended to present it in its original form, yet his innate sword roots drove him to pursue perfection. Unable to tolerate the slightest imperfections, compelling him to make corrections, as the audience watched Li Yi's seamless performance. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, staring at him as if they had encountered fool. After concluding his display, Li Yi sheathed the sword, which trembled slightly, seemingly pleased by the performance. That moment, they truly believed that Li Yi possessed genuine skill. Yet the question loomed. Li Yi had merely glanced at it, lacking knowledge of the sword technique's incantations or cultivation secrets. Theoretically speaking, even if he were exceptionally gifted, merely glancing should only allow him to grasp the basic moves. How could he embody both form and spirit? More terrifying was the fact that he executed it even better and more skillfully than Yang Chun, incorporating improvements. He was, after all, merely a 1-year-old child. How could this be called a 1-year-old child? This was utterly outrageous, impossible. At this moment, no one was more flustered than Yang Chun, who had painstakingly dedicated years to mastering his sword technique, only to have it effortlessly learned by a small child. Wielding his own sword better than he could, Yang Chun found it hard to accept. Feeling deeply wounded, he stepped back, as if frightened, losing his balance and sitting down abruptly. "Oh, what sort of monster are you?" Yang Chun demanded. Li Yi haughtily scoffed, disinterested in responding to Yang Chun's question. "The prowess of this little one is beyond your comprehension, mere commoners. Now you understand my might, don't you?" Li Yi lifted his head proudly. Returning the sword to Yang Chun. "Train well. Do not squander such a fine sword, and do not concern yourself with me. In the realm of swordsmanship. You shall never catch up to my pace." With his hands clasped behind his back, he assumed an air of superiority. The previously astonished crowd now regarded the boy with disdain, thinking him insufferably pretentious. How infuriating! What a masterful display of arrogance. Li Yi mused, "If I have a system and do not flaunt it, what use is it to me? Showing off brings me joy. A day without it feels unbearable. The meaning of life lies in the endless pursuit of bravado. A life devoid of pretense is incomplete and lacks joy. I swear." Observing her brother with his hands behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a small sage, couldn't help but laugh. My little brother is truly adorable. The holy maiden's laughter went unnoticed, as everyone's attention was fixated on Li Yi. Xiao Hanyan's expression shifted, no longer languid. No wonder Li Shuer was so confident. The realization of Li Yi's extraordinary talent took her by surprise. Something she could not have anticipated. What Li Yi achieved in that moment was something even Xiao Hanyan, at her current level of mastery, could not replicate. This child is destined to become a top-tier talent. Surpassing even herself, this child is astonishingly gifted. There are indeed disparities even among geniuses. Now, I truly understand that in stark contrast to their earlier murderous intent towards Li Yi, they now recognize that this little child was the true genius. Such an unprecedented prodigy, who wouldn't treasure them? Were Li Yi a disciple of their sect, even the most beautiful maiden would be tasked with tending to the child, even if it meant allowing the child to relieve himself atop her head. Should Li Yi aspire to become the sect leader, there would be no need to wait until tomorrow. He would be granted the position immediately. Indeed, Taiqing sect is a grand sect, blessed with extraordinary fortune. First with Li Shuer, and now with Li Yi. How are the other sects to survive? Li Yi, with his little short legs, scampered up to Li Shuer and exclaimed, "Sister, am I impressive?" Li Shuer smiled and gently ruffled his hair. Praising, "Little Yi is the most formidable." She lifted him into her arms and turned to Yang Chun, saying now, "Do you believe my brother is a genius of the sword?" This was not only addressed to Yang Chun, but also for all those present, silencing the voices that had previously doubted Li Yi was not merely a sword genius. He was a phenomenon. Nay, even more extraordinary than a phenomenon. I believe it now. Yang Chun muttered, dejectedly retrieving his sword. Feeling its disdain, as if it were chiding him to observe how others wielded it and learn from them, in that moment, Yu Yangqin's resolve shattered, and Li Yi became his inner demon. Is there anyone else interested in martial arts exchange? Li Shuer inquired. With Li Yi's emergence, who would dare to show themselves? It was indisputable that Li Yi was the pinnacle of this martial arts exchange. Zhang Zuan, regaining his composure, reflected on the translation of ancient scriptures, realizing that this young lad was indeed a genius. He announced, I declare that the champion of this martial arts exchange is Li Yi of Taiqing sect. This outcome was met with unanimous agreement that I don't want to be the champion. Li Yi replied, shaking his head in refusal of the title, showing no interest that I didn't participate in the martial arts exchange. My sister urged me to take the stage that I am not as capable as my sister, so she should be the champion. Zhang Zuan cleared his throat awkwardly. Other prodigies were eager to attain the title, while this child dismissed it entirely. For someone like Li Yi, the title of champion was merely a trivial distinction. The new champion was Li Shuer of Taiqing sect, though it felt somewhat hasty. There was no alternative. Li Yi had spoken. You little rascal, you make me, as your sister, bask in your glory. Li Shuer mused, utterly at a loss for words. Her brother was simply too extraordinary. I promised to protect my sister. Li Yi stated innocently. I Shuer felt warmth in her heart. Having such a brother was enough. Well then, I shall rely on you to protect me in the future, she replied tenderly, embracing Li Yi as they exited the stage and returned to the audience. Master, Xiao Hanyan nodded slightly to Li Shuer, acknowledging her performance, while casting a meaningful glance at Li Yi in her arms. Following this event, everyone assumed Li Yi was a disciple of Taiqing sect, which was not the case. They contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to recruit Li Yi into Taiqing sect. Such a talent could not be overlooked. The question remained, who would take Li Yi as a disciple? Xiao Hanyan found herself inclined towards this idea. Yet it would make her the first Taiqing sect leader in history to accept a male disciple, breaking an unwritten rule. However, for a genius like Li Yi, it was worth the deviation. Zhang Guanju, regarding the translation of the ancient scriptures, has anyone expressed interest in observing? You haven't mentioned that yet, a sect leader reminded. Zhang Zuan smacked his forehead, having forgotten about this detail while focusing on Li Yi. He announced, only one person meets our criteria for translation. Li Yi of Taiqing sect. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Again Li Yi. This boy is simply too extraordinary. Are you saying that a child can comprehend ancient scriptures? Did you forget? This child just demonstrated an understanding of sword techniques, effortlessly mastering Yu Yangqin style that I genuinely believe he might be capable, someone remarked. Goodness, this child is terrifying. Not only is his sword talent exceptional, but he also translates ancient scriptures. Could he possibly be a reincarnated being of great power? Given Li Yi's remarkable abilities, many began to speculate that he was an ancient figure reborn. Li, oblivious to such notions, declared, what reincarnation? I am merely an ordinary child who enjoys drinking milk. The various sects turned green with envy, regretting that this genius did not belong to their ranks. Zhang Zuan proceeded to announce the remaining 9 prodigies qualified to view the complete ancient scriptures. Please follow me to the pavilion, he instructed, leading the eligible individuals to a designated area where they could examine the ancient texts. Understanding the complexity of the ancient scriptures, they knew that not everyone could translate them. Most sought merely to make a name for themselves during the martial arts exchange, as for the ancient scriptures. They aimed to memorize as much as possible to take back for their sects to study. Zhang Zuan felt a sense of triumph, grateful for his prior collaboration with Xiao Hanyan, forming a bond with Taiqing sect, which now seemed far more valuable than the ancient scriptures themselves. His attention was fixed on Li Yi, eager to observe his reaction upon encountering the complete ancient texts. Inside the pavilion, Zhang Zuan activated the formation. Such important materials were naturally protected by a formation. Once the formation was engaged, ancient characters floated in the air, arranged and combined, revealing the entirety of the ancient texts. Countless ancient characters filled the pavilion, meticulously organized. This was the projected text through the formation. The original versions were securely kept by Baiyun Temple to prevent theft by any nefarious individuals. Upon seeing these intricate ancient characters, all present felt a headache coming on. utterly unable to comprehend them. They could only memorize the shapes of the characters, but ancient scripts were not so easily retained. Li Yi gazed at the characters, likening the experience to learning Tibetan for the first time, where everything seemed identical. As he attempted to memorize them, he became confused and ultimately gave up. They had 3 hours to examine the complete ancient scriptures. Li Shui'er held Li Yi's hand, her task being to ensure he reviewed everything. Given Li Yi's talent, translation should be a breeze. Moreover, having reached an agreement with Baiyun Temple, they would provide Li Yi with the original ancient scriptures to assist in translation. So Li Shui'er felt no pressure. Li began from the start, where his linguistic proficiency began to shine. With just a glance, translations flowed into his mind. Within half an hour, Li Yi had perused the entire collection of ancient scriptures and retained the translations effortlessly. This truly was a cultivation technique. Historically, the ancient era was marked by a flourishing of cultivation, with countless strong individuals. The techniques and martial skills from that time were exceedingly powerful, sought after by many. This particular cultivation technique was no different. Should one delve into it thoroughly, their training would yield results far beyond expectations, breaking previous limits. The remnants of the ancient era were indeed formidable. I marveled at the strength of the cultivation technique. Combining it with his own carefree technique to amplify his training speed several times over, even exceeding tenfold. His progress surged forward like an unstoppable primordial beast. In no time, Li Yi reached the rank of a 4-star martial apprentice. At this pace, within 10 days, he would undoubtedly attain the martial master realm that a 1-year-old martial master. Li Yi felt indifferent about it, unaware of the astonishment it would evoke in others, likely leaving them slack-jawed. "Little one, how is it? Can you translate it?" Li Shui'er inquired softly. He replied confidently. Upon hearing his affirmation, Li Shui'er breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could translate it, that was sufficient. Zhang Zuan observed Li Yi from the side, noting the confidence on his face, and felt reassured. He eagerly anticipated the content of these ancient scriptures. Based on Li Yi's previous translations, it was likely to be a cultivation technique of great significance from the ancient era. 3 hours passed swiftly for the restless prodigies. Memorizing everything in that time was simply insufficient. 3 months would be more appropriate. For Li Yi, however, that felt excessively long, as he was nearly dozing off. After reviewing the ancient scriptures, Zhang Zuan deactivated the formation and led everyone out. Chapter 35. Xiao Hanyan takes a disciple. Li Yi becomes Xiao Hanyan's disciple as the martial arts exchange concluded. The various sects departed from Baiyun Temple. The main contingent of Taiqing sect, with Xiao Hanyan personally escorting Li Shui'er and Li Yi, returned to Baiyun Temple. Zhang Zuan had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Xiao Hanyan return personally, he felt a great sense of relief. "It's settled. Please follow me," he instructed, leading the group back to the pavilion. Including Zhang Zuan, there were only 5 individuals from Baiyun Temple, all of whom were his most trusted companions. Given the value of the ancient scriptures, it was best that as few people as possible were aware of them. Zhang Zuan produced the original scroll of the scriptures, opened it, and handed it to Li Yi for his examination. "I wonder if you can translate it, and how long it will take." All eyes were fixed upon Li Yi. It was hard to believe that such a child possessed such remarkable abilities. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, Li glanced at the original ancient scripture, confirming that it was indeed identical to what he had observed in the attic. Once satisfied, he stated, "I've already translated it while in the attic." "This is unnecessary." The crowd stared at Li Yi in astonishment. What did you say?" "I've already translated it. Bring me the writing materials," Li Yi repeated, somewhat impatiently. Zhang Zuan hurried to fetch the pre-prepared ink and paper. Of the finest quality, befitting the ancient scripture, Li picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to inscribe the translation. The spectators were captivated, their gazes riveted on the tip of Li Yi's brush, watching each character being written with bated breath, eagerly anticipating the complete text. Not only was Li Yi adept at translation, but his calligraphy was exquisite, leading them to wonder. Could this truly be a mere 1-year-old child? Surely he must be a reincarnated powerhouse. After completing 1 volume, he promptly moved on to the next, Upon examining the contents of this volume, their eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Li had translated it. They had spent decades researching and had only managed to translate a mere 10 segments. And even then, not as accurately as Li.it, was astonishing that he had translated the entire ancient scripture in just 3 short hours. Decades of hard work paled in comparison to Li, highlighting the chasm between genius and the ordinary. No, Li was not merely a genius. He was a prodigy. After several hours of labor, Li finally completed the entire translation, stretching his aching joints. His hand, nearly worn out from writing, I swear, held Li's hand tenderly, massaging it gently, feeling for the little fellow's hardships. Zhang Zan trembled as he cradled the translated ancient scripture, as if holding a sacred tome. Fearful of tarnishing it with a careless move, his heart surged with excitement. After decades of painstaking research, they had finally seen their efforts bear fruit. In this moment, he could finally bask in the rewards. With this ancient cultivation method, Baiyun Temple was destined for prosperity. At that moment, Xiao Hanyan, who had remained silent thus far, spoke up. This belongs to us. You may transcribe a copy. Her icy tone was not a suggestion to Zhang Ziyuan, but rather an unassailable decree. Understood. Before Xiao Hanyan, Zhang Ziyuan dared not voice any further demands. Simply obtaining a copy was already a success, for the content was what truly mattered. He diligently began to transcribe a copy for safekeeping. Xiao Hanyan scanned the cultivation method, absorbing its contents. With her comprehension abilities, she found it immensely rewarding. After reaching the martial sovereign realm, her progress had been slow, and she had encountered a bottleneck. She had thought this was the limit of her innate talent. Yet after reviewing the cultivation method, she felt a subtle urge to break through her limitations. If she devoted herself to studying this method, she would undoubtedly shatter her current bottleneck and achieve even greater heights. To her surprise, this invaluable insight had come from Li. This further solidified Xiao Hanyan's resolve to take Li as her disciple. Once Zhang Ziyuan completed the transcription, Xiao Hanyan waved her hand, and the copy Li had written fell into her grasp, securely stowed away. Remember the promise you made to me. Rest assured, sect master, we shall uphold our agreement, and our word is our bond. Zhang Ziyuan replied with a bow. Xiao Hanyan said nothing more. Departing with Li and Li Shuer, they returned to the spirit vessel. Master, after a long wait, Yu Zhu stepped forward to greet Xiao Hanyan and her companions. The spirit vessel set its course toward Taiqing's sect. There were only 4 people aboard the vessel, with Yu Zhu at the helm. Xiao Hanyan turned her gaze toward Li, producing the copy of the ancient scripture he had written. Li, do you wish to take this back to the Li family? May I transcribe a copy for Taiqing's sect? She sought to fully respect Li Yi's intellectual property. If the beautiful senior needs it, I shall gift it to you. After all, I have already memorized it and do not require it. Li replied. Very well. Xiao Hanyan accepted it, then pondered before continuing at the martial arts exchange event. I told outsiders that you were a member of Taiqing's sect. Now everyone believes you are one of us. What are your thoughts? Li replied, what do you mean? Is looking at it with my eyes sufficient? Li Shuer beamed, confident that her master would not overlook a talent like Li, that she would break tradition and take him as her disciple. After all, the talented are afforded privileges this way. Her favorite little brother would also be a Taiqing sect, making things much more interesting. She eagerly echoed Xiao Hanyan's words. Little Master is a top-tier powerhouse of the Dacian dynasty, with your exceptional talent. If you could become her disciple, you would surely flourish. Moreover, with an elder sister in the sect, if Master intends to take you as a disciple, you should not hesitate to kneel and pay your respects. Become a disciple, Li contemplated. Compared to Li Yin, the prospect of taking the unparalleled beauty Xiao Hanyan as his mentor was simply incomparable. The answer was evident. Furthermore, Xiao Hanyan's aloof demeanor suggested a more lenient, nurturing approach, which suited Li well. The only concern was the overwhelming number of female disciples at Taiqing's sect. He had already witnessed how ravenous they could be, not even sparing a mere 1-year-old like himself. If he were to enter this den of intrigue, he feared he might not withstand it. While being surrounded by beautiful women was a delightful privilege of childhood, excessive enthusiasm could also prove burdensome. Suddenly, an idea struck Li. May I take the beautiful senior as my master? He looked up with wide eyes, filled with expectation. Xiao Hanyin nodded in agreement. Lie, your disciple, pays homage to the beautiful master. He performed a respectful gesture toward Xiao Hanyin. She inclined her head slightly, acknowledging Li Yi and successfully accepting this prodigious disciple. You may simply call me master. There is no need to add the word beautiful. Li Shuer picked up a scroll, saying, this one, he cast a glance, and, with a tender voice, began to elucidate the principles, articulating his thoughts with remarkable clarity. I Shuer listened attentively, finding it far more efficient than her own research. Nodding thoughtfully, she remarked, so that's how is that? He pondered for a moment and asked, Sister, could you share your cultivation method with me? This way, I could assist you in grasping its essence more swiftly. Understanding Li Shuer's cultivation technique would enable him to better guide her in comprehending the ancient practices. Li Shuer turned her gaze toward Xiao Hanyin, for as the saintess of the Taiqing sect, her cultivation method was a lineage passed down through generations of sect leaders, permitted only to the leader and the chosen saintess. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Hanyin nodded slightly. This particular technique was well suited for female practitioners. For males, it would yield counterproductive results. In fact, this was the rationale behind the Taiqing sect's preference for female disciples. Xiao Hanyin considered it harmless to share the method with Li Yi, as long as he refrained from practicing it. Her cool fingers touched the center of Li Yi's forehead, presenting the technique rather than imparting it. For Li Yi, it made little difference as he could grasp it in a mere glance. Initially, he held a nonchalant attitude. But upon reviewing the Taiqing sect's inherited technique, he felt a tightening in his trousers. Overall, he discerned 8 pivotal words. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. This method was solely for women. Should a man attempt to practice it without such a procedure, he would undoubtedly descend into madness, transforming into a grotesque being, neither male nor female. For a man, this technique was perilously fraught. Fortunately, only the sect leader and the saintess could practice it. Otherwise, if Li Yi were to engage with it, he would lose the joys of manhood. The technique was aptly named Taiqing Ju, the very foundation of the Taiqing sect. Li understood why the sect was dominated by females, as it was nearly impossible to avoid such an imbalance. The Taiqing Ju was commendable, with a high ceiling for potential. After a cursory examination, he deemed that he would not delve too deeply into this technique, as he had no desire to forfeit the pleasures of masculinity. With the benefit of his exceptional comprehension, Li Yi ingeniously merged the Taiqing Ju with the ancient cultivation heart method, discovering the optimal way for the two to coexist harmoniously. Xiao Yi, how is it? Li Shuer inquired eagerly as she observed Li Yi open his eyes. I understand now, Li Yi exclaimed, picking up the ancient cultivation heart method to explain to Li Shuer how to interpret it, enabling the Taiqing Ju to yield even better results with its assistance. After hearing Li Yi's explanation, Li Shuer gained a newfound perspective on the Taiqing Ju. So, this is another way to cultivate it. Despite having practiced it for over a decade, she realized that her understanding paled in comparison to Li Yi's initial grasp, leaving her feeling as though her years of effort had been for naught. Truly, people can be infuriatingly impressive. Following Li Yi's elucidation, Li Shuer was confident that her future cultivation would proceed much more smoothly. Truly my genius younger brother, Xiao Hanyin, while appearing to study the cultivation heart method in her hands, was attentively listening to Li Yi's discourse. She regarded him with newfound respect. This child possessed such profound insights into the Taiqing Ju that he was nearly on par with her. If given a little more time, he would surely surpass her. His ability to comprehend was astonishing. Noticing Xiao Hanyin's eavesdropping, Li Yi playfully said, Beautiful master, if you wish to listen, feel free to lean closer, and I shall share with you. Xiao Hanyin, silence enveloped the moment, leaving her unwilling to respond. Any ordinary woman would have been embarrassed by being caught eavesdropping. How awkward. Here was the esteemed leader of the Taiqing sect, a top-tier powerhouse of the Dacian dynasty, caught in the act of eavesdropping on a mere child explaining a technique. How humiliating. Chapter 37. A large chest does not guarantee nourishment. Though Xiao Hanyin maintained a composed exterior, internally she felt a wave of shame. Yet, Li Yi's extraordinary comprehension indeed surpassed her own, offering insights into the technique that were refreshingly unique, making him a worthy teacher. Listening to Li Yi's interpretations, her understanding of the technique reached new heights, and breaking through her current limitations seemed imminent. Xiao Hanyin couldn't help but wonder, could this truly be a one-year-old child? Surely, he wasn't the reincarnation of the Tian Shan child elder. Aside from his talent, Li Yi exhibited all the traits of a child, still seemingly in need of weaning. Noticing Xiao Hanyin's silence, he assumed she was uninterested and continued explaining to Li Shuer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hanyin shifted closer, eager to hear clearly, all while maintaining a serious fa as she pretended to study the cultivation heart method in her hands. Li Shuer nearly burst into laughter, realizing she had never noticed her master in such a light before. Was it perhaps because of Li Yi's influence? Indeed, who could remain composed in the face of his talent? At least their master maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Time passed swiftly in their earnest study, and before they knew it, they arrived in Shuzhou. "Master, we have arrived," said Yu Zhu, bringing the spirit boat to a halt. I Shuer stood, taking Li Yi's hand to lead Xiao Hanyin towards the Li family residence. Upon learning of Xiao Hanyin's visit, the Li family members rushed to greet her, all wearing warm smiles. Some are eager to catch a glimpse of Xiao Hanyin's beauty, hoping to flatter and ingratiate themselves. As the saintess of the Taiching sect, Li Shuer's connection to the sect made the Li family akin to in-laws, so how could they not be enthusiastic? Moreover, Xiao Hanyin was a formidable warrior, welcomed and courted wherever she went in the Dacian dynasty. Unexpectedly, the esteemed leader of the Taiching sect has graced our humble abode. I apologize for not coming out to welcome you properly. Please forgive me, sect leader Xiao, Li Yuntian said, cupping his hands in respect. There is no need for such formalities. Master Li, I came to see what kind of place could birth so many talents. Xiao Hanyin replied. Indeed, please come in, said Li Yuntian, leading her to the sitting room, where the finest tea was prepared. Many members of the Li family crowded around to catch a glimpse of the esteemed warrior, prompting Li Yuntian to clear his throat awkwardly, urging the less relevant individuals to disperse. Their behavior was akin to that of unsophisticated bumpkins, which could lead Xiao Hanyin to think that the Li family was uncultured. This was Xiao Hanyin's first visit to the Li family, and they needed to leave a good impression, lest they bring shame upon Li Shuer. Li Yuntian and Xiao Hanyin took their seats. The first wife, Bai Lian, smiled warmly, saying, Sect leader Zhao's visit truly illuminates our humble abode, that if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will forgive us. You need not be so formal. The relationship between the Li family and the Taiching sect does not require such excesses, Xiao Hanyin replied in a calm tone. Indeed, sect leader Xiao speaks true. Shuer has troubled you, and should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let us know. Bai Lian maintained her smile. Xiao Hanyin was clearly not adept at small talk, and her reticent nature meant that Bai Lian did most of the conversing. If they were to remain silent, the atmosphere would surely become exceedingly awkward. Sect leader Xiao, I trust you are well. A familiar voice rang out. Li turned towards the source of the voice. It was Li Yin. Xiao Hanyin looked at Li Yin and stood, saying, Senior Li, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been 200 or 300 years, hasn't it? I can hardly believe how swiftly time passes. You have become the leader of the Taiching sect, Li Yin replied with a hint of nostalgia. He was considerably older than Xiao Hanyin, but now she had reached the realm of a martial sovereign, while he remained stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm, likely unable to break through in this lifetime. Having met Xiao Hanyin on a few occasions before, their relationship was not particularly close. They were merely acquaintances, reflecting on the past and comparing it to the present. Time had indeed been a cruel blade, manifesting vividly on Li Yin, while Xiao Hanyin seemed untouched. Senior, you remain a senior. I still vividly recall your battle against the genius of the Dian dynasty, facing 3 opponents single-handedly. Li Yin gestured dismissively. I am old now, no longer of any use, especially compared to you young talents. Returning to the topic at hand, Li Yin inquired, Might I ask why sect leader Xiao has come this time? Xiao Hanyin replied, Shuer is my direct disciple. I should have visited the Li family sooner. And I also wish to see what kind of treasure trove produces such remarkable talents. Li Yuntian and the others exchanged knowing smiles, aware that Xiao Hanyan referred not only to Li Shuer, but also to Li Yi. Clearly having recognized his prodigious talent, Yintian humbly responded, "Sect leader Xiao is too kind. How can my son compare to your stature?" Xiao Hanyan shook her head, bluntly stating, "My talent does not surpass Li Yi's." Li Yin rubbed his brow, noting how, after all these years, Xiao Hanyan's directness had not changed times. Her forthrightness left others at a loss for words. Could she not be a tad more subtle to facilitate conversation? "I also have another purpose for my visit. I wish to take Li Yi as my disciple." Huffed. "What?" Li Yintan, having just taken a sip of tea, spat it out in shock, staring at Xiao Hanyan incredulously. Surely, she was not jesting. While it was indeed an honor to be her disciple, she was the leader of the Taiching sect. How could she possibly accept a male disciple? Moreover, a crucial point loomed. The Taiching sect strictly forbade any romantic entanglements. If she accepted Li Yi as a disciple, it would mean he could never marry, jeopardizing the continuation of his lineage. This would spell disaster for the Li family's future. Xiao Hanyan explained, "Rest assured. Master Li. I am merely taking Li Yi as my disciple to impart my skills to him, without interfering in any other matters concerning him." Yuntian let out a sigh of relief. So that was the case. With a top-tier powerhouse like Xiao Hanyan nurturing him, Li Yi would undoubtedly experience remarkable growth. Li Yuntian had no reason to refuse. He immediately made a decisive statement. "Excellent." However, Li Yin chuckled. "This likely requires asking Yi for his opinion. He has always been a child of strong opinions and would not easily acquiesce." Recalling how he had tried to entice Li Yi to become his disciple, only to be unsuccessful, Xiao Hanyan maintained a stern expression and interjected. Li Yi agreed to this upon his arrival. Puffed. "What?" This time, it was Li Yin who spluttered tea everywhere. Unwilling to accept, he thought, why should Li Yi's agreement to Xiao Hanyan matter more than his own? Was it merely because Xiao Hanyan was beautiful and a woman? Remembering Li Yi's reason for declining his own offer, milk. Suddenly, Li Yin had an epiphany as he glanced at Xiao Hanyan's bosom. Could it be? No, that couldn't possibly be the case. That Lie, my boy, just because Xiao Hanyan has ample curves doesn't mean she can provide you with milk. Use your head, child. Chapter 38. Hosting a wife selection ceremony for Li Yi. After visiting the Li family, Xiao Hanyan departed, taking along Li Shuer. Although Li Shuer was reluctant to return, she had no choice, now that she possessed ancient cultivation techniques and had Li Yi's explanations. She needed to seize the opportunity and practice diligently. With a heavy heart, Li Shuer bid farewell to her family and followed Xiao Hanyan back to Taiching sect. "Little Yi, your sister is leaving, so be sure to think of her," Li Shuer teased, pinching Li Yi's chubby cheeks. Once she returned to Taiching sect, it would be a long time before she could see Li Yi again or pinch his adorable little face. She would surely miss that sensation. For Li Yi, it was a form of liberation. Although his sister was beautiful and cared for him, being constantly pinched and played with by a bunch of lovely ladies made him feel like a mere child, unable to do anything but be toyed with, which was rather uncomfortable. What child could withstand such trials? I will definitely miss my sister," Li Yi replied in a babyish tone, gazing after Li Shuer with his big, bright eyes. The sight melted Li Shuer's heart. She crouched down before him and took his little hand in hers. In front of others, Li Shuer was a revered saintess, but before Li Yi, she was simply an adoring sister. "Now, give your sister a kiss. Previously, it was always your sister kissing you. This time, you kiss your sister. That if you don't, I won't take you out to play next time," Li Shuer said, cupping Li Yi's cheeks with her hands, demanding a kiss. Lie. Silence. "Sister, you are a saintess. Please have some decorum. How could a saintess ask a boy for a kiss? Indeed, where there is no distance, there is no disparity." Before others, Li Shuer was as aloof as an icy mountain, admired by many, an entity to be gazed upon from afar without daring to intrude. But before Li Yi, she became a gentle sister, devoid of pride or coldness, filled only with tender affection, even playfully acting coy with Li Yi, a child. Who, then, was truly the child? Should I provide you with milk? The saintess and the sister were the same person. Yet the contrast was striking. Lie feeling somewhat helpless, planted a kiss on Li Shui's cheek, as if to appease a child. Internally, he lamented, "Is it easy being a child? This generation of adults is so difficult to manage." Content: Li Shui donned her veil, bid farewell to Li Yi, and boarded the spirit boat alongside Xiao Hanyin to return to Taiqing's sect. On the spirit boat, Xiao Hanyin quietly regarded Li Yi. No one knew what thoughts lay beneath her serene exterior. After a long period of silence, Xiao Hanyin turned around, and the focused leader of Taiqing's sect returned. Yin patted Li Yi on the shoulder. "You, young man, refuse to be my disciple, yet choose to become Xiao sect master's disciple instead." Li Yi looked at him with innocent eyes. "Because you're my great-grandfather? Good lad. Have you kept up with your training these past few days?" Li Yin inquired, as if inspecting a soldier. He was the future of the Li family. His cultivation must be strictly monitored. With a proud expression, Li Yi declared, "I'm already a 5-star martial apprentice." He held his head high, puffing out his chest, almost looking comical with his small stature. Yet, the expressions on Li Yin and the others' faces were devoid of laughter, replaced instead by astonishment, jaws nearly hitting the ground. 5-star martial apprentice? Li Yi has reached 5 stars already. What a rapid cultivation speed. I remember when Li Yi left, he was merely a 2-star martial apprentice, and now he has become a 5-star martial apprentice. This pace is astonishing. Isn't it said that cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses? Why does it seem that Li Yi finds it ever easier? Just a few days have passed. Li Yin, unable to believe his eyes, scrutinized Li Yi's cultivation level. Indeed, he had genuinely achieved 5-star martial apprentice status. They collectively inhaled sharply. Among the current generation of the Li family, the talented Li Zimo had only reached 3 stars by the age of 3, as the strongest in the Li family. Li Yin vaguely recalled that he had attained 5-star martial apprentice status around the age of 3, just shy of 4. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Li Yi was in a league of his own. What do you call this? 1-year-old. In Li Yi, they saw the future of the Li family. After the initial shock, excitement surged. "Why, dear son, come here. Let your old man give you a kiss." Li Yuntian exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Li Yi. "Not again. This is unacceptable. A beautiful lady would be fine, but Li Yuntian's unkempt beard is prickly." He promptly raised his hand to block Li Yuntian's approach. Showing his disdain, Li Yuntian, however, was unfazed, his smile unwavering. Yi will surely become the youngest martial master of our Li family, as well as the youngest grand martial master," he declared excitedly. Li Yin added with a smile. "Now that Yi is a 5-star martial apprentice, his progress is rapid. We must solidify his foundations." Yes, my lady is correct. "Now, let us inventory the elixirs and resources in the estate. Whatever is necessary should be provided to Yi." Li Yuntian replied cheerfully. Li Yin continued, "Regarding cultivation, we cannot rush it. Since Xiao sect master has taken Li Yi as a disciple, following her training, Yi will undoubtedly become a formidable powerhouse. I suggest we arrange a marriage for Yi." A giant question mark flashed above his head. "Arrange a marriage? I'm only 1 year old, and you want me to be betrothed? Is this what you call not rushing? Why not just have me produce a grandson for you right now, so you can take care of him and leave me alone?" He glanced at his younger brother, feeling overwhelmed. If only the system could provide an upgrade in the future. System? Upgrade to what strength? To play the violin with your little buddy? Speaking of which, why are we arranging a betrothal? Why again? In the original reversal plot, he had already been betrothed to Qiu Lingmeng, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Activating the reversal system. Now that the reversal system has been activated early, given Li Yi's current state, this betrothal surely wouldn't lead to another cancellation. He would grow up and marry as expected. Li Yuntian pondered this matter. Once Li Yi joined Taiqing's sect, he would need to concentrate solely on cultivation, free from distractions. Moreover, Taiqing's sect emphasized purity and would not allow romantic entanglements. Li Yin's suggestion made perfect sense. Arranging a marriage for Li Yi now was indeed necessary. Once he matured, they could promptly proceed with the marriage, ensuring the continuation of Li Yi's exceptional lineage. If it were to branch out, why not arrange for a few concubines and personal maids as well? The more Li Yuntian considered it, the more feasible it seemed that a smile crept across his face as he nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this expression on Li Yuntian's face, Li Yi sensed impending doom. This old man surely had some ridiculous scheme brewing. As expected, Li Yuntian announced, "Not only should we arrange a marriage, but I am also planning to host a wife selection ceremony, inviting families and sects from all around to participate. Along with selecting a wife, we will also arrange for concubines for Chapter 39. The response to the wife selection ceremony upon hearing Li Yuntian's proclamation. Li Yi, I knew it. This old man's schemes are bound to be ridiculous. Listen to what he has proposed. A wife selection ceremony, a public selection for both a wife and concubines. Can any normal person even conceive of such a notion? While it may resonate with the understanding of men, could you please consider that I'm only 1 year old? 1 year old. You want me to select a wife and concubines? Are you really trying to have me produce 2 grandsons immediately? I vehemently protest. I refuse to accept an arranged marriage. What? Why isn't Li Yi speaking against this? His silence speaks volumes. Doubtingly, E. I can only say, your judgment is impeccable. Lien interjected. This doesn't seem appropriate. A wife selection ceremony for a 1-year-old child. How absurd and ludicrous does that sound? Is this even a reasonable idea? It would be more sensible to find a suitable match and set a betrothal, rather than a selection ceremony. This is far too abrupt. It's not as if we were selecting a consort for a prince. Many people find Li Yuntian's actions quite absurd, as he seems to act on a whim. While the selection of a bride for a prince may be somewhat justifiable, they are merely a prominent family, and this entire spectacle is truly perplexing. Li Yuntian, unfazed, remarked. My son, E, is exceptionally talented. A peerless genius. How could we be hasty in selecting a bride for him? We must compare and choose the best, one worthy of him. He playfully teased the silent Li Yi in his arms, who remained unresponsive. See, even if he does not object, he declared. The crowd fell silent, recognizing that a child could hardly grasp such matters. Under Li Yuntian's autocratic decision, a bride selection event for Li Yi was scheduled to take place in half a month. Li Yuntian intended to create a grand affair, sending invitations to nearby noble families and sections initially. Upon receiving the news, these individuals found it ludicrous to hold a bride selection event for a 1-year-old child. One might wonder if he could even manage his own affairs, let alone choose a bride. It was utterly ridiculous, as if he were being treated like a prince. Even a prince would not be expected to select a bride at such a tender age. They anticipated a comical debacle from the Li family and awaited the fallout. However, gradually, the situation began to take an unexpected turn. The Yuanshan sect. The sect leader, Yu Zhenghong, was currently reassuring Yu Yangshan. Following the martial arts exchange meeting, Yu Yangshan's resolve had nearly shattered, leaving him in a state of despair for several days. As the future of the Yuanshan sect, Yu Zhenghong was deeply concerned. Should Yu Yangshan's spirit break, who could uphold the honor of their sect? My child, it was merely one setback, and that Li Yi is indeed a prodigy, incomparable to ordinary individuals. Why should you compare yourself to him? That would only bring you unnecessary distress. Relax, focus on your own growth, and be true to your efforts, without any regrets, he advised. Yu Yangshan replied, Father, I understand that I am fine, and I will devote myself to my training. With a bitter expression, he acknowledged the truth. A genius like Li Yi, who might only appear once in a millennium, had the misfortune of being born in his era, overshadowing all other talents. To compare oneself to Li Yi was to invite misery. Since I have some free time these days, let us go fishing together, father and son, to unwind, Yu Zhenghong suggested, smiling at his son, not lose heart. You have always been my proudest son. Yu Yangshan nodded emphatically, feeling a flicker of confidence rekindle within him. Just then, a disciple rushed in with news. Sect leader, the Li family of Shuzhou, is organizing a bride selection event for their second young master. And I see other sects are also preparing for it. What? A bride selection event? I told you lot not to inundate me with trivialities that I am the sect leader. Such petty matters should not concern me. Yu Zhenghong scoffed, dismissing the idea with disdain. A bride selection event? What a farce. Even I, the dignified leader of the Yuanshan sect, have not called for such an event. As he turned to leave, Yu Yanshun pondered aloud. Shuzhou Li family. That seems to be Li Yi's family. Yu Zhenghong contemplatively replied, are you referring to the Li Yi who learned your sword technique in an instant during the martial arts exchange? Indeed, Yu Yanshin confirmed. According to family rankings, the male and female offspring are distinguished. Li Xian is the eldest son, Li Shui'er is the eldest daughter, and Li Yi is the second son. Thus, it follows that they are hosting a bride selection event for Li Yi? With a dawning realization, Yu Zhenghong exclaimed, ah, so it is for Li Yi. But he is merely a year old. Even if he possesses extraordinary talent, a bride selection event at such an age is excessive. Yet, Yu Zhenghong hurriedly called out, what are you all dawdling for? Gather all the female disciples of decent appearance from the sect, and have my wife bring Lingling as well. Sect leader, Miss Lingling is only 13. Is that not inappropriate? The disciple hesitated. Yu Zhenghong impatiently retorted, what do you know? With hundreds or even thousands of years behind us, who cares about age? Hurry, do not miss this opportunity. Yu Yangshun thought to himself. If hosting a bride selection event for Li Yi is excessive, then Yu Zhenghong's reaction is even more so. Father, are we still going fishing? Yu Zhenghong awkwardly replied, we shall go another time. It seems fitting for you to accompany me. As you and Li Yi are now acquainted. Yu Yanshan was at a loss for words and chose silence. This the privilege afforded to geniuses. Such an absurd situation, and yet everyone is eager to comply. Fortunately, being male spared him from such expectations at Bayun Temple. Zhangzhen inhaled deeply. Since mastering the ancient cultivation techniques, his previously stagnant progress had seen significant advancement. Truly, the ancient cultivation methods were remarkable. It is no surprise that the era was filled with powerful figures. For with such formidable techniques, strength was nearly inevitable, he sighed in admiration. Unfortunately, few remnants of the ancient era remain, and many are unintelligible due to the language barrier. However, with the prodigy Li Yi around, deciphering ancient texts felt as easy as drinking water. Master, I've gathered news about the Li family. A disciple rushed in, weary from travel. After Li Yi and the others departed, Zhang Ziwan had dispatched someone to Shuzhou to inquire about Li Yi. Speak that I have learned that the Li family is organizing a bride selection event for Li Yi and has sent invitations to numerous families and sects, reported the disciple. What? A bride selection event? Why was I not informed? Zhang Ziwan demanded that. The disciple hesitated. Master, we are several thousand miles from Shuzhou. Zhang Ziwan, regaining his composure, exclaimed, Li Yi is merely 1 year old. To host a bride selection event for him? What are you waiting for? Go summon my daughter. Yes, the disciple was about to leave when he suddenly paused. Master, where did you get a daughter? Zhang Ziwan was momentarily taken aback, clearing his throat as he unwittingly revealed. I have a daughter with the widow Wang from the mountain. The disciple's jaw dropped in shock. The widow from the mountain? I heard her husband died nearly a decade ago. How could she have a child? So, it was your doing, a hidden gem. Zhang Ziwan, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, this is not the time for such discussions. Hurry and bring the child here. Yes, with his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Ziwan gazed toward Shuzhou, marveling at how he had unintentionally fathered a daughter with the widow, finding it unexpectedly advantageous. I truly possess foresight. Chapter 40. The humble Wan Ning. Can I be the young master maid? My dear husband, how could you? He is still so young. What is this nonsense about a bride selection event? Do you not find it absurd? Xiao Qingya chastised, her displeasure evident. An educated woman from a noble family. She found Li Yuntian's actions to be quite outrageous. Ella Yuntian, dismissive of her concerns, replied, what do you as a woman understand about men's affairs? I may not grasp your men's affairs, but I am Yi's mother, and my intentions are solely for his benefit. Xiao Qingya retorted, her voice rising in frustration. Ella Yuntian attempted to embrace her from behind, only to be rebuffed. Undeterred, he pressed on, seeking to comfort her. Qingya, the sect leader of Tai Ching, intends to take Yi as a disciple. You are aware of the sect's strict rules against romantic entanglements. While he may be exempt, the emphasis on cultivation remains, and we must arrange matters for him now, so that when he grows up, everything is in place. Hearing his words, Xiao Qingya's resolve wavered. As a mother, she naturally wished to see Yi establish a family and a home. She envisioned herself as a grandmother, helping Yi care for his children and basking in familial joy. The thought painted a vivid picture in her mind, gradually softening her heart to agree. That may be acceptable, but it must be done properly. We cannot act recklessly. Yi's fiancé, he must be chosen wisely. Of course, Li Yuntian affirmed that Yi is the future of our Li family. His fiancé, he must be worthy of him, with a proper match between families. Furthermore, selecting a fiancé Yi is one matter, but this is quite excessive that is it not better to wait until he is old enough to express his own desires? What if he becomes overwhelmed? You do not understand. The more women, the more children, right? Do you not wish to hold several grandchildren? Xiao Qingya pondered for a moment before relenting. Very well. Yuntian affectionately caressed Xiao Qingya's belly, whispering, "How about we have another child?" Xiao Qingya swatted his hand away, casting him a disapproving glance. She had no intention of having another child. One, he was sufficient, and she feared he might overthink the situation. Yet, Li Yuntian scooped her up and dashed towards their room, completely disregarding the presence of the fruit-eating Li Yi beside them. Li Yi sighed. Understanding the situation, Wan Ning gently picked up Li Yi and led him to her room to play. "Young master, do not wander about and disturb the master and mistress. Allow me to keep you company for a while." She affectionately patted Li Yi's head, finding him increasingly adorable, and nodded obediently. Such a good young master. Wan Ning gazed at Li Yi with a gentle smile, her heart full of unspoken emotions as she had witnessed his growth since childhood. Being a maidservant to Xiao Qingya, she recalled that in the original plot of revenge, Wan Ning was one of the few individuals who treated Li Yi kindly, caring for his daily needs, and continued to do so even after Xiao Qingya's demise. Then came the activation of the revenge system, and true to her character, she would never neglect him. Our young master was soon to be betrothed. In Wan Ning's eyes, there was a mixture of nostalgia and sorrow. Her expression was somewhat conflicted. After much contemplation, she finally spoke to Li Yi. "Young master." Li Yi responded with silence, puzzled by her hesitance. After all, he was still a child and felt it inappropriate to engage in such matters. "Young master, will you allow me to serve as your maid?" Wan Ning timidly inquired, her gaze cast downwards, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. She understood her place as a maidservant and felt unworthy to make demands of her master. Yet her desire to care for Li Yi remained strong. Li Yi was taken aback by her words, struggling to comprehend. "Haven't you always been looking after me? I would be lost without Sister Wan Ning." "Sister? Young master, please call me Wan Ning. I cannot bear the title of sister." Wan Ning humbly replied, fearing that if others learned Li Yi referred to her as sister, she would be met with harsh consequences. Very well, He settled onto Wan Ning's lap. Enjoying the fruits she had prepared for him. In recent days, the Li family had lavished countless rare resources upon him. Even the fruits he consumed were spiritual in nature, with his meals consisting of spiritual rice and his water replaced by spiritual milk. Every opportunity to aid Li Yi's cultivation was seized, providing him with an unparalleled environment for growth in just a few days. Li Yi's cultivation level had risen to that of an 8-star martial apprentice. Given the abundance of resources and Li Yi's remarkable ability to assimilate them, his progress was swifter than anticipated. Even if the Li family were to sell their possessions to support him, it would be worth it. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. The resources they provided were trivial compared to the family's wealth. Nestled in Wan Ning's embrace, Li Yi finally felt a sense of warmth, no longer as emotionally distant as before. Suddenly, a curiosity sparked within him. He wondered if his future fiancée, Qiu Lingming, would make an appearance this time. If so, would meeting her trigger any revenge-related tasks, such as an early 3-year agreement? Qiu Lingming's family was decent but paled in comparison to the Li family, and given that her innate abilities had yet to awaken, her talent for cultivation was sadly lacking. Thus she probably would not meet Li Yi. Pushing such thoughts aside, he resolved to take things one step at a time. After all, the concept of revenge had ceased to exist. According to the normal timeline, the 3-year agreement would simply involve finding Qiu Lingming and defeating her. "Young master, shall we take a bath?" Wan Ning suggested, carrying Li Yi towards the bathing area. Steam rose from the warm water. She opened a small vial, pouring its contents into the bath and stirring it with her hand. She placed Li Yi into the wooden tub, meticulously washing his body from head to toe. Upon contact with the diluted medicinal liquid, a soothing warmth surged through him as the effects of the medicine activated his cultivation technique, allowing him to absorb its power. Moments later, he broke through his barriers. Attaining the level of a 9-star martial apprentice, cultivation, after all, required diligence, 99% effort, and 1% talent. Indeed, after a comforting bath, Wanning laid Li Yi on a dry towel, drying him off. "I can manage this myself." Li Yi insisted. "Nonsense. This is my responsibility. How could a young master be expected to do such things?" Wanning replied, asserting her role as a maidservant. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from outside. Chapter 41. Should we wean Li Yi? "Ha ha! I have finally broken through." Li Yin floated effortlessly in mid-air, hands clasped behind his back, slowly descending. The entire building trembled and crumbled under the impact of Li Yan's breakthrough. Earlier, Li Yi had shared ancient cultivation techniques with him, and after some guidance, Li Yin entered seclusion, ultimately breaking through his bottleneck to reach the martial sovereign realm. This was the pinnacle he had long desired, a feat he had thought unattainable in this lifetime. Yet here it was, a chance bestowed by Li Yi. This child was truly a blessing for the Li family, consistently surprising everyone, including Li Yin himself. Who would have thought that a mere child could offer him such an opportunity for advancement? "Congratulations, ancestor, on your breakthrough." The members of the Li family gathered around, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Li Yan's success was a boon for the entire clan, granting them a formidable force and elevating their standing. Martial sovereigns were a rare breed in the grand realm of Deqian, and the Li family status soared to unprecedented heights. Li Yin reveled in the accolades, laughter erupting from him in joyous abandon. The news of his breakthrough spread rapidly throughout Suzhou, capturing the attention of a martial sovereign's presence commanded respect. Not only Suzhou, but the entirety of the Qin dynasty took note. Soon, various factions arrived to offer their congratulations, and local officials sent gifts of goodwill. Previously, they might have hesitated to curry favor with the Li family, but now it was imperative. Even those who had previously held grudges hastened to present gifts, eager to mend ties, fearing retribution. Who could have anticipated that such upheaval would stem from a 1-year-old child? Li Yin, hands clasped behind him, surveyed the well-wishers with an air of arrogance, responding graciously, "Thank you all for your kind words. In 7 days, I shall host a wife selection ceremony for my great-grandson. I hope to see you all there." Li Yan's announcement of the ceremony, following his breakthrough, spoke volumes. After dismissing the gift-bringers, he swiftly sought out Li Yi, eager to express his gratitude to the young lad. "What you up to?" he inquired, only to find Li Yi lying bare on the bed, Wanting diligently washing his chubby form. "Why are you still bathing him?" Li Yin questioned, noting that the earlier commotion had startled Wanting, causing Li Yi to tumble to the floor, necessitating a second bath. "Ancestor," Wanting said, quickly bowing in respect. Yin ignored her, moving to converse with Li Yi. After Wanting bowed, she went to fetch a fresh outfit for him. "Thanks to the cultivation method you provided, I have now become a martial sovereign," Li Yin said with a smile, stroking his beard. "Great-grandfather is truly impressive," Li Yi praised, indulging Li Yan's vanity. "You little rascal, I have no doubt you will surpass me one day," Li Yin declared confidently. Sensing a bright future for Li Yi, he felt certain that Li Yi would become the strongest member of the Li family throughout its history, leading them to new heights. He nodded obediently. Yin appraised the naked Li Yi, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "You little one, soon to select a wife. Tut-tut." "What do you mean? Do you look down on me? What's wrong with being small and sprightly?" The thought irritated him further. "System, I want to strengthen." "Ugh." Wanting returned with a fresh outfit, helping Li Yi dress. Yin glanced at Wanting, recognizing her as the maidservant attending to Xiao Qingya. "So, you are the one taking care of Yi?" "Yes," Wanting replied, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "She appears quite capable. Ensure Yi is well taken care of, and prepare him a handsome outfit for the wife selection ceremony. Do you understand?" "Understood." Wanting nodded respectfully. Yin then addressed Li Yi. I have made my intentions clear. Let those suitors come. With my breakthrough, let them see who dares to disrespect you, Lie. To be honest, even though it was a ceremony to select a wife, he found the whole situation rather absurd. Imagining himself a 1-year-old child seated before a row of beautiful women struck him as comical. He could only hope his father would not make things too ridiculous, for while he lacked shame, Li still wanted to maintain some dignity. After exchanging a few more words with Li Yin returned to solidify his cultivation. As evening approached, Wan Ning intended to escort Li back to Xiao Qingya's side. However, it soon became apparent that Xiao Qingya and Li Yuntian had reached a consensus. Li should be weaned. After all, he was to select a wife, and still nursing was deemed inappropriate. The thought of a fiancé feeding Li milk was an image too bizarre to contemplate. This was a ceremony for selecting a wife, not a wet nurse. He was left seething at this turn of events. This old man has wronged me. Compelled by circumstances beyond her control, Wan Ning had no choice but to tend to Li Yi's slumber. Li Yi harbored deep suspicions about this arrangement. Could it be that this old man had deliberately sent him away? Wan Ning's actions appeared rather dubious. Raising his gaze to the girl who held his hand, Li Yi observed a tapestry of emotions on her face. Anticipation, anxiety, shyness, and a subtle hint of exhilaration, as a figure of unparalleled charm, who had captivated countless young maidens. He found the burden of being a man to be quite formidable. A man must protect himself when venturing into the world. System. Mind your words. You are but a 1-year-old child, a young boy, not and Li. Upon entering Wan Ning's room, though modest in decor, it exuded a charm typical of a young girl's sanctuary. As Xiao Qingya's personal maid, Wan Ning enjoyed privileges far superior to those of other servants. "Young master, do you wish to take a bath?" Wan Ning inquired, her voice tinged with nervousness, for it was her first time caring for him in this manner. Previously, she had merely cradled him to sleep. "That I've bathed twice today," he replied. I really need to wash again. "I might as well shed a layer of skin." "Oh," Wan Ning responded, "then I shall wash as well. That it was imperative to be clean while attending to the young master as slumber." He yawned and climbed into bed, drifting off to sleep unceremoniously. After her bath, Wan Ning emerged, her hair pinned up to avoid dampening it, resembling a fresh lotus just plucked from the waters. Noticing Li already asleep, she cautiously climbed onto the bed, fearful of disturbing him. Yet, Li was not truly asleep. He was acutely aware of her every movement. Gently embracing Li, Wan Ning worried he might fall from the bed during the night. Holding him close brought her a sense of security. To her surprise, she found it quite comfortable to sleep while cradling him. He was soft and undeniably endearing. He opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Was Wan Ning sleeping without clothes? Who on earth taught her to sleep like that? Nevertheless, it felt rather warm, enveloped in a gentle warmth, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance, though it could not compare to the sense of his mother or wet nurse. It held a unique charm of its own. Gradually, Li succumbed to slumber within this tender embrace. Chapter 42. My son Li possesses the bearing of an emperor. Morning dawned. He yawned and awoke from his dreams. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he intended to rise from the bed, only to discover he was held firmly in Wan Ning's embrace, unable to move. How fearful she must be of him rolling off the bed during the night. Glancing outside, he noted the early hour. As a cultivator, he required little sleep, and at certain levels of cultivation, he might not need any at all. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to continue his slumber. No more striving, no more 9-to-6 grind. This was the life Li had longed for, and now it was finally his. The carefree cultivation technique hummed quietly within him, steadily enhancing his prowess, with a promising future ahead. Just as he was about to drift off again, Wan Ning stirred. Gently patting Li, she murmured in her sleep, "The young master has grown so big. The maid wants, young master, don't leave." Suddenly, she tightened her grip on him, curling up and pressing him closer. Lie. What the heck? What dreams could Wan Ning be having? This was quite inappropriate. After a considerable time, the first light of dawn began to filter in, and Wan Ning, still in a daze, blinked awake. Having served as a maid for so many years, her biological clock was ingrained in her very being, prompting her to rise at the usual hour. Stretching lazily, she recalled how comfortable she had slept the previous night. Sitting up, she suddenly realized she was not wearing any clothes and hurriedly donned her garments. After her bath last night, she had remembered the teachings of the matron at the estate. Maids tended to the young master's warmth and comfort while sleeping, and it was customary to do so without clothing. This ensured that the young master remained warm. The young master is awake. Wan Ning noticed Li Yi gazing at her with wide eyes. Li Yi's expression was one of utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the events of the night. If Wan Ning were to continue caring for him, she truly needed to amend her sleep-talking and her habit of moving about. Surely it would be better to sleep soundly. Dressing Li Yi, Wan Ning took him to see Xiao Qingya. The latter had just awakened and was in the midst of her morning preparations. "Heir has arrived," Xiao Qingya exclaimed, opening her arms wide. Li Yi rushed into her embrace, finding solace in his mother's warmth. "You child, still so attached to your mother. That's not permissible," Xiao Qingya admonished gently. I paid her remarks no heed. Once Xiao Qingya had completed her grooming, she lifted Li Yi and carried him to the parlor. "Mother, where are we going?" Li Yi inquired with curiosity. As a woman of distinguished lineage, a refined daughter of scholarly family, and the third wife of the Li family, Xiao Qingya rarely ventured out into the public eye. Today, however, she was headed to the parlor, undoubtedly for something of great significance. It is nothing less than your father's so-called wife selection event. Many sects and families have brought their daughters and disciples to discuss matters with your father in the parlor. I thought it best to bring you along for a glimpse, Xiao Qingya explained. Li Yi. So that was the reason. Hadn't it yet begun? Why were they gathering now? Xiao Qingya was equally surprised. Despite the absurdity of the situation, so many people were eager to attend. I had not anticipated that our heir would be so well regarded. Xiao Qingya remarked with a smile, playfully poking Li Yi. Since the last martial arts exchange meeting, Li Yi's reputation had soared. There was a certain one-year-old child, endowed with exceptional talent, who learned sword techniques at a mere glance. While other children his age were still playing in the dirt, he had already achieved significant cultivation, mastered swordplay, translated ancient texts, and even commanded a sword that recognized its master. These remarkable feats, coupled with the witnesses from various sects of the martial arts exchange, had led to the rapid dissemination of rumors about Li Yi, the one-year-old prodigy. Those who had seen him believed wholeheartedly, while those who had not were incredulous, considering the claims far-fetched and implausible. Regardless, many had come to investigate the truth behind the tales. Upon arriving at the parlor, Li Yuntian was engaged in lively conversation with the guests. "Qingya, my sister, come sit," Bai Lian called out, her gaze falling on Li Yi in Xiao Qingya's arms. Teasingly reaching out to Li Yi, "Ear, what is this? Don't you recognize your auntie?" "Auntie," Li Yi replied with a childlike lilt. "Such a good boy. Come, greet your uncles and aunts," Bai Lian urged, introducing Li Yi to the guests. Upon seeing so many people, Li Yi's brow furrowed in concern. Taking a deep breath, he called out uncle and aunt from the beginning to the end. The guests observed him with curiosity, eager to see if he lived up to the rumors. At first glance, they found him charming. Upon closer inspection, they sensed an indescribable handsomeness about him. Though still a child, it was evident that he would grow into a striking young man. A genius of sorts. The effect of Li Yi's unparalleled charm was palpable. They began to compliment him. "Young Master Li Yi is truly a sight to behold, though still in his youth. His demeanor already puts us to shame. Indeed, young Master Li Yi possesses an extraordinary air. He will undoubtedly grow into a dashing figure. One glance at young Master Li Yi reveals his exceptional talent. He is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse." Hearing their praises, Li Yi felt indifferent, even somewhat nauseated. Why do they all sound like sycophants? A chorus of flatterers was overwhelming, yet it was rather pleasant to listen to. They spoke well, and although it bordered on obsequiousness, he found their candor quite enjoyable. Amidst the guests' adulation, the one most pleased was none other than Li Yuntian. From the outset, his smile had not faltered. Nearly splitting his face in two, rubbing his beard, he boasted, My son Li Yi possesses the bearing of an emperor. Huh? Bearing of an emperor. Such words were quite improper. Li Yuntian gestured, and Xiao Qingya passed Li Yi into his embrace. Though reluctant, Li Yi acquiesced to his father's vanity, allowing himself to be lifted. With a scruffy kiss on Li Yi's cheek, two groups entered from outside. The master of Baiyun Temple has come to pay a visit. The lord of Yuanshan sect has come to pay a visit. Zhang Zuan and Yu Zhenghong entered side by side, their shoulders brushing against one another, wearing smiles that masked an undercurrent of rivalry, each wishing to outdo the other. Having encountered one another while disembarking from the spirit vessel, it was obvious they shared a common objective, sparking an unspoken conflict. Yu Zhenghong gritted his teeth. You old fool. What business do you have meddling in this affair? Is it within your purview to interfere? Zhang Zuan retorted defiantly. Why should I not involve myself? I happen to have a daughter, sweet and charming. A perfect match for Li Yi. I have even calculated it. Their destinies align. And you, how old is your daughter? Is she here to be Li Yi's nurse? Yu Zhenghong countered. What makes it inappropriate? Who cares about age? It's about matching backgrounds and talent. That my daughter is well-versed and capable of caring for Li Yi, making her a fitting choice. That AS for you. When did you suddenly acquire a daughter? Wasn't she just recognized yesterday? Chapter 43. Dowry. How strange a concept. Have you ever met Li Yi? Why do you come here to meddle? My daughter has nothing to do with you, if you're so bold. Go home and have another child with your wife. Zhang Zuan exerted considerable force, nearly toppling Yu Zhenghong into the ravine. How surprising. You actually have a daughter. Such hypocrisy is unworthy of a man. If Li Yi were to have a father-in-law like you, wouldn't that be utterly shameful? Spare us the embarrassment. Yu Zhenghong pushed back. Hey, what do you know? I possess foresight, and it is precisely for moments like this. You haven't even met Li Yi yet. How old is your daughter? Li Yi is merely 1 year old. Don't you find your actions utterly absurd? Yu Zhenghong chuckled. Absurd, perhaps, but not more absurd than you. You secretly fathered a daughter. Impressive indeed. Your master must be turning in his grave. You should check if your master's coffin is still sealed tight. The two exchanged barbs as they proceeded to the living room. Behind them, Yu Yangshan wore a look of exasperation, rubbing his temples in frustration. Why don't you two just marry on the spot? He glanced at his younger sister, Yu Lingling, who had dressed herself beautifully. She was indeed a beauty. At that moment, Yu Lingling appeared utterly bewildered, unsure of how to react, having been abruptly pulled from her seclusion for some inexplicable wife selection conference. For a child no less, who wouldn't he be flabbergasted? Besides, she was already 13, participating in a wife selection for a 1-year-old. Doesn't that strike anyone as ludicrous? After much coaxing, Yu Lingling reluctantly agreed to accompany her father for a glance after speaking. Li Shuer turned and left. It had been several days since she last saw the little rascal, Xiao Yi, and she missed him dearly. Finally finding a reason to venture out, she couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Rubbing her hands together, she anticipated the joy of pinching Li Yi's chubby cheeks, her excitement mounting like tea that moment. Li Yi was in the backyard, surrounded by a throng of ladies, completely encircled, as everyone came to admire him. The scene was such that one might think they were preparing to reserve a spot for him at the zoo. He was undeniably a sensation. Most of these women were mothers, well-versed in caring for children. And upon seeing such an adorable little fellow as Li Yi, they couldn't resist reaching out to touch him. It was oblivious to how many times he had been patted. Every conceivable part of him was fair game for their affection, leaving him wondering if he might be granted a modicum of privacy. If this continued, he felt as though a layer of his skin might be worn away. Even more alarming were the bolder women, who would kiss and nibble at him, leaving his face smeared with rouge and lipstick marks. The cacophony of chatter from the group was incessant, with some even bringing their daughters to show off to Li Yi, overwhelming him with a torrent of words that he instinctively tuned out. This horde of women was simply terrifying. He needed to escape this place quickly, lest he suffer irreparable embarrassment. Xiao Yi, your sister is back. Are you happy? Upon entering the courtyard, Li Shuer was momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many ladies. Was this a gathering to bless Li Yi? Spotting his elder sister, Li Yi dashed towards her like a lifeline, disregarding everything else. Sister, save me. He leaped into Li Shui's embrace that T had only been a few days, yet he longed for her so much. Li Shui lifted him up, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Her affection for this brother was not in vain. Of course I missed you, sister. Please take me out to play. Li Yi clung tightly to Li Shui's neck, refusing to let go. Sister is the best. Yes, I will take you out to play. Under the watchful eyes of the ladies. Li Shui carried Li Yi away. He let out a sigh of relief. His ordeal was finally over. At the selection of wives event, the Li family certainly had a sense of humor, hosting such an occasion for a mere child, seemingly unperturbed by the mockery it might invite. Nowadays, the elderly Yan had ascended to the ranks of a martial arts master, his status elevated, and I have heard whispers that Li Yi's talent far surpassed that of ordinary prodigies. Isn't the Song family at odds with the Li family? Why are they here? Perhaps they seek to reconcile. The families of Suzhou, the Song and Wang clans, gathered together. These three families were prominent in Suzhou, regarded as the triad of influential clans, typically maintaining a respectful distance from one another. However, the nature of interests often led to skirmishes and encroachments, each seeking to seize the other's advantages, with the Li family currently dominating the scene. Should this trend continue, both the Wang and Song families risk being crushed into submission. Thus, the two families covertly allied themselves to turn foes into friends. Is the Wang family aiming to play the peacemaker? After all the trouble the Wang family has caused the Li family, could they genuinely believe the Li family has forgotten? Wang Hanlin, the head of the Wang family, chuckled darkly. May I ask what the Song family head has in mind? Song Changfeng, head of the Song family, stood confidently with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of certainty. The Li family may have a prodigy, but they are not the only ones. Oh, it seems the Song family head holds a hidden agenda. However, the Li family boasts a martial arts master. While the Dacian laws may restrain them, the mere presence of such a figure is sufficient to threaten our family's very existence. Wang Hanlin continued that if you have insights to share, please do, as our families currently find ourselves in the same precarious position. Song Changfeng revealed a confident smile. Is it just a martial arts master? Lian has only recently attained that rank, and I have my own sources of confidence. Wang Hanlin regarded Song Changfeng with a knowing gaze, pondering what scheme he might be concocting. Yet the only course of action was to collaborate with him. Evidently, Song Changfeng was also aware of this, waiting for the opportunity to negotiate terms. What does Song Xiong propose? Nothing grand, merely a scheme. However, I cannot accomplish this alone. I will require the cooperation of the Wang family. Song Changfeng replied with a sinister smile. Since you are so confident, the Wang family will await your good news. Might I inquire what your preliminary plans entail? Song Changfeng's lips curled into a shadowy smile. At the end of this month, the three clans will compete for the seal. Our two families will join forces to catch the Li family off guard. The competition for the seal, Chapter 45, Mission of Reversal. Please establish contact with Qiu Lingming. The competition for the seal involves the Li, Wang, and Song families. These three powerful clans possess vast influence, their enterprises reaching far beyond Suzhou. In the past, they frequently clashed over market dominance, causing significant turmoil in Suzhou. Yet, the local officials found themselves unable to favor or alienate any of the three families, as doing so would only invite disaster. Thus, the competition for the seal was devised, with each clan sending forth their young prodigies to contest for the seal, thereby determining market shares. This event occurs once every 3 years, and this time it is set for the end of the month. Each clan is limited to participants under the age of 18, making it a true test of youthful talent. Previously, the Li family triumphed with Li Xian and Li Shui, seizing over half the market, much to the dismay of the Wang and Song families. This time, however, the Li family lacks strong contenders, and the others are determined to make them pay. Yet this does not address the root of the issue. After all, Li Yin is a martial arts master. And if things escalate too far, I dare say, I have my own methods to contend with him, that if you believe the Li family will reconcile with you, you may as well seek out the Li family head now. Song Changfeng declared, dismissing any doubts. Wang Hanlin took a deep breath, lost in thought. After a moment, he replied, very well, that I hope you truly possess a strategy against Li Yin. Rest assured, Song Changfeng replied, brimming with confidence. Speaking of the competition for the seal, do you feel prepared? Wang Hamlin inquired curiously that I previously stated. There are prodigies beyond just the Li family. Song Chongfeng replied cryptically, I could see the selection of wives event for Li Yi. While it seemed absurd, it was indeed an unprecedented spectacle. Not only were families and sect from near Suzhou present, but there were also numerous guests from afar, such as Baiyun Temple and Yuanshan sect. Both highly esteemed first-class sections, several first-class sects had traveled great distances, marveling at the Li family's considerable influence. Li Shuer, cradling Li Yi, arrived at the event site, where all eyes were immediately drawn to him. Everyone was eager to see what this rumored prodigy looked like. Wow, the saintess is carrying him out. What treatment? Heh, you haven't seen it. The head of Taiching sect has held Li Yi as well. Li Yi quietly asked Li Shuer, has the Qiu family arrived? Which Qiu family? There are indeed several with the surname Qiu. After pondering for a moment, Li Shuer replied, you might as well ask father. He knows best. Casting a glance at the beaming Li Yuntian at the main seat, Li Shuer shook her head in exasperation. Which Qiu family? Li Yuntian inquired, puzzled, as there were several Qiu families in attendance. Unsure which one Li Yi meant, he was intrigued by Li Yi's sudden inquiry about the Qiu family, wondering if he had already set his sights on someone. You, little one, have your sights set? Yuri's still a child. How do you know to look for a wife? Li Yuntian jested. Li Yi's curiosity about the Qiu family stemmed purely from wondering what might transpire if he encountered Qiu Lingming. Father, what are you talking about? Li Shuer retorted, that aren't you supposed to return to Taiching sect? Why are you meddling here? Li Yuntian scoffed, I'm worried you might make a mess of things with Xiao Yi's wife selection. Naturally, I must oversee it, Li Shuer asserted resolutely. Li Yuntian chuckled. Weren't you opposed to this? You all acted without consulting me first. What could I do? Li Yuntian and Bai Lian were tasked with presiding over the selection event, along with Second Lady Gong Wenyue and Xiao Qingya, to find suitable candidates for Li Yi. He could never have imagined that one day he would be the center of a selection akin to a harem. While eating instant noodles, he felt utterly disdainful as the protagonist of this tale. He felt rather ordinary, just as such. Essentially, Li Yuntian and his three wives were in charge, first assessing appearance and character, followed by various skills, such as nurturing and care. This was their area of expertise, and they had a say-as for Li Yi. He was relegated to the role of a mascot, cradled in Li Shuer's arms, both serving as the face of the Li family. Surveying the candidates, he noted the spectrum ranged from newborns to women in their 30s, showcasing a diverse array of styles. But I'm still just a child. How can one subject a child to such a test? How diminutive, vying for milk with oneself. And how grand, indeed, a small horse pulling a large cart. The atmosphere of the wife selection event has grown increasingly absurd, yet ever more lively, making it hard to fathom that this affair is meant for a child of merely 1 year. What do you think of Miss Lingling? Li Yuntian quietly inquired of Li Yi, among whom he favored Yu Lingling the most. She possesses a pleasing appearance, is well-behaved and sensible, a lady of refined upbringing, and comes from a family of equal standing. Her age is also quite suitable. She seems to be the unequivocal choice. To outright refuse would be improper, yet to agree would be even worse. Li Yi chose silence, biting his finger as he gazed at Xiao Qingya. Xiao Qingya likely sensed Li Yi's intention. Was he asking for milk now? Hadn't he just been fed? Surely, this little one isn't he trying to find an excuse to evade the situation. Is he, Shuer? I believe is also feeling weary. Perhaps you should escort him downstairs for a while, suggested Xiao Qingya. Very well. After all, Li Shuer held no interest in the proceedings upon reaching the backyard. They found themselves surrounded by ladies, all of whom had come to pay visits from various family clans. The number of attendees at Li Yi's wife selection event far exceeded expectations, creating a veritable throng. A spectacle unprecedented in scale. Many of the ladies were engaged in conversation and play in the backyard, choosing not to join the bustle of the front yard. What an adorable little one. Come here, let Annie hold you. This child must be Li Yi. How utterly charming. If only my son were as delightful, I wouldn't mind carrying him at all. Surely, he will grow up to be a handsome young man. Goodness, I had nearly forgotten about this. Just one visit to the backyard, and I feel as though I've shed a layer of skin. If this continues, I might truly be overwhelmed. Aside from this group of ladies, There were also numerous young women preparing for the wife selection event in the backyard, as the front yard was overflowing with people, leaving only the backyard for those waiting in line. Ling Ming, do your best with your cousin later. I don't expect you to be selected, but at least leave a good impression for the Li family, as it concerns the future of the Chiu family. Understand? Understood, mother. Ling Ming? Chiu family? Li Yi's ears perked up. Curiosity piqued as he glanced in that direction. A reverse mission has been issued. Venture forth to hone your skills after causing a ruckus. Assume a new identity. And encounter the troubled Chiu Ling Ming. Faced with the dilemma of an annulled engagement with Chiu Ling Ming, an insidious thought arises within you, to make her regret it for a lifetime. Thus, you decide to win her affection under a different guise, only to reveal your true identity when the 3-year deadline approaches, allowing her to experience heart-wrenching pain. Please establish a connection with Chiu Ling Ming and foster her fondness for you. Chapter 46. The 3 Great Illusions of Life. He is interested in me. Li. Staring at the reverse mission presented by the system, Li Yi fell into silence. Is it possible for the system's description to be any more ludicrous? What does it mean that an evil thought has arisen within me? To make Chiu Ling Ming fall in love with me under another identity, only to reveal the truth after 3 years. This is clearly a twisted notion born from the trauma of an annulled engagement. As a respectable gentleman, how could I possibly entertain such a warped idea? The system is merely slandering me. System, please confront the twisted psyche following your annulment. Li Yi, perhaps I should simply dispose of this system and bury it. Casting his gaze toward the distant Chiu Ling Ming, who is of the same age as Li Yi but slightly shorter due to his earlier development as an ancient sacred body, he noted her charming demeanor, indicative of her future beauty. Indeed, she would grow up to be a breathtaking young woman. Chiu Ling Ming, along with her cousin, stood among the crowd, not particularly outstanding, perhaps due to her young aging, 1.5 years old. In his own world, one would be far from memory and likely drooling. Yet in this realm, children not only have memories but also exhibit understanding. Currently, Chiu Ling Ming's physique has yet to awaken. She is utterly ordinary, devoid of talent, until she encounters the master of the Q, who immediately perceives her unique constitution. Thus, she is taken as a disciple, with the master expending rare resources to help her activate her latent abilities, leading her to extraordinary brilliance. He contemplated whether he should now approach his fiancée, E, for a brief greeting. Given the current circumstances, completing this reverse mission should prove quite simple, according to the original storyline. Both he and Chiu Ling Ming are deemed useless, mere pawns in a family alliance. However, observing Chiu Ling Ming at the end of the candidate line for the wife selection, the disparity was indeed stark. As for feelings, for Li Yi, who had not yet undergone the experiences depicted in the reverse storyline, it felt more like watching a tale unfold, devoid of emotional engagement, with a naive tilt of his head. He glanced at Li Shuer and blinked. Sister, I'm going over to say hello, Li Shuer. A greeting? Confused by Li Yi's sudden action, she knew he must have ulterior motives. Was it possible that Li Yi had found someone he favored among the candidates? Him. Nodding in agreement, Li Yi marched over to Chiu Ling Ming with his little legs, while Li Shuer followed closely behind, eager to discover his intentions. Chiu Ling Ming nervously clenched her fingers, although she was still young and did not fully grasp the implications. She understood that this was of great importance for the Chiu family, as it pertained to their destiny. The Chiu family had always relied on the Li family, and the Li family's words dictated the fate of the Chiu family. Given their status, it was unrealistic to expect to be chosen, but at least she aimed to perform well and leave a good impression on the Li family for future dealings. Chiu Ling Ming was quite curious about what the rumored young Master Li looked like. She had been hearing tales about him for days, of his myriad talents, and it was said that young Master Li possessed a divine countenance, with a future beyond measure. Though he was of her age, he was already renowned, having achieved fame at a young age, destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. Such an individual was surely beyond her reach as a mere wastrel. Shaking her head, Chiu Ling Ming cast aside such thoughts, resolving to do her utmost to avoid bringing shame to the Chiu family and to leave a favorable impression on the Li family. Peering ahead at the long queue, it was evident that many were eagerly vying to become young Master Li's fiancée, E. Aside from her cousin, Several other sisters from the clan were also present, leaving her uncertain of when her turn would arrive. Young Master Li. A respectful greeting rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd. Qiu Lingming curiously turned her head. A boy slightly taller than her approached, clad in splendid attire, standing upright, with a cherubic face that was strikingly adorable. Upon closer inspection, the young boy exuded an air of confidence and grace, embodying the demeanor of a prodigy in their eyes. He seemed to be a figure destined to stand atop the world, surveying all beneath him, unmatched in elegance and charm. Such a child possesses this kind of allure. Although Li Yi was still a child, one must ask, which girl could resist such charm? He was both handsome and adorable, a combination that was utterly irresistible to girls. Noticing the captivated stares from the group of girls, Li Yi covered his face, attributing it to the system's unparalleled charm. Currently, he felt fine, but he remained concerned about the phrase stating that charm transcends any race. He hoped nothing troublesome would arise. Otherwise, it would truly be akin to Dong Yong, Su Xian, and Ning Kaiqian playing mahjong with one person missing. Just a glance, and Qiu Lingming was captivated. In that moment, Li Yi resembled the male protagonist from a novel she read. Possessing an irresistible allure, he is young Master Li? Indeed, just as she had heard. A divine visage. Unlike the other girls who fantasized, Qiu Lingming thought of such a man as someone she could never hope to match. An existence forever out of her reach. Young Master Li is so handsome. How can a mere child exude such charm and cuteness? I wish I could hold him. Let me hold him. Among this group were girls in their teens, even some in their 20s, all of whom were unable to resist Li Yi's extraordinary allure. Yi shook his head, discerning the power dynamics from the effect of his unmatched charm. Looking at these girls, and then at Xiao Hanyan. The disparity was evident, yes, for Qiu Lingming, whose physique had yet to awaken. She remained comparatively composed. In the future, one could easily gauge the strength of others by their response to his unrivaled charm. Unrivaled charm, stronger identification device. Young Master Li is approaching. He is looking at me. Nonsense, young Master Li is clearly looking at me. He must be interested in me. Don't you all dream, young Master Li is looking at me. Before Li even arrived, the girls nearly erupted into conflict. The three great illusions of life. He is looking at me. He is interested in me. He likes me to... He covered his face, both amused and exasperated. How could this be? I'm only 1 year old. It shouldn't be like this. Witnessing this scene, Li Shuer was equally astonished. Her brother's charm was indeed formidable. Reflecting upon the actions of her fellow sisters, she realized they were rather more composed in contrast. As Li Yi approached, they hastily adjusted themselves, touching up their makeup and striking poses, presenting gentle smiles in an attempt to catch his attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yi walked up to Qiu Lingming and asked, "Hey, what is your name?" Qiu Lingming. Chapter 47. Would you be willing to become my fiancée, Yi? Me? Qiu Lingming lifted her head, her voice trembling as she gazed in disbelief at Li Yi, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Young Master Li Yi has come to seek me out? How could I possibly be worthy? It resembled a romantic tale in a novel, where a handsome prince suddenly approaches a humble girl, inquiring about her name. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly that Li Yi spoke with a casual demeanor. To young Master Li, my name is Qiu Lingming. Lowering her head, Qiu Lingming answered cautiously, fearful of any potential faux pas, a blush creeping on her cherubic face. The other girls cast envious glances at Qiu Lingming, wishing fervently that they were the one being addressed by Li Yi. Overwhelmed and astonished, Qiu Lingming stood frozen, at a loss. Meanwhile, Li Yi surveyed her with a nonchalant gaze, noting her appealing features delicately sculpted like jade. Although still young, it was evident that she was a well-mannered and educated girl. Had Qiu Lingming's talents not been dormant, and had there not been this turning point, she would surely become a virtuous wife and mother. Under Li Yi's scrutiny, Qiu Lingming felt nervous, instinctively shrinking back on the side. Madame Qiu was both excited and anxious, pondering if perhaps Li Yi had taken a liking to her Lingming. Such a fortunate event was beyond her wildest dreams. Observing Li Yi's demeanor, Li Shuer couldn't help but chuckle, finding a certain charm in the situation. Could it be that young Yi truly fancied this little girl? Yet, while she was indeed charming and lovely. Possessing the makings of a beauty, her talents were average, and her background was unremarkable, making her an unsuitable match for Li Yi. Many daughters of prominent families were far more fitting for him. Qiu Lingming, the Qiu family? Li Shui'er suddenly recalled that Li Yi had previously inquired about the Qiu family, realizing that he must have had this in mind all along. If young Yi genuinely harbored feelings, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, with Li Yi's talents, any such considerations would merely be embellishments. Little one, have you finished gazing? The girl is becoming bashful, Li Shui'er remarked with a smile. Lie retorted, Sister, matters concerning children should be left to adults. Indeed, Li Shui'er laughed, her voice ringing like silver bells, her expression beaming with a knowing smile. You seem quite satisfactory. Thus, you shall be my fiancée. Lie's words appeared casual, a seemingly arbitrary decision rather than a request for consent. Me? Qiu Lingming froze on the spot, raising her head in disbelief, pointing at herself to confirm with Li Yi. The surprise was so sudden that her mind struggled to process it, doubting the reality of the situation. Yes, just you, Li Yi affirmed with a nod. The reason for selecting Qiu Lingming as his fiancée was twofold. Firstly, to fulfill the system's task of establishing a connection with her. Secondly, keeping her close would undoubtedly trigger numerous reverse tasks, allowing him to benefit from her. Seeing Qiu Lingming still in shock, he feigned displeasure and asked, What? Are you unwilling? Qiu Lingming quickly shook her head, her voice filled with urgency. I am willing. Of course, I am willing. To become your fiancé, young Master Li, is a great honor for me. Madame Qiu immediately rushed over, grasping Qiu Lingming's hand in agreement, her smile radiant enough to split her face. She had merely brought them to Li's house for a good impression. And now this? It was a dream come true, an opportunity that could elevate the Qiu family to unprecedented heights, transforming them into a prominent family to Lie, the most talented individual in the Li family across generations. Possessed celestial qualities and boundless potential, preparing to become a top-tier powerhouse, especially with the presence of a martial sovereign from the Li family. The Qiu family would gain an immense pillar of support through this union. Within mere breaths, Madame Qiu envisioned countless treasures and power beckoning to her, as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Well then, it's settled. Li Yi confirmed his choice of Qiu Lingming as his fiancée. Thank you, young Master Li. Madame Qiu expressed her gratitude, holding on to Qiu Lingming. Qiu Lingming, whose talents had gone unnoticed, had only aspired to cultivate her into an educated young lady, hoping to find a suitable marriage match. To think that they would be chosen by Li Yi, it was beyond her wildest dreams. Come with me. Li Yi extended his hand, leading Qiu Lingming to the front hall to find his father, indicating that he had already made his decision and there was no need for further deliberation. Choosing for oneself was undoubtedly preferable. Otherwise, with Li Yuntian's erratic thinking, it might have turned into a mess of fiancés and concubines. A thought too dreadful to entertain. Li Yi departed with Qiu Lingming. A chorus of shattered hearts echoed from the other candidates. Why wasn't it me? Madame Qiu, overflowing with enthusiasm, assured, Young Master Li, rest assured. Our Lingming is the most understanding. She will surely take good care of you and bear you several chubby little ones. Lie. Could we perhaps consider my current age before making such declarations? Before long, Madame Qiu continued to advise Qiu Lingming on manners and propriety, nearly wishing to intervene herself. Qiu Lingming nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice, committing every piece of her mother-esque advice to memory. Knowing these were principles to uphold in the future. What brings you here? And who is this? In the front hall, Li Yuntian, who had been enjoying the selection process, initially intended to showcase his authority to his son. However, upon seeing Li Yi with a young girl, he was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Madame Qiu quickly interjected. This is my daughter, Qiu Lingming. Oh, Li Yuntian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Qiu Lingming, from the Qiu family? He recalled that had just inquired about the Qiu family. Could it be? Realizing the implications, Li Yuntian's expression turned astonished. You mean to say, Li Yi declared, I have decided that Qiu Lingming will be my fiancée. You need not search for one on my behalf. This proclamation. A profound silence enveloped the room, the air thick with astonishment, as if a pin could be heard dropping. All eyes were fixated on Li Yi and Xiao Lingming. After a brief pause, murmurs erupted. Where did this Qiu family come from? I've never heard of them. Which prominent family are they? Goodness, we VE spent so much time selecting, only to have a little girl swoop in and claim victory. This is unacceptable. Let us do it again. Indeed, how can this be allowed? The Qiu family lacks proper decorum. Hearing the uproar, demanding that Li Yi reconsider, Li Yuntian was equally surprised, having not anticipated Er's unilateral decision. Li Yi stepped forward with a smile, addressing the crowd. I appreciate that you have traveled from afar to attend my selection ceremony, which I interpret as recognition and respect. I, Li Yi, express my gratitude to all the esteemed elders present. I'm truly remorseful for not honoring your goodwill today. But regarding marriage, I have my own thoughts, and I hope you understand I am grateful for the kindness shown by all the elders here today. And I will remember those who attended. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will do my utmost to oblige. Li Yi spoke with unwavering poise. The room fell silent once more. All eyes trained on him in astonishment. How could someone so young articulate such profound thoughts with such conviction? He had far surpassed the expected composure and wisdom of his age, revealing the spirit of a youthful hero, prompting many to think, this child will undoubtedly become a hero in the future. Young Master Li truly embodies the celestial qualities rumored about him. His demeanor is extraordinary. Following this compliment, the crowd began to shower Li Yi with praise. Rather than inciting anger, they were impressed, feeling even more inclined to foster relationships with him. Li observed their reactions. Relieved, this was the allure of unparalleled charm. Young Master Li. I see the essence of a youthful hero, leaving me feeling inadequate. You? How can you compare to young Master Li? At his age, you are likely still wetting your pants. The saying goes, heroes deserve beauties. Although Li Yi's fiancée, he had her own aspirations. The second lady still considered the merits of her own daughter. Get lost. You think you stand a chance? With that appearance, how could your daughter possibly compare? Young Master Li would be far better suited to my daughter. The atmosphere grew lively once more, even more so than before. Everyone was eager to ally themselves with the Li family. If they didn't seize this opportunity now, they might never have a chance to partake in the benefits that would surely come from Li Yi's words. They were determined to establish connections, even if it meant offering their daughters as concubines. Such is the world with a strong reign, and the privileges of the talented abound. Take your time, one at a time. No need to rush. Li Yuntian wore the same smile as before, his lips curling upward, a grin so wide it seemed impossible to suppress. Observing this scene, Li Yi felt a mix of disbelief. His intention had been to halt these proceedings, yet only escalated further. Never mind, I shall let it be, he thought, resigning himself to the situation. Little one, your charm is truly remarkable, Li Shuer marveled. Sister, if you were to choose a husband, your charm would surely surpass mine. Li Yi jested. Li Shuer playfully tapped Li Yi on the head, saying, you little rascal, you've even learned to tease your sister. Who did you learn that from? If you don't learn properly, you shall be punished. I will make you endure an hour of having your face pinched. Is this a punishment? It seems more like a reward to me. An hour? My face would surely be squished like a zongzi. I decisively refused. In no way. How dare you talk back to me, sister? Don't run away. Li Shuer seized Li Yi, transforming into a merciless face-pinching machine. Mission accomplished. Under your unparalleled charm, Qiu Lingming quickly succumbed, perceiving you as a lofty, sacred, and untouchable existence. Being with you is her greatest fortune in this life. Reward obtained. Affinity with plants, essence of alchemy. Affinity with plants. You possess an innate affinity for all flora, eliminating any possibility of rejection. You can better master and utilize plants, comprehend their origins, and absorb their resources without wasting a single trace of medicinal potency. Essence of alchemy. Mastering the essence of alchemy allows you to refine any elixir to its utmost efficacy, while simultaneously reducing the time required for concoction and making the process significantly easier. As expected, it must be Qiu Lingming. This is indeed the main storyline of the marriage annulment reversal. Two rewards, and they are extraordinary. The absorption of resources typically incurs some loss, making complete absorption impossible, even for the most prodigious talents, including Li Yi himself. However, the affinity with plants grants him this unique ability. Moreover, this affinity allows Li Yi to disregard the properties of medicinal materials, which sometimes conflict and cannot be used together, risking an explosion during refinement. Yet, Li Yi need not worry about these matters. He simply needs to add the materials and complete the process, leaving the outcome a mystery. And then there's the essence of alchemy, a profession that promises immense wealth in this fantastical world. If one does not become an alchemist, can they truly claim to be a transmigrant? These two rewards are merely the beginning. To Li Yi, Qiu Lingming represents a treasure trove, one that can be mined for at least another 2.5 years. Qiu Lingming, petite and timid, stood beside them, afraid to move lest she make a mistake. Noticing Li Yi's evil gaze, she instinctively shrank back. The wife selection event, the audience was abuzz. Those participating cheered for their daughters or disciples, while those merely spectating displayed expressions of awe, their brows furrowed, eyes reflecting two words: envy, truly envious. After living a substantial part of their lives, they found themselves outshined by a mere child. This young man must not be allowed to remain. Song Chongfeng's gaze darkened, fixated on Li Yi. If this boy grows, he will undoubtedly be a calamity for both our families. Song, I don't care what your plans are, but act swiftly. Rest assured, Wang. With that, Song Chongfeng waved his sleeve and departed. Having come merely to gauge the situation, it was unnecessary for him to linger this moment. The most delighted was Qiu Lingming's father, Qiu Lichuan, who excitedly approached. He first bowed to Li Yintian and then began a cordial conversation. Drawing envious glances from onlookers, the Qiu family had indeed stumbled upon a great fortune, having intercepted this opportunity. Yu Jinghong sighed. Some wished to intercept but failed. Zhang An, unhurried, sipped his tea. Aren't you the same? Yu Jinghong looked at Zhang Zuan with curiosity, only to find him unconcerned, prompting his mind to race as he speculated the reasons behind it. Tentatively, he inquired, I've heard that Li Yi can translate ancient scriptures. Your aura seems significantly stronger than before, and Li Yin has made a breakthrough. Could it be related to those ancient scriptures? Did Li Yi translate them? Yu Zhenghong was struck by a chilling thought. Connecting these events made perfect sense. The implications were terrifying. Li Yi's worth was on the rise. He continued, You don't seem anxious. I suspect you've already reached some sort of agreement or relationship with them. Haven't you? Zhang Zan mused that Yu Zhenghong was rather perceptive to have deduced so much from subtle clues. He smiled and replied, As for our relationship with Li Yi, don't speculate. I won't disclose anything. Yu Zhenghong chuckled, observing Zhang Zuan's expression, convinced he had guessed correctly. They had already lost the initiative. If Li Yi truly translated the entire ancient scripture, enabling Li Yan's breakthrough to martial sovereign, the Li family and Baiyun Temple would flourish, while their mountain sect will be left behind if they didn't secure a share. What do you think Li Yi's future holds? Yu Jinghong suddenly asked. It's hard to say that Li Yi's talent is unparalleled, unprecedented in history. Perhaps no one can assert how far he will go. Zhang Zuan shook his head. Yu Jinghong added, Moreover, we must ensure he can find that path. What do you mean? Zhang Zuan smiled. Our mountain sect is willing to safeguard Li Yi's growth. We are all in the same boat. Why not share the ancient scriptures? Yu Jinghong boldly pressed on. Not a chance. Get lost. Chapter 49. Li Yi. If you don't call me ego, I will annul the engagement. Lingming, you truly are a good daughter, not bringing shame to your father. Qiu Lichuan laughed heartily as he embraced Qiu Lingming, his eyes filled with adoration, cherishing her like a precious gem. For Qiu Lingming, this was a treatment she had never experienced before in the Qiu family. Aside from her charming appearance and understanding nature, she was merely a transparent figure, lacking talent and receiving little attention from her parents. Now, held in their hands like a treasure, Qiu Lingming understood that all of this was thanks to Li Yi. He had given her everything, and in her heart, Li Yi would be her everything. Feeling shy, Qiu Lingming lowered her head, appearing quite bashful. Qiu Lichuan set her down, saying, Why don't you greet your in-laws? Qiu Lingming obediently bowed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, Hello, in-laws. Get up, Yuntian smiled, raising his hand to scrutinize Chiu Lingming. What a well-behaved girl, polite and courteous. She will surely make a wonderful partner for Er in the future, although the Chiu family did not match the Li family in status. Since Li was fond of her, Li and Tian had no objections. Xiao Qingyao was also very pleased with Chiu Lingming, a member of scholarly family. She valued Chiu Lingming's character. What a lovely child. Come here. Xiao Qingyao beckoned Chiu Lingming to approach her. Chiu Lingming took small, delicate steps, moving lightly until she stood before Xiao Qingyao, who found herself increasingly fond of her. Rest assured, Mrs. Xiao, I've been teaching Lingming since she could remember. She is well-versed in literature and the arts, excelling in everything, especially music. Though she is still young, she can already play several pieces beautifully. Xiao Qingyao was somewhat surprised, examining Chiu Lingming's fingers and confirming her talents. Come here. He walked over, and Xiao Qingyao held their hand together. This is your chosen fiancée. You must treat Lingming well and not let her down, understand? Xiao Qingyao said earnestly that I understand. I didn't choose her casually. Li Yi replied, if there's nothing else, I'll go plain now. With matters settled, he seized the opportunity to slip away. You little rascal. All you do is play. Now that you have a fiancé, take Lingming along with you. Xiao Qingyao allowed Li Yi and Chiu Lingming to escape. I'll keep an eye on those two. Li Shui'er also slipped away, preferring that to standing around. Li Yuntian turned to Chiu Li Chuan, saying, once the wife selection event concludes, shall we draft the marriage contract? Everything will be at the discretion of the Li family head. Chiu Li Chuan dared not voice any demands, readily agreeing. His heart was already bursting with joy, utterly astonished that such fortune had fallen upon him. As he exited amidst the envious gazes of the crowd to discuss preparations with his wife, under Li Yuntian's guidance, the wife selection event continued. He felt helpless. Li Yuntian not only wished to select Li Yi's future wife, but also seemed intent on choosing his wives for the next generations to come. Long-term reversal mission activated. At this moment, you have already garnered Chiu Lingming's affection. Next, cultivate your relationship with her, ensuring she becomes utterly infatuated with you, laying the groundwork for your nefarious intentions for the 3-year agreement. This system must have consumed the soul of some guardian spirit. Those nefarious intentions refer solely to the system's twisted ideas, unrelated to the pure and kind-hearted host, according to the system's plot. These thoughts are indeed wicked, rendering Chiu Lingming unable to extricate herself from her feelings for him, only to reveal his true self during the 3-year agreement. If this were a typical storyline, one could imagine Chiu Lingming's feelings at this very moment. Heart-wrenching, a moment's pleasure in tormenting a wife, eternal delight in such torment. In the courtyard, Chiu Lingming's delicate voice called out, Li Yi, wait for me. I can't keep up with you. She was panting heavily, truly unable to match Li Yi's pace. Now a 9-star martial apprentice, Li Yi was far beyond Chiu Lingming, who was not even a martial apprentice. Don't call me Li Yi, just call me. Being addressed as Li Yi felt peculiar, Ego sounded far more pleasant. All right, Li Yi, Chiu Lingming meekly replied, Li, if you don't call me Ego, I will annul the engagement. Please don't annul the engagement. Ego. Chiu Lingming was taken aback, nearly on the verge of tears, hastily responding, that's more like it. Li Yi nodded lightly, effortlessly managing his fiancée. A reverse engagement? Apologies, but I shall directly overturn the heavens. Observing Chiu Lingming's nearly tearful expression, Li Yi found it both amusing and exasperating. Was she truly frightened to the point of tears over a mere broken engagement? After all, she was but a little girl of merely 1 year, unlike Li Yi, who possessed a soul of 20 summers. The milestone for the reverse plot task had been achieved. Your fluctuating demeanor left Chiu Lingming feeling both distant and close, instilling in her a fear of losing you. Your aloofness did not deter her. Rather, it deepened her affection for you. Reward acquired. Master of Artistic Alchemy. Master of Artistic Alchemy. You possess unparalleled hands, capable of enhancing alchemical techniques, crafting pills by hand. Under your skilled touch, antiques and paintings come to vivid life. Musical instruments resonate under your performance. Li Yi, Impressive. Master of Artistic Alchemy has extensive applications, spanning from pill crafting to the arts of music and literature. Glancing at Qilingming, he felt fortunate to have stumbled upon this task. It meant he could continuously mine for rewards from her. The sentiment was succinct, exhilarating. He was grateful for his astute decision. What followed was to consistently refresh milestones and cultivate a warmer relationship with Qilingming, thereby continuously garnering rewards by the time the 3-year agreement arrived. He anticipated a significant reward awaiting him. This was no mere tale of a loser-esque resurgence. It was a nurturing of growth and reward. Li Yi surveyed his surroundings. With the master of artistic alchemy and the essence of alchemy, he no longer needed a refining furnace to concoct pills, crafting them directly by hand. What legitimate alchemist relies on a furnace? Isn't at all about manual crafting. He spotted a handful of weeds, plucked them, and decided to experiment with alchemical processes using these weeds. Weeds for alchemy. If any other alchemist were to witness this, they would likely die laughing. Can weeds truly be used for pill crafting? For most, weeds indeed cannot be used. However, this Li, a mere player with an extraordinary system, possessing a bond with flora, Li Yi understood the essence of plants, his grasp exceeding the mere materiality of the weeds themselves. In his hands, even weeds could become medicinal pills. He held a handful of weeds, attempting to mold them into a pellet. After all, being handcrafted, the appearance would undoubtedly lack the polish of furnace-made pills. Li, Ego, what are you doing? Qilingming asked cautiously. Lie, at a loss for words, replied, Are you Lin Daiyu? Who is Lin Daiyu? Qilingming asked, puzzled. Nothing at that moment. Li Shuer approached, squatting down in curiosity. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Playing with weeds? Li Yi had long outgrown the age of playing with weeds. This was indeed the first time she had seen him do so. Could it be that Li Yi was experiencing a regression to childhood? With utmost seriousness, he stated, I am crafting pills. Chapter 50. Handcrafted pills, success. Crafting pills? A question mark flashed across Li Shuer's mind. It was clear he was merely rolling weeds, unsure what to say. She recalled that Li Yi had indeed surpassed childishness. Gently patting his head, she patiently explained, Xiao Yi, crafting pills requires a furnace, and besides, these are weeds. How could they possibly be used for alchemy? If you wish to learn, I can arrange for an alchemist to teach you. Seeing Li Yi's interest in alchemy, she believed that with his talent, he could certainly become an exceptional alchemist. Alchemists are quite prosperous, and they significantly contribute to the family. I can craft pills this way. Li Yi insisted earnestly, focusing on his hand-rolled concoctions. Li Shuer. Her words left Li Shuer speechless. She couldn't fathom where this little fellow had acquired such notions. Handcrafting pills. What need was there for a furnace then? If the alchemists were to see this, they would likely be driven to madness with laughter. Xiao Yi, even if you don't use a furnace. You can't use weeds for alchemy, Li Shuer remarked. Weeds can indeed be used for alchemy, Li Yi maintained, appearing quite serious. Li Shuer found herself both amused and exasperated. She hadn't expected her brilliant brother to display such navet today. How could weeds possibly be used for alchemy? They lack medicinal properties. They are not spiritual herbs. How could they yield pills? Moreover, this absurd handcrafting method. If you manage to create something, I'll eat every last bit of those weeds. She thought. Since Li Yi showed interest in alchemy, perhaps she could propose teaching him some basic concepts to gauge his aptitude for the craft. Given Li Yi's innate talent, it should be quite promising. As a sister, Li Shuer was unaware just how much talent Li Yi possessed, from cultivation to swordsmanship, ancient texts, even music and arts. There was nothing he could not accomplish. Xiao Yi, stop playing with weeds. Will you? Let your sister pinch your chubby little face. Li Shuer rubbed her hands together, eager to indulge. Success! Li Yi suddenly exclaimed, excitement flooding his face. He opened his hand to reveal a rough pellet crafted from weeds. A testament to his handiwork that it was indeed coarse, being hand-rolled, yet it was undeniably a legitimate medicinal pill. It actually worked. Weeds transformed into pills. This talent is quite remarkable, Li Shuer. Her expression was one of confusion and skepticism as she gazed at the weed pellet in Li Yi's hand, her brow slightly furrowing. What has been accomplished? Isn't it merely a ball? With a gentle smile, she shook her head, surprised that her genius brother could still be so childish. But wait, Li Shui's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized the weed pellet in Li Yi's hand, her brow knitting in concentration, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Xiao Yi, could you show this to your sister? Li Shui asked, extending her hand with a smile. Sure. Li placed the pill into Li Shui's hand. As she examined the pellet closely, Li Shui was astonished to find that this was no ordinary ball of weeds. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could this truly be a medicinal pill? Due to its rough appearance, she found it difficult to identify and decided to consult the alchemist in the matter. Shout, let us head to the alchemy chamber and have your pill evaluated, Li Shui said, lifting Li Yi in her arms, preparing to take him to the alchemy chamber, and instructed Qilingming, wait here and don't wander off. Wan Ning, please look after her. With that, Li Shui hastened toward the alchemy chamber, disappearing in the blink of an eye, eager to discover whether this was indeed a medicinal pill. Qilingming watched the departing figure, wanting to follow, but at that moment, she could only remain where she was. Hello, Sister Wan Ning. Qilingming greeted Wan Ning with a bow. Wan Ning hurriedly helped Qilingming up, flustered, Miss, please, I'm merely a maid, not an elder sister. You can call me Wan Ning. Oh. Qilingming nodded awkwardly, feeling embarrassed for having made such a mistake. Seeing Qilingming's nervousness, Wan Ning comforted her. You're new to the Li family. It's perfectly normal to be unfamiliar. I'm the young master's maid, responsible for his daily needs. I've watched him grow up. Allow me to share some important things you should know while in the Li household. All right. Qilingming nodded slightly, listening intently, ensuring she absorbed every word, especially regarding Li Yi. In the alchemy chamber, she wondered how the selection event for young Master Li was proceeding. She had heard that many beautiful ladies from various sects and families had come. She wished she could see it. How enviable it was for young Master Li, at an age when he had yet to fully mature, to already be hosting a selection event. When would she also have the opportunity to participate in such an event? Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. Just look at young Master Li's talents and compare them to yours. Do you think you are worthy? Just focus on alchemy. A furious voice echoed. What on earth are you all doing? Hurry up and craft those pills. Have you met the monthly quota? If not, get out next month. Yes. Startled, they hurriedly returned to their pill crafting. The furious figure was named Duan Yi, the overseer of the alchemy chamber and one of the Li family's esteemed members. The highest-ranking alchemist, a fifth-grade alchemist at IT, was precisely due to Duan Yi's presence that the Li family dominated a significant portion of the medicinal market, earning substantial profits, with a notoriously fiery temper. Anyone caught slacking under his watch would face dire consequences. It was his explosive demeanor that maintained order within the alchemy chamber, ensuring high-quality pills and adequate output, that a group of alchemists lamented their lot in life. Pondering the vast disparities between individuals, some were hosting selection events at the tender age of 1, while they, ranging from 20 to several hundred years old, were still toiling away in alchemy. Indeed, the most significant divide among people lay in their beginnings. Yet, they overlooked a crucial point. It was Li Yi's 99% effort and 1% talent that made the difference. That Is Elder Duan in. Li Shui entered the alchemy chamber, glancing around. Her melodious voice resonated within the chamber, the crackling of flames failing to drown it out, instantly capturing the attention of numerous alchemists. Perking up their ears, they could tell it was a beauty. As alchemists who spent their days immersed in the alchemy chamber, their lives were monotonous, revolving solely around crafting pills. The Holy Maiden? Is that not the Holy Maiden? Upon hearing that it was the Holy Maiden, many gathered curiously to witness Li Shui's unparalleled beauty. What are you doing? Get back to crafting pills. Be careful, or I will deduct your wages. Earning money honestly is the right path. Duan Yi's explosive temper erupted, causing everyone to shrink back, returning to their diligent pill crafting. Humph. Duan Yi let out a disgruntled snort as he approached Li Shui. The previously stormy expression on his face instantly transformed into one of cheerful delight, almost as if the words devoted admirer were inscribed upon it. The other alchemists, witnessing this change in Duan Yi's demeanor, could not help but question his integrity. May I inquire about Miss Shui's purpose in visiting the alchemy chamber? Is there anything I can assist you with? Chapter 51. Handcrafted elixirs, a revelation only alchemists truly understand. Li Shui'er produced an elixir that Li Yi had crafted by hand that I would like to request Master Duan's assistance in determining whether this is indeed an elixir. Rest assured, Miss Shui'er, it is in capable hands, Duan Yi replied with a smile, stroking his beard as he took the rough elixir from her grasp, upon seeing it was merely a clump of grass. The smile on Duan Yi's face faded somewhat, replaced by a look of bewilderment. An elixir? This is simply a handful of weeds. How could it possibly be an elixir? To Duan Yi, this object was hardly worth a glance. Yet it was presented by Li Shui'er, and thus warranted a thorough examination. He could not fathom why Li Shui'er would bring such a trivial item. Was she mocking him? Adopting a skeptical attitude, he began to scrutinize the seemingly insignificant clump of grass. To his astonishment, after a meticulous inspection, Duan Yi's expression shifted to one of surprise. Master Duan, have you discerned anything? Li Shui'er inquired, noting his unusual demeanor. Duan Yi stroked his beard again, astonished and puzzled. This is indeed an elixir, a first-grade elixir. No less, forgive my lack of insight, but what kind of alchemical furnace and technique could have produced this? Duan Yi was taken aback. This unassuming clump of grass was, in fact, a first-grade elixir. Li Shui'er found herself at a loss for words. After receiving confirmation from the esteemed alchemist, she was utterly astonished. This was genuinely an elixir. Little Yi had truly crafted an elixir from mere weeds. How incredible! Duan Yi exclaimed. The method used to create this elixir is quite peculiar. I see no evidence of flames or an alchemical furnace. It appears to have been fashioned simply by hand. What an extraordinary technique! Even more perplexing was the composition of the elixir, which seemed to consist entirely of weeds rather than spiritual herbs. How could weeds possibly yield an elixir, let alone a first-grade one? It should lack any medicinal potency, which is truly bizarre. Duan Yi was utterly confounded. How could weeds possess any medicinal properties, especially those of a first-grade elixir? This fundamentally contradicted his understanding of alchemy. Upon gazing at this elixir, he realized that his previous notions of alchemical potions had been woefully superficial. Miss Shui'er, how did you come to possess this elixir? Who crafted it? After a moment of silence, Li Shui'er replied, the individual capable of creating a first-grade elixir using such methods must undoubtedly possess exceptional alchemical skills and an understanding of potions that transcends the mundane. I believe that in all of Deqian, it could only be the alchemy emperor, Yi Ran. Duan Yi sighed, continuing, I never imagined that the alchemy emperor's understanding of potion-making had reached such heights. It truly puts me to shame. He is indeed the alchemy emperor. Li Shui'er remained silent. The eye in Duan Yi's eyes. This was not merely a first-grade elixir. It represented an extraordinary level of alchemical mastery and comprehension, far beyond that of an ordinary alchemist. The notion of crafting elixirs from weeds, using seemingly crude methods to yield a first-grade elixir, was nothing short of miraculous if it were Duan Yi himself. Even with the finest alchemical furnace and the most exquisite techniques, he would scarcely be able to transform weeds into a first-grade elixir. In Duan Yi's understanding, only the alchemy emperor, Yi Ran, could possibly achieve such a feat. That Li Shui'er was utterly unprepared for the revelation that little Yi's casual creation of an elixir from weeds had led Duan Yi to believe that this was an accomplishment only the alchemy emperor could achieve. The significance of this elixir became even clearer to her. She was left in awe of Li Yi's extraordinary talent. Observing Duan Yi's excitement, Li Shui'er revealed the truth. In fact, this elixir was crafted by little Yi using weeds. Little Yi, Duan Yi's mind raced as he glanced at Li Yi, who was holding Li Shui'er's hand. Young Master Li Yi. Duan Yi recognized Li Yi and looked back at the elixir in his hand. Confirming with Li Shui'er, Miss Shui'er, is this truly an elixir crafted by young Master Li Yi? Indeed, Li Shui'er affirmed, correcting him. It was crafted by little Yi by hand. W.Y. hand? Duan Yi exclaimed, incredulous, that an elixir crafted by hand. What a jest! At first glance, this elixir does indeed appear as though it was made by hand. But how could a one-year-old child like Li Yi possibly create a first-grade elixir? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Duan Yi declared vehemently, betting his career on the assertion that this could not have been crafted by Li Yi. This is alchemy, not child's play. Even if the heavenly sovereign himself were to come, It would be inconceivable. This truly is a product of little Yi's handiwork. Li Shuer reiterated, I witnessed it with my own eyes, which is why I hastened to bring it to you for your opinion. I had no idea that little Yi had genuinely crafted a first-grade elixir. This, Duan Yi was left speechless, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Despite Li Shuer's insistence, he remained unconvinced a 1-year-old child crafting an elixir from weeds. What their painstakingly honed alchemical skills? Was it merely child's play? This notion was an affront to their craft. Believing it to be true would be absurd. Seeing Duan Yi's skepticism, Li Shuer turned to Li Yi, suggesting, Little Yi, why not create another one using those weeds? She gestured towards the flowers and plants in the courtyard. All right, Li Yi replied reluctantly. He walked over, plucked a handful of flowers, and began to craft yet another elixir by hand. Duan Yi was left in stunned silence. Could he truly be crafting an elixir by hand? As a professional alchemist, no one in the Li family understood the intricacies of alchemy better than Duan Yi. He could not accept that a 1-year-old child could produce a first-grade elixir from mere flowers and weeds. Perhaps if it were the alchemy emperor Yi Ran, it could be conceivable. This situation transcended mere alchemical skill. It was absurd and nonsensical, defying all logic. However, moments later, Duan Yi found himself staring at the elixir crafted by Li Yi, lost in contemplation, and at that moment his worldview shattered. Ha! After a brief silence, Duan Yi laughed. Not a joyous laugh, but one filled with bitterness and despair. Almost maniacal, that it was incredible. The notion of crafting a first-grade elixir from weeds by hand was astonishingly true, and the individual responsible was a mere 1-year-old child. Only an alchemist could truly grasp the magnitude of this revelation. Not only did this overturn Duan Yi's understanding of alchemy, but it also rendered his own skills in the field utterly meaningless. In the face of handcrafting elixirs from weeds, what value did his alchemical prowess hold? Within the alchemy chamber, all the alchemists gathered around, gazing at the elixir crafted by Li Yi, each one more astounded and incredulous than the last. That it must be fake. I must be dreaming, still not awake. Duan Yi looked at Li Yi, taking a deep breath before exclaiming, what a prodigy. No, a demon. Chapter 52. How much more talent does Li Yi conceal? Master Duan, what do you think? Li Shuer was quite pleased to see the astonished expression on Duan Yi's face, reveling in his disbelief regarding her brother's extraordinary talent. Although Li Shuer had initially been skeptical, such an outrageous occurrence was hard for anyone to believe, and questioning it was only natural. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Young Master Li Yi is indeed a prodigy in alchemy. By my current standards, I cannot even begin to compare to young Master Li Yi. No, my skills are unworthy of mention alongside his. Duan Yi continued, I am certain that not even the alchemy emperor Yi Ran himself could rival young Master Li Yi's innate talent for alchemy. Duan Yi rambled on in excitement, his fervor evident as he declared, young Master Li Yi is merely 1-year-old. He has likely had little exposure to alchemy and no formal instruction. That he possess such innate talent at this level is something that has eluded alchemists for centuries. I am convinced that if young Master Li Yi dedicates himself to the craft, he will undoubtedly surpass the alchemy emperor. Duan Yi boldly proclaimed that Li Yi would indeed surpass the alchemy emperor, stating it as a certainty rather than a possibility. The prospect of Li Yi surpassing the alchemy emperor would not take long, given that he had already achieved the creation of a first-grade elixir at merely 1 year of age. His talent was unimaginable. Upon hearing Duan Yi's words, Li Shuer gained a clearer understanding of Li Yi's extraordinary alchemical aptitude, surpassing the alchemy emperor. Indeed, Dan Huang Yi Ran, a 7th-tier alchemist, the foremost alchemist of the Qian dynasty, and the sole 7th-tier alchemist, speaks volumes of Yi Ran's exceptional worth. Li Shuer believes that with Li Yi's extraordinary talent, he will undoubtedly succeed. After all, how difficult can it be to master the art of alchemy, especially for someone as gifted as him? Cradling Li Yi in her arms, her gaze brimming with affection, she playfully tapped his nose. It remains a mystery just how much talent Li Yi conceals within himself, leaving others in awe and envy, especially now that he has taken up alchemy, cultivation, swordsmanship, deciphering ancient texts, alchemy. Each of Li Yi's talents, if presented individually, would easily earn him the title of an unprecedented genius in a millennium. and yet he possesses them all. What is truly remarkable is not merely the multitude of skills he has acquired, but the mastery he exhibits in each one. This may just be the tip of the iceberg for Li Yi. An all-encompassing prodigy. Little one, how much talent do you truly hide? Li Shuer mused, marveling at the delightful surprises this child continually brings. Li feigned ignorance, placing a finger in his mouth and chewing it lightly. Sister, I want some milk. Li Shuer, discerning his ruse, knew that he often resorted to such antics to evade serious matters. She had long seen through his little tricks. One day, she would wean him off this habit of feigning a desire for milk. Stop pretending. Confess your troubles honestly, she said, her gaze firm upon him. Li, displaying an innocent demeanor, replied, I'm just a child. What bad thoughts could I possibly have? Children do not lie. I believe you not at all, Li Shuer retorted. Nonetheless, I must remind you that although your talents are remarkable, you must diligently cultivate them. Do not squander your extraordinary gifts, understood? Yes, I understand. Li Yi nodded obediently, vowing to be a good child. Duan Yi observed Li Yi with a mix of emotions swirling within him. May I inquire, young master Li Yi, are you intending to study the art of alchemy? Duan Yi asked curiously. I Shuer responded. I noticed Xiao Yi was rolling some herbs. Out of curiosity, I asked, and he claimed he was practicing alchemy. You must be aware of it now. Does Master Duan have any guidance for Xiao Yi's alchemical pursuits? Duan Yi chuckled awkwardly. Miss Shuer, you jest that my skills are far too meager to offer guidance to young Master Li. He's a natural prodigy in alchemy, and if he devotes himself wholeheartedly, he could very well forge new heights in the craft. The ability to create a first-tier elixir from mere weeds is unprecedented, carving a new path in alchemy, a feat likely achievable only by Li Yi. Oh, Li Shuer expressed her curiosity. Duan Yi continued, alchemy is not solely about skill. Understanding the art, the furnace, the flames, and the quality of the materials all determine the maximum potential of the elixirs. The ability to produce a first-tier elixir from weeds breaks the constraints imposed by material quality. Even the most skilled alchemist would find this difficult to achieve. I cannot fathom how young Master Li Yi accomplished such a feat. It is simply inconceivable. Moreover, creating elixirs by hand without the use of a furnace or flames is extraordinary. Even if the Dan Huang himself were to attempt it, he would likely end up with mere weeds instead of elixirs. Young Master Li Yi's innate talent is truly beyond my comprehension. Li Shuer remarked to Li Yi, Little Yi, did you hear that? Your talent is genuinely enviable. Starting with hand-rolled first-tier elixirs, what will come next? Hand-rolled ninth tier? Li Yi opened his mouth, mimicking an eating gesture. Li Shuer chuckled helplessly. All right. I will take you for some milk. Is that acceptable? Master Duan, Xiao Yi is hungry. I shall take him to eat. Miss Shuer, young Master Li Yi, take care. Duan Yi added, feel free to bring young Master Li Yi to the alchemy room more often. He is a prodigy destined for alchemy. Li Shuer smiled. Little is not merely a prodigy of alchemy. With that, she turned and departed. Duan Yi watched them leave, taking a deep breath, lost in astonishment for a long while. The selection conference for prospective brides lasted 3 full days before all candidates had been reviewed. Lie, having confirmed that Xiao Lingming was his fiancée, lost interest in the proceedings, feeling neither the need to understand nor care about the situation. Given Li Yuntian's lofty demeanor, Li Yi feared that knowing the details would only distress him. For now, focusing on his personal growth was the right path. Savoring the milk with great delight, he found immense pleasure in the experience. Sitting across from him was his fiancée, Qiu Lingming. After the engagement was settled, the Qiu family, fearing the Li family might change their minds, sent Qiu Lingming to become a childhood bride. Although she was Li Yi's fiancée, Qiu Lingming remained very cautious, paying close attention to every detail to avoid causing any trouble for the Li family. In her heart, being associated with the Li family was a fortune earned over several lifetimes. Young master, your mother requests that you stop drinking milk. Wan Ning gently reminded him. No. Li Yi stubbornly turned his head away. Stop drinking milk? That's impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. What was wrong with drinking milk? Who said it was only for children? Moreover, it was the experts who usually enjoyed milk. Just look at the renowned Huang Tiandi, who adored beast milk. The trouble for Li Yi was that several of his milkmates had been dismissed by Xiao Qingya, who insisted on weaning him off milk, forcing Li Yi to send Wan Ning to buy beast milk instead. Life was not easy, and even drinking milk had become a struggle. Chapter 53. 9-turned glazed golden body. Preparation for the 3 clans to compete for the seal Yigu. Shall we practice the piano? After Li Yi finished his milk, Qiu Lingming approached, eager to join him in piano practice. Mother said I should spend more time with you to cultivate our feelings. Even without such advice, Qiu Lingming, who admired Li Yi, longed to enjoy his company. Practice the piano? Yes. Qiu Lingming smiled brightly, nodding enthusiastically, her eyes filled with anticipation. Because she cared, her interactions with Li Yi were cautious and meticulous, fearful of any inadvertent misstep. Not interested, Li decisively refused, as if suggesting that a bright, sunny young man should practice the piano was a ridiculous notion. Oh. Qiu Lingming felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly brightened, asking, "Then what do you plan to do? May I join you?" Faced with her innocent request, he imagined her disappointment if he turned her down. All right, Qiu Lingming shyly bit her lip, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Her happiness evident. Her demeanor made it seem as if refusing her would be akin to committing a crime. Milestone achieved in the reverse plot task. To Qiu Lingming's surprise, you met her inner expectations under challenging circumstances, bringing her joy. Reward received. 9-turned glazed golden body. 9-turned glazed golden body. Comprising 9 layers. Each layer significantly enhances your physical prowess, representing top-tier martial arts. Upon reaching the 9th turn, one can transform into the glazed golden body, effortlessly engaging in battles above one's level, rendering oneself nearly invincible among peers. The reward is impressive. The 9-turned glazed golden body represents top-tier martial arts, likely making one nearly invincible among peers. This is a conservative assessment, as there are also prodigies like the ancient sacred body. It seems Li Yi possesses both. Truly, the rewards from this main storyline, reminiscent of classic tales of waste material, are extraordinarily generous to her. What are you up to? Li Yuntian and Xiao Qingya approached, curious about how Li Yi was getting along with Qiu Lingming. Father, mother, good morning to you both. Qiu Lingming greeted them respectfully. Good. Yuntian nodded, smiling. What are you 2 planning to do? I wish to visit the alchemy room, Li Yi stated. You rascal, Li Yuntian chuckled, with your talents, you are leagues ahead of your peers. There is no rush in cultivation, since Lingming has just joined our Li family. Why not take her around and show her the sights? It is precisely because of my talents that I must cultivate diligently, Li Yi replied. You rascal, Li Yuntian felt immense pride. Li Yi's disposition and thought process surpassed those of his peers. He was humble and dedicated to his cultivation. A rare find. With Li Yi's presence, the Li family would surely rise. Look at Ear. With such talent and diligence, how could the offspring of those families compare to my son? Li Yuntian laughed heartily. It almost sounds like you are not talking about my son, Xiao Qingya remarked, speechless. Yet her face lit up with warmth as she gazed at Li Yi was well-rounded, surpassing Xiao Qingya in cultural understanding, leaving her at a loss for words. What was truly terrifying was not merely being a genius, but the fact that this genius was also exceptionally hard-working. Yi showed no signs of leaving any room for others. Noticing the demure Qiu Lingming, who had her head down and was being ignored, Xiao Qingya said to Li Yi, "You should spend more time with Lingming." "Lingming, come here." "Grandmother," Qiu Lingming sweetly called. Xiao Qingya smiled warmly. "Do not be shy. Play more with Ear. If you encounter any discomfort in the household, or if anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to inform me." Qiu Lingming quickly shook her head. "I'm quite well in the household, and Yigu treats me very well. That's great." Li Yuntian harbored a certain level of satisfaction towards Qiu Lingming. Aside from her innate talent and background, Li was destined to embark on the path to greatness. A genius capable of living for hundreds or even thousands of years, if not longer days for Qiu Lingming. Her talent barely registered as average, and her realm was not high. At best, she could expect to live for around a century, unless she were to acquire life-prolonging treasures. Yet even then, she would be unable to transcend the limitations of mortality. Lingming, you must also strive diligently in your cultivation. Should you find yourself lacking in resources, do not hesitate to inform us. Thank you, Your Excellency, Qiu Lingming replied, gratitude evident in her voice, taken aback by such kindness. The notion of cultivation resources was utterly foreign to her. In the Qiu family, resources were scarce, and, as a child devoid of talent, she naturally received none. Qiu Lingming was self-aware, recognizing that with her cultivation aptitude, any resources bestowed upon her would be a waste. He pondered whether he should activate Qiu Lingming's physique in advance. If he were to assist her in this endeavor, she would undoubtedly be immensely grateful, potentially triggering a new milestone in her journey. This seemed feasible. He could claim rewards while simultaneously activating her physique, mutually beneficial for both parties. However, with the system arriving ahead of schedule, the plot had already deviated from its original trajectory, leaving the question of whether Qiu Lingming would have the opportunity to activate her physique still uncertain, risking her potential being squandered. Qiu Lingming's physique was quite unique, which had been the reason for its unearthing only upon encountering the master of Qinshur Island, who resonated with her and finally revealed the secret of her constitution. In just 10 days, the competition for the family seal among the 3 clans would commence, marking a bustling time for the Li family as they selected their prodigies to participate. You too. If you have nothing else to do, why not come and witness the event? A glimmer of interest flickered in Qiu Lingming's eyes, yet she remained silent, glancing at Li Yi. If he attended, she would go as well. If he chose not to, she would follow suit. Shall we go and take a look? Do you wish to attend? Li Yi asked, turning to Qiu Lingming. She nodded obediently, acquiescing to Li Yi's decision, observing the 2 youngsters. Li Yuntian and Xiao Qingya exchanged warm smiles, a heartwarming tableau of familial affection. Let us proceed. The atmosphere was indeed lively, filled with the young prodigies of the Li family, all under the age of 16. According to the rules of the competition for the family seal, only those under 16 from each clan were permitted to participate. This was not only a chance to bring glory and benefits to their family, but also an opportunity for them to showcase their talents, leading to fierce competition as they all aspired to take part. In the previous competition, Li Xian and Li Shuer had dominated their peers, leaving the other 2 clans unable to lift their heads, securing substantial benefits for the Li family. However, both Li Xian and Li Shuer had since surpassed the age limit and could no longer participate. Nevertheless, based on the Li family's historical contest against the other 2 clans, they were set for a 3-way standoff. Yuntian held high hopes for Li Yi, as both Li Xian and Li Shuer had proven their prowess. However, their ages restricted them to a single competition. To dominate a single event was already a formidable challenge. In contrast, Li Yi stood apart. Now a 9-star martial apprentice, he was expected to join the next competition for the family seal, and given his age, he could potentially participate in 4 editions. With such exceptional talent, Li Yi was sure to outshine his peers, effortlessly claiming dominance, promising a bright future for the Li family. Li Xian and Li Shuer were already rare talents, and to have 2 emerge in the same era was no small feat, yet Li Yi, surpassing both, was a divine gift. He was the embodiment of fortune, heralding the rise of the Li family. Chapter 54. Assisting Qiu Lingming in activating her physique. The strongest of the current young generation in the Li family was named Li Zihai, aged 16, with a cultivation level of 6-star martial master. The competition for the family seal consisted of 3 parts. The first part involved flag snatching, where each clan would dispatch a team of 10 to compete within designated areas, and the team that secured the most flags would emerge victorious. The second part entailed a flag contest, set within a formation that imposed immense pressure, making it feel as if one were carrying a mountain. Whoever touched the seal at the end of the formation first would win. The third part, the most crucial, comprised 2/3 of the entire competition, as the effort to seize the seal required the clans to dispatch their chosen elites to compete against others, with the rankings determining market shares. Each clan was restricted to 1 participant in a single segment, necessitating strategic allocation, a game of tactical racing. Zihai. This time, the competition for the seal rests upon your shoulders, Li Yuntian said, patting Li Zihai on the shoulder. Rest assured, clan head, Zihai will give his utmost effort. Li Zihai replied with a respectful bow, This was not just for his own sake, but for the benefit of the entire clan. You all are commendable. I have faith in you. Just do your best, and do not bear too much psychological pressure. Please rest assured, we are willing to devote ourselves to the Li family. Good. Li Yuntian nodded firmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Walking tall, satisfied with the scene before him, an elder approached. I have inquired, and it seems the Wang and Song families may not fare as well this year. The last time Li Xian and Miss Schwerer dealt them a heavy blow. They have yet to recover in the previous competition. The Li family had claimed the majority of the market, garnering considerable profits, while the Wang and Song families had suffered losses, leaving them in a precarious state, which would inevitably affect their performance this time. But it would be difficult for these two families to bounce back, and by the time they did, the Li family might have already established dominance in Shuzhou. On a side note, we still have Li Yi, the Li family's greatest future hope. Once young Master Li Yi matures, the other two families will have no capital left to contest with us, and the Li family shall undoubtedly become the foremost family in Shuzhou, even the top family in the Great Qian. The elder's thoughts about the future made him somewhat delirious with joy. Now that elder Lian has broken through, our Li family possesses a martial sovereign to protect us. The Wang and Song families are no longer a concern, and we need not wait for ear to grow. Li Yintian contemplated and then added, I wonder, do you think the Wang and Song families might join forces against the Li family this time? Previously, the situation was a three-way standoff, but now the Li family stood alone at the helm, and the Wang and Song families would undoubtedly feel restless. That is indeed a concern. Even if they were to ally, with our current strength, they pose little threat. However, we must remain vigilant to avoid any underhanded schemes. Rest assured, I have already arranged for individuals to keep a close watch on the movements of the other two families. Should there be any signs of activity, we will be immediately informed. MHML, Yintian nodded. Additionally, ensure that we have more experts around Ear to safeguard his safety at all times. LIE is the future of the Li family. We cannot afford any slip-ups. What you may not know, Clan Head, is that Elder Li Yin is personally monitoring young Master Li Yi's safety from the shadows. Yuntian smiled and shook his head, recalling the once arrogant Li Yin, who now regarded Li Yi not merely as a grandson, but as if he were the very apple of his eye. The contrast was amusing. With Li Yin, a martial sovereign, covertly protecting Li Yi, there was little to worry about. Could they possibly devise a more advantageous protection plan than having a martial sovereign as a bodyguard? Ensuring Li Yi's stable development was the Li family's paramount duty at present. Li sat comfortably in a chair, legs crossed, resting his chin on one hand, intently observing Xiao Lingming without a shred of hesitation. He contemplated how best to assist Xiao Lingming in awakening her unique physique. The script provided by the system was a rough narrative, outlining only a broad direction. It lacked intricate details, such as the frequency of Xiao Lingming's baths or the order in which she conducted her hygiene rituals. And it certainly did not mention how she might awaken her powers. It appeared that Li Yi would need to undertake his own research. Xiao Lingming felt somewhat bashful under Li Yi's gaze. Lowering her head shyly, it was unusual for someone to keep such a steady stare upon a girl. However, since it was Li Yi, she considered it a privilege to be observed, hoping to please him. Li Yi stroked his chin in thought, pondering whether to first attempt resource infusion. Often, certain unique physiques could remain dormant due to a lack of sufficient resources for activation. A sufficient influx of resources would suffice. There were also cases requiring specific resources, such as the ice spirit body, which necessitated the consumption of an ice spirit pill for awakening. That it was uncertain which category Xiao Lingming belonged to, so he would have to try each method one by one. After the selection, Li Yi took Xiao Lingming's hand, addressing his parents. Father, mother, I am taking Lingming to explore elsewhere. All right, but do take care and don't run too fast. They cautioned. Understood. Li Yi pulled Xiao Lingming along. She exerted all her strength to keep up with him, struggling to match his pace. Stop. Breathless, Xiao Lingming paused, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Looking up, she found herself before the alchemy room. What is your cultivation level? Li Yi inquired. The mention of cultivation. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Lingming's eyes as she shook her head, indicating her lack of progress. She had no cultivation to speak of. To be precise, a child at her age was merely laying the foundation. how many could truly step into the realm of cultivation? Young Master Li Yi has arrived. Duan Yi, spotting Li Yi, hurried out to greet him, noticing Qiu Lingming beside him. "This must be the young mistress," he said with a smile. Qiu Lingming's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, appearing quite bashful. "Young mistress, Duan, please prepare the medicinal pills and herbs listed here, and reserve a private room for me," Li Yi instructed. He hastily approached a nearby table, filling 3 sheets of white paper with his writing. Duan Yi glanced at them, noting that they primarily detailed the creation of foundational elixirs aimed at strengthening the body and enhancing vitality, likely intended for young Master Li Yi's cultivation. Without hesitation, he ordered his servants to prepare the necessary materials, ensuring that there would be no delay. Duan Yi offered Li Yi the use of the alchemy chamber he himself utilized. Despite being an alchemy room, it boasted a cool atmosphere, with the stone walls exuding a refreshing chill, clearly constructed from special materials. This design greatly aids alchemists in managing the heat, preventing the furnace from overheating and exploding. At the center of the chamber stood a premier alchemical furnace from the Li family, renowned for producing elixirs of superior quality. Within the Li family, only Duan Yi had the privilege to use this furnace. And now, Li Yi had been granted the same honor. The servants delivered the elixirs and medicinal materials, standing by outside the alchemy room, awaiting further instructions. That Li picked up a foundational elixir and brought it to Qiu Lingming's lips. "Ego, what is this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "It's for you to consume. It will greatly benefit your cultivation," he replied. Chapter 55. Qiu Lingming protested. "I truly cannot eat anymore. I don't need it. It would be a waste of resources for someone with my lack of talent." It was the first time someone had offered her cultivation resources, and that person was Eat Good. A wave of emotion washed over Qiu Lingming, nearly bringing her to tears. In that moment, life felt worthwhile. Though she longed to accept, the thought of her inadequate talent made her hesitate. Rather than squander resources, it would be better for Good to consume them. Li refuted her claims, saying, "Who says you lack talent? In truth, you possess great potential. You just haven't realized it yet, nor have others. But I see it. Geniuses are often able to recognize each other. And, as a genius myself, I can sense your latent talent, which simply hasn't awakened yet. I am here to assist you. Do you understand?" Qiu Lingming was taken aback, disbelief written across her small face. It was the first time anyone had called her a genius, and it felt almost like a trick. "Really?" Her skeptical gaze fixed on Li Yi, as if to say, "I am not a child. Don't deceive me. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Do you doubt me?" Li Yi raised an eyebrow, challenging her. "No, I believe in you, Ego." Qiu Lingming quickly shook her head, determined to trust him wholeheartedly. "Then eat," Li Yi urged, holding up the elixir. "It's merely a few elixirs. The Li family has an abundance. You think I could possibly exhaust our resources? But no eating means breaking off the engagement," Li Yi declared, wielding his trump card. "Don't break the engagement. I will eat." Qiu Lingming capitulated, easily swayed by his words. She promptly opened her mouth, accepting the elixir Li Yi offered her. After she tasted it, she found it sweet, akin to honey. Observing her satisfied expression, Li Yi smirked. The process was far from over. He grabbed a handful of elixirs and stood before Qiu Lingming, wearing an innocent smile that, from her perspective, resembled that of a devil. Eat Good, seeing the 2 large handfuls of elixirs in his hands. Qiu Lingming was taken aback, fearing she would have to consume them all. "Indeed, you must eat them all," Li Yi grinned, and before she could protest, he began to feed her. Attempt to resist? That's out of the question. Just eat obediently. "Ego, please stop. I'm truly full. I can't eat anymore. I'm about to burst," Qiu Lingming exclaimed, her cheeks puffed like a puffer fish, as the elixirs continued to be fed to her. She felt as though she would explode. Eventually, she burped, expelling 2 elixirs, her stomach filled to the brim with those Li Yi had fed her. She looked at Li Yi with a pitiful expression, silently pleading for him to cease. "Did you feel any changes?" Li Yi inquired eagerly. Qiu Lingming rubbed her slightly distended belly and replied, "Is being full considered a change?" Li Yi was momentarily speechless. Despite consuming so many elixirs, there seemed to be no effect. Was it his method that was flawed, or perhaps the position was incorrect? Maybe the elixirs simply weren't sufficient, or she and T taken the right ones. There was no need to rush. Awakening was not an overnight process, and he would take his time to investigate further. There were still numerous elixirs left to try, and Li Yi wore a benign smile as he regarded Qiu Lingming. Burp! Unable to contain herself, Qiu Lingming burped again, fearfully inching backward, her expression one of distress. You're not going to make me eat all of those, are you? I truly can't manage anymore. That simply means you haven't digested them yet. Allow me to assist you, Li Yi said, moving behind her and placing his hands on her back to help her digest the elixirs she had consumed. With the combination of his unique technique and affinity for nature, Li Yi rapidly assisted Qiu Lingming in digesting all the elixirs. For an ordinary person, consuming so many elixirs at once would have resulted in dire consequences. But thanks to Li Yi's affinity for nature and his special technique, he was able to help Qiu Lingming without incident. Due to the nature affinity, the excess medicinal energy within Qiu Lingming's body was inadvertently transferred back to Li Yi, propelling him to a breakthrough. Now, Li Yi had achieved the rank of a one-star martial master, while Qiu Lingming had barely progressed, still not even reaching the level of a one-star martial apprentice. Such a surplus of elixirs, it was evident that before awakening, she was indeed a true waste of potential. With her inadequate constitution, Qiu Lingming could only digest a limited amount of medicinal energy, reaching a saturation point, while the vast majority was transferred back to Li Yi. This made no sense, Li pondered, picking up another elixir. He had already achieved a breakthrough, yet Qiu Lingming showed no signs of change. He decided to continue experimenting. Later that evening, at the dining table, Lingming, why aren't you eating? Are you lacking an appetite? If the food is unappealing, just let me know what you'd prefer, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you. Xiaoqing noticed that Qiu Lingming wasn't eating and assumed the meal did not suit her taste. No, it's not that. Qiu Lingming quickly protested, lifting her bowl. She had intended to eat, but she was simply too full from the elixirs. I interjected. I took Lingming out this afternoon, and she ate quite a bit, which is why she can't eat now. Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Qiu Lingming nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, and set down her utensils. You little rascal, don't lead Lingming astray. Xiaoqing admonished with a hint of exasperation that I'm perfectly well behaved. Thank you very much, Li Yi retorted. Indeed, you're the most well-behaved, Xiaoqing responded, unable to help but chuckle at his antics. Since you're full, take Lingming for a stroll in the garden to aid in digestion. All right, Li Yi agreed, taking Qiu Lingming's hand and heading toward the back garden. This time, they walked slowly, opting for a leisurely stroll rather than a run. Qiu Lingming shyly held onto Li Yi's hand, her small stature trailing behind him like a little shadow, her lips curling into a small smile, her contentment nearly written across her face. Upon reaching the back garden, the night sky revealed a full moon reflected in the lake, and the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Qiu Lingming gazed at the moon's reflection in the water, marveling at its beauty, but more importantly, at the person accompanying her. Are you all right? I fed you quite a few elixirs today, Li Yi inquired with concern, and I'm fine. It's just that I feel I've disappointed you. Foolish girl, what are you saying? You are a genius. And every genius must endure a challenging journey to rise. I, too, have walked this path step by step. You must believe in yourself, Li Yi reassured her warmly. Qiu Lingming nodded earnestly, as if glimpsing a promising future. Then let us continue to strive tomorrow. His words instantly felt like a plunge into despair for Qiu Lingming. He chuckled softly, directing his gaze toward the pavilion where an ancient guqin rested on a stone table. That was his mother's instrument, often played during moments of leisure. Have you not always wanted me to accompany you in playing the guqin? Come, let's play together. Chapter 56, Is that really the Tian Sheng Jian Xin? Qiu Lingming's face lit up with joy, her excitement palpable. Playing the guqin was her favorite pastime, and doing so with Li Yi would bring her immense happiness. Li led Qiu Lingming to the pavilion, gesturing towards the guqin. Play for me. Let us see how skilled you are. Okay, she replied enthusiastically, running over to the instrument. However, she quickly realized she couldn't reach it and awkwardly glanced back at Li Yi. Li Yi chuckled, standing on the stone bench to retrieve the guqin before handing it to Qiu Lingmeng. Qiu Lingmeng admired the exquisitely decorated instrument, recognizing its beauty and high value. She usually played on much simpler instruments and had never had the opportunity to use such a luxurious one. The exquisite nature of the guqin made her hesitant to touch it, fearing she might damage it. "This is my mother's guqin. If you like it, I can ask her to give it to you." "No, that is not necessary." Qiu Lingmeng shook her head, feeling unworthy after receiving so much kindness from the Li family. "Just play. I'm eager to hear you." Li sat cross-legged to one side, propping his head with one hand, awaiting Qiu Lingmeng to play the piano. As Qiu Lingmeng plucked the strings, a melodious sound resonated through the air. With his exceptional innate understanding, Li Yi excelled in all artistic pursuits: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. His proficiency so remarkable that even Xiao Qingya felt inadequate in comparison. Qiu Lingmeng played quite well, although her skill was not yet particularly advanced for a child of merely 1 year. Her ability to produce such music could only be described as genius. Alas, her talent was confined solely to the piano. Devoid of cultivation, she amounted to little more than a novice. Suddenly, Li Yi pondered whether Qiu Lingmeng's physique was linked to the piano, speculating that perhaps it required the instrument to be activated, resonating with high-level melodies, for instance. Upon further reflection, he deemed it entirely plausible and considered a breakthrough from this angle. After completing a piece, a smile graced Qiu Lingmeng's face, her bashful expression directed at Li Yi, as if her visage pleaded, "Praise me, please." She awaited his appraisal, eager to hear the opinion of the person she esteemed most. "You played splendidly. I truly enjoyed it," Li Yi remarked. Qiu Lingmeng's countenance radiated satisfaction. Receiving Li Yi's commendation filled her with joy. Her heart lightened. Li continued, "However, you could certainly play even better. Would you like to learn?" Qiu Lingmeng nodded eagerly, her desire to learn evident. With her only talent being the piano, her interest in it was profound. Li, a prodigy himself, had long heard of his own prowess in various arts and could hardly wait to showcase his skills. Certain they would align with her expectations. Equally impressive. Stepping forward, he placed his fingers on the piano, strumming the strings. The enchanting melody echoed throughout the garden, its lingering notes weaving an ethereal atmosphere. Qiu Lingmeng became entranced. Drawn into the realm of Li Yi's music, unable to extricate herself, as someone who understood the piano, she grasped the depth of Li Yi's artistry. Upon finishing a piece, Li Yi rested his hands atop the strings. "Ah, listen, Yigu, your playing is truly beautiful," Qiu Lingmeng admitted, feeling dwarfed by his talent. Her gaze toward him filled with admiration and reverence. In her eyes, countless stars seemed to twinkle, transforming her into a devoted admirer of Li Yi. The narrative task of a dramatic reversal reached a new milestone. Due to your outstanding performance, Qiu Lingmeng harbors immense admiration for you, becoming your little fan. Reward: Tian Sheng Ji Inqin. Tian Sheng Ji Ingong. Tian Sheng Ji Inqin. An ancient top-tier artifact, boasting 16 strings, requiring the accompanying Tian Sheng Ji Ingong to unlock its full potential, with each pluck of a string signifying entry into a new realm. Tian Sheng Ji Ingong, an indispensable technique for utilizing the Tian Sheng Ji Inqin. Only by uniting the two can the true power of the Tian Sheng Ji Inqin be unleashed, allowing one to obliterate worlds with a mere touch of a string upon reaching mastery. What more could Li Yi say? Mining, mining. Not to mention, just those 6 words, ancient top-tier artifact, suffice to demonstrate the exceptional nature of the Tian Sheng Ji Inqin. Moreover, it comes with a complementary technique, a complete package. Regaining his focus, Li Yi gazed at Qiu Lingmeng, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, and offered a gentle smile. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." "Really? I won't learn." Qiu Lingmeng's expression brimmed with delight, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking a grain. "Come, I shall teach you." Li and Qiu Lingmeng sat side by side, hand in hand as he guided her through the lessons. He meticulously instructed her, while simultaneously delving into the Tian Sheng Gong, imparting to her the intricacies of the technique as it related to the piano. The Tian Shengji Ingong represented the pinnacle of piano mastery, containing profound principles that were elusive in nature. Though it may not rival the Xian Yao Zizai Gong, it remains among the elite techniques. Concurrently cultivating two techniques demanded immense concentration and could potentially lead to disastrous conflicts. However, with Li Yi's innate talent, he had no need to worry about such issues. While teaching Qiu Lingming, Li Yi's comprehension of the piano reached an entirely new level. He marveled at the profoundness of the top-tier technique. Realizing that even with his understanding, considerable study was necessary to grasp its fundamentals. In the courtyard before the alchemy room, a collection of herbs lay before Li Yi as he skillfully rolled a pill between his hands. Qiu Lingming observed, her face devoid of surprise, having become accustomed to such sights. The initial shock had faded into numbness, and others around them shared her sentiment, equally desensitized. Done, Li Yi declared, opening his palm to reveal a second-tier pill. Expertly crafted. Duan Yi sighed deeply, retreating into the alchemy room, feeling increasingly unnecessary. Was the gap between individuals truly so vast? Reflecting on the arduous journey he had undertaken to become a second-tier alchemist, he felt a pang of inadequacy witnessing Li Yi achieve the same feat in mere days, by hand, no less. Shaking his head, he resolved to focus on his own alchemy rather than compare himself to Li Yi. Anyone who sought to measure themselves against him was merely setting themselves up for disappointment. Give it a T-R-Y.L. He presented the pill to Qiu Lingming, urging her to consume it. She took the pill and swallowed it. Moments later, she shook her head in disappointment. After days of failure, she had resigned herself to the belief that she was beyond redemption. Perhaps we should just let it be, Qiu Lingming suggested, reluctant to let Li Yi waste his time on her. That makes no sense, Li pondered, certain that the fault lay with his methods. Resources were utilized, the piano was played, and he had already reached the level of a 3-star martial artist. There was no reason for Qiu Lingming to show no reaction whatsoever. Could it be her posture? Perhaps a different approach was in order. Li Yi found himself perplexed. Here, still refining pills, I see. Li Yuntian approached, having noted that Li Yi had either been teaching Qiu Lingming piano or refining pills in recent days. Father, Li Yi acknowledged. Good son, let me see what pills you crafted. Li Yuntian beamed, squatting down to inspect. I just gave one to Lingming. Yuntian paused, sensing something odd, but noting the rapport between the two, concluded that their relationship was progressing well, as long as things are going smoothly. Childhood friends, deep bonds, he mused, thinking that perhaps in 10 years, he might be cradling a grandchild. With Li Yi's talent, his bloodline must be exceptional, likely producing a little genius. The only concern was Qiu Lingming. Should she prove lacking, he had prepared alternative options for Li Yi's father. It was his duty to ensure his son had clear prospects. Housemaster, you may not know, but young Master Li Yi has already mastered the ability to craft second-tier pills by hand. A feat I may not be able to replicate. Duan Yi emerged from within, filled with astonishment. Yes, that's so. My son truly is a polymath. Li Yuntian laughed heartily, unable to fathom what else this boy could excel in. Not only that, each skill is so extraordinary, it leaves no room for other talents to thrive. You little rascal, you should remain humble. Otherwise, how will others survive? His admonition for Li Yi to practice humility was veiled, as Li Yuntian barely concealed his condescension. Humility has always been my guiding principle, Li Yi declared, patting his chest. Just like my father, Li Yuntian embraced Li Yi, bursting into a boisterous laugh. Observing this humble father-son duo, Duan Yi could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, while Qiu Lingming gazed at Li Yi, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Let us go. Today marks the beginning of the 3 clans contest for the seal. An event sure to be lively. MHM. Suddenly, Duan Yi emerged with a brocade box in hand, presenting it to Li Yi. This is a 5th-tier pill I recently crafted for young Master Li Yi. It will aid in your cultivation. Yuntian took the box, revealing a high-quality 5th-tier pill, evidencing Duan Yi's dedication. Thank you, Manager Duan. Li Yi expressed his gratitude politely. You flatter me. It is my honor to support young Master Li Yi's growth. Witnessing the rise of such a prodigy is a privilege that I strive to assist in any way I can while the opportunity still exists. Thank you, Manager Duan. Li Yi replied courteously, "It is my pleasure." Duan Yi returned to his alchemy, while Li Yuntian picked up the elixir and administered it to Li Yi. The fifth-grade elixir was a rare treasure, one he had scarcely partaken of before. Once Li Yi ingested the fifth-grade elixir, its effects began to manifest. He employed the Xianyao Zizai gong to assimilate the elixir's potency, and his affinity with nature enabled him to absorb the elixir's strength without any depletion of his own energy, maximizing its efficacy. In recent days, he had been aiding Qi Lingming in digesting the elixir's power. Although she was the one consuming it, the saturation of the elixir meant that Li Yi absorbed the majority of its effects on her behalf. With the abundant elixirs, Li Yi had developed a tolerance, rendering a first-grade elixir ineffective and a second-grade elixir barely noticeable. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that both Qi Lingming and Li Yi had elixirs coursing through their veins. The disparity between the potency of a fifth-grade elixir and that of first or second grades was staggering, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth, flooding Li Yi's body with overwhelming energy. In an instant of distraction, he broke through, not just a 1-star, but directly to a 5-star martial master, achieving 2 small realm breakthroughs consecutively. This caught Li Yi by surprise. Upon careful reflection, he discerned that this 5th-grade elixir contained numerous precious ingredients, likely the pinnacle of what Duan Yi could concoct. While it was indeed valuable, it felt somewhat wasteful. Such rare materials, if reserved for himself, might have allowed him to refine a 6th or even 7th-grade elixir. The elixir's immense potency typically required an average person 10 days to half a month to digest, yet Li Yi completed this in mere moments, enabling his successive breakthroughs. Not only did his cultivation advance, but he also discovered that his long-dormant 9 turns glazed golden body had ascended to the 2nd layer, elevating his physical prowess further. "Hey you!" Having noticed Li Yi's breakthrough, Li Yuntan knitted his brows, forming a furrow of concern. While others slowly absorb elixirs, Li Yi had directly surged ahead. "Wait a moment, you've reached 5-star martial master," Li Yuntian exclaimed in shock. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate 2 eggs. "It's hard to believe. How did you achieve 5-star martial master status?" A single-star breakthrough is understandable, but consecutive breakthroughs defy reason. Even a prodigy shouldn't manifest such an anomaly. Li Yi, with an innocent and harmless demeanor, replied, "I just practiced and broke through to Liantian." At a loss for words, he felt a tinge of exasperation. "Father, let us go observe the 3 clans competition for the seal." "Very well." Yuntian shook off his astonishment and accompanied Li Yi to witness the event, while Wan Ning cradled Qi Lingming and followed suit. The 3 clans competition was among the grandest events in Shuzhou, drawing considerable excitement and showcasing the might of the 3 prominent families that on the largest martial arts arena in the locality. The Li, Wang, and Song families gathered, their members arriving in succession, causing the atmosphere to reach a fever pitch. With all 3 family heads present, there was palpable anticipation regarding the unfolding events. In the previous competition, the Li family had dominated, and it was likely that the other 2 families would not fare any better this time. Presently, the Li family boasted a master of the martial venerable realm, a rarity in all of Dakian, leaving the other families at a significant disadvantage. The competition focused on the younger generation's talents, with the martial venerable masters not participating, so it was a matter of waiting to see how it played out. I am particularly curious about the much-talked-about Li Yi from the Li family. Are the rumors truly as outrageous as they claim? I'm uncertain. I suspect there may be some exaggeration involved, but what prodigy doesn't boast? It's rather typical. Indeed, the Li family had produced an abundance of talent lately. Li Xian, Li Shui'er, and now Li Yi. Before long, Shuzhou might witness a significant shift in power dynamics. Jian Yao, the governor of Shuzhou, wore a smile on his face, yet his heart was heavy. The 3 families had established a tripartite balance, mutually constraining one another, a situation favorable for his governance. However, with the Li family's current dominance, managing them would be a challenge. Previously, it was manageable, but now that the Li family possessed a martial venerable expert, Even if they became the sovereign of Shuzhou, he would find it difficult to navigate. Moreover, the Li family's influence was not to be trifled with. Li Xian was a student at the Royal Academy, while Li Shui'er and Li Yi were disciples of the formidable Xiao Hanyan, a heavyweight in the martial world. The position of governor in Shuzhou had become precarious, akin to treading on thin ice, leaving him uncertain if he could safely reach the other side. Go. Would you like some fruit? I've peeled it for you, Qi Lingming offered, presenting a meticulously peeled orange to Li Yi. Thank you. Li accepted the orange and took a hearty bite. In no need for thanks, a faint blush crept across Qi Lingming's cheeks as she shyly lowered her gaze and continued peeling fruit for him. Wan Ning observed the two youngsters with an amused smile, recognizing that despite their youth, there was a budding connection between them. Jiang Yao stepped forward to announce, I hereby declare the commencement of this year's 3 clans competition for the seal. Chapter 58, Contesting Interests. The victor takes all. The 3 clans competition officially commenced, beginning with the flag capture segment, where each clan dispatched a team of 10 to the arena. These 10 were the cream of the young generation from each family. In the center of the arena stood a high platform adorned with 3 flags. Each flag represented a coveted market or territory. The success of each clan depended on their prowess in seizing these flags. As Jiang Yao concluded his announcement, the first segment began, with the elite youths from the clans ascending the platform to vie for the flags, coordinating among their teams while relying on their individual skills. The atmosphere was electric, filled with spectators discussing the spectacle, cheering, and exchanging banter. The excitement on stage mirrored that among the spectators below, where tensions nearly flared in a conflict among the 3 factions. Li remained fixated on the high platform, keenly observing their formations. From the current dynamics, the Li family appeared to have the upper hand, yet Li Yi sensed an underlying unease that I sense something amiss. Although it seems the Li family is gaining the advantage. The positioning here is perilous, and the attentions of the other 2 families do not seem focused on the flag. Ega, would you like to eat more? Qi Lingming offered another segment of orange. No, if I eat any more, I might not need to have dinner today. Li Yi declined with a shake of his head. Qi Lingming consumed the piece of orange she had offered, glancing back at the arena. Although she could not fully grasp the situation, seeing the flags in the hands of the Li family suggested victory, prompting her to smile and ask Li Yi, does this mean our Li family has won? Li Yi shook his head. It's too early to say. While we have captured the flag, whether we can hold on to it remains uncertain. Given our current positioning, if the Wang and Song families join forces, we may very well be forced off the platform. Really? Qi Lingming exclaimed, her expression one of surprise and confusion, indicating her lack of understanding. Your analysis is astute, Li Yuntan interjected, having initially been troubled by the situation, but now smiled slightly upon hearing Li Yi's insight. Yi's clear understanding of the battlefield indicated not just talent, but analytical abilities that surpassed the ordinary, a cause for celebration. But aren't the 3 families competing against each other? Qi Lingming asked, perplexed. Li Yi affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he explained, You are too naive. This is a contest for interests. The victor claims all. You'll understand once you grow a bit older. Qi Lingming responded with a hint of understanding, recognizing that Li Yi surely had his reasons, and accepted it as such. Wan Ning reflected on this, wondering if the young master had forgotten he was still a child. Yet, he was not entirely just that. Young master, are you suggesting that the Wang and Song families will join forces against us? Wan Ning inquired curiously. Based on their positioning, it is highly probable, Li Yi deduced. In the last competition, the majority of the markets were seized by our Li family, which must have left the other 2 families feeling disadvantaged. Now that the Li family stand alone at the top, it is inevitable that they will unite against us. Then isn't our situation rather precarious? Wan Ning expressed her concern. Not to worry, it poses no significant threat to the Li family, Li Yi reassured her. What intrigues me is why those 2 families seem so confident. They must have some backing. Li's gaze shifted to Song Changfeng and Wang Hanlin, an instinct telling him that these 2 families were far from the simplistic appearances they projected and were likely concocting some scheme. You rascal, Li Yuntian remarked. Sometimes you make me question whether you are the reincarnation of some mighty being. Li's performance was indeed hard to dismiss without such speculation. How could that be? I am just a child, merely making wild guesses. Father, I am your son. How could you harbor such doubts about me? Li Yi replied with an innocent, harmless smile. La Yuntian sighed. If you hadn't said anything, I might have doubted less, but now you've only intensified my suspicions. He decided not to dwell on it. After all, he was simply a son to the heir. Do you think we will lose in the first two segments? Li Yuntian asked for Li Yi's perspective, acknowledging that he did not regard Li Yi as merely a child in this regard. Actually, the strength of the teams sent by the three families is quite comparable. If the other two unite, we will not have the upper hand and may very well lose. Yuntian nodded. That aligns with my thoughts. He glanced at the scene, where all three flags were captured by the Li family. His expression turned serious rather than elated. According to the rules of the three clans competition, alliances were forbidden, yet with all three flags in their possession, a coalition between the two families seemed inevitable. Li Yuntian stroked his chin and sneered. How amusing. They could simply join forces directly, yet they insist on putting on a show for us. Shall we not remind them? Wan Ning expressed her concern. Li Yuntian shook his head. It is already a foregone conclusion. They are capable of realizing it themselves, learning from past mistakes. Li added. They are quite confident in the first and second parts. But those two rounds bear little consequence. The third part is crucial. They seem to possess great confidence in winning it, but I wonder what hidden cards they hold. La Yuntian nodded, agreeing with Li Yi's perspective, which was also the source of his curiosity and concern. Losing the first and second parts is trivial. The third part is the main event. The audacity displayed by the two families suggests they have prepared some formidable trump cards for the third round. The three families are well aware of each other's intelligence, yet it is evident that the other two families are concealing some unknown weapon, necessitating caution. Masterly, it seems your family is poised to take the lead. Wang Hanlin, the head of the Wang family, congratulated with a smile, and ABOW to IS. That's so. I feel that you and the Song family have a better chance. Li Yuntian replied with a smile. You jest, Masterly. You hold all three flags. It seems the outcome is already determined. Congratulations in advance. Masterly, Song Changfeng chimed. I ended. La Yuntian withdrew a pouch of coins from his storage bag. Let us wager. I bet that your two families will win 1 million gold coins. Will you take the bet? The head of the Li family is quite generous. My family cannot afford that, Song Changfeng replied, maintaining a cheerful facade. Yet a hint of malice lingered in his gaze as he fixed his stare on Li Yuntian. Su Zhemu, Jiang Yao sensed the tension in their voices, a palpable tension. He sighed deeply. Fearing that the skies over Suzhou were about to change, he could only hope the commotion would not escalate too much, allowing him to maintain control. Jiang Yao turned to Li Yuntian's side. Addressing Li Yi, you must be the second young master, Li Yi. You flatter me, Lord Jiang. In your presence, how could my son dare to claim the title of young master? Li Yuntian responded, I have long heard of Li Yi's renown and have wished to pay a visit. But my affairs have kept me busy. Today, I finally see him, truly a figure of exceptional grace, Jiang Yao praised. Chapter 59. They are unkind, so we should be unprincipled. You jest, Lord Jiang, Li Yuntian said, patting Li Yi's shoulder. Do thank Uncle Jiang for his kind words. Yi rose and clasped his hands. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Youthful talent. Excellent. Jiang Yao nodded in approval. He felt a surge of emotion. The Li family's fortune was indeed robust, producing so many prodigies, each more extraordinary than the last. That moment. The martial arts arena neared the conclusion of the flag-seizing round, with time running short. The Wang and Song families exchanged glances, launching a coordinated attack against the Li family, flanking them on both sides and blocking their retreat. This bodes ill. We must withdraw. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they swiftly adjusted their strategy to evade the alliance of the two families. Despite their prompt efforts, the sudden assault from the two families proved overwhelming. Their strength was comparable, yet two fists could not compete with 4 feet, leaving them caught in a pincer movement, besieged from all sides. The 3 flags they had seized were swiftly taken from them, all falling into the hands of the Wang family. The battle's dynamics shifted rapidly, catching most off guard. What is this? I bet 100 gold coins on the Li family to win. So did I. Is this how it ends? This is absurd. My money. Some rejoiced while others lamented. due to the Li family's might. Many had predicted their victory, yet the outcome was precisely the opposite. What is happening? How could we lose? I could have done better. Those two families are clearly colluding against us. 2 against 1 is hardly fair. Many within the Li family voiced their grievances, unprepared for such a result and unwilling to accept defeat. Li Yuntian said nothing, casting a glance at the elder beside him. Silence. The elder barked, glaring at the dissenters to restore order. Yuntian congratulated Wang Hanlin. Congratulations, Master Wang, on seizing the 3 flags. Your family is bound to flourish. And my Li family shall rely on the Wang family support. You flatter me. How can my Wang family be compared to the Li family? It is but a small victory. I trust Master Li is not overly concerned. Wang Hanlin replied with a smile. Li Yuntian merely smiled in silence. Congratulations, Master Wang, Song Changfeng added. Wang Hanlin and Song Changfeng exchanged glances, confirming their mutual understanding. Li Yuntian rubbed his temples, directing, rearrange the order for the next round. Let us forego the second part and deploy all our elites in the third. I am eager to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Understood. The first 2 parts required consideration of overall strength, teamwork, and numbers. The third part, however, would focus solely on individual prowess, a one-on-one arena competition where the last one standing would be the victor. Officials would allocate based on performance in the arena. Securing first place was paramount. As the first part concluded, preparations for the second commenced. The prearranged formation illuminated, casting a heavy pressure over the martial arts arena. Husband, look at that child behind Song Changfeng. He seems somewhat different, Li Yin pointed out. Indicating a boy who appeared to be around 15 or 16, this boy was meditating with a serious expression, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that set him apart from the other children. It was evident he was no ordinary contender. Li Yuntian's brow furrowed slightly. He had no recollection of this child. Judging by his age, he was likely preparing for the third part, and his aura suggested remarkable talent. Could he be the Song family's secret weapon for the third part? Uncertain of his strength, Li Yuntian inquired of the elder beside him. Who is that? Do you have any information? The elder, who usually gathered intelligence on the Song family, contemplated for a moment. I recall, he seems to be from the Song family's third branch. His talent is commendable, but alas, he is from the third branch. Having lost his parents at a young age, he is reclusive and dedicates most of his time to cultivation, rarely making appearances. That is all I know. I had almost forgotten him. Judging by his demeanor, he appears exceptionally capable. Li Yuntian remarked, if he truly possesses such strength, he can claim first place. We are not in a position to lose. The competition among the 3 families would yield its share of victories and defeats. Such is the nature of conflict. If one family were to dominate continuously, the balance of power would be disrupted. Losing this round does not preclude victory in the next. The emergence of a peerless genius within the family is a rare fortune. What concerned Li Yuntian was the collusion between the Wang and Song families, plotting something together. The second part commenced. The 3 families stepped into the formation simultaneously, aware of the alliance between the Wang and Song families. They had already resigned themselves to the possibility of not securing a single flag in the second part, focusing their strongest members on the third instead, determined to do their best. Upon entering the formation, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, as if a mountain bore down upon their backs, making every step arduous. They summoned all their strength to resist. Any lapse would leave them flattened like a puddle of mud. Breathing became labored, and a heaviness settled in their chests. The situation on the field was grim. The Li family lagged far behind the other 2 families, making defeat an inevitable outcome. Master, if this continues, we will be at a disadvantage. After all the effort we've put into building our position, are we to yield it to these 2 families? An elder expressed his discontent. Li Yuntian merely smiled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. Look, they're already growing anxious. Noting Li Yuntian's calm demeanor, the elder realized he must have a strategy in mind and pressed, Master, if you have a plan, please do not keep it to yourself. It makes my heart ache. Li Yuntian did not respond to the elder. Instead, he smiled at Li Yi. What do you think our Li family should do? Seeing the mischievous expression on Li Yuntian's face, Li Yi guessed his intention and cautiously suggested, if they are unprincipled, we need not be bound by the rules. Haha, truly my son. No one knows me better than you. Li Yuntian laughed uproariously, striking the armrest of his chair. His eyes gleaming with satisfaction, he embraced Li Yi and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving Li Yi feeling exasperated. The elder suddenly understood. Master, you mean? Li Yuntian's lips curled into a slight smirk. They disregard the rules and conspire against us. Why should I adhere to them? If they wish to fight, then let it be if they truly believe my Li family fears them. This unfair burden is for those who wish to bear it. My Li family will not. Understood. Hearing Li Yuntian's words, the elder grasped the situation. Indeed, what did the Li family have to fear now? They stood firm in their resolve. Yuntian regarded the child behind Song Changfeng with disdain. No matter how talented you may be, if you disregard the rules, do not expect me to uphold them for you. Chapter 60. The Song family's hidden card. The second part concluded, and, as anticipated, the Li family lost, failing to secure a single flag. All 3 flags fell into the possession of the Song family. 3 flags for the Wang family, 3 for the Song family, as if the outcome had been predetermined. What is this nonsense? Are the Li family members truly that weak? Not a single flag. What the hell, wasn't it said that the Li family was powerful? Is this all they can muster? Some members of the Li family, having suffered losses, could not restrain their anger and began to curse vehemently. In contrast to these irrational individuals, a greater number discerned that the atmosphere was decidedly amiss. It was evident that the other 2 families had conspired against the Li family. The reasons need not be elaborated, as they could be readily surmised. The Li family was clearly being targeted. Were I one of the other 2 families, I would undoubtedly also focus my efforts against the Li clan. The initial segments of this contest were manageable, but the third segment would prove to be a different matter altogether. Let us observe for now. The Li family has produced numerous prodigies in recent years, unmatched by the other 2 families. One elder from the Li family remarked. Let us hope they perform admirably in the third segment. He sighed deeply, although he was aware of Yuntian's formidable stance. The loss still weighed heavily on their dignity, a source of embarrassment. The third segment, the contest for the seal, commenced. At this moment, the atmosphere intensified, reaching a fever pitch. The contest for the seal was the most captivating segment, showcasing the strength and potential of each family. The fervor of discussions escalated as each clan sent forth their youth to battle in succession, revealing the prowess of a younger generation. Presently, it appeared that each clan was evenly matched, with the Li family holding a slight advantage. Go. Will you take the stage next? Qiu Lingmeng gazed at Li Yi with admiration. In her eyes, Li Yi was invincible, certain to dominate those present in the martial arena. I suppose so, unless they accuse me of bullying, he replied. In the next 3 years, Li Yi would be 4 years old. His realm was uncertain, but at just 1 year old, he had already achieved the rank of 5-star martial artist, qualifying him to compete at AT4. Would it not be tantamount to bullying younger children? You make a reasonable point, Li Yuntian conceded. The outside world, only a select few were aware of Li Yi's true strength. If they were to discover that this 1-year-old child possessed the prowess of a 5-star martial artist, their jaws would surely drop. What level of mastery Li Yi would attain at 4 years old was beyond Li Yuntian's imagination. The extent of Li Yi's genius far surpassed the public's perception. Yuntian contemplated whether, should Li Yi continue to grow, the imperial family might become anxious upon discovering his potential, possibly demanding his surrender. The thought of offering him to the state or marrying him off to a princess was unsettling. Yuntian shook his head. Marrying a princess was not a viable option, especially as the royal family prioritized prestige and would only permit a single marriage. After all, Xian'er was already engaged to a princess, and he could not afford to lose another heir should any members of the royal family approach you with proposals of marriage to a princess. You must absolutely refuse, Li Yuntian advised earnestly. He feared they might manipulate Li Yi into acquiescing, leaving him unable to voice his objections due to royal decorum. Why not? Li Yi blinked in confusion. Consider it, Li Yuntian explained. Those princesses are pampered and spoiled. Bringing one home would be akin to adopting an ancestor. Moreover, once married, one can only take one wife. After hearing this, Li Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, that would be unwise. It's good that you understand. Henceforth be cautious. The royal family delights in playing word games, Li Yuntian cautioned, recalling his own past missteps. Princesses, huh? Xiao Lingming's gaze flickered, her expression dimming. Why are you telling the child such things? Xiao Qingyao shot Li Yuntian a disapproving look, then grasped Xiao Lingming's hand, smiling gently. Lingming, you are Yi Heir's fiancée. The engagement has already been established. Li patted Xiao Lingming's shoulder. Silly girl. What princess could ever compare to you? Even if I were offered 10 or 100 princesses, I would not trade you for any of them. Is that true? Xiao Lingming lifted her cherubic face, her expression radiating delight, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Li Yi, her heart racing with excitement. Of course, Li Yi affirmed with a nod. Xiao Lingming smiled coyly, her joy palpable. If 10 or 100 princesses could not compare, then surely her status in Yi's heart was significant. He truly cherished her. Rest assured, no princess could match your sweetness or your nurturing nature, Li Yi added. Indeed, Xiao Lingming nodded obediently, resolving to improve herself further. Xiao Qingyao smiled tenderly. You, little rascal, have quite the talent for charming young ladies. Mother, this is not flattery. I speak only the truth. Li Yi corrected her, but a precious child who treasures himself and places you first is worth more than any number of princesses. Xiao Qingyao laughed, affectionately ruffling the hair of both Li Yi and Xiao Lingming, then shot a warning glance at Li Yuntian. Be careful what you say in front of the children. They are prone to overthinking. If misunderstandings arise, it could have adverse effects. Indeed, you are right, my dear, Li Yuntian acknowledged, turning to Xiao Lingming. Lingming, do you not enjoy playing the piano? It would be remiss to lack your own instrument. Tomorrow, I shall gift you a piano, and the Li family has an ample collection of scores for you to peruse. Thank you, sir. Xiao Lingming expressed her gratitude that we are family, so there's no need for thanks. Li Yuntian replied with a warm smile. Patting Xiao Lingming's head before glancing towards the Song family, he exchanged a knowing look with Song Changfeng, offering a wry smile and a nod. Zahai, well done. Show them what true strength is. It appeared that the Li family's elite had all been dispatched to contest for the seal. The contest for the flag had been treated with little seriousness. Let us observe, it is not yet over. The young prodigies of the Li family took turns on stage, competing against those from the other two families, with the earlier bouts proving evenly matched. As the top-tier youth from each clan took the stage, the contest for the seal reached its zenith, the battles between geniuses escalating to a fever pitch, when Li Zihai finally appeared, achieving 5 consecutive victories against members of the Song and Wang families. He basked in the glow of triumph. Victory seemed all but assured. Li Zihai, excellent work. Show them what true power entails. The Li family rallied, cheering for him. As the time approached, Li Yuntian cast a glance at the young individual standing behind Song Changfeng. If he truly was the Song family's trump card, it was time for him to make his move. Sure enough, at Song Changfeng's signal, the youth opened his eyes, his gaze icy, stepping onto the martial stage with an aura of pressure that belied his youth. All eyes were fixed upon him, and it was clear to anyone that he was the Song family's hidden ace, possessing an aura that suggested he was anything but ordinary. Facing Li Zihai, he coldly declared, Song family, Song B, I end at Li family. Li Zihai came to response, as Li Zihai gestured for him to begin, assuming a defensive stance to counter Song Bin. This individual was not to be underestimated. Zihai, you have already fought 5 matches. Perhaps you should step down and allow me to gauge his abilities, suggested a youth from the crowd. There's no need, Li Zihai replied resolutely, having issued a challenge. He would not withdraw. Drawing his sword, he observed Song Bin standing still and asked, Aren't you going to use a sword? Against you, it is unnecessary, Song Bin replied, his demeanor calm and detached. Li Zihai's brow furrowed slightly. Who does he think he is? Without further hesitation, he charged at Song Bin. Song Bin deftly evaded Li Zihai's attacks with apparent ease. After exchanging over 10 blows, Song Bin did not retaliate. He merely dodged, leaving Li Zihai unable to land a single strike. Impressive. Li Zihai realized that Song Bin's strength far exceeded his own. He was formidable. How had he never heard of such a talent among the younger generation of the Song family? There was no time for contemplation. He needed to focus entirely on the battle, pouring all his energy into the fight. Yet Song Bin continued to evade, seemingly able to predict Li Zihai's every maneuver. This one's talent is extraordinary. I have not heard of him in the Song family's ranks, remarked an elder from the Li family, puzzled. Indeed, he is quite remarkable. His skills, intellect, and judgment surpass those of his peers. Li Yuntian calmly sipped his tea, unfazed. Perhaps he would have been surprised at one time, but after witnessing Li Yi's capabilities, Songbin's prowess seemed trivial in comparison, but 9-star martial artist. This talent is surely greater than that of Master Li Xian and Miss Shuer. Remarkable. I had no idea the Song family harbored such a secret, came the astonished response that 9-star martial artist. The other two in this age bracket are merely 8-star martial artists. When did the Song family produce such a terrifying genius? Wang Hanlin began to understand Song Chongfeng's assertion. The Li family was not the only one with prodigies. L.I.E. studied Songbin with a peculiar expression, sensing something amiss. The air. What troubles you? Li Yuntian inquired, noticing Li Yi's unusual demeanor. Something feels off about this Songbin. What seems off? Li Yuntian, unable to detect any irregularity, only perceives Songbin's remarkable talent. I can't quite articulate it, Li Yi admitted, shaking his head. Then who do you believe will win? Songbin, Li Yi replied without hesitation. Indeed, it appears that few could match him. Li Yuntian concurred with Li Yi's assessment. That moment, Songbin made his move. Delivering a powerful punch to Li Zihai's chest, Li Zihai coughed blood, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, clutching his chest. Tob struck by a single blow and sustained such severe injury. This force was beyond his capacity to withstand, utterly overwhelming him. What level of strength does this individual possess? Zihai. The members of the Li family hurriedly ascended, administering the elixir to Li Zihai while assessing his injuries. Before he could swallow the medicine, Li Zihai succumbed to unconsciousness. How could you strike so ruthlessly? I shall confront you. The young scion of the Li family leaped onto the martial stage, challenging Songbin to a duel. Yet in but a single move, Songbin delivered a powerful punch to the chest, sending his opponent flying from the arena, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of unconsciousness. Such excessive force. Surely, this could result in a fatality. Despite their fervor in vying for familial interests, occurrences of such life-threatening nature were rare. Songbin coldly remarked, the so-called genius of the Li family pales in comparison. They lack even the qualification to draw my sword. I cannot endure this. Do not restrain me. Allow me to confront him. Stay calm. His strength is formidable, and we are not his match. Shall we permit him to stand there? Flaunting his arrogance, the younger generation of the Li family, passionate and impetuous, would rather face certain doom than endure such humiliation. Li Yuntian cast a glance at the elder, who spoke, returned, do not make needless sacrifices. They are all part of the Li family's younger generation. We cannot watch them rashly seek confrontation. I end the viewing platform. The Wang and Song families reveled in their sense of vindication. Last year, the Li family had experienced a similar crushing defeat. The wheel of fortune now turned, allowing them to endure the same fate. Songbin surveyed the Li family members below, mockery lacing his voice. Cowards. Nothing more. Hey, what did you say? Repeat that. Do not hold me back. Let me take him on. Do not fall for his provocations. The elder of the Li family snapped. Everyone returned. Though deeply aggrieved, they found themselves powerless. They could not allow the younger generation to face a beating one by one. If all were to rush in, it would be akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, which would only amplify their humiliation. Songbin turned to Li Yuntian. Is this all the Li family has to offer? Li Yuntian, unfazed, responded with a smile. Young man, I admire your courage. Youthful exuberance indeed. Your talent may warrant such bravado. But I must caution you that arrogance requires solid backing. Otherwise, you risk being easily defeated. This defeat bore little consequence for the Li family, and as its head, Li Yuntian would not allow such a trivial matter to disrupt his composure. Is that so? Songbin's cold gaze bore into Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian merely chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Head of the family, are we to let this slide? The elder seethed with frustration. The gentleman's vengeance is not delayed for a decade. A decade? Li Yuntian smirked. I never claimed to be a gentleman. A scoundrel seeks revenge at every opportunity. My daughter's betrothal selection will not be in vain. Tomorrow, I shall raise the price and cut off their supply of medicinal herbs. Yuntan whispered a few words into the elder's ear, who then smiled broadly. Brilliant, he glanced at the smug Wang and Song families. Akin to watching jesters, thinking, laugh while you can. Tomorrow will not find you so married. That moment. Song Chongfeng donned a facade of concern. I truly apologize. Bin's attack was rather excessive. He should be unharmed. Right? Unharmed? He nearly met his end. Since the Li family has no one left, the seal will rightfully belong to my Song family. Song Chongfeng boisterously declared, relishing in a sense of triumph. Sujamu Zhangyao was caught off guard by the unfolding events. At this rate, the atmosphere was thick with tension, and conflict among the three families seemed inevitable. Just as Jiang Yao prepared to announce the victory of the seal, a youthful voice piped up. I have yet to take the stage. All eyes turned to the Li family's area, seeking the source of the tender voice, which belonged to Li Yi, standing beside Li Yunting. Yuntan was taken aback. What are you saying? Even if the Li family were to face total defeat in the contest for the seal, Li Yuntian remained unperturbed, but when Li Yi uttered that phrase, he felt a sense of alarm. Is this truly the time for bravado? With Songbin being a 9-star martial artist, and Li Yi merely a 5-star martial artist, still but a child, how could he possibly contend against Songbin? Songbin regarded Li Yi with disdain. You are Li Yi. I have heard you are the strongest genius in the history of the Li family, yet you are merely a child with incomplete teeth. Just completed, Li Yi corrected. His words drew laughter from the crowd. Youngster, wait until you grow up to challenge me. I do not bully children who have yet to mature, Songbin replied, his expression unchanging. Li Yi dug at his ear. Not daring is simply not daring. There is no question of bullying or not out if you are afraid. Just yield the first place in the contest for the seal to me. Ha! I have never encountered someone so audacious. Songbin, infuriated, laughed mockingly at well, today you have. Then come forth. Do not blame me if I leave you in tears, seeking your mother. That would be a fitting conclusion for you. Chapter 62. Li Yi. Let us wrap this up quickly. I need to get home for my milk. What jest are you making? Return. Li Yuntian grasped Li Yi, preventing him from ascending the stage. How could he watch his child, still but an infant, face potential peril? Do not act recklessly. Xiao Qingya, flustered, embraced Li Yi, disallowing his folly. They could not comprehend why Li Yi had suddenly spoken such words. Seeking to challenge Song Bi, Li was indeed a prodigy, but Song Bin was a 9-star martial artist, while Li Yi was only 5 stars. In terms of realms, they were not even close. In terms of combat experience and physical prowess, the disparity was even greater. Indeed, young master, wait a couple of years. By then, Song Bin shall be no match for you. Right now, there is absolutely no need to compare yourself with him. Wan Ning hastily advised, unwilling to see Li Yi face such a disadvantage. That be why the time Li Yi has trained for a few more years. Not just one Song Bin, not even 10 or 100 of them could stand against him. At present, Li Yi had yet to mature. It was unwise to take risks. When have I ever appeared as someone who acts recklessly? Trust me, he is no match for me. No, absolutely not. Li Yuntian firmly rejected. Li Yi could not afford any mishaps. He would not allow even the slightest chance of injury. This is not merely about whether he is your opponent. It is a matter of danger. You cannot put yourself at risk. Do you understand? Xiao Qingya spoke gently. It is essential that you focus on growing stronger. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yuntian affectionately ruffled Li Yi's hair. Observing the concern etched on his parents' faces, Li Yi smiled helplessly. Despite not wanting to worry them, he had no intention of letting Songbin off the hook. In such moments, possessing strength meant avenging grievances face to face. Who would shrink back and hide in the shadows, waiting to grow quietly. Songbin coldly scoffed, Kid, heed your parents' words and go home for your milk. This is no place for a little brat. Let he face him. A figure appeared silently. It was Li Yin, ancestor. The members of the Li family respectfully clasped their hands, addressing Li Yin as their ancestor. Following his breakthrough, Li Yin's status within the Li family had transformed once more. In both seniority and strength, he truly embodied an ancestral figure. With Li Yan's arrival, Discussions erupted among the gathered crowd. He is the ancestor of the Li family. Li Yin, a formidable martial artist, his presence was palpable. Yet his existence remained undetected, instilling dread. If he were to target me, I might not even perceive my demise. The heads of the Wang and Song families, upon witnessing Li Yin, displayed apprehension in their eyes. Compared to Wang Hanlin, Song Chongfeng's gaze held a hint of malice, plotting schemes in his mind. Ancestor, are you certain? The crowd questioned, are we truly to let Li Yi ascend? Li Yi could not afford any missteps. I have faith in Yi, and with my presence, he shall come to no harm. With a martial artist of such caliber overseeing the situation, should anything occur, he could intervene instantaneously, ensuring Li Yi's safety. Providing immense assurance that Yuntian furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before finally conceding. Very well, then I must trouble the ancestor. Should anything seem amiss, please act promptly. That understood? Yin nodded slightly. Darling, Xiao Qingyao had initially intended to intervene, but, upon seeing the resolute glint in Li Yuntian's eyes, reluctantly released Li Yi, permitting him to proceed. Chilling Meng gazed after Li Yi's retreating figure, her eyes filled with concern. Li Yi, a child of modest stature, stepped onto the martial stage amid the skeptical gazes of the crowd. It was hard to believe that Li Yi truly ascended the martial stage. A child. Was this some sort of jest? Did they truly intend for Li Yi to battle Songbin? Even if Li Yi were a genius, such a display was absurd. Was this a death wish? Did they think there were too many prodigies and decided to offer one to the Song family? The audience found it difficult to assess the Li family's actions, utterly perplexed. What could possibly justify such a frenzied decision to pit a child against a 9-star martial artist Songbin? Especially one known for his lethal intent. Was not Li Yi the future of the Li family? At merely 1 year of age, was he truly being sent into such peril? Due to the Li family's audacity, silence enveloped the arena, the air so still one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, laughter erupted, echoing through the space. The Li family has lost their senses. The conclusion was reached. The Li family had indeed gone mad. Zhang Yao, sensing the situation escalating, quickly stepped forward to intervene. Li family head, have you truly thought this through? It seems rather inappropriate. Li Yi ought not to qualify for participation. Before Li Yuntian could voice his thoughts, Li Yi interjected. Who says I lack the qualifications? The rule for the 3 clans contest merely stipulate an age limit, permitting those under 16 to compete, without specifying a minimum age. Zhang Yao, covering his face, exclaimed, I am trying to save your life. Can't you see that? Isn't it better for a child to return home for milk rather than meddle in adult affairs? If anything were to happen to Li Yi, it would not be a trivial matter. A war among the 3 families would ensue. What is the Li family's intention? Are they perhaps engaging in some form of entrapment? Song Chongfeng remarked. If young Master Li Yi wishes to participate, it does not contravene any rules. Why should Lord Jiang oppose? Songbin, ensure that young Master Li Yi is well attended to, allowing him to fully experience the contest of the 3 clans. The implication was clear. Eliminate Li Yi understood. Songbin coldly stated that eliminating a child would bear no psychological burden for him, especially one as brazen as Li Yi before him. He was determined to teach Li Yi a lesson about the harsh realities of society, where strength is the true currency, not mere words. Wang Hanlin scoffed. The Li family must be devoid of capable individuals to send a mere child. It is utterly ridiculous. Others flatter him with claims of celestial beauty, and he genuinely believes himself invincible. With a swift motion, Li Yin delivered a resounding slap across Wang Hanlin's face, the sharp sound sending a jolt of surprise through everyone present. Wang Hanlin tumbled beneath his chair, panic-stricken, gazing up at Li Yin in fear, utterly bewildered by the unexpected assault, with no room for resistance. Is this the chasm separating a martial sovereign from a martial emperor? The disparity is staggering. That single slap made Wang Hanlin acutely aware of their strength difference. Should Li Yin wish to crush him, it would be as effortless as squashing an Antlin, exuding an air of authority without anger. Declared, I will spare your life. You ought to be aware of that. Following the slap, those who had intended to speak fell silent, swallowing their words, fearful of attracting Li Yan's wrath, seeing that it was merely a slap. Jiang Yao exhaled in relief. He observed Song Bin opposite him, catching a whiff of the scent of medicinal pills. Possessing an innate sensitivity to alchemical essences, Li Yi discerned that Song Bin had consumed a potion. Not the sort that temporarily enhances strength, but rather one that exhausts potential, rapidly elevating one's cultivation. Despite Song Bin being a 9-star martial master, his chances of living to 50 were slim. Li Yi had sensed something amiss earlier. No wonder Song Bin's cultivation was so formidable, surpassing even his contemporaries Li Xian and Li Shuer. Let us not dawdle any longer. Let us commence, for I wish to return home for milk. While it appeared to be a jest, Li Yi's words were a sardonic mockery directed at Song Bin, and a rare smile crept onto Song Bin's typically impassive face. That suits me well. However, you shan't have the chance to return. Is that so? With a flourish, Li Yi unleashed his cultivation as a 5-star martial master, causing an uproar throughout the assembly, with gasps of astonishment echoing. This child is a 5-star martial master. Chapter 63. The remarkable physical techniques of Li Yi. Impossible. A 5-star martial master. How could that be? This child is indeed a 5-star martial master. The crowd was stunned, eyes wide as saucers, hardly able to believe what they were witnessing. The sound of their worldview shattering resonated within them. According to their understanding, a child of merely 1 year could be deemed a genius for stepping into the realm of cultivation, achieving even a single-star martial disciple, let alone a 5-star martial master. Such prowess is simply unfathomable. This, Song Chongfeng stood in shock, his mouth agape as he beheld Li Yi, rendered speechless by the revelation. Good heavens, this child is a 5-star martial master. Jiang Yao and the others mirrored Song Chongfeng's astonishment, exclaiming their disbelief. They had long touted Li Yi as a prodigy, but to realize that a 1-year-old child could possess such extraordinary talent was beyond their wildest notions. They had thought it exaggerated. Yet here stood Li Yi, a veritable monstrosity, exceeding all their expectations. The rumors had not been hyperbole. They had barely scratched the surface of Li Yi's astonishing capabilities. In an instant, they understood why Li Yuntian had organized a selection event for Li Yi's potential brides, with numerous prominent sects eager to present their daughters and disciples. Had they been in his position, they would have done the same, lamenting their missed opportunities to align themselves with the Li family at this moment. The one reveling in joy the most was undoubtedly Qiu Li Chuan, grinning from ear to ear, slapping his thigh repeatedly in delight. This was a sure victory. Li Yuntian sighed deeply, having initially wished for his son to remain modest, to keep a low profile. However, Li Yi's brilliance shone too brightly to be concealed. Song Bin's typically stoic visage now bore a rare expression of shock as he stared at Li Yi. You are indeed a 5-star martial master. Are you afraid? Surrender now, and you may still escape with your life. Li Yi twisted his wrist, gazing up at the towering figure before him. His neck ached. It was exhausting to look up while speaking. You are indeed a genius, possessing the credentials to be arrogant. In the future, I may not be your match. However, at this moment, you are still unworthy, and you have no future. In a flash, Song Bin lunged at Li Yi, attacking with greater speed and ferocity than before. Driven by familial interests, determined to eliminate Li Yi. Should Li Yi survive and grow stronger, he would become an unthinkable threat. With all his might, he struck toward Li Yi's face. Danger, young Master Li Yi. Be careful. Yet Li Yi remained unperturbed, facing the onslaught with composure. Activating the 9-turn glazed golden body, he entered the second transformation. His body seemed to swell, reaching an impressive height of approximately 1.20 meters. His skin shimmered faintly, resembling glass. The ancient sacred body was already formidable, and the 9-turn glazed golden body enhanced it further, resulting in a terrifying physical state. Anticipating Song Bin's attack, Li Yi extended his hand to intercept the punch. And a resounding crash echoed through the air. Song Bin was taken aback. The impact felt as if he had struck iron. His fist throbbing with pain, he quickly retaliated with another punch. This time, Li Yi countered, their fists colliding, with the 9-turn glazed golden body stabilizing him. Li Yi's foot shattered the stone floor beneath him, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Songbin staggered back 2 steps, gazing incredulously at Li Yi. How could this be possible? Songbin began to doubt his own existence. Li Yi had withstood 2 of his punches with sheer physical strength, and he was merely a 5-star martial master. What kind of formidable physical technique was this? Is this truly a 1-year-old child? What a farce! Unyielding, Songbin continued his assault on Li Yi, unleashing punch after punch in a fierce contest of physical prowess. Li Yi matched in blow. Chiu Lingming gazed at Li Yi with admiration. The battle between Li Yi and Songbin was a clear testament to the definition of genius. After exchanging dozens of moves, Li Yi transitioned from a slight advantage at the beginning to a solid dominance. Songbin was no longer a match for him. Songbin unleashed his martial techniques, launching punches and strikes towards Li Yi. Each was effortlessly neutralized by Li Yi. With a supreme comprehension, Li Yi seized upon Songbin's flaws and retaliated, leaving Songbin struggling to defend himself. Do you now comprehend the extent of our disparity? Chapter 64. Fiancée sword come. How infuriating! Songbin, in disbelief, pondered how he could possibly lose to a mere child, one who is several realms below him. Who does he think he is? You are nothing but a little brat, Songbin exclaimed, his voice laced with an impulse on the verge of losing control. He remained unfazed, smiling as he replied. See, you're getting anxious again, and I understand your urgency, but please take your time. Just surviving this long against me is something you can boast about for a lifetime. You can also savor the joy of having endured so many moves under my hand in the solitude of a quiet corner. Just don't let anyone catch you grinning like a fool. Veins throbbed on Songbin's forehead, and the urge to kill had never felt so intense. How much can one endure? Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. Li Yi yawned. I believe I've heard that line 3 times at this moment. Li Yi sheathed his fiancée sword. The swirling white snow came to a halt, leaving only a blanket of snow on the ground, and one murmured about Li Yi's public execution. Instead, they marveled at his extraordinary talent. Zhang Yao took a long while to regain his composure, his profound gaze fixed upon Li Yi. Such a child, it seemed, would soon create a sensation throughout the great Qian, and he could already envision the scene at that time. The results were announced. Li Yi claimed the first place in the contest for the seal. There were no objections to this outcome. Following that, the remaining results were declared. Songbin secured 2nd place, while Li Zihai took 3rd. In total, the Li family had a distinct advantage in this round of the contest. The Song and Wang families departed in a huff, likely to conspire about something. As for the deceased Songbin, an orphan with no family to mourn him, he was of little concern to anyone. Li lamented. At the very least, he died for the Song family. Shouldn't they collect his remains? Li Yuntian, filled with excitement, rushed to the martial arts arena and embraced Li Yi, exclaiming, Truly, you are my wonderful son. He intended to plant a kiss on Li Yi's chubby cheeks, but was promptly rejected. Let us return home. Cradling Li Yi as they made their way back, the Li family stood tall and proud at that moment, reminiscent of victorious warriors, under the envious gazes of the crowd. The members of the Li family departed one after another. The narrative of the reversal plot reached a new milestone. Because of your unwavering expression of love towards Chiu Lingming, her heart was profoundly touched, and she recognized you as the one she holds dear. You have received the reward, the countenance of the sage, the countenance of the sage, the pinnacle of Confucianism, achieving sanctity through literature. The description of the countenance of the sage is succinct. The phrase achieving sanctity through literature encapsulates its essence. There is no need for further elaboration. It suffices to say that I am indeed remarkable. Achieving sanctity through literature and possessing the countenance of the sage is no trivial feat. The path of Confucianism is a challenging one, and its highest realm, the sage, can only be attained through the mastery of literature. Though the 4 words may seem simple, how many in this world can truly accomplish it? While the challenge of achieving sanctity through literature far surpasses that of other paths, the value it holds is exceptionally high, showcasing an extraordinary strength that is incomparable to ordinary paths. Of course, the countenance of the sage does not imply that Li Yi is already a sage. Rather, it endows him with the qualifications and talent to become one. Much like the ancient sacred body, which combines physique and talent, propelling Li Yi's growth beyond that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to rival emperors in the future. It is not merely possessing such a physique that enables one to challenge an emperor. The countenance of a sage signifies that Li Yi possesses the qualification and talent to become a sage, who patted Qiu Lingmeng on the shoulder, saying, "You truly are the fiancé I have chosen." Qiu Lingmeng, puzzled, questioned why Igu suddenly made such a statement, her fair cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. Lowering her head, she felt as though a little deer was racing in her heart. Filled with joy, although Qiu Lingmeng was unsure of what she had done to earn such praise from Igu, she knew it was a good thing. Cautiously inching closer to Li Yi, she nestled against him. "Igu, you said you wouldn't trade me for any number of princesses. Is that really true?" Qiu Lingmeng asked with her sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation and innocence, as if illuminated by a light. "Haven't I already stated? No princess can compare to you. This new milestone must be closely related to that sentiment." Affirmed by Li Yi, Qiu Lingmeng beamed with pure delight that Igu is the best. She said, her smile appearing somewhat silly. Lingmeng. Hearing her name called, Qiu Lingmeng turned to see her parents at the entrance, who had come to visit her. "Father, mother, what brings you here?" Qiu Lingmeng ran forward, her voice brimming with joy. "We came to see you. Are you getting along well at the Li family?" Qiu Lingmeng nodded. "Yes, both my father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as Igu, are treating me very well. That's wonderful." Li stood up and said, "Uncle, Aunt, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave now and not intrude." "Master Li Yi, you jest. There's no intrusion at all. I fear we might be the ones interrupting you." Qiu Lichuan laughed heartily. After Li Yi took his leave, he intended to visit the alchemy chamber but was seized by Li Yuntian and carried to the front hall as a good luck charm. Following the contest for the seal among the three clans, various factions rushed to visit the Li family. And what was even more intimidating was that these visitors brought their daughters, forcibly initiating a second selection of wives. The allure for Li Yi was simply overwhelming. Even a slight connection would be advantageous. The opportunity was now. For in the future, it would be challenging to aspire to such heights. As for Li Yuntian's attitude, there was no need to ponder. His grin could nearly split his face. As for Li Yi, being treated as a good luck charm, he listened to the repeated compliments from each visitor, feeling as if he had lost his soul. Dulled and devoid of brilliance, that "I want milk." The tale of the three clans' contest for the seal spread just as anticipated. Within a day, discussions erupted across Su province, and within 3 days, neighboring states were also buzzing with the news. Those who had not witnessed the contest firsthand remained skeptical, for the events were simply too outrageous. To not harbor doubts would be abnormal. Meanwhile, those already connected to the Li family, such as the Baiyin Temple and the Yuanshan sect, received the news and undoubtedly rejoiced, arriving overnight with congratulatory gifts. Chapter 66. The Island Master of Qin Saint Island. The instrument spirit. This makes no sense. I looked at Qiu Lingmeng with disbelief. Despite his extensive research, she showed no reaction whatsoever. It was truly perplexing. Tapping his chin, he scrutinized her, while Qiu Lingmeng lowered her head like a child who had misbehaved, unable to meet Yi's eyes, feeling as if she had disappointed him once more. "Never mind. We shall take our time." Li sighed languidly and said, "Let's play the piano and see how your skills have progressed." Qiu Lingmeng smiled and nodded obediently, joining Li Yi to play the piano. The instrument was a gift from Li Yuntian to Qiu Lingmeng, although it could not compare to Xiao Qingyao's. It was still quite valuable. Gently plucking the strings, she played a melody for Li Yi. The lingering notes resonated beautifully, captivating the air. Under Li Yi's guidance, and through relentless practice, Qiu Lingmeng's piano skills had surged significantly during this period, earning her praise even from Xiao Qingyao, who remarked that Qiu Lingmeng would surpass her in just a few years. "Very good. You have made rapid progress." Li Yi nodded in approval. "It's all thanks to Gu's excellent teaching." Qiu Lingmeng acknowledged, knowing that without his guidance, she would not have reached such heights. "You possess talent as well." Just then, a hearty and vigorous voice echoed, "I see you two little ones have become addicted to praising each other." It was Lian. Great-grandfather, Li Yi called out obediently. Greetings, ancestor. Qiu Lingmeng rose to pay her respects. Good, 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 Li Yin exclaimed thrice, his complexion vibrant and full of life, as if he had rediscovered his youth. Li smiled and said, Great-grandfather, your cultivation has advanced remarkably. Yin stroked his beard. Ever since you combined the ancient cultivation methods to refine my techniques, my progress has been rapid. Indeed, I owe it all to you. Great-grandfather overstates it. That was merely my duty. Yin glanced at Qiu Lingmeng and the piano, then turned to Li Yi. I see you two have been practicing the piano. Although you possess unparalleled talent, you must still devote more attention to your cultivation. I understand. Yin stroked his beard again. It seems I haven't genuinely listened to the piano in quite some time. Showcase your full abilities and allow great-grandfather to appreciate your skills. Sitting upright, he expressed his desire to hear Li Yi's piano performance. Though he wasn't well versed in the art, he could certainly appreciate it. Very well. Li nodded and began to play. Qiu Lingmeng also settled down, attentively listening to Li Yi's performance, hoping to learn a thing or two from entered the zone and began to play. Yin listened intently, captivated, as the music transported him into a realm of thought. After a piece concluded, Li Yin stroked his beard, took a deep breath, and appeared contemplative, as if lost in memories. You truly are a prodigy. Your piano skills have reached such heights that merely playing can enrapture me, surpassing even those who specialize in the art. Yin praised a great-grandfather. Have you encountered practitioners of the piano path? Li Yi inquired curiously. Knowing that while the piano path wasn't entirely obscure, very few pursued it. Of course. In my youth, I had dealings with the island master of Qinsane Island. That woman, with her mastery of the piano path, could disrupt one's mind, leaving one defenseless. He furrowed his brow slightly. The island master of Qinsane Island? Li Yin knew her from his tone. It seemed there was animosity toward her great-grandfather. Could it be that you fell under her spell? Li Yin sighed deeply. That woman possesses formidable methods. I fell for her trick once. However, I do not consider her an enemy. Observing Li Yin's expression, it was evident there was a story behind it. An impish grin appeared on Li Yi's face. Great-grandfather, do share. Seeing Li Yi's curiosity, although reluctant to recount that past, Li Yin decided to indulge his great-grandson's inquisitiveness and began his tale. In my youth, there was a competition between the outstanding youths of the Great Qian and the Great Yin. Such competitions, which showcased national pride, attracted the top talents from both nations to participate, representing their country in battle, a supreme honor. I was one of them back then. Amidst the illustrious talents of the Great Qian, I was among the most exceptional, basking in an era of unparalleled glory. During that time, I forged numerous friendships, including one with the esteemed ruler of the Qinshe Island, known as Shangguan Tianqin. She was one of the foremost martial prodigies of the Great Qian, remarkably young, yet possessing formidable strength at that juncture. I had developed a close camaraderie with the seventh prince, who is now known as the Jing Wang. The Jing Wang harbored affections for Shangguan Tianqin and, in a bid to win her heart, dragged me along to her residence to confess his feelings. My astonishment, the Jing Wang, resembling a fool at the time, struggled to articulate his thoughts, inadvertently offending Shangguan Tianqin. Consequently, she unleashed her musical prowess, ensnaring both me and the seventh prince in a melodic trance, compelling us to declare our mutual admiration for one another in front of an audience, an experience that was utterly mortifying. Li Yin sighed deeply, his gaze filled with nostalgia for the days of his youth, brimming with memories. Lie, pondering the matter, nodded in agreement, concluding that it was hardly a matter of enmity, but rather a youthful folly. Back then, my ignorance of Shangguan Tianqin's abilities led me in her trap, yet I would never fall for such tricks again. Speaking of which, it has been ages since I last saw our cohort of prodigies. I wonder how many of them still draw breath. Yin reminisced. Overwhelmed by sentiment, Li, suddenly inspired, inquired about Shangguan Tianqin. Great-grandfather, is Shangguan Tianqin exceptionally gifted? As for the prowess of our generation's top prodigies, I cannot say for certain. However, given her talents, reaching the martial sovereign realm should pose little challenge for her. After all, she single-handedly established Qinshi Island, now a premier force LIE, intrigued, asked, "How does she compare to my master?" "You mean Xiao Hanyin?" "There's simply no comparison. Although she's a later arrival, her talents are extraordinary, surpassing those of Shangguan Tianqin. Moreover, she has the formidable backing of the Taiqing sect. Regarding appearance, Shangguan Tianqin and Xiao Hanyin are almost equal. Though Shangguan's aura is somewhat lacking, LIE, in contemplation, remarked, "Is my master truly that formidable?" "Indeed, Xiao Hanyin is exceptional, and she is younger than us. With access to ancient cultivation techniques, it won't be long before she becomes the strongest in the Great Qian." Suddenly, Li Yin cast a glance at Li Yi, chuckling, "I almost forgot about you, this prodigy. When it comes to talent, who can compare to you? Great-grandfather, is Shangguan Tianqin's mastery of the zither due to some extraordinary constitution?" Li Yi probed, sensing that Shangguan Tianqin's unique physique might connect with Qilingming. Surprised by the question, Li Yin replied, "How did you come to know that?" "Just a guess," Li Yi responded, noticing that Li Yin seemed to possess knowledge about it. Thus, he pressed further, "Great-grandfather, what do you know? Please enlighten me that you've guessed correctly. Shangguan Tianqin possesses the rare instrument spirit body." "The instrument spirit body? What kind of physique is that?" Li Yi asked, puzzled, having never heard of it before. Li Yin explained, "This physique is quite unique. You understand what an instrument spirit is, correct?" "Yes," Li Yi nodded. "The possessor of an instrument spirit body exists in a manner akin to an instrument spirit. They must find a weapon that resonates with their essence, perform a blood oath to claim it as their own, and only then can they truly activate their physique. Otherwise, cultivation will be exceedingly arduous. The effectiveness of their training and its limits depend not only on their innate talent, but also on the weapon they bond with." After Li Yan's explanation, Li Yi experienced an epiphany, finally grasping the situation. So, this is the key to awakening Qilingming's physique. Without understanding the instrument spirit body, I would never have deduced such a method. And oh wonder Qilingming is so attuned to the zither. It is the perfect artifact for her. Yin remarked, "I never anticipated you would discern Shangguan Tianqin's unique constitution." When the Jing Wang developed feelings for her, he investigated extensively, uncovering clues along the way. Speaking of which, Shangguan Tianqin has endured considerable misfortune. Her family was slaughtered, and she wandered with a treasured heirloom, ultimately forging a bond with their ancestral zither, awakening her physique and leading to her current circumstances. Li Yi inquired, "Great-grandfather, is the instrument spirit body powerful?" "It's hard to say. Aside from innate talent, it heavily relies on the weapon. The mightier the weapon, the stronger they become. Conversely, a weaker weapon limits their potential. Rumor has it that the instrument spirit body is a special physique from an ancient race, which once thrived in prosperity but has since faded into the annals of history. If one awakens the instrument spirit body, it signifies descent from this ancient lineage." Li nodded thoughtfully, realizing that activating Qilingming's physique required utmost diligence. Recalling that the system's space still housed the Tian Shengjin Qinqin, he thought that since he had no use for it, it might be better suited for Qilingming. Good things should be put to use rather than wasted. Furthermore, with the timeline altered, Qilingming was now a devoted admirer rather than the vengeful antagonist of the original narrative. Assisting Qilingming in awakening her physique should mark a significant milestone. It seemed a prudent course of action, achieving two objectives with one endeavor. To Great-grandfather, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Li Yi hastily departed, pulling Qilingming along. "Child, how old are you? You should focus more on your cultivation," Li Yin admonished, exasperated. "Understood," Li Yi replied, bemused, wondering why he sounded as if he were up to no good. Once in his room, he closed the door behind him. "Go. What are you planning?" Qilingming asked, a hint of shyness and trepidation in her voice. Li stroked his chin, revealing a smile. Qilingming felt a pang of nervousness under his gaze. Standing frozen in place, Li retrieved the Tian Shengjin Qinqin. Qilingming blinked in astonishment, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the instrument. The ancient aura emanating from it was unmistakable. It was clearly no ordinary zither, exuding an extraordinary presence. This is zither? Qilingming pondered. It was evident to her that it was indeed a zither, yet its design was remarkably extravagant, far from conventional. Why does the zither have 16 strings? Most zither have only 7. She mused, bewildered by its unconventionality. Li held the Tian Shengjin Qin Qin. A sense of intimacy washed over him, likely due to his cultivation of the Tian Shengjin Gong. As an ancient artifact, the zither possessed a degree of self-awareness, and judging by its response, it seemed to desire to acknowledge Li Yi as its master, resonating with his Tian Shengjin Gong. However, Li Yi had no interest in claiming the zither for himself, and instead offered it to Qilingming. Ego. What is this? Qilingming asked, bewildered as she stared at the Tian Shengjin Qin Qin. I haven't given you a gift in a long while. This zither, named Tian Shengjin Qin Qin, is perfect for you. It is a present from me, Li Yi declared. Qilingming felt deeply moved. A gift? This was the first gift she had ever received from Ego, and it appeared to be quite precious. Her heart raced, and a blush crept on her cheeks. This gift is too valuable. Li Yi interjected. This is your first gift from your fiancée. How could you refuse it? If you do, would that mean you wish to break off our engagement? He wielded the ultimate trump card with ease. No. I don't want to. Qilingming protested, accepting the Tian Shengjin Qin Qin. There's one more thing. Li pressed his finger to Qilingming's forehead, imparting the Tian Shengjin Gong to her. The two must be practiced in conjunction. This is. Qilingming gazed at the Tian Shengjin Gong, feeling a sense of familiarity, as it resembled the zither techniques Li Yi had taught her. What I usually teach you is actually a form of cultivation technique. You must diligently practice it alongside this zither. Understood? Qilingming nodded earnestly, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Li Yi, tears welling in her eyes. She had never felt so cherished before. I must not disappoint Ege's expectations. What are you waiting for? You must acknowledge it as your own. Li Yi urged it. I need to acknowledge it. Qilingming was taken aback, unaware of this requirement. Of course. This is no ordinary zither. You must recognize it as yours and cultivate alongside this technique, Li Yi clarified. How do I acknowledge it? Qilingming asked, confused. I will assist you. Li grasped Qilingming's hand, pricking her finger to let her blood fall upon the Tian Shengjin Qin Qin. Ouch! Qilingming inhaled sharply, feeling a twinge of pain. Unlike Li Yi, she could only adopt the most traditional method of establishing a bond, seeking the recognition of the heavenly saint's silent melody zither. As she entered the recognition ceremony, Qilingming embraced the zither, closed her eyes, and communed with it through her spirit, hoping to gain its approval. He stood by, guiding her while using his own abilities to assist her. The heavenly saint's silent melody zither, a divine artifact awakened with a consciousness comparable to that of a mature individual. After Li Yi's help in communication, the zither ultimately chose Qilingming as its master. In the next moment, the strings of the zither vibrated and emitted a melodious sound, as if signing a pact of recognition with Qilingming. Slowly opening her eyes, she felt a rejuvenated sense of self, experiencing something unprecedented. Excitedly, she looked at Li Yi and exclaimed, I think I succeeded. Li Yi smiled and replied, I told you, you are a genius. Chapter 68. Supreme Bone what? Lingming is actually a spirit artifact body. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Could someone please enlighten me on what a spirit artifact body is? Upon learning that Qilingming was a spirit artifact body, the crowd was first astonished, then puzzled, querying the nature of such a body. They were completely in the dark. They had never heard of a spirit artifact body. But it certainly sounded extraordinary. Li shouted, Great-grandfather. At his call, Li Yin appeared in an instant, as if summoned, with a piece of noodle still hanging from his mouth. Ear. What is the matter? Li Yin inquired. Li Yi flashed an innocent smile. After a moment, everyone gazed at Qilingming with incredulous expressions, and upon understanding the concept of a spirit artifact body, they realized how deeply she had concealed her true nature. To think she was a spirit artifact body. After all this time together, they had been utterly oblivious. Under their scrutinizing stares, Qilingming shyly pressed her lips together, lowering her head in embarrassment, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as she edged closer to Li Yi. Li Yin began to understand why Li Yi had inquired so thoroughly about the spirit artifact body. He must have known Qilingming's true nature, which prompted his detailed questions. Curious, he pondered how Li Yi had discerned Qilin Ming's identity as a spirit artifact body and even assisted her in awakening it. Was this what one referred to as the keen insight of a genius? To think Ling Ming is a spirit artifact body, Li Yuntian chuckled. Is this a pleasant surprise? Initially, I found Qilin Ming rather ordinary as Li Yi's betrothed. I always accepted her somewhat reluctantly, but it appears I underestimated this little girl. To be precise, he had underestimated Li Yi's discernment. Yi is a once-in-an-era genius. How could his judgment be flawed? It was his own vision that was too narrow. Looking at Qilin Ming, he felt no further dissatisfaction. A spirit artifact body was indeed worthy of His insight is truly remarkable. We all missed it. Yet he saw it. This is a cause for celebration, Li Yuntian exclaimed, clapping the armrest of his chair. Of course. I am a genius, and a genius's insight cannot be lacking, Li Yi replied with a smile. Then turned to Qilin Ming. See, I told you, you are a genius. You must believe me. Yes, I believe whatever Yi says. Qilin Ming nodded obediently. To think she was truly a genius. Qilin Ming had never considered herself as such, nor had anyone ever declared her a genius. Only Yi had recognized her potential, and it was he who truly made her a genius. All of this was because of him. Milestone achieved in the reversal plot task. You have become an indispensable part of Qilin Ming's life, occupying her entire heart and becoming the most important man in her life. She wishes to be with you for eternity, and in her heart, there lies not only love for you, but also a lifelong debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid in this life or the next. Reward obtained. Supreme bone, supreme bone. A bone adorned with runes that grants its master a precious skill, with power rivaling that of ancient divine beasts. Anyone possessing the supreme bone will grow to become a supreme being among humans. The supreme bone is quite remarkable. The reward is impressive, seemingly transcending this realm. Observing the bashful yet joyful Qilin Ming, Li pondered how many more milestones could be achieved. Qilin Ming's feelings for him deepened significantly. She was now utterly devoted, and further breakthroughs in their bond would be challenging. In this situation, any additional milestones would likely require physical intimacy. Alas, what could a mere child achieve? To celebrate Qilin Ming's awakening as a spirit artifact body. The Li family held festivities, not bothering to hide the news, allowing it to spread freely. The reactions were predominantly shock, envy, and jealousy. Before they knew it, winter had arrived. The snow fell thickly, and this snowfall was far less impactful than the one during Li Yi's use of the flying snow sword. Ego, I just learned a new piece. Would you like to hear me play? Qilin Ming asked shyly. This little girl often appeared timid and reserved, whenever she mastered a new piece or made progress in her cultivation. She would rush to Li Yi to report her achievements and showcase them to him. Of course, Li Yi replied. Qilin Ming waved her hand, retrieving a zither from her storage ring to perform for him. It was not the Heavenly Saint's silent melody zither. Qilin Ming had only recently established a connection with it and needed more time to adapt. With her current level of cultivation, she was not yet capable of performing a complete piece on the Heavenly Saint's silent melody zither. Fortunately, after activating her physique, Qilin Ming's progress surged, her talents blossoming, and, with Li Yi's assistance, she shed her former title of a waste. The young lady's zither skills have greatly improved, Wan Ning praised as she approached. Not really, Qilin Ming replied bashfully, biting her lip. Ego, what do you think? Very good, quite impressive. Li Yi nodded in approval. Young master, young mistress, breakfast is ready, Wan Ning announced. She took care of Li Yi's daily needs, and, as Li Yi's fiancée, Qilin Ming was also under her watch. They sat down at the dining table, which was laden with delicious dishes. Though Li Yi had a poor appetite, he looked at Wan Ning. Young master, Madam asked me to supervise your diet. You must refrain from drinking milk, Wan Ning said. Looking troubled, Li Yi's expression turned to one of despair. Feeling utterly disheartened, seeing his forlorn state, Wan Ning relented. All right. She reluctantly produced a milk bottle and handed it to Li Yi. He took it and began to sip eagerly. Young master, you really should stop. If you can't quit later on, it won't be. Wan Ning expressed her concerns, glancing at Qilin Ming. Qilin Ming looked puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind Wan Ning's strange gaze. Li Yi retorted, I'm just a child. Drinking milk is perfectly normal. Wan Ning responded, aside from your body and age, it's hard to see how you resemble a child at all. Young master, Madam said that tonight we're going to the temple fair. Wan Ning suddenly recalled. Temple fair? Li Yi asked, perplexed. Yes, the temple fair. What is the point of that? I'd rather stay home and cultivate. Ling Ming, don't you agree? Li Yi expressed his disinterest in the temple fair. Ling Ming nodded, thinking that if Yi Gu was uninterested, then she too would not be keen on it. Wan Ning replied, Madam insisted that you both must go. Li sighed in exasperation. What is the point of watching a bunch of bald monks burn incense? Bald monks? Wan Ning blinked in surprise. Never mind. Let us just go. Li Yi sighed again, resigned. That night, the Li family set out for the temple fair. The fair was primarily for burning incense and praying to deities for peace and prosperity in the coming year. Although Li Yi had no desire to attend, he had no choice but to comply with Xiao Qingya's request, which included seeking blessings for a harmonious marriage with Ling Ming. Thus, he reluctantly participated. Dealing with adults is truly challenging. Chapter 69. Master, hand over all your money. Upon arriving at the temple fair, the place was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity. The noise was cacophonous and lively. The carriage was stuck in the throng, and Li pulled back the curtain to peer outside, where he saw nothing but a crowd. Squeezed in like sardines, he longed for the warmth of his home and the embrace of Wan Ning. Though a bit flat, it was warm and fragrant, and it felt comforting to hold. He glanced at Wan Ning. Young master, what is wrong? Nothing, he replied, casting a sidelong glance at Wan Ning's chest, wondering why there had been no change after a year. Had she been heeding his advice to drink milk diligently? He turned to Xiao Qingya and thought to himself, Mother, hold me. He opened his arms, inviting Xiao Qingya to embrace him. Sitting in the carriage had left him with a sore back and bottom, and he was in dire need of comfort. You rascal! Xiao Qingya sighed in exasperation, picking him up and placing him on her lap, holding him close to Li nestled comfortably in her arms, feeling quite at ease. You little mischief maker. Xiao Qingya reached out and playfully poked Li Yi's cheek. The child remained as adorable as ever. It had been quite some time since she had pinched his rosy face, and she couldn't resist the urge to do so again. The sensation was reminiscent of the past, perhaps even more delightful. For the sake of Li Yi's growth, Xiao Qingya had refrained from being this close to him for a while. Though reluctant, she understood the necessity of nurturing his sense of independence and self-awareness. After all, he was nearly 2 years old and could not remain cradled in his mother's embrace, sipping milk indefinitely. Such was the way of things that, in reality, her efforts bore no fruit. Li Yi's dependence on his mother remained unchanged. Madam, the road ahead is closed to vehicles. We kindly ask that you disembark. Very well. Xiao Qingya took Li Yi's hand, while Wan Ning held on to Ling Ming, and they exited the carriage. Sister Qingya, the first wife, Bai Lian, and the second wife, Gong Wenyue, were ahead, having also alighted from their carriage. Accompanied by several members of the Li family, Li Yuntian had initially intended to accompany them, but his numerous responsibilities prevented his attendance. Let us proceed, they agreed, heading towards the temple to offer incense. Upon noticing the arrival of the Li family, the crowd parted to make way. The Li family's display this year is truly grand. Speak less. Have you considered the Li family's current influence? This is rather modest by their standards. If I were in the Li family, I would surpass this display tenfold. Upon reaching the temple, a group of monks greeted them warmly, guiding them to the position for the first incense offering. The incense at this temple was not something to be taken lightly, especially the first offering, which Li Yi recalled from his previous world, where one would need to spend over 100,000 just to secure a spot during the New Year celebrations. The Buddha bestows blessings upon those with virtue. Li Yi sighed, recalling that shaving one's head could indeed be profitable. The abbot, overhearing Li Yi's words, clasped his hands together and reverently uttered, Amitba, followed by a single word, good. Young Master Li Yi, your innate wisdom suggests a connection with our Buddhist teachings. With such talent, you are destined to become a disciple of the Buddha. Why not take refuge with us? The abbot wore a benevolent smile. Li Yi remained silent, his expression neutral, suppressing a chuckle at the abbot's words. Did he truly believe this? It seemed he might even convince himself with his own rhetoric, just as he had imagined. The abbot was intent on luring Na'vi youths into shaving their heads. You wish for me to take refuge in Buddhism upon our first encounter. Li Yi's countenance darkened. The abbot was not merely interested in Li Yi's potential. He was more focused on the Li family's wealth. A faint smile crept across Li Yi's lips as he clasped his hands together, embodying the demeanor of a Confucian sage, exuding a formidable presence. Revered abbot, the Buddha is compassionate. When the time is right, connections will naturally flourish. Good, the abbot replied. So, have you found your connection with the Buddha? I recite scriptures daily. Have you found your connection? The essence of cultivation lies within. Then, esteemed abbot, is it that your connection has yet to manifest? The abbot gazed into Li Yi's innocent eyes, swallowing the words he had been about to speak, that he felt an invisible pressure emanating from the child. Was this lad deliberately provoking him? Nay, connection is a matter of... Li Yi interjected. The Buddha teaches that wealth is but an external possession. Perhaps your connection has not been realized due to your attachment to worldly possessions. Why not bestow your riches upon me? Wealth is the root of all evil. Esteemed abbot, you should relinquish everything and dedicate yourself to the pursuit of enlightenment. Allow me to bear the weight of all sins. You may rest assured that you will come to understand your bond with the Buddha. The abbot's jaw dropped, enough to fit in EGG. This child, trying to deceive me. I have always been the one to deceive others. It is the first time anyone has attempted to deceive me. It seemed the abbot was reluctant to part with his worldly possessions. Since he could not do so, how could he guide others toward renunciation? Isn't this misleading the youth? Li Yi challenged. The abbot took a deep breath, maintaining his benevolent smile. Young master, you are unaware. Thus, it appears it is you who lack sincerity, not truly wishing to renounce the material world. No wonder you lack a connection with the Buddha. The abbot's lips twitched involuntarily, as if his composure was slipping. Has the young master achieved such a state? I am not a disciple of the Buddha. Why should I adhere to such practices? Esteemed abbot, it is curious that you would impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. You must heed the teachings of the Buddha and avoid straying from the path. Li Yi said earnestly. Xiao Qingya chuckled softly, saying, This child, please forgive him, esteemed abbot. He is merely a child and does not know better. Li, with utmost seriousness, replied, Mother, one must not speak to the abbot in such a manner, nor offer apologies. The abbot is a good person who seeks to enlighten all beings and will forgive our transgressions. Apologizing would be a sign of disrespect. A true master, with a compassionate heart, would not hold our faults against us. Xiao Qingya. Very well, I understand. Please do not continue speaking. She wore an awkward yet polite smile, momentarily at a loss for words. The abbot found it hard to refute this statement and offered an awkward smile, saying, The young master speaks wisely. Li yawned, displaying disinterest. Mother, I wish to take Ling Ming elsewhere to play. He took Ling Ming's hand and ran off. Child, be careful. She turned to the guards beside her. Why are you not following? I shall go as well. Wan Ning followed Li Yi and Xiao Lingming. Li harbored no belief in such matters. Indeed, there are good people, but they are few. Based on a brief exchange, he sensed that the abbot was dubious. Ego, where are we going? Xiao Lingming asked, her large eyes fixed on Li Yi, seemingly captivated by him alone. Let's explore, he replied, leading her by her soft little hand as they wandered about. Spotting a vendor selling sweet treats, he tugged at Lingming's hand, saying, Come, let us purchase some snacks. This one, I would like a portion of this. Wan Ning, please pay. Young master, we just had dinner. Can you finish all this? Wan Ning inquired as she paid. Of course. He noticed several familiar figures nearby and furrowed his brow slightly. His memory was sharp, and he recognized them as members of the Wang and Song families. Acting suspiciously like thieves, without a doubt, a plot was afoot. Young master, do not wander off. Where are you going? Wan Ning called after Li Yi, who pointed towards the furtive members of the Wang and Song families. Look over there. Are those not members of the Wang and Song families? They seem to be up to something. Wan Ning followed his gesture but did not recognize them. Shall we return and inform him, madam? Indeed, Li Yi nodded, racing back to find Xiao Qingya. Just as Li Yi was about to leave with Xiao Lingming, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent, A chilling dart flew towards him. Li instinctively perceived the danger, releasing Ling Meng and pushing her aside just in time to evade the projectile. The icy dart struck an unfortunate bystander. A scream echoed, drawing the attention of the crowd. The unfortunate soul collapsed, clutching their wound in agony. Li examined the injury, recognizing the dart as one laced with deadly poison, a realization that sent waves of panic through the throng. Assassins, protect the young master. The guards swiftly surrounded Li, ensuring his safety at that moment. A group of cloaked figures emerged from both sides, skilled and ruthless, intent on eliminating Li. Arrows rained down from a distance, aimed directly at him. Quickly, young master, flee. We will shield you. The guards urged. Futile. We are surrounded and cannot escape. Li assessed the dire situation, recognizing it as a well-orchestrated ambush. The elite guards, all of whom were martial kings, formed a protective barrier around Li, Qiu Lingming, and Wan Ning, momentarily fending off the assailants. Wan Ning anxiously held Li and Ling Ming close. Wan Ning, you should hold on to Ling Ming that I possess greater strength than both of you if you carry me. It will hinder my ability to fight, Li stated. Oh, Wan Ning replied, loosening her grip. Seeing Li's calm demeanor, she wondered if such composure was typical for a child. You are not afraid, young master? Wan Ning couldn't help but ask. We are under attack. Li yawned, finding the situation rather dull. What is there to fear? They cannot kill me. Fear and panic will only cause chaos and provide them with an opportunity. Wan Ning. Speechless, she thought, the young master is indeed extraordinary. He is a prodigy. The temple fair was a chaotic scene, with people scrambling for safety while some retaliated against the assassins, resulting in utter pandemonium. On the other side, Xiao Qingya observed the chaos and the cries of assassins, realizing the gravity of the situation. She quickly dispatched someone to locate and protect Li He found himself ensnared in the circle of assassins. While those who had once fled now found themselves forced back up the mountain, a throng of black-clad figures surged up the slope. What shall we do, young master? Wan Ning, filled with anxiety, exclaimed upon seeing such a multitude of assassins. Her composure instantly shattered. Li remained unfazed, observing the assembly of black-clad assassins, numbering in the hundreds, their scale formidable and their strength not to be underestimated. Was this the handiwork of the Wang and Song families? The guards of the Li family arrived promptly, rushing to provide assistance as they engaged in combat with the assailants. Besides the Li family members, a few others from different clans also joined the fray against the assassins. Regardless of whom these assassins targeted, such a massive onslaught, indiscriminately slaying all in sight, rendered any notion of spectating utterly impossible. Are you all right? Xiao Qingya hurried over and embraced Li, only releasing a breath of relief upon confirming his safety. Clutching him tightly in fear of any misfortune befalling him, I'm fine. Mother, you reckless child, you mustn't run off next time, Xiao Qingya admonished, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sheer number of attackers before them. Bai Lian stepped forward, sword in hand. You all retreat, await rescue. She positioned herself to shield Xiao Qingya and Li as the crowd instinctively banded together, forming a defensive line against the assassins. Is it coming for the second wife, Gong Wenyue, inquired curiously. They raised his head, a naive expression adorning his face. Don't look at me. I know nothing, no idea. Xiao Qingya shook her head. This grand spectacle doesn't appear to be an assassination, but rather an invasion of massacre. Gong Wenyue remarked, her brow furrowed. The strength of the assassins was formidable. With their current manpower, breaking free seemed implausible, and they could only await rescue, Li stated. It's the people from the Wang and Song families. What? Stunned gazes were directed at Li as they questioned. How do you know? The baseless assertion left them incredulous. If it were indeed the Wang and Song families, such a grand display would surely leave behind some trace. Did they not fear the court's retribution, risking extermination of their clans? I saw people from the Wang and Song families lurking about, plotting something sinister. It must be this, Li elucidated. Then why didn't you inform me sooner? I was just about to return to tell you when they struck. There was no time, Li explained. Xiao Qingya, All right, that a hint of exasperation crossed her face as she observed Li Yi's calm demeanor. Curiosity piqued, she asked her, "Are you not afraid? What is there to fear?" "Mother, if you are frightened, hold on to me. I will protect you." Li embraced Xiaoqingya's neck, drawing close to her. Xiaoqingya. Truly a loss for words now. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. To think that a mere child would offer protection. Though she felt a wave of incredulity, her heart swelled with warmth. This child had not been in vain. These two families truly seek their own demise. Gong Wenyue fumed. How dare they engage in such acts? Are they not afraid of extermination? Perhaps they are cornered and desperate, yet they underestimate us gravely, remarked an elder of the Li family, that moment. Another group approached swiftly, their numbers significant, seemingly allied with the black-clad assassins. Unlike the assassins, they were not cloaked in black, and their garments revealed them to be members of the Song and Wang families. Led by the heads of the families, Song Chongfeng and Wang Hanlin. "Indeed, it is you. Your audacity is astounding. Are you rebelling? Do you not fear extermination?" "Rebellion? What a grand accusation," Song Chongfeng scoffed. Wang Hanlin added, "Delay invites change. Strike, kill them all." Without further ado, they launched their assault. With the elite forces of both families present, their strength was immense, and one anticipated such a drastic measure from these two families. Even if they succeeded, the court would inevitably enact retribution. The motives behind their actions remained a mystery. Were they truly willing to risk everything? Faced with the combined might of the two families, the defenders found themselves utterly outmatched. Retreating step by step, unable to hold their ground, "Great-grandfather," Li Yi shouted. Chapter 71. The two families betray the nation. Experts have died. Great-grandfather. At the sound of Li Yi's call, a figure appeared in the air. Li Yin. He stood poised above, surveying the coalition of the two families, a corpse in hand. "You lad, remarkably calm under pressure. I thought you might not call for help." Li Yin chuckled, "That I may be calm, but I'm still young and cannot contend with them. So I had no choice but to summon great-grandfather." Li Yi replied with an innocent smile. Li Yin smiled indulgently, then turned serious as he regarded the two family leaders, tossing the corpse at their feet. Having been covertly guarding Li Yi, Li Yin had sensed something amiss, but refrained from acting until the two families made their move, thereby avoiding alarming them. This corpse, one from the Wang family and one from the Song family, belonged to their strongest warriors. The moment he detected them, Li Yin struck swiftly, dispatching them with an astonishing display of skill. To deal with these two individuals, a master of the martial sovereign realm, was akin to a dimensional strike, effortlessly overwhelming. Though confronting the two families openly would be problematic due to the laws of the Great Qian, Li Yin's strength had yet to reach a level where he could defy the entirety of the Great Qian, necessitating adherence to certain principles. Now, with these two families engaging in such treachery, Li Yin was fully justified in obliterating them. Faced with a martial sovereign, the two family heads displayed no panic. "You truly value Li Yi." Having a martial sovereign lurking in the shadows for protection, Song Chongfeng remarked with a smirk. Yin's expression was one of disdain as he looked down upon Song Chongfeng. "What other tricks do you have? Show them all." Their lack of alarm suggested they had anticipated this. If they had foreseen it, they must have a countermeasure against a martial sovereign. This piqued Li Yin's curiosity about what methods they had in store. "You guessed correctly. We indeed have a backup." As the words fell, a string of prayer beads flew toward Li Yin's back. Such an attack was insufficient to harm Li Yin, who effortlessly shattered the beads with a flick of his wrist. Turning to face the assailant, he recognized the abbot. Think it was you." All eyes turned to the abbot, who had allied with the two families. Upon reflection, it made sense to lay such a trap and conceal so many individuals. There was no way he could be uninvolved. "It just you lot. You are still not enough," Li Yin said, surveying the surroundings with caution. The abbot, merely a 3-star martial emperor, was unworthy to even carry Li Yin's shoes. How could he possibly serve as a contingency for the two families? Umitba, the abbot clasped his hands together, and suddenly a formation erupted from the ground, enveloping the entire temple area. Yin immediately struck, aiming a palm at the formation, but his attack was intercepted and dispersed. Seeing this, Li Yin frowned. As he suspected, there were indeed other skilled fighters present, someone capable of dismantling his assault. Ayin, long time no see. I never expected you to have broken through. Congratulations. Two figures appeared in the distance, traversing the air toward him. Ayin's gaze locked onto them, astonished. To think it is you. Both individuals were at the martial sovereign level. One-star martial sovereigns, and were familiar to Li Yin, peers of his generation. You both have also reached the martial sovereign realm, beyond their identities. Li Yin was more taken aback by their strength, both matching him at the one-star martial sovereign level. Upon seeing them, Li Yin suddenly comprehended, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Hanlin and Song Changfeng. You have allied with Dian. Is this a coordinated effort? Haha, did you not expect this? Did you truly think we would sit idly by? Song Changfeng laughed heartily. Indeed, I did not foresee it. To ally with the enemy nation is truly disgraceful. Li Yin seethed, his teeth clenched in anger. What other choice is there? Once we see Shuzhou, what will your Li family amount to? The entirety of Shuzhou will belong to my Song family. Song Changfeng cackled malevolently to Ayin raised an eyebrow and unleashed a palm strike from a distance. Boom! In the next moment, the cackling Song Changfeng was reduced to a pulp. Describing Song Changfeng's state as one of hubris would be an understatement. At such close range, Li Yin could eliminate him with a single strike, and the two martial sovereigns were too late to intervene. From their expressions, it seemed they had no intention of stopping him. They allowed Li Yin to slaughter the two families, undoubtedly viewing them as mere tools. Save, Wang Hanlin barely uttered a word before Li Yin struck. Meeting the same fate as Song Changfeng, Ayin turned to the abbot. I can understand their betrayal, but what reason do you have for betraying the great Qian? The Li family was on the rise, and the Wang and Song families were destined to decline. If this continued, they would face a dead end. Aligning with the enemy nation appeared to them as a path to survival, a gamble of sorts. Unfortunately, they lost their wager. Never had Li Yin anticipated the betrayal of these two families. Surely, Dian had plotted for quite some time in preparation for this offensive. The abbot, who claimed to save all beings, left Li Yin puzzled as to his motivations. The abbot clasped his hands. My Buddha is compassionate. Great Qian has waged wars for years, exhausting the people's resources and harming lives, which is a detriment to heavenly virtue. I, too, act for the sake of the common folk. Yin chuckled derisively. Indeed, all bald monks are the same. You can stoop to such absurdities. Are the lives lost in Great Qian not lives? Laboring the people and wasting wealth? Master, is your staff made of gold? The abbot sighed deeply and replied, Aren't you a disciple of the Buddha? How could you possibly know of our compassion? Li Yin said nothing further to the abbot and raised his hand for a slap. However, this time, he was intercepted by the two men. Striking a master of the Buddhist sect is a grave offense that tarnishes one's merit. The esteemed master deserves our respect. Yin remained expressionless, questioning whether they truly believed their own words. Who were they trying to impress? Suddenly, Li Yin realized, oh, I understand. They intend for the Wang and Song families to collaborate and seize Shuzhou, then bring in the esteemed master to stabilize the people's hearts. What a clever scheme. What was promised to the master? A golden Buddha. The abbot clasped his hands together, stating, Wealth is but an external possession. For us disciples of the Buddha, it is akin to refuse. Everything we do is merely to save sentient beings. Clap. A loud applause echoed, revealing it was Li Yi. His small hands clapped incessantly, producing a resounding sound. Yin turned to the two men. Make your move. Let me see how much you have progressed over the years. Three martial masters engaged in combat, a divine clash that left the ordinary folk in peril, prompting many to retreat and avoid being caught in the fray. After the death of their family head, the two clans found themselves leaderless, floundering in confusion as a group of black-clad assassins surged forth, indiscriminately slaughtering. What was happening? The crowd was perplexed, unsure of which side was which to. He looked towards the sky and discerned a hint of the formation amidst the flickering patterns. This formation was siphoning life. The novel could be downloaded via the open source, free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or open source address, Please request a refund immediately and report the vendor. Author's email. xingyvoutlook.com authors QQ. 201-759-3710 official QQ group. 149050832 official TG group. https t.me FQ tool chapter 72. Li's hidden card What is amiss with this formation? Shout Qingya inquired, surprised that Li Yi could comprehend the formation. Lie, proficient in various languages, viewed the array patterns as a form of language, thus understanding them. This formation would consume the lives of cultivators as energy to activate the teleportation. This is bad. It is a teleportation array. I fear the troops from Dian are already prepared to arrive. Once they teleport in, Shuzhou will undoubtedly fall. Damn it. Is this their true aim? Do not worry. Reinforcements are on the way to this moment. The battle between Li Yin and the two martial masters had escalated into a fierce struggle. From the unfolding combat, it was evident that Li Yin, facing two opponents, was not at a disadvantage. After refining his cultivation method with ancient techniques, Li Yin not only experienced a breakthrough in realm, but also elevated his strength to a new level. No longer a mere one-star martial master. Driving back the two, he had previously worried about his ability to compete, but now he felt increasingly confident. You two must be on drugs, given Li Yan's understanding of the two. Their cultivation talent was inferior to his own, making it impossible for them to reach the martial master realm. The only possibility left was that they had resorted to drugs. That I never expected your strength to reach such heights. Initially, they thought that as martial masters, they could easily handle Li Yin, yet they found themselves at a disadvantage, unable to match him even when combined. Glancing below, one of them noted, "The time is ripe. You hold off Li Yin while I alter the formation." Understood. One engaged Li Yin, while the other manipulated the array, transforming it. The formation unfurled, revealing a dazzling array in the sky, evolving into a teleportation array. This is bad. Li Yin sensed the impending doom and rushed to intervene, but found himself tightly entangled. He attacked with all his might, but the other party braced against him, heedless of injury, solely intent on stalling him. To kill a martial master of Li Yan's caliber, despite his overwhelming strength, the opponent's reckless determination meant it would take considerable effort. However, Li Yin had no time to spare as he saw the formation changing. Unable to extricate himself, the teleportation array completed its transformation. The formation activated, radiating brilliant light. An energy pillar slanted, signaling the commencement of the teleportation. The array drew upon the blood and flesh of deceased cultivators as its power source. Though this method was cruel and costly, it proved highly effective. The energy pillar vanished, replaced by a battalion of soldiers clad in black armor, embodying the essence of Dian. This elite force exuded a chilling aura of battlefield ferocity. Unmistakably seasoned veterans, the deployment of such a military unit indicated Dian's unwavering intent to seize Shuzhou. This is bad. We must flee. Upon sighting this formidable army, chaos ensued as the crowd scrambled to escape. Faced with the charge of this elite force, how could they hope to resist? Meanwhile, outside, Shuzhou's governor Jiang Yao had arrived with local troops. Upon witnessing the teleportation array and the armored soldiers of Dian, he was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Prepare for battle. Confront the enemy forces. Cover their retreat. Charge. As the two armies clashed, it was evident the local forces stood no chance against Dian's ironclad troops. Whether in terms of strength, equipment, coordination, or combat experience, they could only barely hold their ground to buy time. Are you all right? Li Yuntian sighed in relief upon seeing several ladies and Li Yi emerge unscathed. Thankful they were safe. After receiving the news, he swiftly rallied the Li family's forces, grateful they had not arrived too late. Upon learning of the events, Li Yuntian's face darkened with fury. They deserved to die for their treachery against the nation. We must leave immediately. It's too dangerous here, Billion advised. You should evacuate Shuzhou first. If nothing goes awry, the borders will likely be in chaos as well. That if we do not stall this army, coordinating with the inside and outside forces, in less than 3 days, several provinces will fall, and it will be nearly impossible to recover. Yuntian analyzed. Reinforcement from nearby provinces will arrive shortly, if they set off upon receiving the news. They should arrive in 3 hours. We must hold our ground for 3 hours. You all leave first. Follow me into battle." With a loud shout, the Li family members rallied to Li Yuntian's side. Prepare to confront the Dian army, and by time this moment, Li Yin continued his fierce battle with the two martial masters. With the addition of the armored soldiers, Li Yin found himself in a precarious situation. Although he could kill, the numbers were overwhelming, and with those two to contend with, he risked distraction. The only option left was to retreat. Otherwise, he might perish within. The teleportation array continued to glow, and yet another batch of troops materialized. "You Dian are indeed prepared." Yin exhaled deeply, but the opponent showed no mercy, relentlessly exerting pressure on him. "We have indeed plotted for a long time, utilizing the resources of your three families to recover our losses. You should defeat us first." The battle continued this moment. Li Yi urged, "We must withdraw quickly. I wonder if we can hold them off this time." Many displayed anxious expressions, knowing a great battle was inevitable. If Shuzhou fell, the consequences would be dire. Li observed Xiao Qingyao's worried gaze and smiled reassuringly. "Mother, do not fret. It is quite simple to deal with them." Xiao Qingyao looked at Li Yi with confusion. Questioning what plan he had devised, Li appeared calm and composed, exuding an air of confidence. "If you have something to say, please speak plainly. Do not keep us in suspense," Li replied. "Can I have milk afterward?" Xiao Qingyao revealed a kind smile, of course. She did not perceive Li Yi's statement as a jest. This little one often brought unexpected surprises, and she chose to trust him for now. If Li Yi was merely joking, Xiao Qingyao would ensure he understood the meaning of strict mother, providing him with a complete childhood. He opened his palm to reveal a crushed jade slip. "What is this?" Xiao Qingyao queried. Puzzled by the significance of a shattered jade slip, Li explained, "This was given to me by my master. If I encounter danger, breaking the jade slip will summon my master to protect me. Given my master's strength, he should arrive swiftly." Xiao Qingyao inquired, "If you possess such a thing, why did you not mention it sooner?" Li Yi, with an innocent demeanor, replied, "You never asked, and my master said that hidden cards should be kept secure and not casually shown to others." Xiao Qingyao sighed, wishing to provide Li Yi with a complete childhood, yet gazing at his chubby, innocent face, she thought better of it. "You were intentionally trading with your mother, weren't you?" Xiao Qingyao saw through Li Yi's intentions. Li Yi declared earnestly, "I am just a child. What ill intentions could I possibly have?" Chapter 73. The terrifying power of Xiao Hanyin, the ruthless killing machine Li Yin, prepare to meet your end. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift death. Alternatively, your Li family may join us, and Shuzhou will be yours in the future. What say you?" Li Yin let out a chuckle. "The last person who harbored such thoughts has just been dispatched by my hand. You are merely courting your own demise." The two assailants flanked Li Yin, while the armored troops sought to restrain his offensive tempo, intent on confining him to an inescapable fate. Li Yin was already stretched thin, his stamina waning. Should he be cornered, death was all but guaranteed. Once he was dealt with, the two martial masters would join the fray, and Suzhou's forces would stand no chance against such overwhelming might. "Embrace your end," they declared in unison, launching their fatal strikes at Li Yin. "Damn it," Li Yin exclaimed, employing his martial skills to fend them off, his spirit flagging, just as it seemed he could no longer withstand their onslaught. A colossal palm imprint descended from the heavens. Emerging from the clouds, the enormous mark with elongated fingers belonged to a woman. The azure imprint crashed down upon one of the martial masters. "What?" The man gasped in shock, hastily attempting to defend himself. However, his efforts were rendered futile against the overwhelming force of the palm. The imprint was irresistible, shattering his defenses and crushed him mercilessly to the ground, along with the armored troops beneath it. As the palm imprint vanished, the martial master lay grievously injured, blood streaming from his orifices, barely clinging to life. Utterly incapacitated, the armored troops beneath the imprint had perished without hope of revival. The remaining martial master gazed skyward, his heart racing with trepidation, contemplating the sheer terror of such formidable power that could extinguish a one-star martial master with a single blow. Above, A crescent moon illuminated the scene, beneath which stood a woman clad in azure. Her face veiled, exuding an air of aloof elegance, as if she were a celestial being descended from the moon. "Who are you?" he stammered, fear etched across his features as he beheld the woman. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. How could he possibly contend with her? Two words echoed in his mind. "It's over. Everything is over." Tai Ching's sect, Xiao Hanyan. Her voice, ethereal and haunting, resonated like that of a divine being. "Xiao Hanyan, what brings you here?" The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. This woman was indeed Xiao Hanyan. Confusion enveloped him. Why would she leave the Tai Ching sect and traverse such distance? Anger bubbled within him. How could he have anticipated the emergence of Xiao Hanyan? With such terrifying prowess? Xiao Hanyan's gaze was frigid as she regarded him, her silence chilling him to the core, as if he were ensnared in a frozen abyss. She slowly raised a finger. In an instant, his mind felt pierced, and death was inevitable. Within mere moments, she had dispatched two martial masters with alarming ease, her strength far surpassing anything he could have imagined. Yin inhaled sharply, realizing that while he had anticipated Xiao Hanyan's might, he had never fathomed it to be so profound. She could likely eliminate him without breaking a sweat. Xiao Hanyan's cold eyes surveyed the great Yin army. A mere glance filled them with dread, rendering them paralyzed and uncertain. They had arrived via a teleportation array with no intention of retreat, only forward momentum. Yet now, facing Xiao Hanyan, how could they advance? What are you waiting for? For the glory of great Yin, die with honor. Charge, he rallied, attempting to ignite their morale. Xiao Hanyan showed no mercy, ruthlessly slaughtering the soldiers, a relentless killing machine devoid of emotion. Her embodiment of compassion towards foes was a stark cruelty towards herself. Epitomized in her actions that, in no time, rivers of blood flowed. The enemy troops crumbled, with corpses and dismembered limbs littering the ground. Not a single soul remained whole, some even reduced to mere pools of blood. The devastation was unparalleled. There was only more suffering, never less. Xiao Hanyan, clad in azure, remained pristine amidst the sea of blood, as if she were a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. An unending embodiment of slaughter. This moment, she had become the great Yin army's nightmare. With soldiers discarding their armor and kneeling in surrender, a mountain of bodies lay strewn across the ground. There were no fewer than 7,000 or 8,000 gasping. The onlookers regarded Xiao Hanyan's impassive demeanor, absorbing the chilling reality that she had slain so many without so much as a blink. Her expression unwavering throughout. The horror of it all was palpable. "Thank you, Sect Master Xiao, for your timely intervention." Jiang Yao expressed with a bow. "I will convey to the higher-ups that this victory is due to your efforts." Xiao Hanyan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Approaching Li Yi, she found him unharmed, which brought her some relief. "Master," Li Yi called sweetly. Xiao Hanyan replied. "Thank you, Sect Master." Everyone expressed their gratitude, acutely aware that had Xiao Hanyan not arrived when she did, the consequences would have been dire. Suzhou might have fallen. "I would have been in grave danger without your timely arrival, Master," Li confessed, fear flickering in his eyes as he opened his arms. "Master, scared, hug." Xiao Hanyan. Xiao Qingya. "Do you truly believe that?" Xiao Qingya remarked, exasperated yet amused by his antics, in the astonished gazes of those around them. Xiao Hanyan lifted Li Yi from Xiao Qingya's embrace, gently brushing her fingers against his cheek. Having not seen him for a long while, a flicker of warmth crossed her normally icy visage. The contrast was staggering. The ruthless killer from moments ago now appeared tender and affectionate. Xiao Hanyan extended her hand, producing a new jade slip and presenting it to Li Yi. "Thank you, Master." Li Yi beamed, expressing his gratitude. "Your cultivation is progressing well," Xiao Hanyan noted, sensing that Li Yi had reached the rank of 7-star martial apprentice. His talent far surpassing her own at that age, leaving her feeling somewhat inadequate. She looked forward to Li Yi's growth, confident that he would one day stand beside her at the pinnacle of the path, if not surpass her and venture even further. "Master, what is your current rank?" 5-star martial master. The exchange between teacher and disciple continued. Had it been anyone else, Xiao Hanyan would have been disinclined to converse. But she always responded to Li Yi's inquiries. Once the battle concluded, Jiang Yao left a contingent behind to manage the aftermath before leading the troops to the border for support, ensuring they were well equipped. Should Suzhou fall, the border would be besieged from both sides, making defense nearly impossible for the Great Yan army. As the shaken crowd dispersed, each returned to their homes. This ambush, though unsuccessful, had inflicted significant losses upon Suzhou. The Wang and Song families had nearly been wiped out, leaving only a few remnants in the city, destined to be consumed by the Li family. Treason was a grave offense. The punishment extended to 9 generations. As for the temple, Jiang Yao executed a swift retribution, slaying all within to vent his fury. Numerous treasures were confiscated, including golden Buddhas and richly adorned cassocks filled with jewels, alongside an incalculable amount of incense money. Chapter 74. The Grand Princess of Deqian, Jiang Yushang, as spring approached the following year, after the annexation of the Song and Wang family's assets. The Li family ascended to become the foremost family in Suzhou. On this day, Li Yi lay nestled in bed, cradling Wan Ning as they slept when the commotion outside roused him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he rose from the bed. What's all this noise before dawn? He grumbled. Upon opening the door, he found the maidservants bustling about, tidying up as if preparing for an inspection from higher authorities. He pulled one of the servants aside and inquired, "Is someone important coming?" "Young master, you may not be aware, but following the incident at the temple fair, the court has been incensed and has decided to go to war with the Great Yan. Moreover, they have expressed their approval of our Li family's contributions. It is said that the Grand Princess herself will lead the charge against the Great Yan and will pass through Suzhou. She is expected to pay a visit to our Li family, along with reward from the emperor." He pondered this, realizing that indeed someone important was on their way. Yawning, he felt little interest in the matter and returned to his warm bed to continue sleeping. As he snuggled back under the covers with Wan Ning, she too stirred at the noise, rubbing her sleepy eyes and asking in confusion, "What is happening outside? It's not time to get up yet." Looking at Li Yi, she inquired, "Young master, are you awake? Are you hungry? I can prepare something for you." He shut his eyes, yearning for a leisurely morning. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Xiao Qingya entered with 2 maidservants in tow. Wan Ning gasped, quickly throwing the covers over herself, instinctively curling up as if caught in a compromising situation. "Madam, mother, what brings you here?" Xiao Qingya, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Wan Ning's bare shoulder and the half-asleep Li Yi, exclaimed, "Get up quickly! The court has sent someone specifically requesting to see you." "See me?" Li Yi queried, puzzled. "What do they want with me?" He remained sprawled on the bed, clutching Wan Ning, reluctant to rise just yet. "How can you still be sleeping at a time like this?" Xiao Qingya approached and pulled Li Yi from the warmth of the covers, insisting he get ready. "Why are you still standing there? Get dressed and come here. I'm on it." A brand new garment was bestowed upon Li Yi, ushering in a refreshing atmosphere throughout the Li household. This occasion had been meticulously prepared, marking a moment of great honor for the Li family, and symbolizing the court's recognition of their status as the preeminent family in Suzhou. The court's visit to the Li residence served dual purposes: to pay respects and to ascertain the veracity of the rumors surrounding the prodigious talent of Li Yi. Consequently, after much deliberation by several matriarchs, Li Yi was adorned in an extravagant array of finery, complete with a jade pendant at his waist. Among other ornate embellishments, the process of changing outfits dragged on for several hours, leaving Li Yi utterly exhausted to his dismay. After all the fuss, the first outfit was ultimately chosen, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Once everything was in order, a grand procession set forth towards the city gates to welcome the troops. A throng had gathered at the gates, leaving a pathway for the army to pass through. At the forefront of the welcoming party stood Jiang Yao, followed closely by Li Yin, Li Yuntian, and the ever-watchful Xiao Qingya, who cradled Li Yi in her arms as they gazed ahead. The banners of the Great Qian appeared on the horizon, followed by a battalion clad in black armor, each soldier tall and imposing, exuding an air of majesty and discipline reminiscent of a king's army. This was the elite black armored army of Great Qian, commanded by the Princess Chong. Despite being a woman, the princess possessed exceptional talent and formidable strength, along with the ability to lead troops, earning her the emperor's utmost trust, which led to her command of the black armored army. She did not disappoint, skillfully maneuvering her forces to new heights, while also earning the title of the Valkyrie of Great Qian, garnering immense respect. The black armored army, numbering 100,000, radiated an atmosphere of lethal intent, composed primarily of seasoned veterans, each soldier at least a great martial master in capability. Princess Jiang Yuchang donned resplendent red armor, her demeanor imposing and exuding the regal presence of a warrior queen. Her striking countenance, even described as handsome, conveyed an aura of a proud sovereign. One glance inspired a desire to conquer. Strength invited conquest, while weakness invited subjugation. Unexpectedly, an older gentleman accompanied Jiang Yuching. Lian's attention was drawn to the man beside her, whose mature features and distinguished bearing suggested he was of royal lineage, likely of considerable rank. Recognizing him, Lian realized it was the esteemed Jing Wang. Zhang Heng. As the troops halted before the city gates, a respectful greeting was offered. "Welcome, Jing Wang and Princess," came the call. "Please, no need for excessive formalities," Jing Wang replied, raising his hand. Both he and the princess dismounted, and Jiang Yuchang instructed her deputy to proceed ahead while they followed. "Brother Lian, it has been an age, at least a century, I dare say," Jing Wang remarked with a nostalgic smile, reflecting on their long separation. "Indeed, it has been a century that I never anticipated your presence here," Lian replied. "His Majesty appointed me. The recent actions of the Yan have incited the Emperor's wrath, and he is determined to retaliate against them. Given your family's contributions, I thought it fitting to come see you and extend my congratulations on your recent breakthrough. While I appreciate your kind words, I suspect your visit serves a dual purpose," Li Yin said, stroking his beard, having discerned Jing Wang's true intentions. Jing Wang chuckled awkwardly. "Primarily, I came to visit an old friend. And the secondary purpose?" Li Yin pressed directly. "Must we discuss this here? Let us proceed to your residence. While the situation is urgent, it's not so pressing that we cannot take our time. Your presence indeed brings honor to my humble abode." Li Yin remarked. "Since when did you become so disingenuous?" Jing Wang responded, looking at Li Yin as if he were a peculiar creature. "Your status as Jing Wang has elevated your position," Li Yin retorted with a smirk. "Ah," Jing Wang laughed, following Li Yin toward the Li family estate. "Princess, this way, please," he gestured. "Very well," Jiang Yuchang replied, surveying the scenery of Shuzhou. "It appears much the same as my last visit. Without your family's intervention, the Yan schemes would have surely succeeded, inflicting great loss upon Great Qian. Your Highness overstates our contribution. We are but loyal subjects of Great Qian, and this is our duty," Li Yuntian interjected modestly. Jiang Yuchang's gaze fell upon the child in Xiao Qingya's arms, and Li Yi met her eyes, a moment of mutual recognition passing between them. "This child must be Li Yi." "Indeed, my son," Li Yuntian confirmed, having anticipated her inquiry. "How delightful. I have heard much about you, young master. The rumors of your talents have reached even the palace, and upon seeing you today, it is evident that you are indeed a prodigy." Jiang Yuchang praised, her tone effusive yet formal. "Your Highness is too kind. Compared to a valiant heroine like yourself, my son pales in comparison. Besides, he is but a child. What talent could he possibly possess? His modesty is commendable. Yet I have heard tales of him achieving the rank of 5-star martial artist by the age of 1 and triumphing over 9-star martial artists. Surely, such feats are not merely the fabrications of outsiders." Jiang Yuchang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yuntian, not entirely convinced, replied, "Such talents are hardly worth mentioning. My greatest wish is for him to live a peaceful life, marry, and have children. After all, he recently became engaged." He gestured toward Wan Ning, who cradled Qiu Lingming. Qiu Lingming gazed up at Jiang Yuchang with wide, curious eyes, captivated by the princess's beauty and grace. "Is this truly the princess? How could Ego possibly choose 100 of her over his own?" Jiang Yuchang noted the peculiar glances exchanged between the children, her brow furrowing slightly. Their expressions were unlike any she had seen before. Lie, for his part, found himself struck by the resemblance between Jiang Yuchang and his imagined version of a female Hua Mulan. Imbued with an aura of regal authority, he couldn't help but wonder about her culinary skills. Did Jiang Yuchang know how to cook? How old is he? Jiang Yuchang inquired. Intrigued. 2 years, Li Yi replied, holding up 2 fingers. 2 years? He growing quite quickly, Jiang Yuchang noted, observing Li Yi's stature, which was above that of the average 2-year-old. Upon reaching the Li residence, Jiang Yuchang scanned the layout before settling into the sitting room. I have come to express my gratitude for your assistance. These are gifts from the emperor to your family, she announced, instructing her soldiers to bring forth the offerings, a bounty of precious elixirs. Weapons, martial arts manuals, and cultivation resources was presented, 10 chests in total. Thank you, your majesty, Li Yuntian exclaimed, bowing in gratitude before returning to his seat. These gestures are but our duty. Our family has not exerted much effort in this regard. It is primarily due to the contributions of Master Xiao from Taiqing sect. Master Xiao will be acknowledged in due time. This is specifically for your family, Jiang Yuchang clarified, that in addition to expressing my gratitude. I have another matter to discuss. I have heard that young Master Li Yi possesses extraordinary talents, and have come to see for myself. Such claims are grossly exaggerated. They are merely the embellishments of outsiders. Li Yintian replied, Yes, that's so. I have been informed that he achieved the rank of 5-star martial artist at the age of 1 and has even defeated a 9-star martial artist. Such extraordinary feats are not mere fabrications, are they? Jiang Yuchang pressed, her curiosity deepening. Upon hearing this news, she was initially taken aback, then leaned toward disbelief. After thorough investigation by the court, they had gathered ample information regarding Li Yi, each account more astonishing than the last, almost resembling the tales spun in novels, making it difficult to ascertain their authenticity. However, regardless of the truth, the tales had successfully captured the court's attention. It was imperative to determine the nature of Li Yi's talents. Should he truly be a genius, he must not be overlooked but instead recruited into the Royal Academy for cultivation. Such brilliance would be a tremendous loss if unrecognized. The Li family had already produced 2 prodigies, with Li Xian entering the Royal Academy and marrying a princess, while Li Shuer became the holy maiden of Taiqing sect. What do you think, princess? Is it true? Li Yintian countered Jiang Yuchang's inquiry with a question of his own. Jiang Yuchang glanced at Li. I tend to believe in what I see with my own eyes. A cultivator herself. Jiang Yuchang considered herself a genius, having persevered through rigorous training to reach her current stature. The notion of a 1-year-old achieving 5-star martial artist status and defeating a 9-star martial artist seemed utterly implausible to her. I agree. Seeing is believing, Li Yuntian conceded, acknowledging Jiang Yuchang's perspective. Then let us witness for ourselves, Jing Wang suggested, signaling for the demonstration to commence. Intending to pierce through Li Yi's facade, he found himself thwarted, unable to discern the young boy's true prowess, as if a barrier obscured his perception, likely a protective measure employed by the Li family. As all eyes turned to Li Yi, he exhibited a bashful demeanor, clutching Xiao Qingya and calling out, "Mother, I want milk." His unexpected proclamation drew astonished glances, leaving those present momentarily stunned. He's still nursing? Xiao Qingya exclaimed, her cheeks reddening with embarrassment, fully aware that this little rascal was being intentionally mischievous. To express reluctance, one need only state it plainly. There is no need to resort to the awkward pretext of drinking milk. How embarrassing. I've already seen through Li Yi's excuse. This little rascal usually enjoys putting on a fade, yet today he has surprisingly chosen not to. Xiao Qingya forced a smile, leaning in a whisper in Li Yi's ear. Be a good boy and listen. If you misbehave, mother might just have to spank you. Lie. Compared to having a complete childhood, he actually preferred a fragmented one. After all, he had yet to experience a spanking. Everyone, step aside. This young master is about to show off. When it comes to boasting, Li Yi is more than capable. In an age where even a gun cannot be tamed, he boasts with undeniable confidence. He pointed outside, declaring, "It's snowing." The crowd turned their gaze to the outside, where the sky was clear and not a trace of snow could be seen. Just as confusion settled in, Li formed a sword gesture with his hand. Flying snow, with a sound akin to a sword's cry, the flying snow sword hovered in the air. Suddenly, a light snow began to fall from the heavens. What this? How is this possible? Seeing the snowflakes drift down. Both King Jing and Jiang Yuchong were astonished, utterly incredulous. They reached out to catch a snowflake, staring at the flying snow sword suspended in midair. It was indeed the cause of this phenomenon. The immense sword intent emanating from the flying snow sword had affected the local climate, which was truly remarkable. Lie, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "I told you it's snowing." Indeed, it was snowing. Jiang Yuchong inhaled sharply. Gazing at Li Yi and sensing an aura that was not that of a 5-star martial artist, but rather that of a 9-star martial artist. The news had informed her that Li Yi, as a 5-star martial artist, had overcome a 9-star martial artist. She never expected that in such a short time, he had ascended to 9-star martial artist status. It hadn't been long. Was cultivation truly this swift? For Jiang Yuchong, who had progressed step by step, it was difficult to comprehend. Such talent should not go unrecognized by the Royal Academy. Although Li Yi had said nothing beyond its snowing, that single statement surpassed all explanations. The outrageous rumors surrounding Li Yi were indeed true. Even Jiang Yuchong, who had fought on the battlefield and was revered as a Valkyrie, admired for her composure, found it hard to believe, her astonishment palpable. Rarely did she display such shock. Her gaze fixed intently upon Li Yi. It was difficult to fathom the extent of Li Yi's terrifying aptitude. Truly, he possessed an ethereal grace. At a glance, Jiang Yuchong suddenly thought Li Yi appeared somewhat handsome. There was an indescribable charm about him. How strange it was to feel such a way towards a mere child. When Jiang Yuchong looked at Li Yi, she was perpetually drawn to his charm, an allure befitting a prodigious talent. It was an odd sensation. Shaking her head, she dismissed these thoughts. After all, he was just a 2-year-old child, hardly a figure of charisma. Merely a child's innocent cuteness. Unable to fathom why she felt this way about Li Yi, she did not dwell on it. But her fondness for him grew inexplicably in Jiang Yuchong's heart. The person she envisioned was undoubtedly a paragon of genius, unmatched in strength, superior to herself. Otherwise, how could he captivate her? With Li Yi's innate talent, he could certainly be considered a prodigy, even one without precedent. It was likely he would surpass her in the future. Upon this realization, Li Yi seemed to fit that mold rather well. Wait a moment. What am I thinking? How peculiar. He is still just a child. Your Highness, you flatter me. How could my son be deserving of such praise? Li Yuntian chuckled. Shaking his head, he had intended to remain low-key. But Li Yi's accomplishments demanded otherwise. His brilliance undeniable. It was likely that the next step would be to recruit Li Yi into the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy, rich in resources, stood as the pinnacle of education in the entire Deqian, a nurturing ground supported by the royal family, the future lifeblood of the nation. Thus, for anyone admitted to the Royal Academy, a bright future awaited. This would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity for Li Yi, provided that marriage proposals were not on the table. However, there was also the matter of Li Yi having already taken Xiao Hanyin as his master. As Li Yuntian had anticipated, King Jing produced a letter from his sleeve, embossed with the seal of the Royal Academy. Li's exceptional talents warrant his entry into the Royal Academy. This is also the will of His Majesty, in no need for thanks. King Jing smiled. Li Yuntian, though smiling, felt a twinge of displeasure, saying, "It is indeed an honor for Er to enter the Royal Academy. However, he has already taken Xiao Zongzhu as his master, which complicates matters. Perhaps we should wait until he is a bit older and consult him on the decision." Li Yuntian was reluctant to send Li Yi to the Royal Academy just yet. King Jing replied, "As a longtime friend of Li Yin, I would not overlook your concerns. Attending the Royal Academy does not necessitate taking on a new master. Xiao Zongzhu would not advise that. With Li Xian already at the Royal Academy, he will take good care of Li Yi. This is the Emperor's sincere intention. So please consider it carefully." Yin chuckled. "We truly share a deep bond. You've thought this through. Being old friends, it is only right." King Jing replied earnestly, "What are your thoughts?" All eyes turned to Li Yi. With talk of the Emperor, it would indeed be difficult to refuse. They were resolutely intent on persuading Li Yi to join them, unwilling to let such talent slip away. Li Yuntian had anticipated this, recalling how Li Xian had faced a similar situation. Nonetheless, gaining admission to such a resource-rich institution was undoubtedly a boon. What worried Li Yuntian was the prospect of Li Yi being away, for fear that he might be swayed into an unexpected marriage proposal. With only 2 sons, he could not afford to let them be drawn into the royal family. After some contemplation, Li Yi declared, "That's fine, but I want to bring Ling Ming along. She is my fiancée, and Wan Ning. If I don't hold her while I sleep, I cannot rest." Both Wan Ning and Xiu Ling Ming lowered their heads. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Very well," King Jing affirmed, sealing the agreement without allowing for any reconsideration. "Welcome to the Royal Academy." Jiang Yuchang smiled, looking forward to Li Yi's growth with such unprecedented talent. His entrance into the Royal Academy would surely astonish all and stir the winds of change. Indeed, it was as Jiang Yuchang had anticipated. The winds of change were stirring, albeit perhaps in unexpected directions. She firmly believed that it would not be long before Li Yi emerged as a top-tier powerhouse. "We should take our leave," Jiang Yuchang announced, preparing to depart. "We shall not delay your highness any further. We await news of your success." Li Yuntian and the others stood to see her off. Upon reaching the city wall, they watched as Jiang Yuchang and King Jing departed. Li Yuntian sighed heavily. Turning to Li Yi, "I thought you would refuse. Why would I reject such a splendid opportunity to benefit from someone else's resources?" Li Yuntian exclaimed, "Da-da." So this is what Li Yi was thinking. I must say, his perspective is quite refreshing. Li Yuntian had not considered this angle. Besides, I would like to see the world. Staying at home to cultivate is rather dull. You speak as though you are already grown. Li Yuntian remarked, a mixture of admiration and exasperation in his gaze. Although Li Yi was merely 2 years old, his thoughts bore a maturity beyond his years, interspersed with a child's playful spirit. "Of course, I am not a mere 3-year-old, Li Yi replied with a smile. Xiao Qingao looked at Li Yi with reluctance, embracing him tightly. After he left for the Royal Academy, she knew it would be difficult to hold him again. Though she wished for him to stay, she also understood the necessity of his journey. "Do not be sad, mother. I will visit often," Li Yi reassured her. "You child," Xiao Qingyao's eyes were filled with reluctance. Yearning to witness Li Yi's growth, "Do not worry. I shall write to Xian and ask him to take good care of you. I will also send a contingent to the capital to stay and provide us with updates." Li Yuntian consoled her. "Xian, please take good care of her." Xiao Qingyao reluctantly released him, feeling at ease only once he was in Li Xian's care. "Rest assured, third aunt, I shall look after little Yi." Li Xian promised, patting his chest. "I shall take my leave now." Xiao Qingyao returned to the spirit vessel, casting a lingering glance at Li. "Mother, take care." Li Yi waved goodbye, watching as she disappeared from view. Then turned his attention to his elder brother, Li Xian, a handsome figure, tall and imbued with an air of scholarly elegance. He exuded a certain charm. "Elder brother," Li Yi called sweetly, "At last, I get to see you. Little, I have longed to return after reading Schwer's letter, but time was against me." "You are truly well behaved." Li Xian pinched Li Yi's cheek, instantly finding him adorable. "I have been eager to meet you as well. I have heard of your exploits and consider you my role model." Li Yi replied with innocent admiration. "To hear you say that is overwhelming. Compared to you, I am nothing. Your talents are the talk of the capital." Li Xian remarked, ruffling Li Yi's hair before glancing at Xiu Lingming and Wan Ning. "This is my fiancée, Yi, and my personal maid." Li Yi introduced proudly. Li Xian nodded thoughtfully, commenting, "You are indeed bringing your household with you." "I'm just a child and need someone to care for me," Li Yi stated with earnestness. "Indeed, I'm not particularly good at looking after others," Li Xian admitted, turning to Qiu Lingming, sister-in-law. "What is your name?" "Qiu Lingming," she replied shyly. "And you?" "Wan Ning. I shall escort you to the Royal Academy, as it is a place frequented by many noble scions. Thus one must pay close attention to etiquette." Understood. Chapter 77. The Royal Academy. Li Yi's treatment. Upon arriving at the Royal Academy, a prestigious institution constructed for the royal family, it is indeed resplendent, at first glance resembling a palace. The very title of Royal Academy signifies the dignity of the monarchy. and therefore it cannot be treated with frivolity. The comings and goings are all individuals of status and background. Nearly everyone carries themselves with an upright posture, exuding an air of pride, adorned in extraordinary attire. Believing themselves to be quite imposing and handsome, a grand display of human confidence at its zenith. This is the Royal Academy. What do you think? Is it not lavish? Qiuling Meng and Wan Ning appeared utterly astonished, as if they had never encountered such opulence before. Soon, I shall assist you in completing your enrollment procedures. I suspect the two of you will undoubtedly be the youngest students in the entire academy. Li Xian contemplated what the so-called geniuses and self-proclaimed invincible peers would think upon seeing Li Yi. All are noble offspring, each exceedingly proud, refusing to yield to one another, often engaging in quarrels. Qiuling Meng's talent remains uncertain, but based on Xue Er's descriptions, this younger brother is an extraordinary prodigy to Li Xian. Who is this? Could it be that you, a young gentleman holding a folding fan, scrutinized the group, forming conjectures in his mind? After glancing at Wan Ning and then at the two children, he exclaimed, "Oh, I see. I never expected. You are utterly heartless, so young, and already two children. You have both a son and a daughter." Li Xian wore a look of exasperation, fully aware that this group of gluttons would jump to conclusions. "Oh, you truly deserve the infatuation of the princess? I thought you were a gentleman. How wrong I was." "Leave," Li Xian retorted with a single word, uninterested in further engagement. After completing the necessary formalities, he led Li Yi to their residence. "This courtyard has been arranged for you. It is spacious enough for the three of you, situated right next to mine. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out or approach the teacher who assisted you earlier." "Understood." Li Yi nodded obediently, noting the ample space of the courtyard, which felt rather desolate for just 3 occupants. Wan Ning gazed at the vast courtyard, realizing that she alone would likely take an entire day to tidy it up. That moment, a teacher arrived, accompanied by 5 maidens, all clad in matching attire. These are the maidens assigned to care for you, responsible for your daily needs, as per His Majesty's wishes. His Majesty holds young Master Li Yi in high regard. The teacher remarked with envy that on the first day of enrollment, His Majesty personally selected 5 maidens to attend to you, and the lavish independent residence is a treatment unparalleled, perhaps even more than that of a prince. After giving her instructions, the teacher departed. Having met young Master Li Yi, should you have any needs or require assistance, please do not hesitate to inform us. We shall serve young Master Li Yi with utmost dedication. After bowing to Li Yi, the leading maiden spoke softly. Lowering her head slightly, she raised her eyes to sneak a glance at Li Yi, astonished to see he was indeed just a 2-year-old child. It was simply unbelievable. They, as maidens, some of whom would serve a lifetime in the palace, had been selected for this duty. Upon hearing he was but 2 years old, they initially dismissed it as a jest. Logically, one would expect a person of great accomplishments, who would have thought it was true, a 2-year-old child. Unsure what to say, they resolved to do their duty as maidens at Li surveyed the 5 maidens, noting their delicate features, especially the leading one, who possessed remarkable beauty. They had undergone training in the palace, were well-versed in decorum, and were professionals in their roles. "What is your name?" Li Yi inquired of the leading maiden. "Ming Cheng." "Very well. You shall follow her instructions from now on. This is Wan Ning, my personal maid." Li gestured towards Wan Ning, entrusting her with the management, for though they were professional, no one understood his needs better than Wan Ning. "Greetings, Sister Wan Ning." The maidens bowed to Wan Ning. "No, I am much younger than you," Wan Ning replied, flustered by the unexpected honor. The term sister was not merely one of age, but denoted status within this courtyard. Li Yi then pointed to Qiuling Meng, saying, "This is my fiancée." "Greetings, young mistress." The maidens did not hesitate, immediately addressing her as such. Though the scene was exceedingly peculiar, it was appropriate to address her in this manner. Li Xian chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. The sight was simply too comical, a group of maidens referring to 2-year-old children as young master and young mistress. It was utterly hilarious and worthy of admiration. "You may go ahead and tidy the rooms." "Understood." Wan Ning and the 5 maidens departed, though it was said Wan Ning would lead them. Their training rendered them far more competent than she. "Brother, is this amusing?" Li Yi inquired, perplexed by the laughter. Not at all, Li Xian replied with a grin. I merely find it quite fitting for your temperament. You, my dear brother, are enjoying treatment that far surpasses ours. While your affairs have not widely circulated in the capital, many are aware, though most believe it to be mere rumor. I suspect it will not be long before His Majesty personally summons you to the palace. You should prepare yourself, Li Xian advised. Rest assured, brother, I will be on my best behavior, Li Yi replied with a cherubic expression. This brief interaction convinced Li Xian that Li Yi was a well-behaved child, unlikely to cause trouble. Who, in their right mind, would cause trouble? It is merely a matter of creating a mess. You two have just arrived. Allow me to show you around. Familiarize yourselves with the Academy's environment. In case you find yourselves alone, you shall not lose your way to AS for your courses. They're still being arranged, considering the uniqueness of your situations. Qiuling Meng remarked, I would like to study the same subjects as Igu. Li Xian paused for a moment before responding. Aren't you studying music? Qiuling Meng shook her head. Whatever Igu studies, I shall study. Oh, Li Xian replied with a knowing tone, glancing at the two children. Ah, the golden boy and jade girl. There's a hint of something more there. I have no particular preference. I can study anything, Li Yi stated. Little brother, she is not merely selecting a subject. She is choosing you. Li Xian teased, poking Li Yi's chubby cheek, which was delightful to touch, truly a source of enjoyment that one could not help but adore. There will always be troublesome subjects wishing to poke my face. Li Yi feigned ignorance. What do you mean? You will understand when you grow up, Li Xian replied cryptically that I understand perfectly well now. Come, let me guide you in becoming acquainted. The Academy is vast, and I would hate for you to get lost. Li Xian took the hands of the two children, strolling leisurely through the Academy, reminiscent of a caring elder. Upon encountering acquaintances, without exception, they assumed Li Yi was Li Xian's illegitimate child. They admired Li Xian's audacity, daring to bring his illegitimate children to the Academy so openly, parading about without a care. Truly admirable. Li Xian, however, saw no need to clarify. They were merely a group of idle gossips. Time would inevitably reveal the truth. He believed it would not be long before Li Yi gained renown within the Royal Academy, and all rumors would be dispelled. As Li Xian indulged in this reverie, suddenly, a figure soared into the air. Delivering a flying kick. Li was astonished. The last time he witnessed such a scene, it was Leo executing a flying kick against 7. Li Xian, caught off guard, was sent flying several meters. Li Xian. Confess which vixen bore you these two illegitimate children. Chapter 78. Harmonious union of Li Yi and Qiuling Meng. Li gazed at the airborne Li Xian, startled, then turned to the assailant, a young woman clad in a violet gown. Judging by her attire, her status was not insignificant. From her previous remarks, she was likely Li Xian's fiancée, Jianghan. Li Xian. Confess, where did these two children come from? Jianghan pointed at Li Yi and Qiuling Meng, demanding an answer from Li Xian. Li Xian, clutching his waist, struggled to rise, lamenting the increasingly unsporting behavior of others. Resorting to ambushes, Li blinked innocently, gazing at Jianghan with a pure, naive expression. Upon meeting his gaze, Jianghan's initial fury softened unexpectedly. This child was simply adorable. How she longed to embrace him, but no. This was the offspring of Li Xian and a vixen, utterly unforgivable. Yet, he was so charming. Her anger diminished significantly. Qiuling Meng, taken aback, was terrified of the enraged Jianghan, hiding behind Li Yi, clutching his clothing. Li, with an endearing demeanor, inquired, Sister, what is your name? Jianghan initially hesitated to respond. What was there to discuss with the child of a vixen? However, gazing at the obedient Li Yi, she found it hard to refuse. Clearing her throat, she replied, Jianghan, sister-in-law, good day, Li Yi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Jianghan was taken aback. What did this child just call her sister-in-law? Seeing Qiuling Meng still in a daze, she quickly reminded her, prompting Qiuling Meng to regain her composure and bow respectfully, calling out, sister-in-law, good day. Jianghan observed the pair of golden boy and jade girl, her expression clouded with confusion. She recalled that Li Xian had mentioned his brother would be arriving. Was this the child in question? What are the rumors surrounding the illegitimate children? I recently overheard numerous individuals gossiping, which prompted Jiang Zihan to hastily rush over, and it appears now that it was likely a misunderstanding. Are you the younger brother of Li Xian? Li Yi, correct? Li Yi nodded obediently. Yes, this is my fiancée. Jiang Zihan took a deep breath, realizing the truth, and felt quite embarrassed at Li Xian, holding his waist. Remarked, is no one concerned about me? Are you all right? Does it hurt? Jiang Zihan, feeling a bit awkward, helped Li Xian up, her earlier fury dissipating as swiftly as smoke. Such a fickle woman. If you hadn't kicked me. I'll be fine, Li Xian retorted irritably. It's all a misunderstanding, really. Are you in pain? How's your waist? Jiang Zihan spoke with gentle regret, her demeanor transformed entirely. That I'm fine. I can endure it. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unharmed. Look at you. Why didn't you inform me beforehand that Xiao Yi was coming? They really are spreading baseless rumors, causing me to misunderstand. You dare to say that? Did I ever ask? You believed such ludicrous gossip from a bunch of idle folks? Li Xian expressed his exasperation. Jiang Zihan lowered her head in embarrassment, humbly admitting her fault. Li Xian introduced Li Yi and Qiu Lingming. This one here is the princess. And also my fiancée, we are already aware, sister-in-law. Yes, Jiang Zihan was quite pleased with the title of sister-in-law, eyeing the two little ones before her. They're indeed a pair, and seem quite well matched. She patted their heads. Such good children. Call me sister-in-law again. Let me hear it, sister-in-law, Li Yi called out cheerfully, while Qiu Lingming did so with a hint of shyness. Jiang Zihan grew increasingly fond of these two little ones, finding them far more obedient than her own siblings, especially with their chubby little faces so delightful to pinch. She playfully squeezed their cheeks, reveling in the delightful sensation. Li sighed in relief, grateful that he was not the only one subjected to such face pinching. This familiar ritual made him suspect that his own chubby cheeks were the result of being pinched by these women. Qiu Lingming appeared to be quite timid, resembling a frightened rabbit. The more Jiang Zihan looked at the two children, the more she adored them, her heart overflowing with affection as she scooped them up, embracing them on either side, completely discarding Li Xian. Who is he? Li Xian, you have such adorable younger siblings. Why didn't you bring them over sooner? Jiang Zihan nuzzled against their faces, the familiar scent of cosmetics surrounding her. Qiu Lingming's face flushed, struggling to cope with Jiang Zihan's exuberance. They're here for school, not for leisure, Li Xian clarified it. Oh, I remember now. The little genius, right? Jiang Zihan recalled vaguely having heard a bit of news about it, thinking it to be even more absurd than the gossip from the village gossipers, and thus paid little attention. To her surprise, Li Yi truly had come to enroll at the age of 2. What could he possibly learn at the Royal Academy? There are no teachers there to teach literacy. What will the two of them study? Jiang Zihan inquired curiously. Xiao Yi is indifferent. Lingming has a talent for the piano, so she is studying that. As for the rest, the academy is quite liberal, allowing them to choose what they wish to learn. And Xiao Yi is specifically favored by His Majesty, so he enjoys excellent treatment. Li Xian replied, nonchalantly, Is that true? Jiang Zihan asked with a skeptical gaze that I'm not entirely sure of specifics. But Xiao Yi is indeed enrolled, making him the youngest student at the Royal Academy. Li Yi corrected, It's not me. Lingming is younger than I am. Did I ask there a difference between you two? Qiu Lingming articulated each word carefully. I came with brother Yi. Without Li Yi's invitation, she would not have come, being too young and lacking qualifications, a harmonious couple, Li Xian commented. Qiu Lingming shyly lowered her head. Her fingers entwined, a hint of a bashful smile evident. What were you two planning to do just now? Jiang Zihan inquired. I was going to show them around the academy, in case I'm not around in the future. They must not get lost. Indeed, then sister will take you both to have some fun, Jiang Zihan said enthusiastically, lifting the two little ones as they wandered about, clearly delighted. Observing Jiang Zihan's demeanor, Li Xian sighed softly, surprised by how fond she was of children. They attracted considerable attention along the way, garnering a 100% rate of people turning to look. Most people recognized Li Xian and Jiang Zihan, as they were well known at the Royal Academy, aware of their relationship. However, these two children, where did they come from? Just moments ago, he had heard rumors that Li Xian had 2 illegitimate children, and now Jiang Zihan was holding 2, Could it be that they were not illegitimate after all, but rather Jiang Zihan's? What a shocking scandal. Seeing the onlookers' curious gazes, Li Xian covered his face, already predicting that this group of individuals, as per usual, was simply idle and enjoying gossip. He couldn't be bothered to engage. Time would reveal the truth. Zihan, I recall you were supposed to see off Mr. Yang. Are you not going anymore? Jiang Zihan, caught off guard, turned back. I forgot. Upon hearing the gossip, she had immediately kicked Li Xian. Having long since cast that matter aside, it was only due to Li Xian's reminder that she remembered. Damn it, I must hurry. Looking at the two little ones in her arms, Jiang Zihan decided to take them along. Come on. Sister will take you to see the excitement. Chapter 79. Straining to show off outskirts, farewell pavilion. Numerous students from the Royal Academy gathered to bid farewell to their teacher. The individual being sent off was Yang Wenrui. And the reason for his farewell was his appointment to a government position elsewhere. This was considered a good fortune for him. The students he had taught came together voluntarily to see him off. Singing praises. Leading the farewell was a teacher acquainted with Yang Wenrui. The scholars' farewells inevitably involved a display of emotion, with many shedding tears and expressing their reluctance, often leading to poetry being composed as a customary gesture. Jiang Zihan entered the line holding Li Yi and Qiu Lingming, bidding farewell to Yang Wenrui. Yang Wenrui had taught Jiang Zihan, and their relationship was quite cordial to Mr. Yang. I have come. Jiang Zihan stepped forward to say her goodbyes. Li Yi observed Yang Wenrui, who bore the demeanor of a scholar. Not quite a great scholar, but certainly close. The court's appointment of him as a local official likely served as a form of training. And when the time was right, he would be recalled to the capital for promotion, promising a bright future. Thus, the students who came to bid farewell were not only there to express their goodbyes, but also to seek a connection with Yang Wenrui. Hoping for support when he returned to the capital. Of course, for someone like Jiang Zihan, it was purely a farewell. Thank you, princess, for coming to see me off, Yang Wenrui said, bowing in gratitude. You jest I am your student? Jiang Zihan remarked with emotion, realizing that this parting might mean not seeing each other for several years, perhaps even a decade. Yang Wenrui noticed the two children in Jiang Zihan's arms, one on each side, and was slightly puzzled. He had never seen these two children before, but they appeared quite well behaved at first glance. Jiang Zihan explained. This is Li Xian's younger brother, Li Yi, and this is Li Xian's younger sister, Qiu Lingming. They have just arrived at the Royal Academy, and I thought I would bring them along to have a look at them. Yang Wenrui nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Li Yi, feeling a peculiar aura emanating from him. A scholarly presence, at first glance. Li Yi gave him a sense of being a great scholar, but upon reflection, he shook his head. Such could not be possible. He himself had not yet reached the level of a great scholar. So how could a child like Li Yi? Nonetheless, it was evident that he was a promising talent. Looking at Qiu Lingming, she was adorable and exuded an air of being well-versed and sensible, which was equally commendable. Mr. Li Xian approached, signaling Jiang Zihan to set down the two children. It seemed rather odd to hold them in front of so many people. Li Xian, you are here too. Though I have not taught you, I see great potential in you. Make sure to cultivate diligently, Yang Wenrui remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li Xian said, turning to another teacher. Teacher. Yes. This individual was Li Xian's teacher. Feng Shu. Yang Wenrui continued. I observe that these two possess the demeanor of scholars and should consider following the scholarly path. The crowd was astonished. For the first meeting, the two children received Yang Wenrui's affirmation, indicating a promising future, which seemed rather extraordinary. Li Xian replied. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. But Xiao, he has already taken Master Xiao as his teacher, so he may not pursue the scholarly path. Master Xiao? Which Master Xiao? Yang Wenrui inquired, puzzled that as far as he remembered, the only renowned Master Xiao was Xiao Hanyin, but it was unlikely for her to take a male disciple. Qiu Lingming might have a chance. The master of Tai Ching sect, Master Xiao, Li Xian stated, astonishing everyone. They all looked at Li Yi in shock, wondering how this child could possibly be a disciple of Master Xiao of the Tai Ching sect. Yang Wenrui stared at Li Yi in disbelief. Is that true? Li Xian initially found it hard to believe as well, but it was information conveyed to him by Li Shuer, who had confirmed it in person. the saintess of the Tai Ching sect had acknowledged it. Leaving no room for doubt, the Schwerer informed me. Indeed. Yang Wenrui, taken aback, uttered the words not bad. Over the years, Li Yi is indeed the first male disciple accepted by the head of the Tai Ching sect. Who could persuade Xiao Hanyin to break the rules? It is evident that Li Yi must possess extraordinary talent, transcending the ordinary realm of genius. He is a promising seed of Confucianism and Taoism. But unfortunately, someone else has beaten him to it. Without further contemplation, he continued to converse with the esteemed scholars. Some sipped tea, others indulged in wine, while a few recited poetry to bid farewell. At this point, everyone was inspired to express their sentiments. In Li Yi's words, this place resembled a tavern, filled with a group of inebriated men passionately discussing their views on the world, their eloquence flowing freely, a scene that could be imagined vividly. One could easily envision a long queue for execution by the following afternoon. As for the standard of discourse, Li Yi could only describe it as mediocre. Although the world may differ, the essence of culture remains largely the same. He may not be adept at composing poetry, but his mind is filled with the literary heritage of 5,000 years, a comparison beyond their reach. Jiang Zihan showed little interest in these matters, instead focusing on playing with Li Yi and Qiu Lingming. Previously, Jiang Zihan had not been fond of children, yet upon meeting Li Yi and Qiu Lingming, she found herself quite enamored, wishing her future offspring would resemble them. She harbored serious suspicions that Li Xian had summoned Li Yi and Qiu Lingming with the intent of deceiving her into having two children. In contrast to Jiang Zihan's disinterest in literature, Li Xian engaged amiably with the group. Curiously, Li Yi inquired, "Sister, isn't Mr. Yang your teacher? Why aren't you joining them?" Jiang Zihan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "That's a good question." Tio sidestepped the awkwardness, she suggested. "How about I fetch some snacks and tea for you? Would you like something to eat?" Li Yi nodded in agreement. Jiang Zihan brought over snacks and tea, personally serving them, seemingly finding new joy in caring for children. Qiu Lingming gazed at the person playing the piano to bid farewell to Yang Wenrui. Listening intently to the melody, Li remarked, "Do you wish to play the piano?" "No." Qiu Lingming shook her head. "He seems to be playing it incorrectly." Li nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, there are several mistakes. Primarily, his playing lacks the charm of yours." Qiu Lingming shyly responded, "Not at all. It's all thanks to EG's excellent teaching." "You two, enough already," Jiang Zihan interjected, feeling as if she were witnessing two little children exchanging affectionate banter, which was rather exasperating. "I must say, you both have quite the understanding of the piano," she teased, as they critiqued the piano-playing student who was quite renowned within the academy and had received commendations from various instructors. Although Jiang Zihan had no knowledge of the piano, she was certain that the two children knew even less that a challenge was issued. At the garden party, a group of talented scholars mocked you as a crude martial artist. Lacking in scholarly knowledge, please retaliate with your own intellect. "Not bad," Qiu Lingming humbly replied. "Of course." Li Yi responded with confidence. Jiang Zihan slightly raised an eyebrow. "So confident, are we?" Before Li Yi could speak, Qiu Lingming earnestly affirmed, "Igu is exceptionally skilled at the piano. You're only saying that because you like him." Jiang Zihan laughed. Uncharacteristically, Qiu Lingming was not shy, but instead stated earnestly, "Igu truly is remarkable." Jiang Zihan smiled warmly at the earnest little Qiu Lingming, finding her adorably serious demeanor quite endearing, and playfully pinched her cheek. "Protecting your man at such a young age, what a sight to behold." Qiu Lingming blushed and shyly replied, "I'm not. It's simply the truth." "Oh, then why don't you both play a piece for me?" Jiang Zihan, curious to see if the two children were indeed proficient, suggested. Qiu Lingming looked to Li Yi, awaiting his guidance. Li said, "Then let us reluctantly showcase our talents for you." Lingming, step up. Chapter 80. Seeking a kindred spirit amidst the mountains and rivers. Lingming, step up and show them what true skill looks like. Qiu Lingming. A question mark flashed in her mind, thinking Igu would play. But now she was being pushed forward. Normally, she played for EG's ears alone, but in front of so many strangers and in such a setting, she felt timid and shy. Me. Qiu Lingming pointed at herself. Lacking confidence. Of course, the moment to prove your skill has arrived. Don't embarrass me as your teacher. I've given you the chance to shine. Make the most of it, Li Yi encouraged, patting Qiu Lingming's shoulder. Based on earlier performance, it was evident that the pianist was not on par with Qiu Lingming as a vessel spirit practicing the top-tier Tian Shengji Yingong, aided by Li Yi's unparalleled guidance. Qiu Lingming's piano skills were beyond their comparison. With Li Yi's encouragement, Qiu Lingming felt immensely confident. Even if she faltered, she would still take the stage. Once the previous player finished, the crowd began the customary praises and flattery. Mr. Yang, Lingming also wishes to play a piece for you, Jiang Zihan said with a smile. Ditto. Yang Wenrui expressed surprise, looking curiously at Qiu Lingming, who stood there holding the piano, looking exceptionally adorable. Very well. Although he had no idea how well Qiu Lingming would perform. The fact that such a young child could play was commendable, and regardless of the outcome, Yang Wenrui was genuinely pleased and found it amusing. After all, meeting such a delightful child for the first time and receiving a farewell in this manner was quite thoughtful. He mentally prepared himself on how to compliment Qiu Lingming afterwards. The crowd watched Qiu Lingming with intrigue. Lie and Qiu Lingming, two charming children, resembled talismans amidst the throng. This scene reminded Li Yi of the last time he was surrounded by a horde of female disciples from Taiching's sect. Though this time, most were males, Qiu Lingming placed the piano before her and began to play. Despite the nervousness of being observed by so many, with Li Yi by her side, calming her anxieties, she focused entirely on the music and played with a tranquil heart. As Qiu Lingming's fingers danced across the strings, a beautiful melody resonated. What initially seemed like a mere amusement turned out to be a genuine display of skill. Her level was impressive. The audience was captivated, marveling at Qiu Lingming's extraordinary piano talent, momentarily forgetting she was merely a 2-year-old girl. They could hardly fathom that such a performance came from a child of her age. After the piece concluded, the crowd collectively inhaled deeply, pondering for a long while, savoring the moment, casting glances at Qiu Lingming to confirm she was indeed a child, before reflecting once more. What is happening to them? Jiang Zihan observed their peculiar expressions, puzzled by their prolonged silence. Sister-in-law, did you find it pleasing? Li Yi inquired. Pleasant, but I don't understand. Does this relate to my earlier question? Jiang Zihan admitted her confusion. Li Yi suddenly realized, so long as it sounds good, that's what matters. Perhaps they were struck by the performance. Qiu Lingming looked at Li Yi with joyful anticipation, her face nearly glowing with a desire for praise. You've made progress. Well done. Keep it up, Li Yi commended. Qiu Lingming nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement, akin to a small deer in a frenzy. After a long moment of contemplation, Yang Wenrui was the first to speak. Who taught you to play the piano? Qiu Lingming shyly bit her lip, glancing at Li Yi as she replied. It was all Yi Ge who taught me. Yang Wenrui's brow arched slightly as he regarded Li Yi. It was already astonishing that a 2-year-old girl possessed such talent. Even more unbelievable was that another 2-year-old child was her teacher. The entirety of this situation was simply absurd. One could hardly believe it, as if a portal to the impossible had been opened. Were Qiu Lingming to be the disciple of a great scholar, Yang Wenrui might have accepted it. But Li Yi was utterly unbelievable. 2-year-olds. This was beyond comprehension, leaving no room for jest. The thoughts hung on the tip of their tongues. Yet they swallowed them back, finding it difficult to articulate. What a joke. After all this time, after so much learning, to play worse than a 2-year-old. What a waste of effort. The realization that the one teaching her was also a 2-year-old struck them like a dagger, evoking feelings of wanting to restart their lives. Especially among those present who were well-versed in the art of the piano, their very worldview began to unravel. This makes no sense. A single piano piece rendered the crowd into silence. Li Xian spoke up. What you may not know is that Yi has been gifted since childhood. Aware of Li Yi's talents, Li Xian had anticipated some incredulity, yet he too was left astonished. Incredible, a natural talent for the piano. Yang Wenrui, amazed at Qiu Lingming's aptitude, turned to Li Yi. Might you also grace us with a piece? Li Yi replied. Are you sure you want to show off? This is at your request, so I shall not hold back that, of course. I shall also perform a piece to bid farewell to Yang Yi said with an innocent demeanor. Very well. Yang Wenrui responded, a gentle smile gracing his face as he stroked his beard, thinking, what a well-behaved child. He is trying to coax me into marriage. Ego. Qiu Lingming joyfully made way, leaving the stage to Li Yi. Li Yi pondered briefly before deciding to perform High Mountains and Flowing Water. As the melody filled the air, Yang Wenrui's smile gradually faded, replaced by reminiscence. His hand stroking his beard stilled, lost in thought. The crowd once again fell silent, earnestly listening to Li Yi's performance. Upon concluding, Yang Wenrui gasped, filled with emotion, feeling a tremor in his heart. What is the name of this piece? Yang Wenrui couldn't help but ask, his excitement palpable, nearly losing his composure as he reached for Li Yi's hand. High Mountains and Flowing Water, in search of a kindred spirit, he slowly uttered 7 words. Yang Wenrui murmured to himself, silently reciting these 7 words, a renewed wave of excitement and joy washing over his face. What a splendid pursuit of a kindred spirit amidst the lofty mountains and flowing waters. How exquisite this melody is. Truly remarkable. Yang Wenrui clapped his hands in praise, his exuberance unmistakably reflecting his satisfaction with the piece. The music is enchanting, and your skill on the is even more extraordinary. I never imagined that at such a tender age you would possess such remarkable talent, a rarity indeed in my lifetime. Yang Wenrui stroked his beard thoughtfully. How long have you been practicing? Are you intending to pursue a path in? Li shook his head. I haven't practiced for long. My main purpose was to teach Ling Ming that I merely glanced at it, for Ling Ming is the true practitioner. Yang Wenrui raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by merely glanced? A child of such tender years. Even if learning would typically require at least a year of practice to reach this level. It is a testament to your innate talent in. Your skill already surpasses mine. It would be a shame not to pursue the path of. If you are interested, I could introduce you to eminent practitioners, including the master of. I hold a modicum of influence there. Yang Wenrui's admiration for talent was evident. Such gifts must not be squandered. The gentleman present stepped forward, vying to take the 2 children as their students. The students looked on enviously at the 2 youngsters, who had yet to forge connections, yet had already garnered significant attention. Their future prospects shining brightly. How enviable. Chapter 81. We are merely carriers of nature. A student wished to compose a poem to bid farewell to Mr. Yang. Very well. Following the brief interlude involving Li Yi, the gathering returned to its course, yet none dared to play the for farewell. With Li Yi in front, who would dare to play? Whoever attempted would merely appear foolish. Thus, they began to recite poetry. Their efforts mostly consisting of flowery language, lacking substance, forced together. Only a few displayed genuine skill, adhering to convention and semblance. However, Yang Wenrui offered affirmations, primarily to encourage them. Jiang Zihan poked Li Xian in the side. What are you doing? Li Xian shivered slightly. Aren't you fond of composing poetry? Now's your chance. Little Li was quite impressive just now. As his brother, you ought to make an effort, don't you think, Little Li? Li Xian replied, I have no desire to speak. I find poems something one can simply conjure will. Besides, why should I compete with Li Yi? Is that even a fair comparison? As Mr. Yang's student, why not compose a poem for farewell yourself? Jiang Zihan shot him a displeased glance, clearly annoyed, an expression that suggested she was not easily placated. You know well that I've only attended a few of Mr. Yang's classes, and I haven't learned much. Jiang Zihan was one who would doze off in class, utterly disconnected from the scholarly pursuits, though her talent for cultivation was commendable. Good poetry requires genuine talent, and I strive to learn. The student remembers the teacher's teachings. Yang Wenrui nodded, listening to their varied verses, smiling and nodding in response. Yi's assessment of them was, from a distance, they appear as teachers. Up close, they are indeed teachers. When the teacher approaches, is undeniably apparent. After a lengthy pause, they had essentially taken a turn. Was there anyone else willing to compose poetry? Some were eager to try. Yet just as they were about to step forward, they hesitated, feeling their ideas were not yet fully formed. Observing the crowd's indecision, Yang Wenrui chuckled, intending to conclude, when a youthful voice rang out, I have a poem to present to Mr. Yang. All eyes turned to Li Yi, it was this child again. "You can write poetry too?" they exclaimed in astonishment. "You can play, and now you claim to write poetry?" This little one seems to defy expectations. More curiosity than doubt filled the A.I.R.L. He shook his head, saying, "I cannot. This is my first attempt, inspired by emotion." "Your first attempt? Inspired by emotion?" Upon hearing this, they breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was not akin to his skills. Otherwise, they would feel utterly overshadowed, questioning their very existence. What poetry could a child know, especially on their first try? As long as he could read it smoothly, that would be commendable. "Very well, begin when you are ready." Yang Wenrui smiled, stroking his beard, eager to hear what Li Yi would produce. It was a debut, a potential future embarrassment. The attention of the entire gathering focused once more on Li Yi, who puffed out his chest, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of a little adult. The demeanor of a sage was evident, exuding an aura of distinction. Displaying bravado, it was only fitting to be as impressive as possible. At that moment, Li Yi began. In the vast expanse of yellow clouds beneath the white sun, the northern winds blow, and the wild geese fall like snow. Yang Wenrui savored these two lines. Indeed, they were succinct yet surpassed the earlier students' verses in quality. The imagery struck vividly, conjuring scenes in their minds, the chosen words fitting perfectly. From these two lines alone, his proficiency was evident. The only flaw was a hint of melancholic sorrow, leaving Yang Wenrui feeling somewhat dejected. However, the backdrop was exquisitely rendered, perfectly matching the farewell atmosphere. Silently waiting for Li Yi to continue, he sensed the ambience was right. That Lie, knowing how to handle his performance, proceeded as for showing off. One must strike the balance. Otherwise, it could turn into an awkward display. Lie continued, "Do not worry that the road ahead lacks friends. Who in the world does not recognize you?" Gasp! As he spoke those lines, Yang Wenrui, who had been stroking his beard, suddenly clutched it, nearly pulling it out. Goosebumps raced across his body, the moment freezing once again. The first two lines evoked sorrow, creating a sense of desolation. Yet the latter lines turned the tide, illuminating the mood brilliantly. Truly remarkable! "Excellent poem! Excellent poem!" Yang Wenrui exclaimed, slapping the table in approval. Indeed, it was a fine piece. Not only Yang Wenrui, but the other gentlemen also showered Li Yi with praise, unable to contain their admiration for the poem, applauding him enthusiastically. This poem surpassed any they had previously composed, the quality entirely unmatched. Lie, did you truly write this poem? Yang Wenrui could hardly believe such artistry came from the lips of a 2-year-old. The depth of sentiment and breadth of vision expressed in the poem seemed beyond the grasp of one so young. It was simply incredulous. Of course, Li Yi replied, "though it is not entirely my own work. We do not create poetry. We are merely carriers of nature." He had only recited the first half. The second half was unsuitable for the occasion, so he refrained from mentioning it as a traveler from another realm. Failing to recite poetry at this moment would be a disservice to his identity, especially after having copied so many verses in his elementary years. Completion of the task. You have used your talent to leave the gathering of scholars speechless, rendering the teachers at a loss for words. Any gesture you made was at a height they could never hope to reach in their lifetime. Reward. The essence of Confucianism. His collective intake of breath confirmed that this was indeed an impromptu creation by Li Yi. Had it been a work of past sages, such poetry would have been well known to them as scholars. While Li Yi's skills were impressive, the fact that he composed poetry of such caliber for the first time left them feeling inadequate. Even the gentlemen felt overshadowed, unable to produce anything better. For the first time, they witnessed the disparity in talent through the lens of a 2-year-old child. This child had silenced the lively farewell gathering not once, but twice, and this silence lingered even longer than the last. Few dared to speak, their hearts a tumult of emotions. This little rascal was not merely here to bid farewell. He had come to steal the spotlight. What had happened to them? Jiang Zihan whispered to Li Xian, inquiring about the situation. "They've been triggered," Li Xian replied, taking a deep breath, feeling the impact himself. Yang Wenrui suddenly laughed. "This poem is excellent, but it lacks a title. Since it is a farewell to me, How about we call it farewell to Yang Wenrui? Very well, Li nodded obediently. What a good child, Yang Wenrui chuckled, affectionately ruffling Li Yi's hair, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Leaving him speechless, the other gentleman looked on enviously. This moment, whether in skill or sentiment, was of such high caliber that it would surely be passed down through the ages, sung by many. Yang Wenrui's name would also accompany this poem in its legacy. For scholars, reputation and legacy are of utmost importance. To be remembered through time is the aspiration of every literary figure. In such a niche pursuit, Yang Wenrui had found a path, leaving the others feeling quite sour. Why was it not I who departed today? Li Yi, with such talent, should have been under my tutelage. It would indeed be a regret otherwise. Who do you think you are? Step aside. Li Yi, come study under me. Chapter 82. The eloquence of the scholars at this moment. Feng Shu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Li Xian, since Li Yi is your brother, if you both could study under me together, it would be quite a delightful tale. Feng Shu stroked his beard, determined to have Li Yi, old scoundrel Feng, find your own place to linger. Someone interjected. With your level, focus on your own learning first. Today, we are all here to bid farewell to me. I feel a connection with Li Yi. Why not take him under my wing? Yang Wenrui stroked his beard. But aren't you leaving? Why are you still lingering here? You should set off sooner rather than later. Do not squander your time in this place. If you please, be swift and travel as far as you can. Indeed, you are about to assume your new position. Where will you find the energy to teach Li Yi? It would be better for you to conserve your strength. The atmosphere of farewell has dissipated, replaced by a cacophony of gentlemen hurling verbal jabs at one another, just shy of resorting to profanities. All of this is due to Li Yi. Everyone wishes to take him as a disciple, which speaks volumes about his allure. Li Yi's talent will undoubtedly elevate him to the status of a literary giant in the future. And as his mentor, one could bask in the glory of shared renown. This is the highest aspiration of a scholar. Such an opportunity would not be squandered, even to the extent of engaging in a physical altercation. Li Xian coughed awkwardly. Shao, he has already become a disciple of Master Shao. Esteemed gentleman. It matters not, retorted another. Master Shao teaches cultivation, while we impart the arts of literature. Point one is a master, and the other a teacher. They're not the same. I share a bond with Li Yi. I am the most suitable candidate. Yang Wenrui smiled, stroking his beard, puffing out his chest. This student would be his. Old fool, are you planning to remain here indefinitely? Hurry along to your new post. The gentleman, who had previously expressed reluctance to part with Yang Wenrui, now wished for his swift departure. Farther away, the better, so as not to impede their efforts to claim Li Yi. You old codger, do you wish for my departure? I have no intention of leaving today. Li Yi shall be mine. Yang Wenrui slammed his hand on the table, rising to glare at the others, his words laced with fury. You truly believe I am intimidated by you? Another gentleman stood, disregarding decorum, rolling up his sleeves, prepared for a showdown. Come on, who fears whom? Ask yourselves honestly, are you truly concerned for Li Yi's education? Only I am. I cherish talent. Do not hinder Li Yi. Yet another gentleman joined the fray. The onlooking students were left dumbfounded as they witnessed a brawl erupt among their usually erudite teachers. Fists flying in a manner that was anything but scholarly. Their exchange of insults was more professional than any street brawlers. Their actions vividly illustrated a truth. I possess culture to calmly reason with fools. I know martial arts to ensure fools engage with me on equal terms. When reason fails, I too am versed in the art of combat. Yang Wenrui's farewell party instantaneously transformed into a melee. Impossible to quell, the gathered crowd was speechless. Was it truly worth it to fight over Li Yi? Their perceptions of the scholars had been utterly transformed. Bah! Release me. Allow me to engage these old codgers in a grand battle of 300 rounds. Do you truly think I am afraid of you? Mr. Yang, it is time to depart. If you delay any further, you shall not arrive on time for your new position. With a battered visage, sporting 2 black eyes, Yang Wenrui resignedly set off. He climbed into the carriage and departed. Where are my shoes? What has become of them? Yang Wenrui finally noticed that one of his shoes was missing. Returning, sir, You just hurled a shoe at Mr. Fang's face. Well, I shall simply purchase another pair. Though Yang Wenrui had left, the battle for Li Yi was far from over, still raging with fervor. Li Xian clicked his tongue, thinking these fellows were beyond redemption. He exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Zihan. She understood immediately, and the two of them quietly took the instigators, Li Yi and Xiu Lingming, and departed. Let them continue their fight. Upon returning to the resting courtyard, dusk was approaching. Xiao, sister will come to see you again tomorrow, Jiang Zihan said reluctantly, gently ruffling Li Yi's hair before leaving. I shall return to my cultivation as well. If anything arises, do not hesitate to summon me. He watched as Li Xian departed. Young master, the rooms for you and the young lady have been prepared. Wan Ning approached. Li strolled around the room, nodding in satisfaction at the familiar arrangement. Wan Ning turned to Ming Cheng, saying, please prepare hot water. The young master and young lady are to bathe. Of course. Ming Cheng, along with 4 other maidens, went down to prepare the hot water. Li glanced at the 5 maidens, noting they seemed to get along well with Wan Ning, as they were all professional and sensible. Observing the spacious courtyard, with some areas still empty, he pondered that it would be a waste not to make use of them. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he instructed, Wan Ning, you shall go with him tomorrow to gather some herbs to plant in this area. Over there, let's plant more flowers and construct a shaded plant rack to cultivate some fruits. Understood. Wan Ning took note and agreed to go with Ming Cheng the following day. Having strolled around the courtyard, which already boasted numerous exquisite flowers and plants, many with medicinal properties, Li Yi sat among them. Diving into his research, alchemy was a complex endeavor, particularly when developing new formulas, as it required careful consideration of various factors. Although Li Yi possessed an affinity for plants, which mitigated the need for excessive contemplation, it meant that the medicinal properties could not be fully realized under such conditions. The elixirs he created were manageable for him to consume, yet others still faced issues unless Li Yi assisted in their digestion. In such cases, the efficacy of the medicine would only yield a result of 1 + 1 = 2, rather than achieving the greater potential of 1 + 1 exceeding 2. Consequently, Li Yi had to deliberate on how to enhance the effectiveness of the herbs. With his growing adeptness in the art of alchemy, combined with his affinity for plants, Li Yi found himself increasingly at ease with the process, gradually resolving the challenges he faced, leading to a marked improvement in the quality of the elixirs he produced. He had now reached the level of handcrafting 3rd-grade elixirs. As Li Yi diligently engaged in his alchemical studies, Qiu Lingming chose not to disturb him, instead sitting quietly in the pavilion, playing the guqin. Ming Cheng, having prepared the hot water, intended to call for Li Yi but was halted by Wan Ning. Has the hot water been prepared? Are we not to summon the young master for his bath? Ming Cheng inquired, puzzled. The young master is engrossed in his alchemical research. We must not interrupt him. Ming Cheng. A question mark flashed above her head. What is this? Alchemical research. At first glance, it seems Li Yi is merely playing with grass. How can you call this alchemical research? Not fully understanding, she thought it quite normal for a child to sit idly by the roadside playing with grass. Many princes and princesses had done the same in their youth. To label it as research might merely be Wan Ning's way of entertaining a child, and she dismissed the thought without much consideration. Alchemy. If that were the case, I would consume all the grass here on the spot. Li Yi, are you trying to trick me into a meal again? Chapter 83. Handcrafted 3rd-grade elixirs. Ming Cheng's astonishment. Ming Cheng felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she reflected on her own fate, having entered the palace at a young age for training. One of 2 fates awaited her, either to live out her days in solitude within the palace or to catch the emperor's eye, perhaps even being favored as a consort, only to face the possibility of solitary aging. Alternatively, she could be sent away with a princess to accompany her to another kingdom, or to serve a meritorious official. Ming Cheng understood that such a day awaited her, and she held no grievances. The path she chose was clear. From the moment she stepped into the palace, she was aware of the likely outcome. Such was her destiny, compared to being given to some unworthy individual or being treated as less than human, or being sent away. Unable to return home, she considered her fate to be rather fortunate. Caring for young ones was simple. A piece of candy would suffice to placate them, and she harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, young Master Li Yi was so endearing and entertaining. After a while, if the water cools, should I prepare another bucket for the young master? Ming Cheng asked Wan Ning. First, take the young lady to bathe. It is getting late. If you're tired, feel free to rest. Do not worry about the young master and me. I will take good care of him. Understood. Ming Cheng nodded and led Xiao Lingming away to bathe and rest. Li Yi plucked a few herbs. The essence of alchemy and the affinity for plants complemented each other, aiding Li Yi in comprehending the fundamental properties of the herbs, thus making the alchemical process more intuitive. He began to handcraft the elixirs. As the grade of the elixirs increased, the refining process became increasingly challenging, demanding more time and the refinement of additional herbs in addition to handcrafting elixirs. Li Yi was eager to experiment with using an alchemical furnace for his creations. The advantage of handcrafting lies in its convenience and simplicity. Although slightly hasty and rough, it allows for spontaneous crafting without the cumbersome procedures. Elixirs produced in an alchemical furnace are far more refined and aesthetically pleasing, benefiting from the flame's melting properties, which surely expedite the process compared to handcrafting. Certain superior flames and alchemical furnaces also contribute unique enhancements to the elixirs. Li mused that if he could master a particular flame, he might be able to use it as a crucible, thus advancing his handcrafting to an even higher level, potentially rendering the alchemical furnace obsolete. Unbeknownst to him, night had deepened. Ming Cheng observed Li Yi, still in the courtyard, continuously rubbing a handful of grass. Puzzled, is this what Wan Ning referred to as alchemical research? Is he attempting to turn this grass into elixirs? Such fanciful thinking, typical of a child. Is the young master not yet asleep? It is quite late. Do you require me to prepare something to eat? Ming Cheng inquired of Wan Ning. Wan Ning, having cared for Li Yi, acknowledged that Ming Cheng would also be tasked with his long-term care. So she needed to learn more about Li Yi's habits. You may prepare a light snack. The young master enjoys eating, especially drinking milk. Drinking milk? Ming Cheng questioned, glancing down at her chest. I asked it in that context. Wan Ning chuckled awkwardly. The young master is yet to be weaned. Ming Cheng. Truly, she had not anticipated that Li Yi, at his age, was still unweaned. How? Would that work? Wan Ning explained, just by some animal milk. Understood. I comprehend now. Ming Cheng let out a sigh of relief, startled for a moment. There was hardly anything to worry about. Just leave the rest to me, and you may return to your slumber. Wan Ning observed Ming Cheng standing beside her, patiently waiting. The young master had not yet fallen asleep. Should there be any need, I would gladly assist, and furthermore, I aspire to learn more about the young master, as I will be looking after him alongside Sister Wan Ning in the future. Ming Cheng smiled as she spoke. Do not call me sister. I am younger than you. Just address me as Wan Ning. She replied, glancing up at Ming Cheng, who was half a head taller and inadvertently casting a glance at her chest, which indeed appeared smaller than Ming Cheng's. The eternal pain? Ming Cheng nodded with a smile. In the palace, it is not age that dictates relationships, but rather the closeness one shares with the master. Thus, titles of sister are bestowed without regard for age. Are you not tired? Wan Ning inquired. It's nothing to worry about. I'm quite accustomed to it. There have been many nights in the palace when I've stayed up even later. Ming Cheng explained it. I see. Typically, I'm the one who cares for the young master as he sleeps. He has grown accustomed to my presence beside him, so I must wait until he drifts off. Ming Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Their conversation came to a halt as they turned their gaze to Li Yi, who was still busy kneading the grass. At first glance, she found him quite endearing. His chubby, cherubic face evoked an irresistible urge to poke him, yet she refrained, aware of his status as her master. It was indeed a privilege to care for such a delightful young master. Whether this was a permanent arrangement or merely temporary remained to be seen, depending on the will of those above. Done, Li Yi exclaimed joyfully, opening his hands to reveal a hand-kneaded pill, a third-grade elixir. Through his efforts, the quality of this pill had reached a commendable mid-tier third grade, appearing far superior to the previous grass clumps. Embodying the essence expected of a proper elixir, Ming Cheng and Wan Ning approached. Young master, what grade is this elixir? Wan Ning asked curiously. Third grade, Li Yi replied. Truly impressive, young master. You can create a third-grade elixir by hand. Wan Ning expressed her admiration. Indeed, the young master is remarkable. At such a tender age, he is already a third-grade alchemist, whereas Duan Yi from the Li family has barely reached the 5th grade. In just a few years, the young master shall surely surpass Duan Yi and become the most formidable alchemist in the Li family, eventually rising to be the greatest in Qian, eclipsing even the Dan Emperor. Ming Cheng raised an eyebrow in mild confusion, wondering if they were genuinely convinced that Li Yi had truly crafted an elixir by hand. Her first instinct was to think that Wan Ning might be indulging Li Yi in flattery. However, upon closer inspection of the elixir in Li Yi's hand, she was taken aback. It indeed resembled a genuine elixir. Could it be that Li Yi had actually created a pill by hand? How could this be possible? As she stepped closer to examine, she could feel the potent energy of the third-grade elixir and quickly discerned its authenticity. That moment. Ming Cheng's astonishment was beyond words. To handcraft a third-grade elixir. What level of alchemy was this? It seemed utterly absurd. This shattered her preconceived notions of traditional alchemy. The idea of creating elixirs without a furnace was unfathomable. Even the Dan Emperor would struggle to achieve such a feat. What kind of extraordinary being was this young master? Not yet 3 years old, Ming Cheng even questioned her own reality. Pinching herself confirmed the truth. It was all too real. Suddenly, enlightenment struck her. No wonder His Majesty had dispatched her and the 4 other maidens to care for Li Yi. It turned out that the young master was an unparalleled genius. This method of alchemy was truly mind-boggling, and her gaze towards Li Yi now brimmed with fervor and respect. He tossed the elixir to Ming Cheng, saying, "If you like it, take it out. I see you possess a 2-star martial artist cultivation. Consume this elixir and train diligently, and you should break through by tomorrow." Ming Cheng was taken aback. How did Li know her cultivation level? Could he perceive it? The maids in the palace were ranked, and Ming Cheng was the eldest among the 4, possessing not only a sense of responsibility, but also decent talent. While a third-grade elixir was not extraordinarily precious, it was a luxury beyond the reach of a mere maid. Wan Ning chimed in. "Accepted. Elixirs mean little to the young master. He can handcraft them at will." Indeed. Chapter 84. When did 2 moles appear on my back? Ming Cheng accepted the elixir, recalling the absurdity of hand-kneading it, feeling an inexplicable sense of hilarity. The most amusing aspect was that a 2-year-old child had crafted a third-grade elixir, leaving one at a loss for words. All she could think to say was, "Are your parents aware of how extraordinary you are?" Li Yuntian replied, "They are." Initially believing her fate to be fortunate, she now realized it was indeed splendid to be in the service of such a master with a promising future. Li Yi stretched lazily and yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. Alchemy was indeed an energy-consuming endeavor. "Young master, are you ready to sleep? Would you like a bath?" Wan Ning inquired. "At a bath that I shall fetch warm water." Ming Cheng promptly rushed to prepare the water, and before long, a bucket of steaming water was ready. Together with Wan Ning, they assisted Li Yi in bathing, requiring him merely to sit still. The 2 elegant maidens attending to his bath made for a most delightful experience. Li looked at Ming Cheng and said, "Your cultivation talent is commendable, that if you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to ask me." Indeed, Ming Cheng's talent was notable. At her age, being a 2-star martial artist was rather modest, likely due to her duties as a maid, leaving her little time to train. Since Ming Cheng had chosen to follow and care for him, it was only right that he extend his support. Moreover, Li Yi could discern that Ming Cheng was a capable servant, professional and sensible, without any ill intentions. Previously, Ming Cheng would have found it laughable to seek advice on cultivation from a 2-year-old child. But now she was willing to believe. Ming Cheng nodded slightly. However, as a mere maid, she felt unworthy to inquire about such matters from her master. Wan Ning smiled and reassured her, "There is no need to feel embarrassed. Our young master is quite kind." As they bathed, Li Yi offered guidance to Ming Cheng regarding her training, as there was little else to occupy their time.